Hello, good morning, and thank you for joining us. Welcome. This is Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 Television, and it's a special edition as we bring you a live coverage of the by-election in Akwatia, which by-election, of course, was occasioned by the unfortunate passing of the Member of Parliament for the mining constituency, Ernest Yao Kumi. Today, who will it be by close of polls? Will it go to the NDC? Will it go to the NPP? Or will an independent break the ice for a constituency that is known for electing single-term MPs over the years? So far, it's only one gentleman who's been able to retain the seat or to run dual terms or 2 consecutive terms within the Akwatia constituency. So, will the constituency live up to its history, or will it take it back to the New Patriotic Party, whose member unfortunately passed away? For which reason today, some 119 polling stations are going to be busy with constituents and voters in the constituency casting their ballot to elect a member of parliament to represent them in the August House. It promises to be an interesting show. I'm not doing this alone. I have Philip Nilate joining me this morning. Philip, good morning.
And for good morning. I trust you're doing well.
Very well. We've been counting down to this day. The day is finally here. And even before you go, what are your expectations?
Well, it's going to be an interesting one because on the grounds, you don't know who is going to win, whether it's going to go to the NDC or it's going to go to the NPP. Being that place sort of it's an open space because
sort of a swing like.
seat. Yeah. So the NDC's lawyer Bernard Bawdua can win, or the NPP's Solomon.
Yes, you call him King Solomon.
King Solomon.
King Solomon.
Can also win this by-elections. But we're expecting that everything is going to go on smooth. We understand that the security there has been beefed up, i.e. having about 5,500 police officers at the venue tells you that the IGP or the police officers have really taken security seriously. And they are ensuring that no stone will be left unturned.
The IGP himself was there yesterday.
On the grounds, yes. Ensuring that everything is done properly. We know that some over 52,000, specifically 52,328 voters will be going to the polls today. Maybe everybody may go, but you know some of us that at the end of the day, not everybody may turn out. We know that in 2024 elections, for instance, 70% of the total numbers, that is the 52,328, only 70% turn out. But we don't know how it's going to be like in this by-elections. Looking at how high the stake is to replace Ernest Kumi following his sudden demise. And the polling stations that this election will be taking place, 119 polling stations. Mind you, we have our eyes at all the polling stations, having our correspondent in all these 119 polling stations to bring us all what is needed for our viewers to know, and also what our viewers have to see on the screen. So it's going to be an interesting day from now to 5 p.m. when polls will come to an end, and sorting and counting will now commence, and eventually the winner will be declared.
True. We look forward to it, and all the dynamics that will play out today in the polls. And as you rightly said, it is not a general election. And then again, today happens to be a working day. It's not a weekend, it's not a Saturday, it's a working day. So we see how the turnout will be. I'm particularly interested in turnout because my fear is that if people begin to lose trust in the electoral system, people begin to lose trust in our political parties, people begin to lose trust in our politicians, then they fail to turn up for elections, and which does not augur well for our democracy.
But you visited the grounds.
Yes.
You visited the grounds.
I mean, it's quite heated on the grounds. And if you listen to the people on the grounds, they're excited, but the excitement cuts both ways.
Yes.
You're looking at police presence, which they would not have on an ordinary day. All right, just as we've been told, over 5,500 police deployed into a constituency such as Akwatia. Not a big constituency, but has plenty towns. Okay. Plenty towns. So many towns within the Akwatia constituency, and you have all these policemen converging on the town for a by-election, a one-day event. But they've been in the constituency for over a week.
Could it be that maybe the police has learned from what happened at Ablekuma North when some 19 police stations, the rerun happened in this 19 police stations? So maybe the IGPs ensuring that, well, nothing of this should happen again. Mind you, there was a simulation exercise that was done by the police force when they went there, ensuring that they would do all the rehearsals ahead of this D-Day, which is the final day for the by-election.
It's important that the police picks intel and draws lessons from previous occasions to be able to forestall a future occurrence. But if you ask me, the numbers does not avert.
Okay.
In Ablekuma, we saw policemen actually run when people were being attacked.
But maybe
it's not that policemen were not there.
Things may have changed this time around.
That's what I'm saying. It's important that you pick up intel and then you draw lessons from previous incidents. You get it? So perhaps they know what they know, and we hope that what they know is concrete enough to warrant the deployments they've made, and that the deployments they've made will suffice and ensure a smooth, peaceful process. People feel safe. People don't feel intimidated. People have the comfort to be able to go to a polling station, cast their ballots, go back to wherever, either home or to work, because you see, the allegations have been flying by. The MPP insists that they do not want to see any masked policemen, because then that creates room for infiltration. People can infiltrate the ranks of the police service and wear all sorts of masks and do whatever it is that they want to do.
Very true.
You get it? So, I mean, that's what I'm saying, that it's important that they have some concrete intel that will advise the deployment and the strategy
that they put in place.
From what we've seen so far, police presence awesome. We hope it translates into a smooth and a peaceful process, so that we continue to have trust in our electoral processes, we continue to have trust in our political systems. People don't lose hope and faith in them, and then we don't begin to record the type of apathy we've been seeing regarding elections in this country.
Yeah, so we're having our eyes in Akwatia, all 119 polling stations, and trust me, we will bring in you everything you need to know on Channel 1 TV.
We'll be touching base with our correspondents pretty soon, and then bring you some live pictures from the Akwatia constituency. So stay with us right here on Channel 1 Television. There'll be a live broadcast on radio as well, 97.3 City FM. So do well to tune in there as well. But let's bring you what the papers are saying this morning. Let's look at the various headlines that have made it to the front pages of our dailies this morning. Of course, you would expect the topical one, the big issue having to do with the removal from office of the Chief Justice Gertrude Araba Isaba Saki Tokonu. Front page of the Ghanaian Times this morning says CJ fired on grounds of stated misbehavior. CJ fired on grounds of stated misbehavior. Then you have Ghana card positions country as continental leader in digital identity. Ghana card positions country as continental leader in digital identity. You have promote investment into Ghana's priority sectors. President Mahama charges new envoys. Promote investment into Ghana's priority sectors. President Mahama charges new envoys. Country loses $43 billion through illicit flows in 10 years. These are some of the things that get me worked up. And when we want to talk about it, Yanom will be sitting on social media and saying what they like. Country loses $43 billion through illicit flows in 10 years. Now, if you know the value of $1, you can understand what $43 billion is and what it can do for you and I as a people of this country. Let's think about some of these things. All right, there's a final one on the front page that says government targets 15,000 acres of land for SFIP, and that's according to Dr. Peter Otokono. Front page there. Back page real quick. ECG invest 5 million cedis in new feeders at Akyem Afari substations. ECG invest 5 million cedis in new feeders at Akyem Afari substations. And you have Jospon Comtech train waste management in Western and Western North regions. Jospon Comtech train waste managers in Western and Western North regions. That's the Ghanaian Times newspaper for today.
On the front page of the Daily Guide, we start with the Akwatia by-elections. And on it says that all set for Akwatia by-elections today. Lawyer Bernard's picture is there, and also Solomon, the NPP candidate. Tamale Central NDC clears 12 aspirants for September 6 polls. And also Mahama makes history, sacks CJ Tokono. 2 arrested over sodium hormone shooting. A very sad one there that happened over the weekend, and 2 have been arrested so far. 22 drowned in Galamsey pit, and this is from the National Disaster Management Organization. This is on the front page of the Daily Guide. All right, let me move on to the Chronicle newspaper. Educhum to NPP delegates, vote for me and I'll make Ghana great. Very typical of an American. But yeah, he's Ghanaian. He's MP for Bosomche. He is a former education minister, and he's currently an aspirant looking to lead the New Patriotic Party into the 2028 general elections. And he says, vote for me and I'll make Ghana great. Executive interference in judiciary is dangerous. Kwesi Boche Jr. Okay. And why Mahama has removed CJ Tokonu. That's on the back page. When you go to the back page, you get the details there. The scripture for today says, Proverbs 31:8-9, speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and needy. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves, for the rights of all who are destitute. Speak up and judge fairly. Defend the rights of the poor and needy. May the good Lord bless the reading of his word. That's the Chronicle newspaper. On the front page of the Daybreak newspaper, it starts with Ghana Links reassures stakeholders on ICAM's upgrade and ICAM's integrated customs management system. And also, let there be peace in Akwatia. It's on the front page of the Daybreak newspaper. Wash appoints new GM. That is Messi Abna Esubwatin, who is now the new GM for Wash. And also, Biniiri conflict, 10 bags of rice, 12 cans of oil for Ghanaian refugees in Cote d'Ivoire. Good board pricing regime, opaque and unfair. This is coming from Patrick Boama, and he's the MP for Okankwe Central. This is on the front page of the Daybreak newspaper. All right, let's touch base in Akwatia. Let's go to Akyem Wenchi. Charles Owusu-Kumi is our colleague, and he is stationed there to bring us some live pictures regarding the by-election that's scheduled to take place in a few minutes from now. Hello, Charles. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Anatufo. Thank you.
Very well. Is Akyem Wenchi awake, and what does the, if you like, the electoral area look like?
Hello, Tufo. Tufo, could you please repeat that?
Hi, Charles. I'm asking that you paint us a picture of Akyem Wenchi this morning.
Hello?
Hello, Charles.
Yes, well, obviously it's election day here in Akyem Wenchi. This electoral area has 11 polling stations, and we're expecting a little over 5,000 people to come vote today. Voting has just started at the Amankrado polling station A, which is just on my left, and then we have the Amankrado polling station B on my right. The first person to vote here just cast his ballot. Let me quickly just try and have a conversation with him. Akra, good morning. I say, when are your first person? What to about no pay? Maybe I know what to her. What's nasty? What can say on best say or Munyamano process now for Munet or say?
Oh, I boko almost yet man correct. Yes, I'm so many as I could say a baby. And not the assumption just better ever back. Until you did say, Yamama assumption.
Now, when you for most said I need the impact about 2 more. And I didn't know what you said because.
Oh, and that is a hand the own MPP stronghold. And the other I be smoke gum so bro, our moon baby. And so Munya Hotel in the other or the Odiano, INS coming. Ti yɛhyɛ no aduonyam prɛko pɛ nti ɔma ne haw ɛde sifoɔ nyinaa ntoma
I mean, I'm obviously an elated man there who just cast his vote. Well, so there is heavy police presence here in Wenchi. I've also seen a few military vehicles go down the road, so you can see the queue nicely building up at the Amrankado New Wenchi polling station A. You can also see in your shot police officers, electoral commission officers also seated with polling agents joining them, polling agents for both the NDC's Bernard Bediako and the NPP's Kwame Asumadu. On my left is the other polling station, the Amankrado New Wenchi polling station B. Voting there has also started. I'm just going to go there and see what's happening. So I see a gentleman with his voter's ID card. Two of them actually. Guys, has anyone voted yet? Anyone voted yet? How many so far? We have 8 people. You are agent for which candidate?
NDC.
For the NDC. How has the process been?
Well, so far, everything good.
The NPP's agent.
Yes, please. Yeah.
What's your name?
Akyem Wenchi.
How has the process been so far?
We just started, so we are looking up onto the people for them to pull up and come and vote for the constituency. Yeah. So we are just looking up to the people for them to come and vote.
Thank you very much. So like I mentioned, about 5,000 people are expected to come vote here in New Wenchi. It has 11 polling stations. This electoral area heavily tilts towards the NPP. In the last 2024 elections, close to about 4,000 people voted. The NPP polled about 3,300 and over. The NDC polled about 400 and over. So the dynamics here heavily favors the NPP. However, it's not been the most peaceful place for elections. There's been pockets of violence in previous elections. So for which reason you can see heavy police presence right when you enter Wenchi. You see police barricades and mounted all over. And like I mentioned, there are also some military vehicles that have come through in here and out. We also have our guys with the drone technology going around, getting us drone shots from all across the constituency here in Akwatia. So Nana Tufo and Philip, we're just waiting for the process to continue. Hopefully we don't have any incidents here in Wenchi.
Right, Charles, thank you for that. But before you go, let's just dwell on the dynamics a little bit. Like you've already established that Akyem Wenchi would typically, ordinarily, vote for the NPP. But this time round, the NDC's candidate hails from Akyem Wenchi. We also know that Akyem Wenchi has some settler communities. From your time in the constituency or within the electoral area, what sentiments do you pick up? Are these two dynamics likely to play out in a different way?
So if I heard you well, you were talking about the NPP's candidate hailing from Bawdua.
The NDC's candidates hailing from Akyem Wenchi, since that's where you are stationed.
Hello, Tifo. Yeah, well, so he's not typically a Wenchi person. He just has some roots from here. He's from Takrase, which is a few kilometers away from Wenchi. So on the way from Akwatia to Wenchi, you have to go through Takrase before you get to Wenchi. So he's from Takrase and Kusi, just some roots here. He's not, he's not accepted like that as a Wenchi person unlike the NPP's Asumedu, who is widely accepted in Bawdua, which of course Bawdua is an NDC stronghold. So I really don't see that playing in Bediako's favor here in Wenchi. The people having conversations with them since yesterday, you can really feel that they tilt towards the NPP. However, in the Global Info Analytics poll, which they put out on Friday, they did mention that the NPP is losing some ground here. And yesterday, during my engagements with some of the young people, that Global Info Analytics poll proved that the chunk of the voters here in Akwatia are below 45 years. And what was the interesting thing was that the young people I spoke to were more concerned about what they can get from the government, what development projects they can get here in Akwatia. And they compare Akwatia to other areas like Odan and even Asaman Kese. They say those places are well developed than Akwatia, and they deserve better. So they probably are moving a bit towards away from the traditional voting lines that their parents may be used to, because they want to see real development. How that will play in favor of the NDC's candidate, whose message has been that because he is NDC and power is with the NDC, bringing development will be easier here than if they have an NPP an MP. How that will play in his favor, it remains to be seen. But it was quite interesting to know from having these engagements with these young people. As for him having roots here, I really did not get the feeling from my engagement with the people that that really will play in his favor. If for anything, it is the message which is that an NDC government will support an NDC MP. And so he's been asking the people to vote for an NDC MP here in Wenchi, which has historically voted for the New Patriotic Party.
Very well, Charles. Thank you so much. Charles Owusu-Kumi there, bringing us live pictures from Akyem Wenchi, one of the electoral areas to look out for in this particular by-election happening in the bigger Akwatia constituency. Has 11 polling stations, over 5,000 voters expected to come out and cast their votes today. Typically, will vote for the New Patriotic Party, but we understand the message being preached is that vote for an MP whose party is in power. How this dynamics will play out, we'll find out later when polls come to a close at 5 p.m. Will they go for an orphan MP or an MP whose party is in power? We'll find out. History is also there to guide us regarding the pockets of violence that are recorded. The history of Akwatia elections are always almost always characterized by violence, and some of this violence is almost always recorded in Akyem Wenchi. So indeed, that's one of the electoral areas to look out for in this by-election. We'll try to establish contact again so we can have a proper idea. I was hoping to get a description of the policemen stationed there and what type of gear they had, and if they were armed or otherwise, then we'll know. Because, I mean, you can't compare an ordinary officer like who looks like me to a macho man who's been brought in to cause mayhem. But an ordinary officer wielding a gun, you get it, presents a more formidable, if you like, than just an officer stationed there with a baton.
Yes, because if you are warding a guy, you send some sort of signal that you do not joke here. And certainly it creates the mindset, or it creates the perception that you are supposed to conform to what has been put in place by the security officers. That's interesting what Charles was saying about the NDC's candidates coming from one of the communities before you get to Takrasi, before you get to Akyem Wenchi. Mind you,
has roots in Akyem Wenchi and Kusi.
Yeah, so mind you, the NDC candidate that we know now is the secretary, that is the constituency secretary. And that tells you that he may have visited every part of the constituency, even ahead of the 2024 elections.
Yes, but interestingly, the NPP candidate is also the treasurer of the party in the constituency.
Yes. And so you see the dynamics. So whether it's going to go to the NPP or the NDC, maybe by close of day we can tell, because
so we know whether it goes to court or it goes to the pit.
Yes.
because one is a minor, one is a lawyer.
Exactly. Because yesterday when I was watching some of the views, or some of the views that you've picked from the grounds concerning who some of the voters will go in for, they say that, well, the NDC is in power, so we'll tilt towards the NDC because the NDC candidate can now go and bring us jobs. But you also speak to another section of constituents in Akwatia, and they also tell you that the NPP's candidate in time past have created jobs, and they also tilt towards him and also try and keep the memories of the late NX Kumi. So they would keep the NPP in power so they can do that. So it's just interesting that by close of day, it's just going to be an interest. So Solomon Asumedu, for instance, you know, is called Owo, as his popular Ghanaian who was brought up in the Bawdua. Community that has this sharp value and identity and deep commitment to public service. So we also understand that he went to Amanfrom Junior Secondary School, where he developed his solid foundation in formal education. He later gained admission to the to Odan Senior High School, where his leadership qualities also began, dedication and all. Then later went to All Nations University, and now he is the CEO for a wool mining company, and he's a dedicated miner for 15 years in experience in the Ghana mining industry. So that tells you that the kind of job he has created for other people in the community cannot be erased. And you know, the youth, they are crying for job. Others are also crying for development. So is it going to go for someone who has already created jobs, or someone who will now bring jobs from the presidency, or someone who is going to bring development into the community, or somebody who is championing development in the community? It's going to be an interesting
dynamics. Interesting dynamics. So we are waiting to see how it all plays out. I am more interested in the demographics and how they will vote. So, like Charles established, an older generation would ordinarily in Akyem Wenchi vote NPP.
Of course, because
speaking to the younger generation, and according to Musa Danko's polls, majority of the voters in the constituency are below 45.
Okay.
So it will be interesting to know if modernization, modernity, and different preferences will impact the outcome. And then we'll see if, especially in somewhere like Wenchi, where it's profound. We're dwelling on Akyem Wenchi because it's profound, the kind of votes and the gap the NPP would ordinarily give the NDC.
4,000, NDC getting around 400, so NPP getting 3,000 and something.
Pretty interesting to find out how they vote this time. So we know if they are going to be stuck in their old ways and do their traditional style of voting, or if you like, the new crop of voters will tilt the results the other way. It'll be quite interesting to find out the demographics, the age brackets of people that went out to vote and how they voted, and why they voted, how they voted.
Interestingly, it's also about road construction that is ongoing there. But let's talk to Sami. We talk about. Hello,
Sami Riafe. Thank you so much. Good morning to you. Bring us an update regarding the election. We understand polls have commenced. Bring us up to speed with the exercise.
Exactly. Here constituency, majority of the polling stations we have visited indicate that polls have started with people eager to cast their ballot. If you can see what's behind me or the background, I could tell you that people are already formed queues and are going to cast their ballot for whoever they wish to represent them in the Chamber of Ghana's Parliament. As I speak to you now, I'm at the Bawdua electoral area, Terminal Polling Station 1. There are two polling stations here. So there's the Terminal Polling Station 1, and then there's the Lorry Station 2, where elections are taking place within these two polling stations, within the Bawdua electoral area, and some other polling stations within this electoral area. Many of the party stalwarts here have visited the area to observe what to do so was Tanko computer. the Deputy Director of Elections and IT for the NDC. He came here to observe the process, and in our engagement with him, he said that he was confident and satisfied with the whole process, and it was his hope and expectation that by close of the polls, everything will go on as planned. And then came in Evans Nimakon, Director of Elections and Research for the MPP. He also came in to observe the proceedings as it has started. Our engagement with him, for him, the MPP and their candidate will win today's by-election. Very, very confident the election, and for him, they've done enough work on the ground to secure victory for the MPP and their candidates in this election. And then came Comfort Doyo, who is the Deputy Majority Whip in Ghana's Parliament, who also came here to observe proceedings for herself. She's also confident that the NDC as a political party will win. And so for the political parties, they are being with confidence. For the constituents, they are eager to vote. They are very, very eager to vote in this. The is also that has come up in a number of conversations. Now, if you pass everywhere within the constituent, you see men in black. The men in black representing the Ghana Police Service. Here in this polling station, I can count close to 20 police officers. 20 police officers just dispatched here to ensure law and order and ensure that the election is incident-free. So you have close to 5 of them at the various polling stations and even more. And then you see some of them also observing from afar, observing what's really happening, ensuring that the whole incident is violence-free. And so it comes on the back of the assurance given by the Inspector General of Police that over 5,500 men will be deployed to the entire constituency to ensure law and order and ensure that this election is violence-free. And they are living up to the directive or the order given by the Inspector General of Police. You could see them everywhere in their uniform. Some of them are armed to ensure that indeed no incident really happens within the constituency. So that is a general picture. But then just some few minutes ago, it started drizzling. Many of the party stalwarts here say it's showers of blessing. And so from wherever you are coming from, you know whether it's coming, the blessings are coming to your party or the other party. And so apart from the drizzling, it's still going on. Voting is still going on. People are still casting their ballots, and hopefully by 5 p.m. when the Electoral Commission comes here to officially declare, we'll know who exactly will be elected the Member of Parliament for the Akwatia constituency. We are told that over 119 polling stations across the constituency with 11 electoral areas and 21 electoral areas within the constituency, 21 electoral areas within the constituency, and how about 119 polling stations. We are told that over 52,000 people, voter population, are expected to come out to cast their ballot in today's election. And so it just started, 7 a.m. It just started. There's a hope and expectation as this day goes by, more and more people will come out to vote. And we are told that some of the voters are also farmers, local farmers. So some of them have gone to their farms and other places. And so later in the day, they will also come here to come and cast their ballot. So that is a general picture of the situation within the Akwatia constituency. Voting has commenced in majority, if not all, majority of the polling stations within the constituency.
Very well. Where you stand in Bawdua this morning will ordinarily be a busy place. Give us tell us, how has the election today impacted economic activity within that area?
It's a busy place because it's a lorry station. As yesterday when we came, we saw quite a number of vehicles parked there, loading, as we say, loading to Kede, Asamai, Kese, Kusi, and the rest. But this morning, because this place is more or less a polling center, a polling station, the vehicles here are limited. And even those of them which are parked here are not working. They are not loading. And so I'm told that they've been given directive to load passengers across the street. Because this place is going to be a busy one, they've asked the passengers to move across the street and the vehicles also be there, so at least the drivers will take the passengers to their various destinations. For that reason, the station is not that busy. The station is just left for today's activity. And so you could see voters coming in and out to come and cast their ballot and then go back to do whatever activity that they wish to go and continue with.
So clearly the economic activity at the lorry station has been impacted today by the exercise.
It has. It's only the food vendors who are cashing in at the moment, because the journalists, the police officers, and the rest who may be hungry may want to catch some bites of some food, and so the food vendors are those who are cashing in at the moment, as far as this whole economic activity is concerned. But for the drivers and the vehicles, they are not. They've been asked to move across the street to do their normal business there.
Right. There's an NDC office also there where you are. Is the office open, and are officials of the party trooping in and out of that office?
No, as we speak, that office has been closed, because when we came here earlier, we went to that office to go and see if we can speak to any of the party officials. We were told that because today is the election day, they've dispatched almost everybody. They dispatched almost everybody within that particular office to a center to go and observe what's happening, or either to go and vote. And so that particular office, which you are very much aware of, has been closed. But Nana, I have a lady here with me. She's just finished voting.
Right.
She has just finished voting. She want to express one or two issues with this voting. Mami, neti saying.
Nyami adumoye.
Me wuse wakoto wa baby.
Mi pacho an.
Ne process neti saying.
Oh, ye boko. Ye bompa ye. Se nyankupo nye nu se ya amane. Kosi anyimre. Na nyankupo. Nye wode be mano na wode amano.
Na o di line him no. Then na omo ka kire o.
Oh, omo anka hwe ankyere me. Eno ani se ye kɔ baako.
It will do on me the paper ma na omo bi se de bi.
Omo ambisa me hwe. Omo kyerɛ me se ne meye no. Saa pepepe na omo kyerɛ me. Ntimi kɔ ye saa pepepe nso na me so me ye.
Na pesu de tim so man, ne pepepe.
Die me pɛ no na me de atimi no so. Tina me bompa ye. Se ye se ya na ye wie bɔkɔ asumudue na ye hwehwɛ. Ti ye bɔ Nyankopɔn pa ye. Se wonye no se ma ye. Ya da Nyame ase. Se ne etie yi ya da Nyame ase. Nti Nyankopɔn won kɔ so nye no sa ma ye.
Thank you very much. Basically, what she's saying that is her hope and expectation and praying to God that the peaceful nature of how the whole process has started should continue till the end. According to her, when she got to the Electoral Commission officials, she was given the ballot paper. She went through the process, voted for whoever she wants to vote for, and has put the ballot back into the ballot paper. And so her prayer and expectation is that by close of day, it should be a peaceful process as the way it has started, and ensure that they don't record any incident, any violent incident should not be recorded in this whole electoral process within the Akwatia constituency. So Nana, the process is ongoing. The process has started. The hope and expectation of the many people who've queued in the line is that it should be peaceful. At 5 p.m., counting will begin, and then a winner will be declared at the end of the day.
Very well, Sami. Thank you so much. Sami Riafi, my colleague, who is currently stationed in Akwatia in the eastern region at Bawdua, to be precise, bringing us up to speed regarding the polls, which has commenced in the constituency. Over 52,000 voters expected to cast their ballot at 119 polling stations today, 25 electoral areas, and it is the expectation that by 5 p.m. the exercise would have been smooth, would have been peaceful, and a winner would have been declared by the returning officer for the constituency on behalf of the Electoral Commission.
Talking about peace, there was a peace pact that was to have been signed yesterday, but the peace pact collapsed over the NDC MPP dispute, and there's a story on citynewsroom.com. So to read, it said a scheduled peace pact meeting between the New Patriotic Party and the National Democratic Congress ahead of the Akwatia by-elections failed to take place yesterday following a protest by the NPP over what is described as inadequate representation from the NDC. The meeting, organized by the National Peace Council and held at the Emmanuel Presbyterian Church in Akwatia, was intended to secure a public commitment from both major political parties to maintain peace before, during, and after the by-election. However, the NPP delegation, led by the party's national organizer, Henry Nana Boachi and Nana B, the National Youth Organizer, Salam Mustafa, and the Eastern Regional Chairman, Jeff Kunedu, protested the absence of the high-ranking NDC officials at the event. According to the MPP, the presence of only constituency-level executives from the NDC, including the constituency secretary and youth organizer, was insufficient and amounted to an insult to the importance of the process. So, fast forward, the National Peace Council attempted to mediate the situation by assuring the NPP that efforts were being made to bring a senior NDC official. However, after nearly an hour of waiting, the council announced that the meeting had been officially cancelled due to the impasse. So, like we've been preaching, peace, 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 and the fact that the police have also deployed their men there, everybody should go or comply by the rules and regulations laid out for the by-elections. Mind you, is this a by-election? It's not a war. It's not a conflict.
Yeah, but the stakes are high.
Well, the stakes are high. The stakes are high, but at the end of the day, one person will win, another will lose. We don't know whether the independent candidate is on, that is Owusu Patrick, but we are yet to find out if he's still on the ballot paper.
Very well, Philip. This is still our live coverage of the Akwatia by-election as part of Breakfast Daily special edition today. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue the show.
Looking for a one-stop shopping destination for all things made in Ghana? Eager to experience a remarkable fair that showcases the richness, creativity, and innovation behind Ghanaian products and services? Then get ready for the This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. The This is Ghana Exhibition highlights the brilliance of Ghanaian entrepreneurs, artisans, and businesses who continue to shape the narrative of homegrown excellence. This is Ghana's biggest trade fair and exhibition, bringing together SMEs, startups, research and manufacturing sectors, indigenous corporate bodies, and local creatives in one exciting space. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. Come explore, engage, and be inspired by the businesses and brands that are redefining Made in Ghana across every sector. Get ready to be thrilled by live performances from Kwampa and the electrifying Inchin Band, adding music, rhythm, and culture to the celebration. The dates: Saturday the 6th and Sunday the 7th of September 2025. Time is 10 a.m. through to 5 p.m. each day. The venue is the A4 Sutherland Children's Park. For enquiries or participation details, call us on 0205 973 973. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by MTN, EcoBank, Side Hustle by EK Brand Consult, Ghana Enterprises Agency, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, Ghana Exim Bank, and AVV Rice, and is supported by Twillium Industrial Company Limited and Build Financial Technologies.
In a nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Marisanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
The party itself has said that whenever you're in opposition, you should choose flag bearers early.
So what you are trying to tell me is that you want somebody who is going out to come and select a leader for you. So the next person will come and say, but I didn't select him.
direct victim of attack, violent attack.
Where and when?
The first one happened in Parliament. I was pregnant.
Now, for me, it was legitimized by a radio or TV station giving her a position to work.
So for you, take issue with GH1 and what and giving her the platform.
That is where the minority is. We are on them. We've asked questions.
President Mahama will be a mean president if he prioritized only his children and these people. He needs to demonstrate a Ghanaian government.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel 1 TV.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together. Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing, you leave your shoes outside.
Wow.
Tuesday, you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste. As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
When the stars come out, Ghana Weekend turns up the lights. From the hottest red carpet moments to the wildest after parties. And for all your celebrations, anniversaries, and unforgettable moments, if it's happening, we're there. First, fast, and fabulously. Your front row pass to Ghana's A-list lifestyle is just a click or a channel away. GhanaWeekend.com and Ghana Weekend TV, where fame meets the fans. Promote your next big event with us, because when you party with the stars, the whole nation of black stars should know. Visit GhanaWeekend.com, watch and subscribe to Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle at GhanaWeekend.com. On X at Ghana Weekend, on TikTok, Ghana Weekend, and on Facebook at Ghana Weekend. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, all access, all glam, all yours.
Hello again. Thank you so much for staying with us. Welcome to our special coverage of the Akwatia by-election. We know that it's been occasioned by the death or the passing of Ernest Yaokumi, and so today Akwatia goes to the polls to elect a new member to represent the constituency in Parliament. We'll be going back to Akwatia. We'll be bringing you live pictures of the polls as it unfolds. But in studio with me now, I have three gentlemen to help us digest the Akwatia by-election along with other pressing matters. Professor Michael Ayamga-Adongo is the Deputy CEO of the Environmental Protection Authority. I'm always tempted to say agency, but authority. Prof, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. And then I have two editors. Elvis Dakum of the News Center newspaper, newscenter.com. Good morning, Elvis.
Good morning.
And then Larry Dugbe of the Herald newspaper. Good morning, Larry. Good to have you. Right. So, I mean, Akwatia will be our mainstay for today, but let's deal with other matters. One big one that dropped yesterday will have to do with the removal of the CJ, Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude Araba Isaba Tokonu. She was removed upon recommendation by the Article 146 committee, which committee presented a report to the president yesterday, in the early hours of yesterday, somewhere around midday. But before 3, we received communication from the presidency, which we understand same communication has been sent to the Chief Justice, announcing her removal from office. Prof, let me start with you. Our friends in the opposition NPP say this the removal of the CJA is a plot that was hatched even while in opposition by John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency the President of Ghana. But Minister for Communications says the President only followed constitutional processes.
Yes, good morning to your viewers and good morning to my co-panelists here, two strong men from the Inky fraternity. So it's a pleasure to share the platform with you. It's troubling to follow the discourse that is emanating from the removal of the Chief Justice through due process. And it's unfortunate to try to cast the president in a light that he removed the Chief Justice. Let me be honest with you. President John Dramani Mahama is almost one of the few remaining institutions as far as leadership is concerned. And me personally, I have delayed my transition into public office, but I'm very happy to be here because I'm learning how to govern, how to lead from the president. I couldn't have imagined a better time for this country to have President John Dramani Mahama than now, considering what we dealt with for the last 8 years. So by saying this, I'm saying good morning to the president and good morning to the wonderful team we have at the Jubilee House. I want to say something here. The president was simply being the president. The Constitution enjoins him to set up a committee and allow the committee to do its work. The Constitution also allows every Ghanaian the right to petition the removal of the Chief Justice if they deem it fit. And there are 3 grounds on which the Chief Justice can be removed. The first being misconduct, the second being incompetence, and the third, I think, is physical impairment also. President Mahama didn't create any of these 3. President Mahama didn't write any of the petitions. President Mahama didn't appoint or didn't actually put on the bench Justice Boaman, who is the chair of the committee.
Yeah.
We had very eminent people in there, including the former Auditor General, and so many other people who were picked from institutions and civil society groups. And they had subjected the Chief Justice, former, to due process. You see, I'm coming from a different angle. They say that he who comes to equity, the doctrine of clean hands, must come with clean, he who comes to equity must come with clean hands. And in this case, we are not even talking of someone coming to equity. We are talking about equity itself, that is the court itself, being tainted. And if you look at the subject, the bread and butter of the issue, it bordered on misconduct and it bordered on issues relating to incompetence. President Mahama didn't commit any of these ones. Did President Mahama flout traveling procedures? No. President Mahama did not tell the former Chief Justice to travel, maybe with members of her family, in opaque and, let me say, not so appropriate manner. No. And you see, even if you took out the issues of financial misconduct there, the issue of
unlawful expenditure of public funds.
Yes, that's for the lawyers to describe. I'm just talking about the fact that she did something she shouldn't do with funds, which to the naked eye was not good. Could you imagine that if I had done that and I was brought before a court, the Chief Justice presiding would have told me to go. I've done the right thing. Let's turn the table around here. That she would have put people behind bars for what she has done. So she shouldn't, and people shouldn't make it look like because it is her, it is the justice system itself being held to its own standard. We think it is the president who must take the fall for it. Let's put that aside. You see, I said somewhere that even if this committee had not found the former Chief Justice culpable of the accusations, she, by her behavior, had made her position untenable by throwing the justice procedure in this country to the dogs. Her decision to put out in the media matters that were sub judice, issues that were still under review by the courts. She took it to the media, and people like me and so many other people also started commenting. People stated their views. And by the way the Chief Justice postured herself, she appeared to be somebody who wouldn't take even media discourse lightly. And she was going to preside over a vindictive court that will victimize media people, victimize social media commentators, victimize civil society actors who had reacted to something that she put out in the media. So even by her behavior, the way she handled issues that were before a constitutionally mandated body was misconduct in itself. And even if she was not removed because of the inappropriate use of public funds, her decision to denigrate the court, her colleagues and other processes made her position untenable. And even if she held herself to a certain level of honor and integrity, she would have resigned before we reached where we reached. And that is my view on the issue.
Well, obviously, the committee sums up its findings and declared that the Chief Justice's conduct fell squarely within the constitutional definition of stated misbehavior, for which reason the removal was recommended to the president. Stated misbehavior based on the travels, they say abuse of discretionary power in interfering in judicial appointments.
Okay. I thought I said it here, that even before the committee, that all the allegations, accusations, even found true, none of them merit removal of the Chief Justice. I said it, and I insist, and I still my position.
You still stand by it?
That none of the positions, stated, merits the removal of a CJ. The CJ is an arm of government. It's one of the three arms of government. So even if this were found to be true, that was my position. And I'm so happy that this committee has vindicated my position.
How so?
Yes.
They established unlawful expenditure of public funds.
So I'm going to go to tell you why I think that their job was shoddy. And to me, it's below standard to my understanding and my estimation.
Really?
Let me start with the most frivolous one. And the most frivolous one is somebody saying that it's been transferred.
Yeah.
Why is it frivolous? It's frivolous to me because it's a simple matter of labor dispute. And by our laws, labor disputes are to be addressed by the Labor Commission. So if somebody is transferred and the person thought that the way and manner that the transfer was conducted, he or she disagrees, per the law of Ghana, it is the Labour Commission the person is supposed to go to. It is not about a committee. It's not about a petition.
Not to petition.
If you have a labor dispute, that's why we have set up the National Labour Commission. So if you say your transfer, you have an issue with your transfer, it's a matter of labor dispute. You are an employee of the Judicial Service. You have been transferred and say you disagree with how you were transferred. The issue is supposed to go to the Labour Commission. If the Labour Commission rules that the person is not happy, the person goes to the court. That is the process we've given to ourselves. So for the committee to even entertain, an application in the name of a labor dispute in itself is funny. I don't see how a committee.
I'm coming over.
Yeah.
You disagree?
No, it's not yet my turn, but I need some clarification. Elvis, are we talking about the petition that had to do with Daniel Ofori?
No.
Which is the basis of this?
No.
Or you are talking about...
There are three reasons. Daniel Ofori's basis is not about removal petition.
No, the petition that was submitted... Sorry. I'm coming.
Larry.
I'm coming. What went before the president?
Yes.
Has to do with the petition submitted by Daniel Ofori.
No, it's not only that.
It's not only that.
No,
it's not only that.
No, it's not only that.
just the
There are
Daniel
4
Ofori
different
one.
petitions, and
Yes.
this one is 3.
Okay.
One petition was of a staff of the Judicial Service who said he has been transferred in a manner that he thinks that it's been unfair to him.
Okay.
And the committee cited it as one of the reasons for the removal.
Yeah.
Okay.
The second petition came from
you have a copy of the...
Professor Kweku Asari, Kweku Azan,
on our website.
who said that
okay.
the Chief Justice misstepping or outstepping the process of appointing
please send it to me.
Justice of the Supreme Court is reason for her removal, which also has been cited by the committee.
Okay.
And then the third one is the one talking about travel. Even that one was not about Daniel Ofori. That one also came from this. Daniel Ofori one is that the Chief Justice has been unfair to him in the case.
Okay.
But the reasons cited by the committee for removal are from 3 different petitions. So let's not say there's only one petition.
Okay.
So I'm dealing with the first one about
For me,
about the staff of Judicial Service.
What I heard was from the
Daniel Ofori.
Yeah, Daniel Ofori. That is a notice put out by the presidency.
No, but being disingenuous here.
The letter written to the
they
CJ
only stated other issues that had been raised, but they talked about the fact that the petition they had sat on
had to
was
do with
the
Daniel Ofori.
one.
No, but
and
they wrote...
the others were still going to be, that the Chief Justice and the petitioners all agreed that those should be adjourned.
No,
the
letter written by Callistus Mahama to the CJ.
You're reading your own report.
No, it's not my own report. No, see, this is the problem. Callistus Mahama has written to the CJ and stated the grounds for her removal.
Let's be fair to the committee.
Okay? There's a letter. Callistus Mahama.
You have a copy of
I have a copy of the letter.
Please send me. Let me see.
That he's written to the CJ.
Let me see.
Stating the grounds for a removal. And in that letter, these 3 positions. I'm still the 3 positions cited.
The position of Larry and Prof is that the letter from the presidency makes reference to the Daniel Ofori petition.
That is what I'm telling you. What did they read the CJ? What is the letter that Callistus Mahama?
It's not fair.
What the president communicated to the public it's not the same letter that was written to the CJ.
Okay, so what you have is from the CJ.
The letter written to the CJ for grounds for her removal, signed by Callistus Mahama. Is what I'm reading.
What you have is from the CJ.
It's written by Callistus Mahama.
And so it's from the CJ.
It's copies is sent to the CJ.
Can I have a copy?
Okay.
Can you send it to me?
That letter that Callistus Mahama signed.
Can I see it?
That is sent to the CJ.
Elvis, can I see it? Elvis, can I see it?
I'll send it to you.
Send it to me right now.
Okay. That says that these are the grounds for a removal.
You want to verify, say where?
No. I
Elvis has his own
he's my brother. He will share with me.
I don't have a committee. I'm not dealing with the letter.
He's my brother. He will share with me.
I need to go to City Online. The 3 reasons have been cited.
The 3 reasons are cited there. The 3 reasons are here.
It's there. It's a public information.
No, let me
I'm not the only person who has it.
We are not talking about the reasons. And he is mentioning the source of the reasons, which is problematic.
What is
Azan's petition preceded these ones because they were submitted to former President Akufo-Addo, which he set aside.
Please, who is being removed from office? Is it not the CJ?
Yes.
If a letter is written to the CJ stating the grounds for which she's been removed, what are you telling me that it's not the grounds? This is a letter, 1st September 2025. It says it's restricted. Okay, notification of removal from office. Her Ladyship Justice Gertrude Tokonu, okay, and this letter is office of the president, secretary to the president, signed by Callistus Mahama.
And read.
We
indulge you. Read.
Yes, I always want you to read the whole letter. I can read it.
Yes, I want you to read it.
Okay. It says, pursuant to Article 146 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, a petition dated 17th March was presented to His Excellency. The thing is long. Let me just make my way. The three grounds are here.
No, say who submitted it, because
after a full inquiry, the committee has submitted the report to the president. One, in the opinion of the committee, the travel expenses, the travel expenses submitted by Daniel Ofori. But this letter is travel expenses. That was it submitted by Daniel Ofori. Daniel Ofori didn't submit travel expenses.
He submitted what?
He said there was a case that the CJ sat on that involves him, and that the CJ's ruling he disagreed. It's not about travel.
Can I say this?
It's not about travel.
Can I say this? Can I say this? Can I say this?
Right.
Elvis, I mean, this is just for.
Yeah.
So he sent it to me.
The
And he's saying that pursuant to Article 146 of the 1992 Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, a petition dated 17th March 2025 was presented to His Excellency the President by Mr. Daniel Ofori, seeking your removal from office on the grounds of misconduct and stated misbehavior. His Excellency the President, upon careful assessment of the petition, your response to the petition, and the advice of the Council of State, determined that a prima facie case had been made against you in respect of Mr. Daniel Ofori's petition.
So what is Daniel Ofori's petition?
No, that is not your argument. That is not your argument. Listen. Chief.
Why would you let me read? The letter is here.
Okay.
The letter is in the opinion of the committee. The travel expenses which the CJ heaped on the judicial service when she traveled on holidays in September 2023, first to Tanzania with her husband, and second to the United States of America with his daughter, together with the payment of per diem to the spouse and daughter of the Chief Justice, constitutes an unlawful expenditure of public funds.
And that's from Mr. Daniel Ofori.
It cannot be justified. Is this petition from Daniel Ofori?
It's from Daniel Ofori.
This one?
Yes.
Okay, the dismissal of what? Is it from Daniel Ofori?
Oh, no, but that is not. It was not.
It is also here.
Let's see. Which part of it?
The committee states that without fear or favor, the Chief Justice. Let's go to the blue page. The second on the blue page.
Yeah.
The second page of the letter. The second page of the letter. No.
Which of the point?
No.
The committee is of the view that I'm reading it.
Okay.
So of the view that respondents.
Okay, Elvis. So let me bring some clarification to this. So Justice Pwaman yesterday, in presenting the report to the president, there was a speech by him. I have a copy of that speech, and I read that. Without disclosing the substance of the proceedings, and since in-camera proceedings is not the same as in secret, we can state that in respect of the first petition, we received evidence by Mr. Daniel Ofori, the first petitioner, through 13 witnesses. Similarly, the Chief Justice in her defense also called 12 witnesses, including expert witnesses as she is entitled to do under the Constitution. So I want to jump to this part that says that, Mr. President, after careful, critical and dispassionate examination and assessment of all the evidence, including the expert evidence against the provisions of the Constitution and the relevant laws, we have, without fear or favor, arrived at a recommendation on the first petition. The recommendation is contained in this envelope, which we hereby hand over to you. The second petitioner, as well as the Chief Justice, pleaded with the committee that the second petition, which would have been next to be inquired into, be adjourned, and we acceded to their request. Accordingly, we shall be reporting on the second and third petitions in due time.
Yes.
So they're telling us that the inquiry into the second and third petitions have not happened.
Yes. So no, you have you read the letter? Maybe I'll share it with you. So let me say. As I said, my position.
Do you have the Daniel Ofori petition?
This grounds.
I can find that.
This
grounds. Yeah, you can find and project it. Let all of us
for the removal of CJ. Doesn't merit removal of a CJ.
Right.
Okay, that is my position.
Elvis, are you running away from the Labour
just
thing?
when.
It is there. Why am I running away?
Elvis, hold on for me. Let me quickly jump and make a stop in Akwatia. We understand the minority leader is engaging our correspondents there. Let's take you to Akwatia real quick. Fauzu Masaudu is engaging the minority leader Alexander Fenyomakin. Let's hear what he has to say this morning regarding the exercise. Okay, we'll go back and then we'll bring it, but let's come back in studio. And Elvis, currently we are interrogating the petitions as they stand. So the committee says
that one I
with
said
the
it
first
is
one.
frivolous. Second one is expenditure, which is contained here, which is also mentioned here. The expenditure. This is what the travel policy, okay, the travel policy of the Judicial Service.
Right.
This is what it says. Article 9 of the policy says that the Chief Justice shall undertake unlimited official travels with either his or a spouse or other person of his or her choice in a year, fully funded by the Judicial Service. Where the Chief Justice is accompanied by the spouse or the other person she chooses, he or she shall travel on the same class of air ticket as the Chief Justice and shall be paid the equivalent of half of the per diem paid to the Chief Justice. This is the travel policy that the Judicial Service developed. It's dated 5th of, let me see the date, 2019. It's dated 5th of January 2019. This policy was developed before Tokonu became CJ. It's not that this policy was developed when Tokonu became CJ. You say she influenced it. Then
she says she wants to be known as Saki Tokonu.
So if this policy existed before she came to office, and the policy is clear that if she travels with the spouse or whoever she chooses, she can decide to go with the spouse, a family member, or any other person on travel, and says the person will travel on the same ticket as the CJ and be paid half of the per diem of the CJ. So the committee in East didn't talk about this policy. They didn't even mention that there's a policy. Is it that the committee is saying that the Judicial Service has no right to determine travel policy for East senior officials? Is that what the committee is saying? Because the stated payment of per diem is not by Tokono's letter. It's a policy dated 5th January 2019 and approved by the Judicial Service.
2019.
2019.
At the time she was Chief Justice.
No, she wasn't.
2019.
January 2019.
She wasn't Chief Justice. No.
Let's check.
That was
January 2019.
January 2019. She wasn't.
With all due respect, you are stating a policy here.
Yes.
But you see, sometimes the infractions against the policy is not just by the letter of the policy, but the nitty-gritties of the act itself. If I ask you one question here, do you know how much the CJ paid herself and the daughter? As you sit here,
the CJ doesn't pay herself.
No. I mean, she did pay DM. So that I'm talking about.
She doesn't pay herself.
She paid herself.
No, she doesn't pay herself.
By requesting an amount as the head of the judiciary.
No, the travel policy has guidelines. How much the CJ is paid to travel? Which hotel is taking? What air ticket she takes? All of them are stated. It's not the CJ who determines that. You are saying that. No,
I was going somewhere. You don't.
No,
so that could even be the infraction.
No, that is not an infraction.
You don't know.
No.
This is stated.
Prof,
you don't know. As you are sitting here, you don't know.
If you are executive director, of EPA,
yes.
If you are going to travel, there's a travel policy.
Exactly.
Are you the one going to determine how much you'll be giving for your travel policy?
No,
in the institution, it is stated that if you are traveling, you take a first-class air ticket. It's stated.
So there's not
whether a business class ticket. The hotel is saying sleep in a 5-star hotel. It is stated. It's not you who said you should be given a second-class ticket.
Listen.
So if you are traveling, are you saying that as deputy that you determine how much you be paid for traveling?
I now, by virtue of my position as deputy CEO, decides to request for a certain per diem and uses my position to compel the payment of that
But
same
that
amount.
is not, the committee has not said that.
As you are sitting here, you are not stating the amount.
No,
you
the
are
committee
stating a
The
provision blanket.
committee only mentions the payment of per diem. It did not state whether this is
Hold on, could be in the act itself.
Prof, you were speaking, I didn't interfere. Let me also make my point.
So your point exactly is?
My point is that if the travel policy says this, what is the infraction against the travel policy? Because there's only a mention of paying per diem to the husband. They did not say that paying the per diem to the husband, he asked for more money than requested, or it is against the travel policy. And I read the travel policy to you that the travel policy says that if she travels with the husband is entitled to half of the per diem that the CJ is paid officially. That any amount that is determined as per diem for the CJ, half of it will be paid to the spouse if he travels. I didn't write that policy. Tokonu 2019 was not CJ. She didn't write that policy. The policy was there before she became CJ. She only benefited from what existed before she came. So on what grounds are we saying that payment of per diem to the husband amounts to abuse of public funds? This is the question I'm asking. And then secondly, I say, even if there's abuse of public funds, how does it warrant the removal of CJ? There were double salary MPs in parliament. Did we expel them from parliament for collecting double salary?
Let me bring Larry in.
No, let me finish. I am not finished.
Let me hear from Larry.
Rough has interjected. Larry has interjected. Let me make my point. You are stopping my point.
Wrap it up in a few seconds. Wrap it up for me.
If double salary MPs in parliament, what did we ask them to do? Refund. Did we expel them that you are no longer MP because you received double salary?
They were voted for. They were not appointed.
What do you mean by that?
They were voted for.
Are they bigger than an arm of government? The head of an arm of government is somebody who is voted for, who is bigger.
She was appointed by the president.
What do you mean by that?
Was she not appointed?
And then the president travels with his adult children and wife. Show me any part of the constitution that shows that the wife of the president or his adult children are public officials to benefit from public expenses. Will somebody now wake up to parliament and write a petition that a president traveled with the wife and adult children and their expenses were paid by the state, for which reason the president should be removed? Will that be a ground for removal of the president? So if the president, who is the head of an arm of government, can travel with the adult children and the wife, okay, paid by our taxes, and the judiciary thinks that the president is traveling and can travel with the wife and children, they create a policy for them. All our presidents, all of them, all our presidents.
An example.
All our presidents do. All our presidents, they travel on the expenses of our money. Okay, they go and see 5-star hotel, we pay for. They sit on first class airplane, including the presidential jet, we pay for it. Will you say that because they are not public officials and they are not stated anywhere in the constitution as public officials? So if they enjoy public money by sitting in the presidential jet and going to sleep in hotels paid for by the public money, the president should be removed for abusing the public fund. Is that the reason why we remove the president? Okay, we've sat in this country when presidents took decisions against people, they went to court, they won against the president. Will we use that as a reason for removing the president? So for me to say that this thing has been, even if it is, as I said, if it is true that it happened, the best thing, in my opinion, should say, well, this person benefited for this money, it should be a refund. But to use it as removal, what is so criminal?
Let me hear from Larry.
What is so serious about such an expenditure that you tell me that you cannot ask for refund? And the committee, we are creating the impression that the committee cannot recommend a refund. We are creating the impression that if the committee sits, the only result will be that remove.
What was the terms of reference of the
constitution never said that you should remove. It said you can either remove or keep the person. So why is it?
Yeah, so they recommend.
So that's what I'm telling you. That's why the committee's work is flawed. Because if there's money, this money, to me, it doesn't warrant any removal of a
Thank you.
I need to state a correction here because if I allow that to pass, I'll be doing my colleagues in the university a disservice. You see, they said half, the one traveling with the Chief Justice is entitled to half the per diem. So you cannot blame the committee here Sit here and blame the committee. If you cannot tell us that the amount the spouse took is half, you haven't stated that.
Then why didn't the committee say?
No, you haven't stated
they
that.
You have
Why did they get something? No,
you also have not basis.
I'm just setting something.
I'm basing on the committee's report.
Allow him to.
You do not have any basis because the statement they issued didn't say that he took more than half of the per diem. So you don't have any basis.
Hold on.
I've moved away from the Browning argument here, and I just want us to stick to the point here that the infraction may just be the nitty-gritties of the issue here.
So
and that if someone
the amount,
just the amount.
No, do you have it on fact?
If you have not stated,
No, do you have it on fact?
You are using it.
You don't have it on fact.
It's
the committee who said that it's a per diem that I'm using it. If you say it, you want aspect of it.
So the committee says
you are using it as a point.
They don't tell us how much.
Of course, they didn't state anything about it.
And then the travel policy says entitled to half.
So I'm saying that to say it is mere per diem without any description.
It doesn't warrant a removal.
It doesn't want a removal.
Thank you. Larry, let me hear from you.
Thank you. First of all, we don't have a copy of the committee's report.
Which we might not get.
Yes, I mean, from what I heard
Felix
say, I don't think that we would get it. What we have, or what Elvis is speaking from, he keeps referring to the committee report. He doesn't have a copy of the report, unless, of course, he has it, and then we don't have. So I can't speak to that. What he's talking from, it's the letter that Callistus wrote to the CJ. Should we say the former CJ?
Former CJ.
Okay.
Because a removal took effect yesterday.
Yeah, that's saying that, okay, so and so is what had happened. I mean, if I had had this earlier, maybe we would have done a better analysis of it. That is beside the point. I want to take this whole argument from the point that, listen, it had nothing to do with politics. If there's any politicization that is happening, it is the MPP that has, that has painted this whole thing as partisan politics. It is the Chief Justice herself that has brought politics into all this. Do you know that Daniel Ofori used to be, or is the owner of Whitechapel? You remember Whitechapel?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is an investor that is quite known within the Okaenshi area there. And supposed to have workers. I mean, at the last count, I'm told he has close to 5,000 workers.
Wow. That's a lot.
That's a lot. This thing that is happening, do you know that there was a time when Daniel Ofori, through his lawyers, filed a case in court accusing Mrs. Tokonu of bias? And Supreme Court judges, then presided over by Justice Eni Yeboah, sat down and said that, yes, Daniel Ofori, your lawyers have been able to establish bias against Justice Tokonu. So Tokonu, you can't sit on a case that had to do with Daniel Ofori. So she was plucked. She was plucked out of that case. Daniel Ofori is not an NDC person. He is not a CPP person. He is not from Dan Late's party, or even Ayariga's party, or Ikuadonko's party. Daniel Ofori, apparently he is very, 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 very well known within the investment community, and even within the legal, fraternity, because he's taking several cases to court. Okay, and that, I mean, out of that, certain principles as far as business, whatever, investments, transactions, and so on are concerned. So he's, he's quite known by the legal books. We have it. How Daniel Ofori became, an NDC person, a partisan person, and then went into a certain room with John Mahama and planned how to pluck off, Tokonu as Chief. I'm coming. As Chief Justice. Oh, you are raising your hand. So, how the two of them went into some small room somewhere and cooked this thing baffles me. Do you understand? It baffles me. If there's any partisan thing that is happening, it is the MPP that went out there to demonstrate in the streets of Accra.
Yeah.
It is the MP,
Vincent.
Yeah.
Akwasafwa.
Exactly. Who filed a case in court saying that, I think he's heard that something of a sort was going to happen or something like this is about happening. Then the minority on its own, Esafwa is MPP MP from where? Otafo. Then there was another one from Swame, another MPP, the MP from Swame. Dakun, who did a press conference in the middle of the night and said that, you know something, he had heard that, you know, President Mahama was coming to do something. And so did a press conference, more of a preemptive strategy. True or false? We were here, we saw it.
Yeah.
We heard it. So where is the politicization coming from? And I'm telling you that Daniel Ofori is known adequately in this town. He's an investor. The fight is between him, Daniel Ofori, and EcoBank. EcoBank, the bank, EcoBank. The multinational company EcoBank. That is what we are dealing with. And Daniel Ofori feels or felt that there are certain things that Tokonu did that, I mean, to him, she was not supposed to do. Certain decisions that she took that she was not supposed to take. And out of that, he felt aggrieved and went to court, took certain actions, and including this particular bias thing that got her plucked off. Do you know who wrote that judgment of the bias thing? Justice Eni Yeboah. Eni Yeboah, I mean, who doesn't know who Justice Eni Yeboah is?
A former
yes, and more than that, appointed by who? To the Supreme Court. President Kufuor.
Yeah.
Where is he from? He's from the Kumasi area there. Okay, that's beside the point. But, and even moving further, to become a Chief Justice. If you do recall, Justice Eni Yeboah and Mr. Satusi Kata had an issue where Satusi Kata accused him of what? You know, having difficulty in putting his partisan politics, you know, away from his, you know, work as a judge. Again, that is beside the point. His rulings are, I mean, are quite known. Whether he leans towards, you know, green or blue always or red always, they are out there. People know it. Do you know the interesting thing? The same Justice Eni Yeboah was part of the witnesses that Tokonu called during the committee hearing. You see what we are dealing with. You sat in a case or on a case that accused this lady of bias. And you, by your judicial training, you went together, you know, together with others, you plucked up her. But then you turn around and you became a witness, you know, for her. You get what we are dealing with? So it has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with business. Somebody feeling that, listen, hey, you took action against me. I am supposed to be, the Constitution grants me, you know, that I should get a free trial. You should hear me.
Yeah.
You should allow me to talk. You can't be a judge in your own court. These are natural justice principles. And this is what it is. But you fail to grant me that as Justice Tokonu, for which reason I don't feel safe with you sitting on a case involving me. And the Supreme Court in it, whatever, took her off. Where is the politics here? Where is the umbrella here? And where is the elephant here? And for now, let me come back to something. Do you know that after the whole proceedings took place, the lawyers on both sides were supposed to submit a written address? Do you know when Tokonu's team submitted their written address?
This is to the committee?
Yes, yesterday.
Was there a deadline? Was there a timeline for submission?
Yes, they had 1 week to submit it.
The 1 week ends when?
The 1 week ended.
Had it expired? Had it elapsed?
They're long ago.
It had?
Yes. It was yesterday. I think when they heard that the committee was on its way to... Yes, exactly. And you know that, let me mention the lawyers who were on her side. She as a lawyer, okay, a judge, High Court judge, Court of Appeal judge, Supreme Court judge. So she knew clearly as to how this whole thing operates. That when you're given timeline to meet, you need to meet it. So the first, you were given 1 week. Others complied. You couldn't comply. It was yesterday. Find out from Aiko who is the other lawyer, the lead lawyer.
Yeah.
Find out from Professor Bonzi Simpson. who is the other lawyer in there. And I hear there's also another lawyer called Kusi Apia. And then there is a lady. So 4 together with her 5. So all this while, I mean, I hear certain lawyers, what they do is while the case is even proceeding in court, they are writing their, their briefs or, their addresses and so on, because then they've noticed some loopholes and then how to capitalize on it. And some of those things find their way in the address that is submitted. You were giving 1 week. Some people complied with, others didn't. But you see, that is not an accident. Do you know why? The approach from day one is to go on the line of partisan politics.
Really?
Yes. And so instead of being the, whatever, and then doing whatever it is that you're supposed to do, even sometimes, listen, when you walk into the room and the room is not friendly, you beg. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, you beg. Your bosses have decided to take an action against you. Whether hook or crook. Yeah. But you land there, so, sir, please. Okay? You can do this. It's a strategy. You know that the room is not friendly. You have a genuine case. But the approach is, you were here when Esla Usu went for vetting. That day, Ghanaians saw a different Esla Usu. Do you remember?
Yeah.
As soon as you raise this point, so, oh, yes, please. Oh, I didn't consider it like that, though. I would have done it differently, Mr. Chairman. You flipped this and said, oh, please, I'm sorry. This one, I just thought of it. Strategy.
Yeah.
You get it? I mean, it's not for any reason why dogs that want to show you how friendly they are, they will wag their tail or even sleep on the ground and then show you their belly. Because their belly is the softest part.
Yeah.
Show a belly. Don't go doing press conferences, shouting across, marching,
Even when you feel aggrieved?
Yeah. Is that?
Even when you feel aggrieved?
Oh, listen, there is a way to express grief. Do you understand? There are several strategies you want to adopt. Press conferences. And that her utterances. Let's be practical here. NBC or, yes, NBC has issue with this murder of the judges. It's something they run away from. They don't want to even, consider it or dream about it. It's used to, to define them as far as their relationship with the judiciary is concerned. That, listen, these are judges killers. They are not friendly to the judiciary, so and so and so. So sometimes some of those things, you don't want to even talk about them. But you did a press conference and said that, hey, you know something, the major involved in that, who was part of the victim, was your uncle. Good. And that on the day of whatever, the key to, to the car that the people drove them in was picked from the venue of the proceedings. And for you, it is more of a psychological, warfare. When in actual fact, that wasn't what happened. Because then there's an investigative body report that puts, that says a different thing altogether. You don't do things like that. So press conferences, your utterances, and all that didn't happen. She moved on also to go to the ECOWAS court. True or false? Where she has, slapped government with a $10 million, demand. Okay? That is also beside the point. She's been to the High Court back and forth. And I think even to the Supreme Court, to the Human Rights Court, again, over this particular matter. So what was the strategy? Was a strategy to appear before the committee and give your evidence, defend yourself eloquently, or listen, use all manner of, strategies to, all manner of approach. When you do that, you lose sympathy. And I think she exhausted her sympathy or her credit, even in the process of doing some of those things. Let's not defend a thing. You couldn't. And by so doing, she even lost track of the address that she was supposed to do. I'm saying that it was yesterday. The very day she was dismissed was the day she submitted the reason. Now, there again also, you remember the leakage of the petitions where she demanded for it from President Mahama. President Mahama gave it to her. And in no time, The petition, copies of which she didn't know it had been bookmarked, copies of which, were leaked into the public domain. President Nana like, listen, why? Me, I haven't given the thing out to anybody. It's unfortunate that what has been given you had found its way into the media.
Public space. Yeah.
So what was the strategy right from day one? Right. Respond, stay away, play partisan politics, play victim, or what? Or what? What are we to do? What are we dealing with here? Now, you know the witnesses she called. She called 12 witnesses. Yeah. Amongst them was Justice Sofa Akufo, former Chief Justice. Then she called Justice Eni Yeboah, former Chief Justice. She called Justice Jones Doche, former acting Chief Justice sometimes, because at the point in time he was the most senior. Then Judicial Secretary. Then got Professor Nana, Dr. SKB Asante, and others. The question is, when you were spending the money, the trip here, the trip there, and so on, were they with you? Because some of these guys, I am told, came and only gave, character assessment of the individual, and not to respond to
the issues raised in the petition.
Also there was lawyer Sam Okujeto.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So they only spoke about. So they come and say, describe. Do you know Tufo very well? I said, Tufo is my friend. We used to drink together. We used to eat kebab together. We used to
to say all this when the report is not out. And you are not telling Lara the report is not out, but it's making all this.
I'm not talking about reports. I'm not talking about reports.
Before the committee.
I'm not talking about reports. So
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We don't know that these were the questions they responded to there.
No. I'm saying that they came to
speak to her character.
To her character, not to the content of the allegation that Daniel Ofori had laid level against her. Do you understand?
Hopefully, when we see the report, we will
now
know
you
that
want to wait for the report.
We will see, because we do not have the report, do we?
Yeah, we don't have it.
We may never get the report.
Yeah, we may never get the report. But I'm telling you that listen. Well,
hold on.
We've developed sources and we talk to people within.
Hold on, let me take a quick break. When we come back, we'll find out what options are left for the CJ, if there are any. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Yeah, you go be the luckiest. Go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame.
Send your God down for boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be.
Hey!
Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Life
is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration.
Piva Cola, Piva grapes and
From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
grapes and orange. Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Looking for a one-stop shopping destination for all things made in Ghana? Eager to experience a remarkable fair that showcases the richness, creativity, and innovation behind Ghanaian products and services? Then get ready for the This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. The This is Ghana Exhibition highlights the brilliance of Ghanaian entrepreneurs, artisans, and businesses who continue to shape the narrative of homegrown excellence. This is Ghana's biggest trade fair and exhibition, bringing together SMEs, startups, research and manufacturing sectors, indigenous corporate bodies, and local creatives in one exciting space. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2025. Come explore, engage, and be inspired by the businesses and brands that are redefining Made in Ghana across every sector. Get ready to be thrilled by live performances from Kwampa and the electrifying Inchin Band, adding music, rhythm, and culture to the celebration. The dates: Saturday the 6th and Sunday the 7th of September 2025. Time is 10 a.m. through till 5 p.m. each day. The venue is the A4 Sutherland Children's Park. For enquiries or participation details, call us on 0205-973-973. The This is Ghana Exhibition 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by MTN, EcoBank, Side Hustle by EK Brand Consult, Ghana Enterprises Agency, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, Ghana Exim Bank, and AVV Rice, and is supported by Twillium Industrial Company Limited and Build Financial Technology.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Trout from Kaswatie. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Thank you for staying with us. This is Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 Television. We're having a special edition because the show is actually infused with the coverage of the by-election in Akwatia. We'll be going there, we'll be touching base on the grounds to bring you some live pictures and how the polling exercise is ongoing. Let me take a few of your messages quickly and then I'll come back to the gentleman. Then we can wrap up the conversation on the CJ and hair removal. This one says, good morning, Nana Tufo. Elvis Dakon always makes my day. Please let him come to the show every day. He deals with the matter without fear or favor. The grounds for the removal of the Chief Justice is because she travels with her husband. Hey, I'm a Ghana. That's what you said.
It goes beyond that.
That's the sky.
Please.
Alhaji Hamza from Pig Farm says, good morning, my brother. This act of hypocrisy and double standards from some of our media men should stop. The same Article 146 was used to remove Madame Charlotte Osei from office, and they see nothing wrong with it. So why now? Madame Tokonu is not above the laws of this land. We are all equal before the law. President Mahama only acted based on the recommendations presented to him by the committee. Indeed, the law is the law, you say. Hooray! The precedent has been established. Let's give time some time. Every political party that wins power will appoint their chief justice, including retired justices. This is Brookman Anobil.
And with EC bosses as well, because a certain EC boss was removed.
A certain president too was
yes, was set in that case too.
Very well. Good morning, Nana. I have listened to the panel, but let me start by saying a great European Hungarian-born British novelist, Asa Kessler, in his book Darkness at Noon, published in 1940, said, if you diagnose a disease and its causes and apply the healing knife, that's antidotes, then a new worm appears. That new worm is found in the orchestration to remove the CJ Tokonu, which was crafted in a cruel twist and being abused to punish her, precisely for refusing to arbitrary political partisan conquered by... Oh. Hey, boss, Charlie, where you're taking me is too much. I beg you. Good morning, Nana. Contrary to Larry's assertion, the CJ and the Judiciary have been a target for candidate Mahama and the NDC during the campaigns, just as Asiedun Ketia is calling for the removal of Jean Mensah. It is so with the CJ. It's all politics. Okay, Pascal Dunyo from Afife sent that one in. Good morning, Nana. If the removal of the CJ is not politics, what then was candidate Mahama doing by saying they'll reset the judiciary? Isn't this the beginning of their reset of the judiciary? It's all politics characterized by vindictiveness. Okay, that's your accusation. That's how you see it. Let me come back.
Do you remember what Kandapa, the national security minister at the time, said to the Supreme Court judges, Agimpa?
That the rulings appeared.
Their rulings, were becoming two-way, one way. He said so. Raymond Atuguba, who was the dean of the law school, and then now the director of Ghana School of Law, also made a certain observation. Right there and then, they nearly, took the life of him. We saw it. So even at the time, Mahama wasn't in office. People, experts within that, that field, saw certain things happening and advised against it. But those were not the things which even became part of what we are dealing with today.
The CJ sat on a case.
You see, the person who said that Charlotte Osei was removed, the media was quiet. They say,
we know your position on that.
True.
We know your position on that.
It is not true.
Yeah.
So you see, when people are listening to it, they should listen to us carefully. It is not that Charlotte. Not everybody supported the removal.
What they want to listen to is what they hear.
Exactly.
They have been told.
Exactly.
They've been told to listen to it.
They have their own.
They understand
it. And they listen with a certain type of ear.
I have said Charlotte's removal. I disagree whether he break the procurement law or not because he saved the public money. I never supported a remover.
Yeah.
So if you say journalists in this country where it was Charlotte, they kept quiet. It is not true.
Very well.
Listen,
Prof, the CJ sat on a case
about journalists against the people.
It's
Listen, we can stop journalism today, and the country will be what it is for everybody. At least talking about it alone gives people a certain idea that there's something, and people get very careful. So you don't talk anyhow. If you don't know the thing, shut up.
Very well. Very well. Thank you. The CJ sat on a case on whether there's the benefits of Article 71 holders should be extended to their spouses in this country. But today she's found herself on the other end of the same matter. Still, the argument is that the petitions or the accusations against her do not merit her removal.
Yes, you see, as we are sitting here, we need to situate the discourse within context and respect people's competence. We are talking about a constitutional and procedural issue here, not just a matter of going into the case, taking your position and trying to cast the people sitting in the committee as people who are biased. And maybe I don't want to reduce discourse to that level. I want to state something here. First, it was a constitutional process which the president had to obey, which he did. Second,
went through a similar process.
Yes. Second, there was the committee that gave her the chance to make a case. Instead of presenting her case, she chose to play by the gallery, whip up sentiments, and denigrate her former colleagues, and by so doing, the court.
But she attended upon the invitation of the committee and
felt
the proceedings were not being fair to her.
If she had defended her case with the energy that she used in denigrating the committee, maybe there would have been a different outcome. But she didn't. You imagine what Larry just said. Just yesterday that she was presenting her response. After
someone is actually disputing
and let's
that.
look at it here. You're sitting here and trying to cast the case as political.
Someone is actually
this
disputing
is
that.
the same court.
It says, please tell Larry that the lead lawyer for Tokonu on last night on Joy News said they gave them 1 week, and the 1 week was to end yesterday morning.
Okay. What I have it's to the contrary.
So the deadline was not yesterday.
So he's talking about
the deadline for expiry.
The person is saying the deadline was yesterday morning.
No, okay, but I'm told that it expired. They couldn't meet the deadline.
It doesn't change my point that
I think the deadline was 26
the
or
energy
so.
of the Chief Justice, the former Chief Justice, was spent on creating a spectacle in the media and trying to whip up sentiments instead of defending herself before the committee that had the final say in what happened. And that is what you get if you are a student who decides to go and read your own stuff, set up your own exams and write. The marking scheme is what exposes you. And the lecturer who marks the script is what will expose you. The Chief Justice decided to ignore the committee, treat it as if it was some quack setup and made up of people who had very low integrity. In fact, that's what she described them as, trying to even cast her former colleague, Justice Poaman, once that because Justice Poaman took a dissenting position in a case that involved her, that meant that he was complicit and was not qualified to even sit on the case.
He was just
a dissent.
Casting an individual in there against how many others?
This is
no, but I say that place. Let me bring clarity.
No.
It's the same Daniel Ofori case.
It's not
that. It's the same. I'm just saying that.
So let me
give the clarity.
No. This is Larry.
I'm not going into
No. Until the Justice Poaman. No. I'm giving the
just a bit of clarity.
In the Justice Poaman, the reason the CJ objected is that the Daniel Ofori case, which is the reason for the sitting, Justice Poaman made a ruling on that case in favor of Daniel Ofori. And then CCJ ruled against Daniel Ofori. So if the CCJ said if that case is a subject for the committee sitting, because Poaman also sat on that case and made a ruling, he proved that he shouldn't sit on the committee. It's not personal. He said the case. That is the issue between Poaman and the CJ.
That is so beautiful. Okay. I mean, for the optics of it.
Please.
So you're going to the Niyabo one?
No. It sounds so nice. However, Prof, I mean, how many members made up the committee?
I think there was 6.
Okay, against
five.
Okay, so let's say Poaman took a certain position. How about the others?
He didn't
say raise issue with the others. No, she only wanted Poaman removed.
Yes. Because I said the Poaman was
because she suspected that Poaman was going to be biased, isn't it? Having been part of the earlier one. And I'm saying that, how about the others?
Larry, this is a simple thing. Is it the case that the committee is sitting on? You are taking a different position.
The numbers will favor the argument.
How? The numbers. He's not against all the numbers.
He's not against the number. Who chairs the committee?
He's not against the number.
It doesn't matter whether they will be casting votes.
I think clearly there'll be dissenting views.
I think I'm
here. It could be unanimous or it could be.
Yes, I'm here as a co-panelist.
Yes,
I'm here as a co-panelist. Yes, that's what I want to say. I'm here as a co-panelist. And all I'm saying is that these issues were there. Now, most importantly, and let's be honest here, even if we think our listeners and our viewers don't take us seriously, let's take ourselves seriously.
Yes, please.
The former Chief Justice again resorted to the courts, which were duly constituted, competent courts, not made of NDC members, kept throwing her case out, case after case, case after case. What is President Mahama about this? So as we sit here and we try to frame this whole process as President Mahama instigating the removal of the Chief Justice, I mean, it is the lowest point someone can go in a desperate attempt to smear somebody. Because President Mahama is not the Supreme Court. President Mahama didn't empanel the people who sat on the case and threw it out. To the High Court, President Mahama was not the one who presided in that court. Unless you now sit here and tell me that that whole process was flawed. We can't trust the Supreme Court, we can't trust our High Court, and we can't trust the Appeals Court.
Her colleague Supreme Court judges.
Judges and so on. Unless you can tell me that we can't trust them, you have no basis to say that President Mahama is behind the removal of the Chief Justice. President Mahama only did his job as the president of this country and respecting the 1992 Constitution and Article 146. That's what the president did, and he got his job done. Any other nuances that you are trying to attribute to the ruling, you are not smarter than the people who sat in the committee, and I want to respect their track record and their service to this nation, and I believe that the people in that committee cannot be corrupted by any political coloration. Let's move above politics. It's not everybody you see, even in politics, that is partisan to the extent that they'll always cover up the truth. We must elevate the discourse beyond this pedestrian analysis we are doing here.
Very well.
So you didn't give me a copy of that.
Yes, I'm trying to pull it for you.
So let me actually make my real position.
But you've confirmed that bidding is in there.
I have said that, you see, as part of the reasons cited by Callistus Mahama in a letter to the CJ, 3 reasons were cited. A staff of the Judicial Service says he's transferred. He's not happy about it. That is why
that's the Francis
it's one of the issues. And 2, the CJ sidestepping the process of nominating judges to the Supreme Court, and then the expenditure.
I beg you, hold on for me. We understand something is happening in Akwatia. We're not too sure what it is. Let's go to Akwatia and find out. Hopefully, it's not an altercation, but let's hear what these residents are complaining about.
That rush come here. That we will go do by-election at Akyem Wenchi house. Here no be parliament. Here is a free and fair field.
What will be your message to your members, NDC?
Everybody to do ready. If they can't fiang, we should come fiang. He where he go lost too much. We lad. They go do by-election in hometown.
How should they be ready?
They are ready for this.
Chairman. You heard that it's been quite tense here at the NDC office in Akwatia. We heard Chairman Azoka of the NDC a while ago. Some eyewitnesses gave account of indeed what happened at the office. They alleged that some bodyguards of Akyem Wenchi and in the company of Akyem Wenchi himself and some members of the New Patriotic Party stormed their office here in Akwatia to remove some of their posters from their office. And I mean, they find that really problematic because they say it is not a polling station, and so they were allowed to still have their. Let me see if I could have an eyewitness speak to. Hello. Yeah, Chief Azoka is still really upset, and he wants to. I mean, he's been speaking to the issue. He's not happy.
Who buy a party office? Who buy a party office? Me Tonyaman come back by election Ukurum.
Chief Azoka, what accounts were you given really of what happened? We understand that Akyem Wenchi was here.
Because of him, where we come here.
You came here because of Akyem Wenchi.
We don't do by election in hometown.
Why? Why did you come here because of Akyem Wenchi?
Fiang. Why did you watch here? Is it the NDC? Is it NDC secretary? Is it NDC secretary? You are coming to our office to do what in our office? Asa, you people are journalists, talk to them. Here is not the parliament that way they do, no. Here is a freedom, a field.
Well, Chairman Azoka clearly unhappy and irate. Chairman Azoka, well, he says he's not taking it lightly. He actually said that he came here to meet Afenyomakin Square, who allegedly stormed the NDC office in Akwatia to remove some of their posters, and it's a really tensious atmosphere here. The process has largely been peaceful until this incident. A number of the party supporters have all thrown here at the party office in Akwatia. The police is still here to ensure that there is maximum security regardless. We understand that an individual has been arrested in connection with the incident that happened earlier in the Akwatia township, precisely the NDC office in Akwatia. We will definitely be keeping our tabs on this issue to bring you the very latest.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
But clearly some misunderstanding regarding, if you like, the showing up of the minority leader, Alexander Afenyomakin, at the Akwatia constituency office of the NDC. We saw Chief Azoka in there in your shot, clearly unhappy. We'll be keeping an eye on this to find out exactly what happened, what the allegation or accusation is about, and hopefully we'll have a smooth process in Akwatia. Is what we're looking for. Polls started just about 7 a.m. In a constituency where some 52,000 plus voters are expected to cast their ballots in 119 polling stations. Hopefully it goes on peacefully. The Ghana Police Service has given us the assurance 5,500 policemen deployed to the constituency. We've seen barricades upon barricades within the constituency. Hopefully it goes well. The police are on top of their game and they're able to forestall any mishaps or altercations that may come up. We'll be going back there and we'll hear from some of the political actors in the constituency, our own correspondents, and of course the EC officials there. And then we can give you a wrap of the post there. In studio back in Accra, we're having a conversation regarding the removal of the Chief Justice Gertrude Araba Isaba Sakitokonu. Elvis is making his final submission on this, and then we can move to Larry and wrap up the conversation. Then we go and settle in Akwatia.
Yes, so I'm saying that on the 3 grounds stated in the letter that Callistus Mahama, Secretary to the President, wrote the CJ as reasons for the CJ's removal. It is my opinion that none of them merits the removal of a CJ.
Now you are talking your opinion. Good.
The first point is about somebody who said he's been transferred and he doesn't understand why he's been transferred, and the process that was used to transfer him, he disagrees. I am of the view that in the public service and the civil service, if you are transferred or anything that amounts to labor dispute, the best place to address it is the Labour Commission. It's not a petition for removal for the CJ. And therefore, I am of the view that the committee that sat should have isolated that issue and says, this issue is not a grounds for petition against the CJ, and that should be sent to the Labour Commission and addressed by the Labour Commission.
Right.
Because that is, I think, is the right place to address that issue. On the issue of...
Hold on before you go on to the next one. I have to go back to Akwatia. I understand there is still a lot of agitation within the Akwatia constituency around the NDC's office in the constituency. Fauzu.
So, I mean, it's still a very tensious atmosphere at the Akwatia township, precisely the NDC office in Akwatia. A while ago, there was a chaotic incident where the Member of Parliament for Futu and Minority Leader of Parliament, Alexander Afenyo Makin's bodyguard, allegedly in the company of Afenyo Makin and other executives, party stormed the NDC office in Akwatia to remove some of their posters from their, and that has, you know, created quite a tensious atmosphere here. Initially, the process started peacefully until this incident. This incident has obviously angered the rank and file of the NDC, who say that they would respond squarely. Well, we've visited a number of polling stations so far. We've visited the Kwame Kuma electoral area where voting started at exactly 7 a.m. We've also visited the Vamaso electoral area where voting was peacefully. Earlier we spoke to Chairman, General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party, Justin Frimpong Kodia, who expressed satisfaction in the process so far. But he says that they are hopeful that the process will end peacefully as it has started. I sought from him what really could be a fulfilling outcome for the New Patriotic Party aside an obvious win for them. He was quite tight-lipped about that. Also, I spoke to the third Vice National Chairman for the New Patriotic Party, Alhaji Osman Masaudu, who says that despite the heavy police deployment, it is not reassuring for the New Patriotic Party because they have their own reservations with the current police administration, and he pointed specifically to IGP Tete Yohonu, who the NPP has had cause to, in the past to, you know, raise certain reservations about him. And so really this has been the process so far. We are still keeping our tabs here in the Akwatia Township within the Akwatia constituency to provide you the very latest.
Very well. Fauzi Masaudu there bringing us live pictures from the NDC's constituency office in Akwatia where some altercation. We need to, interrogate this further and ascertain exactly what it is that happened. But clearly some unhappy constituents or voters in the area. We'll be keeping an eye on it to understand exactly what transpired that led to this level of agitation. But let me come back in studio and have Elvis wrap up on his point regarding the CJ's removal.
So the second point about per diem, I read the travel policy for superior judges of the Supreme Court for you, which states that when the CJ travels with the spouse is entitled to half of the per diem that is paid to the CJ. The spouse is entitled to that.
So this time, Mr. Tokonu got half.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
he got full. Or
they just mentioned per diem. They didn't describe. The letter of Talisman Muhammad didn't say whether he got more than half.
But he's supposed to. He's not supposed to.
He's not supposed to. How do you expect to discuss the issue?
No, it's the report of the committee. No. The Chief Justice, for instance, I'm told from the story.
Let me finish my submission.
Because we don't have a copy of the report.
I'm betting on what has been written. I am betting on what has been written.
It is unfair. It's unfair to Dr. Mahama. Dr.
I'm not the one who wrote it.
To sit here and he said that you talk.
The letter is here,
and the letter is based on
the provision. You haven't told us how much Mr. Tukono.
No, he didn't say it. I'm not supposed to.
What are you?
What did I condemn him? I didn't condemn him.
No, Prof.
I didn't condemn him, Prof. What did I condemn him?
No, why you are saying that
he's saying that based on what is contained in the letter. But the same letter also referenced the committee.
Yes.
No, but I'm saying that the committee's report we have not seen.
No, please.
Nana. The letter didn't say that Mr. Tukono took this amount, which is half.
Yes.
Or more.
Or more. So once we don't have that, you can't get up, sit here and just say.
But how does referencing a letter written? No,
we're talking of numbers.
Please, how does referencing a letter somebody has written amount to condemnation?
The infraction is in the threshold. And if you don't have those facts,
I am not part of the committee, so if you are giving a public letter, state what the person has done. I'm reading what the person has read.
I don't want us to get down.
I am reading what the person has written. I'm not the one. Why stop him from stating what the offense is?
You cannot draw that analogy because you don't have that data. You don't have that information.
No, this is the problem we have.
What they are doing now is conjecture.
We set up a committee. You said somebody has committed an infraction, and you only mention per diem. You didn't state anything about the per diem. Is it my duty to go and find out what the person has done about the per diem?
Then don't make the statement.
But what's the matter? I'm saying no. Please, Prof, please. I am referring to a letter he has written. I'm not saying that
he as a person.
No, I think it's a letter, and he is saying in his letter that that information is coming from the committee's report. I didn't write that. He quoted the report of the committee and said the committee report said this. And I'm referring to what he has written. How am I condemning Callistus Mahama by referring to what he has written? I'm not condemning him. I'm saying that he wrote the letter to the CJ. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
It doesn't. He's making reference to the letter written by...
out of context.
It's okay. It's okay. Let him talk.
Callistus Mahama wrote a letter to the CJ explaining why she has been removed from office.
Right.
And in that letter, Callistus Mahama quoted that whatever he is writing in that letter is coming from the report of the committee that investigated
Which you
the
don't
committee.
have.
Am I the one who wrote that?
You don't have.
And I'm saying that what he has written, and I'm comparing to the travel policy of the Judicial Service. And the travel policy says a spouse of a CJ is entitled to half of the per diem a CJ is paid.
And so that's where my problem is with
why are we fighting it without giving an explanation what actually happened? For him to say because of that it's been removed. Because I didn't write a letter for Callistus. Callistus had the privilege of the report. So he could have cited that maybe the man took more than what
Elvis should then say is that until we know that you cannot sit here and conclude that the removal of the Chief Justice was instigated by the president because the Chief Justice...
But what did I say was instigated by the president?
You said that he didn't...
What did I say? What did I say that was
what Elvis is saying now is that
is the letter from the presidency.
Is not entitled to say what he's saying until he has the data. Yes, let's be honest here.
The argument you are making, I don't understand it.
You don't have an argument.
The president wrote a letter. No, see, the president wrote a letter to the CJ.
You don't have data. You don't have information.
Signed by the secretary to the president, who said he has read the report the committee has done, and out of the report, these are the reasons listed for the removal of the CJ, and it's communicated to the CJ. And I am referring to what the man has written.
And your basis for counteracting that, is stating the judicial travel policy, and you are not comparing it with the real.
What is the real?
Because the real now is unknown.
No, that's unknown. So you can't conclude.
No.
Because if they are unknowns, you don't conclude. This is a simple mathematical issue.
Prof, don't tell me. Don't tell me I cannot express my opinion.
Hold on.
You are saying that I cannot do a comparison.
Hold on for me.
I'm not the one who wrote the report for the committee.
Hold on for me. So what you are saying is that based on the travel policy of the Judicial Service,
that
the CJ is entitled to travel with the spouse. Yes. The spouse is entitled to receive half of the per diem.
Yes.
What Prof is saying is that we do not know whether the report says that he received more than half or below half.
But is it my duty?
But it's not your duty. You are basing your argument on the letter you see.
No, the one who had the report is the one who should tell me. But the statement he shouldn't say.
Anything beside the fact is sentimental, and we can't sit here and allow you to make
I am stating a fact.
No, the letter you see, I have moved away from this kind of debate.
What you are doing, you are only interjecting me.
No, I want us to.
I didn't write the letter.
I won't allow you to make that statement unless you give
Hold on. Let's make your point. Make your point.
No, it's not my letter. I didn't write it.
Prof, hold on.
The travel policy of the judiciary, I didn't write it. I'm only comparing the two documents. So what is the condemnation here? I'm saying that this is what Callistus Mahama has written to the CJ.
Right.
And this is what I also read in the travel policy of the judiciary.
Very well.
So what specifically about the per diem to the spouse that is problematic?
That warrants a removal.
That will warrant removal. And I'm saying that even if, my argument that even if it happens that there is something wrong, I don't believe that is ground for removal. My position is that it should be...
No, Prof, hold on. Allow Elvis to land. Prof, hold on.
Elvis started by saying that this is a culmination of what President candidate, you even said candidate Mahama.
I have not said that yet.
And then to buttress his point. No, you listen. Let's follow a third party.
I have never said that. Please.
Why is he saying this? These are all points he's using to buttress his opening statement.
Elvis has not said that.
No, he has said it.
No, he has not said that yet.
What was your opening statement?
His opening statement is that all the reasons for removal are frivolous.
What were his opening statements?
I have said that from
the frivolity of the reasons for removal.
Let them play.
Of course, I remember what I said.
His opening statement.
But the gentleman is sitting here.
Play it. What he's saying now is to buttress his opening statement. And I will sit there and allow you to bastardize the president with falsehood and baseless conclusions. That is not based on data.
He has been speaking to the reasons for the removal.
I'm talking about his first statement. His first statement. Look at it. Let's think logically. His first statement was that what happened was something candidate Mahama said even when
I
he
have
was
never said that.
Elvis has not said
I've
that.
never said that.
No, I think that
It came from a
I've never
text.
said that.
It
So
came
why
from
are
a
you
text.
accusing something I've never said?
No,
when he
Prof.
started.
I have never
Let
said
them
that.
play what he
Prof.
started.
Let
You
them
let them
play.
play.
No,
I was
no.
sitting
No,
here.
I
You let
cannot
them
play.
Hold on.
I never said that.
Elvis,
My
make your
opening
point.
statement, let me
Yes,
remind you,
wrap
my
up.
opening statement was that
Wrap
even before the committee, all the petitions that were presented, I said the allegations in there, none of them merit the removal of a CJ. That's what I said in my opening statement. I've never mentioned candidate Mahama in my argument. So why are you trying to say things I have not said?
No, let them play.
Why am I saying that?
Prof, he's not made that statement. Honestly, he's not made that statement.
He has.
He has been dealing with the reasons for removal, and he thinks they're frivolous. And he's been explained. He actually started
pointed to the fact that this was orchestrated from the presidency.
Why did I say that?
Unless you are assuming.
I'm not assuming.
He said that.
I'm drawing.
You're drawing inference
from what he said.
So you are drawing inference.
The points he has made. The points he's making.
So it's an inference you are making. But he hasn't said that. Granted. Just let me move on to that.
But you are made. I'm not saying my person you want to move on. How do you move on?
If you don't have data,
how do you move on?
Conclusion.
Thank you.
No, but Prof, how are you stopping me from comparing two documents? Why?
You don't have data. You don't have data.
Elvis, make your point.
You don't have information.
That thing is written by the people.
Make your point.
It's
Prof, thank you.
That you are making.
Prof, thank you.
One of the second reason for removal is per diem.
Yeah.
I have read the travel policy of this. Judiciary says that a CJ is entitled to.
The spouse of a CJ is entitled to half what the CJ receives.
So the question is, if you mention only per diem, and you don't tell me anything about the per diem,
you don't put a figure
how
to
do
it.
you expect me to understand what you are saying? And even my point is that even if that had happened against policy, my position is that you order for refund. It doesn't merit report of CJ. That's my second point. And a third point, in terms of the CJ sidestepping the process of nominating a Supreme Court judges for appointment. If somebody sidestep or misstep a process, all you need to tell the person, go back and follow the process. I don't see it why a sidestep of a process which you can ask the person to go back and follow should be a reason of removal. And I am saying that, see, what we have done now, there's no CJ in this country that cannot be removed by a president. There's no CJ. Because if you are using stated misbehavior, okay? If you are using misbehavior, anybody can find...
Removed by the president is what I don't want to hear.
Why? The president... That is the president... No, that's the process start from the president and end of the president. What you have done, it means that no CJ will survive in office with a change of government. And I am proposing to the Constitutional Review Commission that what we have done now, and what we have done from Charlotte Osei, and what we have done to this CJ, the best thing we can do to save this country from all the hustle of removal is that we should just endorse it and put in the constitution that every appointee which is appointed by a president, your term is conterminous with the term of the president. When the president is gone, all of you go. Let the new president come, also appoint his people and work with. We'll have peace of mind in this country. We'll run faster in our development rather than be wasting our time. Because we know that every president can want to work with certain people. And therefore, why is that we cannot put in our constitution and say, whether you are head of a constitutional body or not, once your appointment is done by the president per the constitution, your term should be conterminous with the president. When the president appoints you, is gone, you go with the president. So that new president can come and appoint his own people. So that we don't worry ourselves over all these flimsy excuses and this flimsy ways of trying to get a problem with.
Prof agrees with you on that one.
I disagree with him.
Oh, you disagree?
Yeah, I disagree with him because there are certain, certain positions that, have a constitutional cover or protection. And the office of the Chief Justice is one of them. You get it? So you can't say that, I want to use my grandmother as Chief Justice. So if your father is there, your father should get out for my grandmother to come and occupy the space. It doesn't apply like that. Now, what he's also saying, I disagree with it to the point that, listen, it's not as though somebody comes and he says that he's removing you. Akufo-Addo has the pleasure of having this matter gone into. They issued a statement, then said, the court of the Council of State had gone into the merits of it and didn't find any, any
they couldn't establish a prima facie.
But then that was that Council of State, that president. Now another president comes, okay, and then another petitioner or somebody else puts a petition before that president, And then he says that, listen, I'm going through the same process that Akufo-Addo went. And by putting it in the present, before another Council of State. And then that council went into it and said, oh, we have found merit in this. In any case, it was subjected to votes. Out of that, it came out that there was one particular person who dissented. And that particular person was Chief Justice, former Chief Justice Sophia Akufo. The same former Chief Justice Sophia Akufo made her way to the hearing of the committee as a witness.
If the process of determining is supposed to be in camera,
how
did Larry get to know? And then you are doing CJ of lambasting the process. You are something that was done at the presidency. No, something that was done at the presidency with a council of state. That one, the result is no. How do you say it was how do you get a CJ? No, you know this question. President is leaking information.
Elvis, hold on.
You know this question. You know who you need to put this question to? Ejapamesa. Because I heard about it from Ejapamesa.
It was Felix Ofosu-Kwati who put it that way.
Oh no, okay, you heard Felix Ofosu-Kwati. I heard Ejapamesa. You can't fault me for hearing that.
Right.
Depending on where we were and what we'll hear. Again, you have this, Article 71 holders. That talks about salaries, allowances payable, and then facilities and privileges payable to the Speaker of Parliament, his deputies, the Chief Justice, the Attorney General, and many others. Now, the point they are asking that, how come, in this case, they set the barrier of this, they explained this, the Supreme Court explained this, in the judgment that she herself presided, that had to do with our Bronye case, and then the pact, the Fameko, and all others, in a ruling that she presided and said that, listen, out of that particular decision, spouses of the former president, for why are you hurrying? I thought you guys said that there's enough time for today.
Who said?
Oh, that's what OJ told me. I will lose my thought. So then, the Supreme Court sat and decided that, listen, spouses of the presidents are not entitled to some of these things. Now, the question they are asking is that if you, Tokonu, said that spouses
of Article 17
how can your husband, Mr. Tokonu, is entitled to this? How come you put him on a trip to, is it Arusha? Is it Arusha, Tanzania? And then how come also you had the same, the same Tokonu, you took your children to the US. I'm sorry, some of the children who got contracts, from her office. You know that also for a fact. Document came out of that. True or false?
True.
Document came out of that. True or false?
Carry on, Larry.
I should carry on. No, see, listen, let's be blunt with ourselves. I've had arguments to the effect that, something, if you don't do this, when one president comes, they will remove another chief justice. Listen, that they should continue removing until the right people with the right caliber, with the right attitude come to that office. And, because we want the right thing to be done. We want the right thing to be done. Elvis made mention of that there was somebody, a certain Baden, who was transferred. And that a certain Baden was transferred, and that he took issues, and that Baden took issues with the transfer.
Yeah.
No, that is not what happened. He even said that, why did the committee, or he even said that it was Callistus who imported the Baden's matter into this letter. But
it's captured in the Daniel Forest
thing. It was captured in the Daniel Forest thing.
Yeah.
And see, listen, it says that that's the point 12. Where he said that the Honorable Chief Justice falsely and maliciously accused two members of staff of the Judicial Service, namely Francis Baden and Adjoa Boatman Prempe, of tampering with records of proceedings for 19th of July 2023 in the case of the Republic versus Achikwe, and such number was mentioned, and set up a committee of inquiry, also without the knowledge of those involved. Listen, there is what we call, is it the Audi Authorum part?
Yeah.
Do you understand? That says that the right to be heard, even God has it in the Bible.
The rule of natural justice.
Exactly. Where he said, Adam, where are you?
God wanted to hear what Adam, yes. Do you understand?
Very well.
And you know Adam's response? He says, Lord, I am naked.
But we're not sure nakedness is location.
No, the question wasn't about.
It wasn't literal.
Yes. So he was asking. They were asking a question about geography.
Right.
And then he was responding with biology. Do you understand?
Very well.
This is what it is. And he goes on about the other 2 points, and that
Briefly, we
the
need to
claim
we need
was
to make
investigated.
progress.
The false accusation was investigated. And the committee exonerated this gentleman. However, other actions were taken by the same Chief Justice. That was what was captured
in the Daniel petition.
Thing.
Very well.
So it's not that it's no initially
transfer in his letter.
We need to go. We need to go. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, gentlemen. It's been great. It's been a good show. We're going to Akwatia now. Fauzu Masawudu is joining us. Hello, Fauzu.
Hi, Nana.
Right. Tempest down now.
Yes, Nana, if you can hear me, I'm still coming to you live from the NDC's office in Akwatia, where a while ago there was an incident of chaos, and that has attracted a number of individuals within the party to make a stop here and then have for themselves first-hand information of what really ensued. And also, a number of them have also been visiting some polling stations to monitor processes so far. I'm joined by the Deputy National Women's Organizer for the National Democratic Congress, Ms. Jifatega.
Yeah, good morning.
Thank you very much for your time. You're live on Channel 1 Television.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I know you've been visiting a number of polling stations so far. Assessments, if any, as yet?
I think, just like how elections go on, in the morning like this, it's quite peaceful, it's serene. You have a lot of voters rushing in. This is the rush hour, if you ask me, because a lot of people are very ready to vote and then go back to their daily activities. So it's been smooth so far. I don't think I have seen or recorded any issue in any polling station just yet. If there might be issues at all, it might be minor issues with identification and all that. But so far, it's a smooth process everywhere. I have not heard any bad information.
Are you privy to the incident that happened here a while ago? I mean, some eyewitnesses have alleged that the bodyguard of Afenyo Markin in his own presence stormed your office to remove some of your posters from here.
I wasn't here. Okay. You know that. But I think the issue that people are dealing with is mistrust. And I know that the opposition party is trying to instigate some violence. And when I say instigate, probably to take some action so that we react and then we may look like the bad people. And we've advised some of our foot soldiers to also be wary of that, to caution them to stay back. As you've seen, there's been massive police deployment. I've never seen something like this before. I know that they deployed over 3,000 people just to maintain law and order in this entire voting process. So I have stern belief that we are going to maintain the law and order. But of course, as I said, we know very well that the plan of the NPP is to instigate violence by provoking us for us to react, and I'm sure they will feel at it.
I want to believe that the police presence, the massive police deployment is assuring for the NDC especially.
It is assuring for the NDC, but I hope that they do well enough to put the NPP in check as well. We are happy that they are here. They've really shown commitment to making sure that this place is going on as well as possible. We hope that the NPP feel the same and go back in their tracks for whatever they have planned.
As a Deputy National Women Organizer for the governing National Democratic Congress, what's in this whole process for women?
Women have played a very staunch role. If you have been here for some days now, you realize that the campaign is based on women. These women I'm standing here with, for instance, were down campaigning with me in the night, meeting some of the ghettos and everything, and then we have spearheaded everything. And so this victory, even though it's not a woman contestant, it's particularly ours because we have spearheaded it, and it tells you how powerful we women are in our party. I don't know for the others.
At the end of polls today, what could be fulfilling for the National Democratic Congress aside an expectant victory for the NDC?
You know, that we have had a very peaceful and fair election. That alone should be what we are triumphing on. So I think that the entire process being very peaceful, serene, devoid of any unexpected violence should be what we are looking at. Because as for the victory, as you said, or as we are saying,
you are saying that you are expectant of a victory.
A very, very good victory. We've worked very hard for it. We have lots of message. We've done so much for Akwatia in Ghana. And so we've had very little to even say. People even talk for us or speak in our stead when we are trying to campaign. And so I think we are living on that. And remember that the MPP had been on this seat before us and they were able to do nothing. They had been in government before us and they were able to do nothing. So I think that is the way forward.
Amidst the tension, what would be your call to party members?
To calm down, to trust in the leadership of the party and the leadership of the country, to trust in the police that are here, to make sure that there will be no cheating going on. And if there is anything that is attempted anyway, the law is going to come in order to make sure that everything is stable.
Thank you so much. Yeah, and Jifatega is the Deputy National Women's Organizer for the National Democratic Congress. Of course, she was flanked by some women within the women caucus of the National Democratic Congress. We are still live from here at the Akwatia office. NDC Akwatia office in the Akwatia township within the Akwatia constituency. I know that's quite a mouthful, but processes are still ongoing. That crucial by-election in the Akwatia constituency to have a replacement for the constituency's member of parliament, that's Ernest Kumi, is underway. People are trickling in the various polling stations to exercise their franchise. We see members from the New Patriotic Party and the National Democratic Congress also, visiting the constituency to monitor processes. So far, there's been heavy security deployment. We know that the Ghana Police Service have deployed over 5,000 men and women to man affairs so far as security is concerned in the Akwatia constituency. And so from the various political parties, they are hoping that this yields that needed results. So it's quite business as usual, although some shops have not opened. Just a few meters to my right is the Akwadum market in the Akwatia constituency. We understand the market operates on Mondays and Thursdays, and so today being an off day for them, it's most likely to make way for them to actively participate in today's exercise. Yesterday we spoke to a number of them and they were indeed upbeat, given the nature of this by-election. And so we are coming to you live from the Akwatia constituency and precisely the office of the National Democratic Congress in the constituency, where a while ago we recorded an incident of violence. The news indeed is that allegedly the bodyguards of MP for Efutu and the minority leader in parliament, Afenyo Markin, stormed the place to remove their posters. That's the information that we are picking from some eyewitnesses on ground, to remove their posters from their office. And definitely that was met with a response, and the response was not a pleasant one. We heard from Chief Azoko of the National Democratic Congress, who said that they would meet anyone who tries to foment, violence in the constituency fairly and squarely. And the police is indeed also on standby to ensure, a rapid response to any incident that is most likely to emanate from this entire process. Cars are, still moving in, and just so there's been a number of security checkpoints in the constituency, and that forms part of strategies by the police service to ensure the enhancements of security and to ensure that nobody comes in or walks into the constituency with any ill motive or anything that has potential of distracting or disrupting the entire process. There's been installation of CCTV cameras around, and so that should tell you the readiness of the police. But many of us will argue that this is a litmus test for the Ghana Police Service, given the recent assaults or incidents of violence that occurred at the Ablekuma North parliamentary election rerun. They say that with the number of police deployment here in the constituency, the police indeed have no reason to fail at this test. And so they are definitely keeping eagle eyes on the Ghana Police Service. So far as security is concerned, they want to see how this whole process will end. So yes, we are still coming to you live from the Akwatia Township in the Akwatia constituency. The stakes are really, really high. The stakes are really, really high. The streets and the entire area is really bustling with economic activities, though comparatively minimal. It's still a normal working day here. And so for those who want to come and trade in the Akwatia constituency, they would however have to find an alternative, trading post, because the popular Akwadu market in the constituency is off. They are not working today. And yesterday when we spoke to some of the traders, they say that given the fact that they only operate on Mondays and Thursdays, today will give them the opportunity to come out in their numbers to cast their ballots. And so definitely your election bureau, City 97.3 FM and Channel 1 TV is your surest bet to provide an unparalleled and groundbreaking coverage of this crucial Akwatia by-election. This is the Akwadu market in the Akwatia constituency. If you may recall, yesterday this place bustled with a lot of activities. The traders were upbeat about participating in today's exercise, but it's a Tuesday and it's an off day for them. So we would want to believe that they will definitely, go to their various polling stations in their numbers to cast their ballots. Just a public announcement, if you like, for anyone who intends to come and trade at the Akwadu market in Akwatia. It's an off day and it's literally a ghost town today here in the constituency. We're still coming to you live from the Akwatia constituency, precisely the Akwatia township, where the stakes are indeed really, really, really high. And Nana, mind you, from the distance from the office of the National Democratic Congress and that of the New Patriotic Party, it's just a walking distance. And so that should tell you, why it is very crucial for the police to enhance security within this territory. Because, for instance, when that issue occurred, that alleged, alleged storming of the place, the office by the bodyguards of Akyem Wenchi and in his presence occurred, we heard some of the members, some of the supporters of the NDC say that they would also walk to the NPP's office to retaliate. And that wouldn't have been a good scene. And so it goes to tell you why it is important for the Ghana Police Service and other designated security bodies to enhance same within the constituency. Let me just try and see if I could randomly engage some of the constituents on some of the constituents, whether or not they have cast their ballots or they are yet to, and then the general atmosphere in the constituency so far. Although per electoral rules, we are not supposed to see, active campaigning by the various political parties. We can still see, some party paraphernalia displayed at the various party office of the various parties. That's the New Patriotic Party and the National Democratic Congress. If time will permit, we will also take you closer to the party, the office of the New Patriotic Party, which is just a few meters away from that of the National Democratic Congress. It's still the Akwatia by-election. It's still Akwatia by-election. The stakes are really, really, really high. We would want to engage some of the. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
So to about Akwatia.
Me too about.
When you to Aba.
After me Akwato.
Akwato. And Abawe, why is it important for you as a constituent?
Media, me nyam puntio. Media, me nyam puntio. Enti meto amania. Obeye mpuntio. Ah, be ma me so me ho atomi. Yeah.
What to say incident gidi?
Ene menteshi.
Thank you so much. So that's a constituent, a commercial driver. Actually, he says that he votes here in Akwatia constituency and he's yet to cast his ballot. He's very, very upbeat, like any other person that we have engaged so far in the constituency.
Kokede.
Where you vote free as Kokede. Okay, yeah, that's now sure atmosphere net will say.
Oh, atmosphere they say the more than pa no crab ako. You when the air na the more than but the bibia be
then our man then our shot am atmosphere no more than am. Pastor bra we nim kakra. Police for no around wo hu. Osha presence near too heavy one. Okay, so the police is actually directing him to park very well. Officer, I'm sorry. It's okay.
Police for around more than pa. Every what be Jimmy they say there who said Omdom Sabeke can. Na me adom so you better say bibia be ye. Be go so paper.
Now as a constituent Akwatia has say no. Interest to process we say at the end of the day the na wo show him say bis.
Oh, yenye show him say aban papa be ba be tena so aman. No be hwe so no aye akwan ne young youth for na ye be. Dey praga boys ye twi praga ni adwuma bia ye. Ye koye den ye koba e bi na kakra be didi. No mo aye no hwe no mbie bi ndwuma kakra di man no fa ye ntum. Na ye hu ye be tima ye den sabe koya no ne nko bokro no nko wi ade ma obi machi ye. Eno na ye hwe anim.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. So that's a constituent of Akwatia. He says that he's transferred his vote from here, but as a resident of the Akwatia township, he's very, very interested in the outcome of the election, given its nature. He says that once there is peace, it will definitely, create that enabling environment for them to also operate. He's also, commended the heavy security presence. He says that at least that will contribute significantly in deterring any potential, act of violence or chaos or any disturbance that is very likely to occur. So this is one of the security, the checkpoints in the Akwatia constituency, precisely the Akwatia township. And like I stated earlier, it forms part of the police strategy to enhance security. And they are running thorough searches. They are ensuring that anyone that comes into the constituency has a true, motive. You do not come here wielding any weapon or what have you that has potential of disrupting the entire process. So Nana, we are still coming to you live from the Akwatia constituency, precisely the Akwatia township, where that
all right, Fazuma Sawudu coming to us from Akwatia, bringing us live pictures of the constituency, what it looks like on election day. Today, well, we're having a by-election in the constituency. Not so busy, if you ask me, but a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of euphoria in the community, owing to the fact that people get the opportunity to go to the polls to cast their ballot to elect a member of parliament to represent them following the passing of Ernest Yao Kumi. Well, some known persons have been speaking to us since morning regarding this particular election. Earlier, we saw Chairman Azoka not so happy. Let's go back, take a listen to him, and then we can hear from others who are all in the constituency hoping to secure victory for their candidates.
Observation so far is good. It's good. The turnout, only the turnout. But it's money. It's money.
But the presence of security, how do you rate it?
If you pass anywhere, security. If you pass anywhere, security. So we are okay.
Is it not intimidating voters?
Oh, no. There are no holding guards. They are security of uniform, but no guard. Because of the guards people are here, but they are empty policemen. It's good now. It's good.
NDC is winning?
Oh, inshallah. Inshallah.
Why do you say so?
Inshallah.
Why do you say so?
The people said that they want development.
That's what they told you.
Yeah, they want development. So
without NDC, there won't be development yet?
Oh, no. If no, everybody wants development. If the government is there, they can vote for the NDC. So no problem.
So that was a much more calm Chairman Azoka when he spoke with Sami Afe early on in the morning. Before whatever happened, we understand some allegations flying by regarding the presence of the minority leader. But the Deputy Director for IT and Elections for the National Democratic Congress, NDC, Sofo Rashid Tanko, is also in the constituency. He also had a few words to spare.
I can assure you it's going to be peaceful, even early this yet in the morning. But I can assure you it's going to be peaceful. And the NDC is going to win massively. Everything points to a victory for NDC.
We are seeing close to 14 police at police station. Are you happy with the deployment so far?
Oh, yes. I'm very much satisfied with the deployment. I mean, this is what we agreed at the National Election Security Task Force meeting we held. I mean, so that they ward off any potential threats at the polling station. I mean, they are here to protect the EC officers as well as the voters who are coming to vote. I mean, so they are not here to intimidate anybody. You can see they are not armed. I mean, they are peace-loving people. But that doesn't mean that any troublemaker can come here and get away. There are plainclothes guys who are armed, and there are also policemen here. If you think you can come and misbehave here, you won't get away with it. The state is very much interested in these elections. We don't want our name to be in the media, both internal and external, about election violence and all that. It's unnecessary. I mean, so this should be a starting point where we will have a very peaceful process. People should come out freely, make their choice. And I know they are going to vote for NDC. So we are not perturbed. We know that we are winning this election.
I've engaged some of the constituents, and their concern is that the heavy deployment is more or less a bit of intimidation, and they may not even come out to come and vote for fear of anything happening. How do you react to this?
Well, it's our opponents who created the fear for them. It's our opponents. They are in Accra holding press conference and breathing fire, saying that they know what my friend Nanabi wrote on his time, like that the police abandoned their checkpoints and all that. It's not good for this. Meanwhile, he was somewhere and saying all manner of things. That was not the truth. He was peddling falsehoods. The same thing here, but peddling falsehoods. These are the things we are talking of. When you come to the ground, it's not like that. They should stop it. They should allow the people to come out and vote freely. We just had intelligence yesterday, and this morning, I'm sure it won't be long, you hear the staff. They will arrest them, all of them, they will be rounded up. They're on their heels.
Which intelligence are these?
Yes, MPP, they brought some tax. We put them in some location. And national security is on their heels. I'm sure it won't be long. They will be rounded up. All of them. Nobody is going to be allowed to intimidate anybody here. Allow the voters to do their work. If you say you don't trust the police, you are bringing your own security to protect you. The state will protect you plus your people you are bringing. That's way of protecting you.
Even before this election, one of the reasons they gave for bringing their own tax that they don't believe the police, they don't trust the police, and they don't expect the police to give them the needed protection that they will be given, coming on the back of what happened in Ablekuman. So they will do their own internal arrangements even before thinking about the police. And this is something with all political parties, even including the NDC.
Well, we have never said we don't trust the police. Even in 2024, we trusted the police. We didn't deploy our own security. We trusted the police. Akumawu, we trusted the police. Asinov, we trusted the police. You see, it takes two to tango. This Blekumanov thing they are talking of. How Akumsin, what was she doing there with pepper spray? Somebody with premeditated mind coming to cause havoc at the polling station, got beaten, and yet that one day we are talking about it. So when we have taken, that's why the police have taken notice of it, and they have this heavy deployment. So nobody comes here with pepper spray. With what that is their stock of trade. MPP, pepper spray is their stock of trade. They won't come today to have it. Nobody is coming to misbehave. They are going to have peaceful election, and then NDC will be elected. I know it, of course. And we are saying that, why is MPP today saying they don't trust the police? We are just in government for 8 months. We have not changed anything structurally about the police. We have not recruited new police to the police service as of now. The IGP indeed was appointed deputy director, or the deputy IGP in charge of operations for the elections 2024. Just less than 5 months. Now, if you appoint somebody as deputy IGP, What are you doing? Are you not preparing him for the ultimate? The other one is move, and today we are even having election. He's presiding over election, you have issues with it. When you are appointing him to preside over the 2024 election, so that one, you didn't know his competence. That's the hypocrisy of MPP. And they will continue this hypocrisy, and that's how they will continue to lose. Because that party is a disorganized party, and they won't tell you, the media, the truth. They use their internal impulsions to misbehave. We are not going to allow that.
Sofo Rashid Tanko Computer, Deputy Director of IT and Elections for the National Democratic Congress, speaking to my colleague Sami Wiafe, who is actually joining us now to give us some updates. Philip Nilate has joined us in studio, so we'll be interacting with our colleagues on the ground. Good morning, Samia, and thank you for joining us again.
Hi, good morning, Anna. Good morning again.
Right, so far so good?
So far so good. It's been peaceful across the constituency. Just some pockets, some polling stations and some offices of the two political parties within the constituency. But then generally, it's been peaceful. The police are on top of issues, handling the security setup of the entire constituency. The IGP made a promise to the entire Ghanaian populace that he's going to ensure that this election is free, fair, and violence-free. And so far, from start at 7 a.m. till at this time, you could see that the police are on top of issues. Almost every polling station you visit, you'll see police personnel, not more than 5. In some places, more than 5 of them in the polling stations. We have been told that in some polling stations, close to 15 to 20 of them manning the various polling stations, depending on the voter population within those polling stations. But I speak to you now, we find ourselves at the Presby Church polling station within the Bawdua electoral area. So at this particular polling station, which is the Presby Church, we are told that the voter population of 432 people are expected to vote here. So far, we've done only 90 people have been able to come here to cast their ballot. And then the Presby primary as well, we are told that 590 voters are expected to be here, and so far only 100 of them have come to cast their ballot. The Electoral Commission officials say that it's still early days yet, and so they're hoping that by close of polls at 5 p.m. they will be in a position to know the total number of voters who have come in to come and cast their ballots in these two polling stations within the Bawdua electoral area within the Akwatia constituency. So far so good. Security on top. When we got here, we saw some few disagreement and few scuffle. It has to do with some allegations of vote buying, but no one could really confirm where it was coming from, which side of the political divide it was coming from. But then you could see people chanting, expressing anger and agitation over what was going on, but then no one could confirm whose side this allegation was coming from. The police was also here to control the situation and bring everything under control. So as we speak, that confusion or that commotion is no more the case. There's peace has returned here. People are joining the queue to go and cast their ballot. Others are also standing from afar and observing the entire process as to whether they voted already or they are yet to vote. They are unable to confirm or deny that. But they say that before 5 p.m. they will be able to take part in their rights, which is guaranteed under the 1992 Constitution. So it's been peaceful, Nana. It's been peaceful within the various polling stations that we have visited so far.
Well, you mentioned allocation of police officers per polling station. Just give us an idea of what they look like. How are they geared for this exercise? Do we have armed policemen at the polling stations, or is just regular uniform-wearing policemen at these polling stations?
So these are regular wearing police officers. They are not armed. At these various polling stations that we went, they are not armed. They're just wearing their normal uniform with their body cam. Remember, the IGP announced that they're going to give every police officer within the polling station with a police cam, a uniform, and then their name tags. And so that's what you see with the police officers when you come to the various polling stations or polling centers. They are not armed. They are not armed. But when you go to the checkpoints, before you get access within the constituency, the various checkpoints, the police personnel there are armed. They are armed to the teeth because these are checkpoints. But when you come within the various polling stations, they are not armed. Just a while ago, we saw the police truck distributing protective gears. I'm reliably informed that they will put on these gears after 5 p.m. when counting begins. That's when you get the officers wearing these protective gears with a shield and then the other things they will need in the protection or crowd control. That's how they put it, the crowd control attire. So they wear those ones after 5 p.m. when counting begins. But for now, they are wearing their normal uniform, black, with their body cam, their name tags, and then they are just observing the process. In places where there are a bit disagreements, they will come in to address the situation, and then normalcy will return.
Very well. So this polling station that you are, can you give us an idea of where exactly is located within the constituency?
So this is within the Bawdua electoral area, and it's known as the Presby Church. It is the Presby Church within the Bawdua, electoral area. 2 polling stations here. So there's the Presby Church polling station, and then there's the Presby School polling station where voting, are taking place within these 2 polling stations. So it is still within the Bawdua area, but then it is the electoral area of this particular constituency within the Akwatia. It happens to be one of the densely populated, areas or electoral area within the constituency. The more reason why the police is keeping the tab on the security situation here. As you can see from your shots, these are individuals who are observing the process. They are observing whatever is going on. Some of them have voted already. Some are yet to vote. And so they are just here seeing what's happening. And they believe that Akwatia has been put on their map. And so they just want to see and be a part of the history and the process as far as the election of a new member of parliament for the area is concerned. So generally, Nana, it has been peaceful. It is the prayer, hope, and expectations of the populace that the peaceful nature of how this whole process is, it will continue. It will continue by 5 p.m. or even after 5 p.m. The process will continue, and then we'll have a peaceful nature as we have seen it from beginning till end. And the expectation is that they're not going to record any violent incident. They're not going to have any incident to record on. They're not going to have any incident that will put the name of Akwatia in the spotlight as far as the bad news or bad reasons are concerned. So for them, it is their prayer, hope, and expectation.
Very well, Sami. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you as and when you have some more updates for us. Sami Wiafe coming to us from Bawdua in the Akwatia constituency, reporting on the exercise so far. Generally has been smooth. A few incidents not so grave, but generally has been smooth so far. Hopefully, constituents turn up to vote, and at the end of the day, a winner is declared, and then the good people of Akwatia have a representation in Parliament. Like I mentioned earlier, Philip Nilate has joined us, and so we're in election mode now, if you ask me, fully in the election mode now, but the gentlemen are still here. Larry Dogbe is here, Elvis Darko is here, Professor Akyem Wenchi is also here. Larry, Akwatia.
Yeah.
What are the expectations? Smooth, peaceful, no Ablekumanot style magic?
Oh, I mean, I think it's been so far so smooth. Ablekuma, it was only a particular polling station. Exactly. That, I mean, suddenly has become, the description of whatever it is.
But that's all it takes, really.
Oh, well, I mean, there are bound to be incidents. A while ago, we were hearing that somebody went to a particular office that he's not supposed to be there. And then the other party's persons called in another person, and then the person is on TV and he's talking. You get it? That's how it starts. I think that we don't have to get there. We are one people. You'll be shocked. Sometimes you go to Parliament, and the very people who are jabbing each other, outside,
Our friends.
Our friends. And they are the ones who even tell you that, oh, do you know this guy? We were mates at the university. We were even in the same, we slept in the same room, the same bed. When my mother comes to look for me, I mean, he's the one they look for if, I'm not around. You get that thing. But then on TV, they paint a different picture. So we are one people with common aspiration. The development or the underdevelopment or the poverty that we experience, it cuts across. Whether you are Ever or you are an Ashanti or, a Bono or whatever it is, the same people. First of all, what is Akwatia looking for? Okay, what was the promise before? Based on what situation? Yes. And what is the situation now? And who do they think is best fit to go and bring, about that development? I mean, history, time immemorial has shown that a group of people could sit down and say that, okay, Philip Latte or you Tufo or even Prof, you guys are the most knowledgeable people, and that they should send you to a particular, town to go and bring a particular, something, so that we can use that for the progress of the country, for the town. Most cases back then, it was juju that people go and bring juju. Others you protection. Okay.
Fortification.
Okay, sorry. It was called spiritual fortification.
Thank you. You must be fortified.
Thank you. Or other times, I mean, people are going through farming, and so they are sending you to go and see whether there are some, lands which are okay that we can move on to. We don't have water here. Can we send somebody to go and look, ahead of us, whether there's water? You get it? So it's a decision that people come to make. And that is where we are today, where somebody was in the seat, has just passed, and, the town folks are sitting down again to say that, listen, let's elect somebody to go and represent us, to tell the rest of the country what we are going through, what our needs are, and how those in charge of resources and can share it to get to us. That is what it is. So, and we need not to be violent about that. We need not to cut our heads over that. Because at the end of the day, if you cut my head or I cut your head, when the development comes, of what benefits would it be to you? Because then at that point, we can't even sit down to agree on, which one I'm supposed to get and which one your family is supposed to get. You're already gone. So we need to think along those lines. We are one people, friends, family.
Yeah.
See Jinapo, the Jinapo brothers.
Yeah.
Okay.
John and Samuel.
Exactly. At what point do they unite? Okay. As, siblings, with their father at the top. And at what point do they disagree? As NDC and MPP. Yes. I mean, these are things that we need to think about while we move forward as a people. So I think that they should make it peaceful, so that at the end of the day, the winner is declared, and then we move on.
Yeah, even this morning we've seen videos of Tanko Computer and of the NDC and Evans Nimakun of the MPP.
Okay.
If you like teasing each other, they are inspecting their accreditations at Akwatia.
You'll be shocked that they would have met in their car, drinking
some coffee this morning.
Or eating water. Yeah. But then when they see the camera, they say, please, bro, we have to do this, we have to do, And at the end of the day, you the supporter, begin to look a certain way.
Well, Evans, for people, irrespective of what that Larry has said, who want to foment trouble, how important is it for the Inspector General of Police to deploy based on intelligence? I'm asking this because we've seen the numbers they've pushed there, but it's not like at the Methodist polling station in Ablekuma North, there were no police people. There were police people, but the people managed to do what they wanted to do. So, I mean, what should the deployment be? That's why I asked Sami earlier about the policemen and how they appeared, whether they were armed or otherwise.
I think I said it yesterday. And I'll say it's all about whether the police are there to do the job or they are there just to look at what is happening. And then when they are needed, they'll run away, like what we saw in Ablekumanov. Because they can decide to run away when there's violence and nothing you understand it? What happened at Ablekumanov? We all saw it on TV. At the time that the people were attacking the people, then you see the police are running away. You understand it?
Is that what you saw?
Oh, yeah, that's exactly.
With this, they did some simulation exercise to sort of fortify themselves ahead of the elections.
But I'm sure that...
Did you see somebody flying?
And I'm sure that you will not tell me that they went to Ablekumanov with that simulation exercise. They are prepared. I'm just saying, they see, it's all sometimes... That's why sometimes some of the things, it gets me worried. You understand? Because, see, we are getting to a point where the police are even scared when the issue is about the two parties. Because we have a replete of evidence, stories told by police officers that things were going wrong, they took action, and later people used political position to punish them for doing the right thing. And therefore, when they realize that it is this government that is in power, if they see that the people who are causing the mess belong to the party in government, they are scared to touch them because they feel that, hey, tomorrow somebody could get me transferred to some rural area and all that. So sometimes it puts this fear in the police people that, look, then let's let the two parties fight. After the election, they all go home. They are the ones who are looking for the position. Me too, I want to keep my position in my post.
We'll have to go to the ground. But when we come back, we'll talk about the turnout because I believe that I'm of the view that this time around we are going to see high turnout as compared to other by-elections that we've seen that are recording low turnouts. But Fauzu Masawudu is a man on the ground, so we understand that he is being joined by one of the party officials to give us details of what is happening on the ground. Fauzu, let's hear from you. Okay, so unfortunately, Fauzu just went off. But Elvis, you were making a point concerning your thoughts. But also, after that, you could also speak briefly about the turnout of this elections, having considering what you have seen in past by-elections.
Yes. So to conclude that point of the political system, and I'll cite these two examples, and the script is the same by different people. When the Delta Force people attacked the court, they were charged with causing violence. And they were given paltry sums of fines and they walked free. Ablekuma, the same charge, causing violence, paltry fines, walk free. So you think the policeman who knows that shouldn't have been the charge, but this is what he said. And when the person is doing something, he wants to intervene. Because you know that these people have some political background, they'll get the way out of this thing. But then they will find ways to come and punish me. As I said, we had a senior policeman in this country who told everybody that he was transferred to a community where there was no police station, but he was asked to go there and serve as a policeman. There are the late Angutubeauni. MTTD. Because he arrested a regional minister who broke traffic rules. You understand it? You talk to there's an incident of a policeman going to arrest somebody who was telecasting a foreign TV station illegally. Equipment arrested and said the police headquarters. The person whose business it was went through a politician to go and threaten the police, including the IGP, that if they don't release the equipment, that gentleman will be transferred to a village. So in fact, the gentleman was actually transferred.
You mean when a particular political party is on, supposedly it's people sort of...
Exactly. This gentleman was being transferred to a village. He was only sent by the U.S. Embassy. Because now they had provided certain training for the gentleman that anytime they need his support in the embassy for certain threats, they will need him. So the gentleman actually has to report to the embassy that he's been transferred. So if they need his service, they won't find him. And then the embassy has to now intervene and say, no, this can now happen. You see, so if police have to tell you when they interfere in issues involving politics, the backlash that comes, that one that the public doesn't get to know, the kind of punishment they are taking through for doing it. So sometimes we want to blame the police that why are you not doing that? But we're also not talking about who is protecting them when these things happen. The kind of punishment they face after everything, who is going to their rescue? We don't talk about it.
Fauzu is joining us again. Fauzu, let's hear from you. Where are you currently and what is happening on the grounds?
I'm coming coming to you live from the Akwatia lorry station in the Vawaso electoral area. Earlier, I reported that the process had been peaceful so far, but that narrative has changed. Just a while ago, there was a scuffle involving the third national vice chairperson for the New Patriotic Party and the vice chairperson for the National Democratic Congress, that's Chief Bawdua. I have here the third national vice chairperson for the New Patriotic Party, Alhaji Osman Masaudu, to tell us a side of the story. Alhaji, thank you so much. And you are live on Channel 1 TV again. What happened? What's your side of the story, really?
Thank you very much. Let me say good morning to the entire nation and good morning to the people, the good people of Akwatia. Voting started early this morning, very peacefully. You can clearly see that I have been assigned at Akwatia Zongo as the national third vice chairman. I have been assigned to supervise and to monitor the election here in Akwatia Zongo. When I came here early 6:30, I started my monitoring job. So far, everything was going on smoothly. In fact, unfortunately, I was granting an interview when a national vice chairman for NDC, Sofo Azwaka, ignorant. Well, I don't know how to even level this guy because of ignorance. This guy, I was granting an interview, and he comes straight to where I was granting the interview to attack me in the presence of the heavily police and then the security men. This an unfortunate incident happened in the presence of police. And I am going to send a caution to Azoka. Azoka, he is not above the law. Azoka made a very, very, very devastated comment. He said it clear that today he will make sure that I have been killed here, myself and Afoyon Makin, the minority leader, that he will make sure that there will be another by-election at Winneba. No matter what, by the end of this election, myself and Afoyomake has to be killed.
Not to justify his action, I mean, it is condemnable in all terms. But what did you say in that interview that may have provoked the action?
I never even uttered a word against him. You know, when he approached me, I was thinking like we are all political parties, we are all nodding. It was a joke. When you heard me speaking at Dagbani, I was saying that, oh, Azoka, you are my brother. So stop what you are doing. I was thinking that maybe it was a joke. I'm telling you, if I knew that what Azoka was doing, it was serious, I would have shown Azoka the side of my nature. I would have let Azoka know that in terms of violence, even though the NDC believe that unleashing violence, nobody can beat them. Like I would tell him that my name is also Masaud, and I'm not afraid of Azoka. If Azoka is here thinking he has Azoka boys, I'm also here with my Buga boys. So it is not a matter of pre-fight. If we are here to fight, then Azoka should come so that they will give us a floor.
So that give you a floor for you and Azoka.
Me and Azoka, and they give us floor to fight. You see, don't ever think that it is only fighting that will make you popular. Azoka, it is not fighting that will make you popular. If fighting that make people popular, or fighting made you get what you want, like Azuma, Nexim, Bukum, Bonku, and so on and so forth, they wouldn't even need anything in this world again.
Alaji Masawood, well, the allegations is making, we cannot actually substantiate all the allegations. Those are his words, and we are not taking responsibility for some of the things he said. But before that, there were some police stations that have been listed. That is 119 police stations. Just quickly to take you through some of them. Like we have the Akwatia police station. We also have the Presby JHS in New Wenchi, where Charles went this morning in the Wenchi area, and also the Presby Church also in Wenchi. We have another one too, that is Amankrado in New Wenchi, then Methodist Primary School in Swabi, and also Palace Square at Amaga. We also have Abusko Preparatory School, also a polling station. Funeral Grounds in Kusi is also a polling station. Pentecost Church, Kusi, also a polling station. Market Circle number 4 and Market Circle number 4 again. There are 2 Market Circle. I'm sure there are 2 polling stations there. There is also...
And then you split
A
it.
and B.
A and B sort of, so yeah.
So there is also Junior Staff Club, Senior Staff Club, Council Hall in Akwatia. That's Akwatia. We also have Old Court, Akwatia, St. Rose's JHS, Akwatia, Central Mosque, Akwatia, Seven-Day Church of Christ, Akwatia, just to mention some of the polling stations that we'll be taking our cameras to. Also, Presbyterian Church at Apinaman is also another polling station. Deba Grounds, also in Apinaman, is also another polling station. We have Methodist Primary School in Kumenin, if I mentioned it right. So these are some of the polling stations, and a lot more that we'll be visiting. Samia, for instance, was at Church of Christ, Bawdua, and also Presbyterian Primary School, also in Bawdua. We understand that Bawdua is where the NPP candidates actually hails from, and that is also seen as sort of a stronghold for the National Democratic Congress. It's just an interesting turnout. But I was asking the turnout how it's going to be like in this particular by-elections, looking at the fact that the stakes are high. The NDC went there actually in their numbers prior to these elections. You saw that the chief of
on
staff...
Sunday was massive.
Exactly. You saw that the chief
on Sunday
of
was
staff,
massive. Yeah.
You will see Mustafa Bande moving, crisscrossing.
He's actually been stationed there for the past 2 weeks.
I actually saw a video of them stuck, and I think along in the road or something. They are perhaps a ditch. They fell into a ditch on the road. Or something, whatever the name is there. The tricycle got stuck in mud and all that. So just to ahead of the by-elections. Also, the NPP executives have been there. Justin Fripo-Kodua, the General Secretary, has been there. We've seen members of Parliament.
Almost all the MPs in the Eastern region have been there.
All that. But Larry, to you, do you think that the turnout for this particular election will be high? Looking at the fact that almost every individual we know in the political space has been in Akwatia one way or the other to solicit for votes for their candidates, be it the NPP and the NDC. But we again ask our correspondents when we get back to them whether they've seen Owusu Patrick's picture on the ballot box. He's the parliament, he's the ballot paper, he's the independent candidate. But the turnout, what do you make of? What do you think it's going to look like?
Usually, as mostly the case, the by-elections don't draw a lot of numbers like that. And one is because, the enthusiasm is not as keen as, as the general election. Parties during general elections would deploy buses and various strategies to get people into the constituencies to vote. This trip, they don't normally do some of those things. Thirdly, is where you have the tension that characterizes some of these elections. So police, is there in numbers, 5,000 plus, they mentioned. There are certain instances where military people are deployed. And then the party tags also. So it becomes like, a storm in a teacup. You get it. People are there in their numbers. It's not everybody who feels safe with that level of crowd, and also the tension that is deployed. People would want to stay away. So you could, I mean, out of 25,000 or 30,000. Sometimes you could even have 8,000 people.
Actually, we are looking at over 52,000
voters in that area.
Yeah.
I mean, when this is done, let's count the numbers again. I'm sure, you could just even do about, 15,000, 20,000 maximum. Yeah, but, the numbers you won't get, forget it.
Interesting. And Prof, what do you make of what you are saying so far, how the election is going? Looking at what Alhaji Masaudu has said, also Chief Azoka has also indicated on the grounds and all that, the security presence also.
But why are we not condemning what
Alhaji Masaudu said?
I mean, hey, this is what breeds the violence. This is what then leads to people flying in the air. This is what leads to people taking pepper spray and shito spray and all the sprays that you can never think of. I mean, like a mature person like that.
We understand there's been an altercation already.
With wife and children.
But it has been slapped.
No, let's condemn both. I don't know what
because that's his complaint. That he was that introduced
so let's condemn both.
And then Azoka came to slap him.
Bodyguard.
That is what he said. I'm not saying
no, he didn't say Azoka.
He says his bodyguard.
Yes, but I say Azoka came first before the bodyguard came to slap him.
Let's put the video on so we can see exactly what it is that happened.
That was the complaint.
The allegation he's making is that he was in an interview and then he was approached by an advocate.
On the video that there's some altercation. Only the slap we have not seen.
That's the video. So
that's somebody slapping him.
Yeah.
No,
that's somebody slapping
there
him.
was a restraint before the slap.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
then something was happening between,
exactly.
I'm sure something was happening.
That's unfortunate. They should be condemned.
And they are saying they are all Tamale boys.
Yeah.
They are Dagomba boys. They are so and so. So you are, and then he says, "So Azoka is my brother."
See the way they are.
And so these are what brothers do.
This is the problem I was
referring to. The way they are pushing the police look helpless.
Anyway, Prof, you're making a point. What do you make of this?
I think. First of all, I agree with Larry that we need to de-escalate. Some of these things don't help. We are trying to select a member of parliament to replace a deceased MP. And this is the place of all places where we should go and then show decorum. But you see, the build-up to the elections is what usually causes the problem. The incitements start from those places. And we as public officers, as politicians and so on, need to lead by example. We more or less treat ourselves very well. When we are in private, we have the most cordial and civil discussion. And then when the camera appears, we send the wrong message back there. And it is what is also fueling tensions around the country. I remember just some few days ago, I told a friend from Boku, and I said, I know many of you here in Accra, you serve food among yourselves, and then you share firearms to the people back in the village. And whilst you are eating, they are killing each other. I don't think it augurs well for this country. And the incitement, the level of incitement, I think that we need to get to a point where we say, these are our brothers and sisters who go out there, then they have to pay the ultimate price for something that we could have prevented. So there should be a stopping point. Having said this, I feel that the by-elections also are characterized by tension because they are more or less the epicenter for all politicians, anybody seeking to reposition himself in the party. It's one small place where everybody goes in there. And that is why the tensions are usually very high. But for this election in particular, I don't see why it should be contentious, and I don't see why it should escalate. It's not going to shift the balance of power in Parliament. At the end of the day, the people of Akwatia have their work cut out for them. Whatever you want for your Akwatia is what you are going to do when you go to the polling station. I don't think we need to be belaboring the point and going in there, calling the policemen, coming to intimidate or telling the NDC that they are coming to cause violence and so on. It's neither here nor there. We should get to the point where we focus on the election. And I must comment that over the last 2-3 years, the NDC has re-engineered this game. So most of the time you see them going in there, going to the grassroots, treating the election and the electorate specially. So that's why you've seen virtually everybody there. They don't want to take any constituency for granted. But that also must be said that it comes with some also heightened tensions associated with them. I expect, as you rightly said, turnout to be extremely low in this election, given that the stakes are not too high as far as this election is concerned. And I would have wished that the party leaders should take the cue and then let's use this one to de-escalate, make it a silver lining of what happened in Ablekuma. And then we can reconstruct and rebuild going forward. If we replicate what happened in Ablekuma in this election, then we are setting up the stage for more dangerous occurrences in the future. So far, so good. I expect things to go on this way. You can't have an election with all these numbers of people going into that small place and you won't have skirmishes here and there. But the media and everybody has a role to play, that we shouldn't blow things out of proportion, become sensational, and then we end up whipping up tensions. I believe that if we have these things at the back of our mind, that this is just an election to select one member of parliament, that won't shift the balance of power in parliament. I believe we will be home and dry and the country will be better off.
It looks like this is an open game.
And like Prof said, it's not, you might think the stakes are not high because it does not hold the tendency or the potential to tilt the numbers in parliament in any way. The NDC holds the majority with the numbers they have. Adding these seats will not change anything in there. But on the grounds, the sentiments and even the optics are different, because you have almost everyone that matters descending on Akwatia, and of course whipping up the enthusiasm and soliciting votes for their candidate. So I'm a bit skeptical on not being expectant of a high turnout, considering the people we've seen there.
Yes.
But with the history of by-elections in this country, you can also settle on the fact that turnout might not be high. But I think the political parties have a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to by-elections. Because you don't have the entire national or the entire country going to the polls at this time. Like the enthusiasm is almost always down. And for some strange reason, it's like by-elections are always held on weekdays.
Yeah. Or
Almost
or some have been held on weekends.
Almost always on weekdays.
Yes.
So people have
Because I
work
remember
to do.
Ayawaso West, I think it was on Thursday. Yes.
Ablekuma North was a Friday.
But the constitution is 60 days. So
Right,
they
so
calculate the date.
they calculate and
when
then
it falls on the date.
Right. So when it happens like that,
unless we want to put it that because of they want to shift it and they will put in the constitution maybe.
Other times, do people have some, programs and all
Exactly,
that?
other engagements on the weekend
So
and
they
all.
would
So-
have planned this thing longer.
And we should also realize that in our politics, presidential elections always seems to attract people more than the parliamentary elections. So when you are having a by-election, there's no presidential election. So there are people who want to participate because of a presidential candidate and not the parliamentary. So if there's no presidential candidate also on the list, you realize that it may not help. So if you look at a lot of elections, you realize that the president has won with more votes in many constituencies than the parliamentary candidate, because people also are happy. And they know that obviously the parliamentary candidate is not the one that is going to deliver development. They know that major policy and decision making to what they need and needs are actually is by the president. So when they say that election, there's no president there, obviously there will be not that attachment. And you see, the hype and everything about a presidential election makes people want to participate. But for a by-election, just one area, even the people themselves might not be able to have much campaign. If there is resources deployed by the national party for a by-election, it's not same as the resources they will deploy for a general election. Because they will be deploying for, if it's a general, they are deploying resources for the parliamentary candidate and then they are deploying resources also for the presidential campaign.
Right.
So you realize that even the resources that goes there is less when it comes to a by-election. So obviously there are so many factors that really people will consider when it comes to presidential and parliamentary. This year there's no promise of stress-free first year fees. There's no free essay, there's no anything. Now it's not the candidates who are talking about, I'll come and do this gutter, I'll do this. That's all. But see, the main issue that generate a lot of discussion is about the ones that the promises made by the presidential candidates. So when those ones are also missing, you ask yourself, what messages are that big, attracting the people to also come on board? So I think that when we are looking at parliamentary elections, so many things go to the effect. Look, this election, if secondary schools are in session, if there are students who register in that community, they are not going to say because of parliamentary candidate they are leaving.
I'm going to travel.
All the way from secondary school or the university to go back to go and vote. But I know when it's a general election, if the schools make room and provision for the students to travel back to their communities, after they even are giving days that will go and vote. But when it's a by-election like this, Lagos is not going to say that because there's a by-election, all those from the Lagos who wants to go, KNUST, they are being exempted to go. All these factors also come in. That is why sometimes you see the by-election and you don't see the numbers that you see in a general election. So obviously we cannot expect by-election to pull the numbers that a general election will pull. And that is how I think some of the ways I look at the low numbers in terms of by-elections. And as we say, see the number of security deployed in that community now. If it were a general election, we don't have that number of security people there. No. So if somebody is scared of too many security people and tension and the rest, the person will not have that when it is a general election. But today, every corner the person goes to sees one policeman or the other. Say, why are there so many police? Maybe they will arrest me. I will not even go in. You understand? So, and also this history of violence in numerous by-elections in the Fourth Republic has created this fear in the mind of people that every by-election is likely going to be violent. So if I'm scared of violence, I will not even want to step around. If I'm that corner and I'm scared of violence, I will even go to the farm and say, by the time I come back, they are done. Somebody will even leave the community and go and stay in the next community, waiting for the elections to be over before he wants to come over. And you see, so I think that we all have to look at all these factors and realize that it's not going to be possible for a by-election to garner the kind of numbers a general election will garner. Yeah, it's really not possible.
Well, that's an interesting one. We have some interviews. Some of the political party officials have been talking. We know Sami Eruku has been speaking, Evangeline Makutu saying and all that. Let's bring you some of the bites, what they've been saying on the ground after we have conversations in the studio.
That's I want to assure the people of Akwatia as the head of the security persons in the region that the place is safe. If you even cast your eyes around, see the number of security people around, going through the whole of the Chembo, the security posts, and the presence of the security assures the people of the region that the place is safe. I just want to encourage the people in the area or in the electoral area or the constituency to come out to vote, because the police are here to protect everyone and everyone is going to be safe. And even after this election, the place is going to remain safe.
Are you happy about the numbers you are seeing so far?
Yes, it's so encouraging. You know, today is a working day and people have to go to work to sign and come back to vote. And going through the areas, the polling stations, the numbers are between 30, 35, 40. And it's not bad for this morning. I believe by 11, 12, a lot of people are coming out to vote. And you know, when you get to every police station, people have queued up and are ready to vote. I like the enthusiasm and I want to encourage more of the people to come out to vote.
We expressed concerns. We said that we have to be clear in our mind that when it is election security, it's the Ghana Police Service, maybe assisted by other security agencies. When we are not sure, we ask questions. We raise issues, we express our opinions, and so here we are today. Let us have a very frank day. Let's allow the people of Akwatia to express their views through the polls, and let the candidates assume and be declared the winner.
Let's talk about your party. Are you winning this election?
Sure, we've engaged the constituents, we've been given assurances, and we know that all things being equal, all rules complied, our candidates will emerge victorious.
There was a latest poll by the Global Info Analytics that puts the NDC's candidate ahead of yours. You're still confident you win that election?
You need to look at that report. A report that says that majority of the respondents are MPP affiliates, majority of them. The report that says that the country is on wrong direction, and then the conclusion is NDC candidate is ahead of MPP's candidate. It's questionable.
So you doubt the credibility of this poll?
You just need to.
But this is not the first time Musa Danko and his people have done such polls.
You just need to look at the report. It says majority of the respondents are MPP affiliates. Majority of them says that the country is on wrong direction, and then the conclusion is MPP's candidate is not going to win. You need to raise questions.
So you are rubbishing it?
You need to raise questions.
No, I'm asking the questions.
I mean, report. I mean, unless you don't want to be objective, you tell me that I'm going to cast my vote and I'll give it to an NDC candidate. Impossible. So what would be the basis? Deduce it. And that's Musa Dankwa.
With a heavy security presence in and within the Akwatia constituency, we should be orderly as we expect. We also hope that the police will play their role as the protectors of the process and not to become instruments of intimidation. We've had various allegations of vote buying, but it's very difficult to sometimes even get proof for these things, so I don't normally dwell on that. What we are concentrating our efforts on is to make sure we are vigilant. I've been moving around with a candidate, and he's just behind me, moving around with a candidate, and he's expressed some level of satisfaction with the process so far.
So it's early days yet, like you said, but at the close of poll, what are your expectations?
Well, by the close of poll, we expect that Akwatia constituency should do what is right and what is just by their conscience. Of course, I am biased. I am with the candidates, so I'm hoping that the MPP's parliamentary candidate, Solomon Asumedu, emerges victorious at the end of the day to replace my good old friend and fallen colleague. So,
are you still going to protect yourself as your party executives have suggested?
All I can comment on is that so far we've seen the heavy deployment of security. We are hopeful that they will do what is right and protect the process.
So there you saw it, the Eastern Regional Minister, Rita Akwatia, speaking to the media there. Then you heard from Evans Namaku, who is the Director of Research and Elections for the New Patriotic Party, and also the NP for Akyem North, Sami Ewiku. But there's also arguments that the number of people that move into a particular constituency, if the by-election is up there, it's of great concern. Elvis, let me start with you. What do you make of the numbers? Say, almost every individual within a particular political party, i.e. the NDC, NPP, troop into a particular constituency to garner votes for their candidates.
No, but I think sometimes it creates more tension. See, because sometimes the numbers that move into that one constituency, a lot of people move there. And sometimes it is some of these people who actually misbehave. Let's take this particular incident, for instance, that has been reported at this Akwatia. The people who are fighting each other, they are not people from that constituency. They don't even have a vote. Okay, they all move from another region just because there's a by-election, and now they are fighting each other. We will now say Akwatia election turned violent. But the people who actually have the right to vote there, whose constituency, were not involved in that.
So you think it should be left to the constituency?
So I believe that if we want to also limit some of this tension and violence in by-elections, we can say that when there's a by-election, national executives can go there to support the constituency executives. So maybe regional and national executives should be allowed to join the constituency executives. Because the constituency has executives, in fact, from the local area, the NDC call it their ward, the NPP call it what? Police station or something. They have from there all the way to the region. So if they have executives at that lower level due to a constituency executive, this election rather is in the domain of the constituency executive, but you say maybe logistically and maybe capacity-wise, they may be limited. So you want the regional and national executives to have some of their people to come in. But when we have a situation where MPs, ministers, party members from all over the country can move there just because there's a by-election, if you ask me, I think it also contributes to the tension. Okay, and sometimes it leads to some of the bad. Well, sometimes, see, I may fight somebody because I see the person, who is this strange person in this country? Are they planning to come and rig an election? But when they see each other and they know each other, because the polling stations are in the various communities. In the communities, it's not that big, so almost everybody know each other. So everybody knows that, oh, this is this person. But then when you begin to see faces that you don't know, and they say they are here because of election, all kinds of things, in what capacity? Is it Azoka is accredited? But I'm not sure all the bodyguards around him are also accredited.
Okay.
But he will say they are his bodyguards, so he has to work with them. And it's all over the place. The NPP third vice chairman, he's also accredited. But what about his boys? Have they also been accredited? They are also all working. So you see, I think that if we can limit by-election to constituency and only permit regional and possibly some national executives to join the constituency executives to conduct by-elections, in my view, could also reduce the tension in some of
Larry,
these
you
situations.
disagree or agree? On what he also saying that maybe the number should be the number should be decreased.
You see, for me, I think that democracy comes with a price. Now, how long have we been up to this? Since 1992, we've gone through this process several times over. Yeah. But at the heart of all this is, freedom of movement. You can't restrict somebody from moving. It's a constitutional right. And all we need to do is to say that, oh, don't move. Because when you go there, you're going to...
maybe foment trouble.
Exactly.
Allegedly.
Sure. Or what? Well, quote and unquote. So then he shouldn't move. So it's granted. Then, oh, Prof, don't move. Prof doesn't move. Prof, you can't be friends with Larry Dogbe. And it's granted. You can do this, you can't do that, you can't do that. Then you know what? We begin to, flout the very, the small basic. And then when the president or those up there start flouting it, when do we begin to question them? Because you have restricted somebody from moving, you have denied somebody, association, the right to worship, the right to do this. I think that people are paid to do their work. Police, security people, others. Intelligence gathering is key. What is happening to the people who are supposed to do the overt and covert operations? To give us, heads up that, listen, this place there's going to be an issue. And so let's put in place a certain strategy. You get it? All those things are key. Let's tighten those things up. People are paid to work. If they are not working, let's deal with them. If the policeman who is supposed to guarantee your safety within that constituency, where the constitution guarantees you to be, if you want to be there, and he's not working, we should find a way. Perhaps there should be a petition. And then let there be a committee. The
committee should be set to this effect.
Let there be a hearing.
Based on an article of the Constitution.
You see.
The hearing into Ayawa what did we do with the final report?
Well, that is what it is. You get it.
What did we do with the white paper?
So Ayawa came. Shraponi had happened, some time ago, and it became part of, political folklore. This one, which one? Ablekuma has just happened.
Akwatia itself had had.
Oh, yeah, Akwatia has had the back and forth. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Itiwa also happened. You get it. Itiwa was also a by-election, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, Itiwa was also a by-election. So, we should. What can we do?
By-elections, yes.
Yeah, what can we do to prevent some of these things from happening? But banning people from being at certain places, that is not, good for me. I'm also having issues where I think that the politicians have succeeded in beating the police into subjugation. That, hey, you can be there, but don't carry a weapon. Yeah. And suddenly, police, listen, If you don't have weapon, you are as dead as a,
You are as ordinary as I am.
Yeah, exactly. The only difference is the uniform.
Yeah.
What if you are not wearing uniform? I'll catch you in the corner there. If I can beat you, I'll beat you
Yeah.
up. I can beat you too.
And even uniformed policemen, we are seeing how they are being pushed and
Exactly.
shot.
So it's a politician, and then the
Maybe
media.
I'm sure because the police is actually there to calm tempers and also to play sort of fair ground or to be the reference. So they wouldn't want to go beyond.
But Prof, it goes
certain things.
no, it's, Prof, and then it goes beyond your mere presence. Okay, the fact that you've gone through a certain level of training differentiates you, from me, and that training then gives you the power or the authority to control gun. Okay, when to use it and how to use it. When as to the timing, and how as to which part of my body you want.
You're shooting to kill.
Yeah, exactly. Or you are
to escalate the situation. You are maiming.
So all those things are key. Unless, of course, you feel that, listen, you haven't put the right people in uniform. Or the people don't have the right attitude.
You know, there are people who fear firearms.
Yes, people
do. If you want to encourage turnout, it's better you
but
take
Prof,
them out.
we have asked the police to drop their guns. What else would we ask them to drop? And then the next moment, we will say that, okay, you don't show up, cry here. And then it becomes what, a free-for-all fight. You like this, if you want to crash me, you crash me easily.
Let's go to Charles Owusu-Kumi, who is also stationed in Akwatia to bring us updates what is happening on the ground. Charles, let's hear from you. Take it over. Charles. Anyway, we are trying to establish contact with Charles Owusu-Kumi, who is one of our correspondents on the ground.
Philip.
Yes, Charles. So if you can hear us, where are you and what can you report on the grounds?
Well, Philip, I'm still here at Wenchi. I'm at the Palace Square polling stations, polling station A and polling station B, part of the 11 polling stations here in Wenchi. Wenchi is behaving quite well today. So far, it's been a few hours into the polls. Unlike you've seen in Bawdua and parts of Akwatia, we've not recorded any incidents over here. You can even see policemen who were upstanding early in the morning, taking a seat and having some rest. It's just people trickling in one after the other to cast their votes. When they're done, they hang around a bit, have conversations among themselves. Wenchi is not a very big community. It's the type of community where, I mean, everybody knows another person and they're like a close family. I spoke to the Krontinhine of the town some hours ago, and he mentioned to me that this is a close-knit family and they don't intend to allow any divisions because of elections. So you can see some of the voters who have come to vote, when they are done, like I said, have all these conversations among themselves. I may eventually speak to a few of them, but something I noticed a bit earlier, some heavily built men, when I went to visit the Presby JHS polling station, came about 20 of them in a convoy, packed for a while, and then went into some caucus meeting of the sort, and then they moved away. Since then, once in a while, you see them with their convoy, roam the streets of Wenchi. Nothing has happened though, but it's quite concerning when you see these heavily built men who, because of all the vigilantism that has happened in past elections. However, we've not seen anything like that. I just noticed one of the members of the NPP who was lawyer to Adenta Kumi when he was arrested by Yoko. Grateful to you, Good to see you, sir.
I'm,
How are you?
I'm surprised of all the numerous people in Sadenta Kumi you could make up with me.
Because that's where we met.
Okay, anyway, that's the first time we met. I mean, we met when they also arrested Wuntumi as well. Okay.
So
Anyway.
it looks like we meet when one of your own gets arrested. Because you're a lawyer, of course.
But today, no one has been arrested, but we are here.
So how has the process been since morning, since you've been here at CID?
So far, very smooth. So far, so good. Security presence apt. I've seen a lot of policemen in uniform. I mean, I could count as many as 15 to 20 policemen in one polling center. I mean, that alone would deter bad people with bad intentions from even thinking of doing any bad thing. So it's a step in the right direction. So far, I've not experienced any bad incidents or anything that will derail the success of the election. Let me say so far so good.
But have you seen or heard what happened in Bawdua between Chairman Buga and Chief Azoka?
I saw a video circulating. In fact, it was after we had left there. So someone sent it to us, informing us that just as we left, something of this nature has happened. Initially, well, when I watched, I thought it was a normal play because at one point, when I met some NDC folks in one police center, we were just cracking jokes and making some good fun of the election. Charlie, we are going to win, you guys will lose. I mean, in that order and pushing each other. So I thought it was one of those things. Unless otherwise you can tell me that, or you prove to me that it's beyond what I saw.
Well, eventually we're told that we saw videos of Chief Azoka warning that the Honorable Minority Leader was at the NDC office here in Akwatia and defaced one of the candidates' posters, and he was warning that there's going to be a by-election in Afenyo's constituency pretty soon.
Well, I have not heard that, but if indeed he said that, then that's unfortunate. It's very, very unfortunate statements coming from a stalwart in an NDC, in the NDC, such as Chief Sofu Azoka. I mean, that's, if indeed he said that, that's so wrong. I mean, by-elections should not be entertained. I mean, it's something, because anything that results in by-election, apart from the person voluntarily resigning, all the grounds that warrant a by-election, it's not a good one.
Thank you very much, CID. Aspiring to be NPP, National Youth Organizer, let me also try and engage a few of the constituents here in Wenchi who are standing. Hello, Accra. Edsain. What to Abadida?
Mpachai.
Okay. Now, sir. Or convince you the over to Amana?
Debbie. Untimin Cheme. Debbie.
Okay, now, so far, Muhun saying.
Oh, so far, Mimi say, Adachina Yabane, Ubia or Baby, as you can reading, or Tonaba, and you know, maybe they may be a more day we could do ballot box in my damn. I will meet you when I'm a cotamano. But I mean to me, convince me at about force. Baby, I'm one on Sunday and Brahubi.
Now, police for Hapa, I mean, and bear now watching police for about Chrome Hapa. Uhun same, a year, say police for Waha, send a bay obedient to me in Dibone, and I say, who be a man for Musa or Mabab on Tababa.
Okay, so far, say, a police one over Hamoma, and no, yeah, because on say, a banner toner, I Hunkakra. So, be an busy bassa, be beating me at an AC. It is almost a hanoma, and no man says so much to me, and a boy hobby need me to a banner collect. Ama, as you do then, ever.
Now, police stations was it will be any hope. Call to Abane.
Metal, maybe to a hat, maybe to me blah, ewaha. No, I bet on the DNT. I feel I'm so Beko police station, baby, I'm trouble.
All right, so essentially, I was asking him about what he makes of the heavy security presence in the Akwatia constituency here in Wenchi. And then he tells me that, well, it's good that there is that heavy security presence here that will prevent any miscreants from destroying the process that is currently ongoing here. Well, he has not voted yet. I asked why he's not voted. He said, well, he's not voting at this polling station, so he will go and vote where he's supposed to do so. I see three aunties of mine. Man, Pacha, you're from saying?
Pacha, you're from Antibedu.
Antibedu? And Pacha, also?
Madam Adina.
And where?
Antia.
Okay. Now, Antibedu, what to have another?
Pacha Mato.
What to?
Chai.
Now, what were we are? Say, so 2 years, no, I could feel. Rebecca, no.
Me and Mijan mo, Shani Echo. And ya, Bonnie Swinton and Mijano. Mijana, how I didn't know a coffer.
You could how copy himself on Becca.
Majina. If it's a me party.
Oh, okay. So she has voted, and I asked why she has not left the premises because, I mean, you're supposed to leave and come back for counting, but he says she's not moving. She is going to wait and witness the process until the counting begins. Now, Ma'am Pacho, what would you?
Matoi.
Now, also, reason into Ojina Hanti now, Ojina
Han. About the Utu and Nuka Soko Fiesa. Now,
one, oh, aha. Then I'll bet me.
Oh, me, I so as a Mijana. Near that's all what they are saying 3 years. David.
Now, to sell Ufree Hana coffee, I didn't busy.
Me the main be as made about them into a bank of feeder. Tell me, I'm a top baby as a Mijana.
Ujina copy himself 5 never. I can't.
Near can we. See, I can't win any me who near Bessie enough in me coffee. Now, say I can't win, but I made a min coffee, sir. You're not processing in there, I don't know.
Okay, I say Waka police for me, and our team police for Abakrom Hapa. And maybe Musu say police for now, my doors were handing to know. 24 Mumma Metwaba, but I don't know to say.
Oh, I brought for the I'm a slow police, and slow police, and the slow police star. So I know about so about Bobby. It's a new who I had anything else who's when I want to about their saying and me who you are patching. And say, when you find the insurance, I brought from whom you sir.
All right, so I asked if she has voted. She said yes, she's voted. Why she's still here? She said she's policing the ballots with the police officers. I also asked the heavy presence of security. She said, well, they are not afraid or, perturbed by the presence of the police officers here. They will come out and vote as it is their constitutional rights. So, I mean, many of them standing around here, the streets of Wenchi filled with Wenchiman, members of Wenchiman, and you can see in your shot 2 other polling stations sitting side by side, the Mankrado A and Mankrado B polling stations with police officers manning those polling stations. Philip, so we're expecting about 5,000 people to vote here in this electoral area. And this, like I said earlier in the morning, heavily favors the NPP, this Wenchi area. So Nanabi, the NPP's national organizer, was here moments ago trying to encourage more people to go and vote. The vote difference between the NPP and the NDC in the 2024 elections in Wenchi was quite huge. It was about 2,300 votes difference. So this is what you can describe as an NPP stronghold. Since morning, it's been a smooth process so far, and I'll just engage some of the party agents of the parties in this election, and I'm just asking a few, all right, party agents in this election about their observations of the process so far. They are keenly monitoring the process for their candidates. Hello, sir. I think I spoke to you in the morning. the process was smooth in the morning. Is it the same?
Yeah, it's the same. As you can see, we experience a very smooth environment. Yeah, so it's a peaceful election.
And you, for the NDC candidates, is it similar to what we experienced in the morning? Nothing has happened since we left?
Yes, nothing. So far, nothing has happened here. Everything's going on smoothly.
The expectation is that it will continue like that, even during sorting and counting.
And that's all we are hoping for. And we believe it will be the same too.
All right, so you can see electoral officers also doing their job. Hello, sir. I tried engaging you a bit in the morning. How has the process been? You're in charge here, I guess.
Yes, I'm in charge.
What's your name, sir?
I'm Stephen Osedensha, the presiding officer.
For this polling station. So, voting did start on time. So far, have you recorded any issues?
No, please. We started as scheduled 7 a.m. and everything has become so smooth. So we have not encountered any issue yet, and we don't wish to encounter any.
While I was there in the morning, I heard one of them talk about the expected number of voters here at this polling station. Has that been sorted?
We are dealing with the register the EC gave it to us. So we are not dealing with what the party officials have. If the party officials have any other register or list, we are not accountable to them. We are accountable to what we have been given from the office. And I don't think this is any major thing that it should be blown out of proportion.
Thank you very much. The presiding officer for the Mankrado B polling station here in Wenchi. Philip.
Hello, Charles. Hello, Charles, can you hear me? Hello, Charles. So, Charles, I've seen a lot of people around, let me say bystanders, viewing or watching what is happening. Is it reflecting in the numbers? Because you also spoke to a constituent or an electorate who stated that he is yet to cast his vote. Charles, if you can hear me. Yeah, so Charles, I was asking you if the bystanders we are seeing in our shots, a lot of them, people watching or having a glimpse of the exercise that is ongoing, is it reflecting in the numbers that we are seeing at the polls, or the turnout is low on the back that you spoke to an electorate or a constituent who indicated that he is yet to cast his vote? Unfortunately, I think Charles couldn't hear me, but we are now going to talk about the candidates proper.
Yeah. We're bringing you real-time drone shots.
Yes.
This is because we have a partnership and we've deployed drones that have, in which we have keyed the various polling stations in there. And so all 119 polling stations have been keyed into the system. And so you just have to issue a command, go to, say, Methodist 1.
Yeah.
The drone left off, and then it goes there. So all the drone shots you're seeing real time, and of course, pinned to specific or exact locations. And that's how come you see it the way you see it when we take the drone shots.
The
Yeah.
first of its kind.
I would no, I'm not a politician, so I won't say that. But I'll say something I have to defend for the rest of my life.
This one, the police have to give China one contract.
They should actually. And one beautiful thing we've done is also to pin, say, the polling stations within a particular area to a police station.
Okay.
So in the event of any,
the police will know where to go.
The police will know, and then our people will also know where to take cover.
They have to share the cost. The police have to pay half of the cost.
They have to pay half of the cost there.
Because they
if you come and see us later, maybe we can come up with something.
They are benefiting from your investment, and they should be paying something to you for that. But electoral commission should actually be paying something for that.
Indeed.
Yeah, because you are making sure that these things.
Running a media organization communication in this country is not a joke.
It's not.
A while ago, we were having a conversation to that effect. It's not a joke.
No, it's
so
not.
to be deploying, deploying some of these strategies and so on, at your own cost. And then also, getting people want news, but they don't want to pay for news.
I don't know how.
Elvis will tell you that you spend money, you look for stories, you publish, you stay in the...
News is actually not a commercial product.
Then, after you finish publishing and then the paper is on the newsstand, a friend or somebody who has your number will call you. And see, it's here, and see who paper no on TV. So, a story now, we know. Listen now. They say, listen, it's on the newsstand. Let's go and buy it. I say, we need a church book.
You send me the story.
It's in the... You guys and that is how come they also even blame politicians for not giving them the news. But the politician, would have engaged the services of a technocrat to break this thing down to the barest appreciation of everybody. But because you don't read or you are not listening to radio, he has radio, but he listens to only Abinwa and then, some other stuff. I mean, news, Prof, sorry we are selling you, but news it's a very expensive commodity. CNN, BBC, Al Jazeera, exactly. Listen, so much investment goes into it to a point where the state even that appreciates the value of news to the people would even want to subvent you to do that. But in our part of the world, you are labeled. Oh, Elvis is, party A. Larry Dogbe belongs to party B. And so,
someone who is financing you.
Yeah,
no, they can't mention the person too.
They can't mention the person.
Yeah. So you are talking only about the drone. Yeah. You are not talking about the mobilization for your staff.
Yes.
To drive from here to go there.
The
accommodation for them. To stay there for the number of days. They are feeding everything. Whatever you need to do for all this stuff to get the job done, bring it. Nobody is asking. This live telecast, the hours we are spending discussing this issue, you are paying for satellite link,
electricity
for the live transmission. The people are enjoying the discussion. They love the quality pictures. And then that's why the city getting the money. Why is China getting the money to do all this? The lights, the electricity bills. At the end of the month, your salaries have to be paid. These cameras, they are very expensive. These cameras, the reason people are enjoying the quality of pictures and videos together is because you are using some of the best quality cameras. These are very expensive.
And there are payments you have to make to institutions outside the country, Europe, Portugal, and all
very expensive. But they only enjoy what you give them, but they are not asking. But how are they making the money to do all these things?
The more reason why they should do more advice with us.
And then the politician, and the moment the politician go and lie about you, they are the first to be attacking you. The public is the first to come after you.
The politician more than
They are the first to come after you. But they don't ask them, say, this politician is being paid by public taxpayers' money. The media is not paid by taxpayers' money. Annoyingly, the little money you make, they will collect all the taxes. Every tax that is to be paid in this country, the media is paying. So the little money you even get, you need to pay your bills. The first money you are thinking of paying is taxes so that the state doesn't come after you. But in all this, the private media is still trying to keep the democracy thriving by providing information. No exemption, nothing, no support. But the public think that they can just come after the media at any time. All that you are doing this morning, ask yourself, the person who is home watching Channel 1, if you are not in the community, how would they get to know what is happening there? If I've said that one day the media should do a blackout one day, that's media blackout, so that we see how the public will react. Your phone will ring from morning to evening. Everybody will know, Charlie, what is happening? What's the news for today? What? Look, in the morning I do share newspaper headlines. I put it. The day that I don't share, the text message, but today I don't want to know what is on the newspaper. So you like that? So you are getting it free, you like it. So
Indeed.
They should know that we are private enterprise as media. And every single thing we do comes at a cost. And we are in an economy that is not growing. So private enterprise is not advertising. and the state is not providing any subvention. So the media is in a financial crisis. But nobody wants to say the media is in a financial crisis. Even if you say it, they sit back and they think that you are not telling the truth. And the annoying aspect is that, look at him, he's sitting there with professor, they are talking deputies. He's close to the big people. And this man is going to the big people. They can even go and call a minister and interview him. The last time I tell me this minister, they brought this minister. This is what they are rich and they want to like to. The assumption is that if you are able to get to popular people, powerful people, it means that you're also powerful.
Yeah.
If you're able to bring rich people to interview, it means you're also rich. So when you tell the public that the media is broke, they say, how can the media be broke? They are the one who are dealing with all the power brokers and the most powerful people in the country. They have everything, and then they'll come and lie to us that they are broke. But the truth of the matter is that the media is very broke in Ghana. And if government doesn't do anything for the media, that's the truth.
We are bringing you all the actions from the one.
I'm telling you.
I think it's by divine intervention that we have both editors here. Beautiful advocacy. Thank you.
If we ask management that they should give the cost of just going to Akwatia and come and you put it out right now, people will say, is that how much they are spending? This drone thing you are talking about,
one production.
It comes at a cost.
Oh yes, the drone technology
There has
is
to be
quite
internet
expensive.
for the drone to be able to transmit the live. If you want to put just the cost of that transmission and you put it out that Channel 1 spend maybe
to map up the coordinates and input same even in the drone technology.
Channel 1 spend $10,000 to bring the Akwatia by. So say, 10,000 Ghana money over 100,000. That is too expensive. Oh, they didn't spend that. How can this small and they sit back because you make the work so easy. They think that it's so simple and easy to achieve. So when you attend our course, they think, this small thing that they have done, look at the money they are mentioning.
Exactly.
They don't know the cost point of some of these things.
Very well. Thank you, Elvis. Prof, let's begin to look at the personalities involved and some of the dynamics that might come out to play today. So, the most popular one is the fact that a lawyer to a client who believed that his client had won the 2024 general election beats the client in the primaries and is now representing the party. That's for the NDC. And then for the opposing side is the MPP, who are marketing a lawyer, not a minor that they describe as a homeboy. So let's look at the two of them, Solomon Asumadu and then Bernard Bediakum.
Yes, I want to be very fair here. So I would, first of all, create the benchmark of what an MP should be doing versus the candidate you are projecting.
Very well.
We need to look at one thing. There's some misconception about somebody stabbing his client in the back. And that statement, I think, is ill-contrived because this is somebody who is a constituency secretary also for the party, who the party structures have deemed to be in good standing, have delivered very good services. In fact, somebody even told me some point in time that most of his services to even people in the constituency were
pro bono.
Yeah, were pro bono. And then the elections in which we are talking about is done and dusted. The MP has died.
But you believed I had won that election.
He believed he had won, but this is not that election. This is not that election.
Prof, you are helping me in a divorce case.
Yes.
And then you turn out to be the one marrying my
No, this is not your wife. You turn out to see that, okay, after you lost your wife, you went to see a lady somewhere and they say, I'm now dating that lady. And you think that because I was a lawyer in your divorce case, now I should not leave my legitimate girlfriend for you to take. That is the right concept.
No, it's the same.
It's not the same.
It's the same seat.
If it was the other election, I can understand. But that election is done and dusted. This is a fresh election.
You mean the general election?
Yes, the general election is different from this one. Let's not confuse the two issues.
What they were contesting in court is the 2024
election.
So you think that one is there?
That one is done and dusted. And that is why I was asking my good friend Adomako here last week that can we say that, for example, Brian Chapon and Kennedy Japan, who were all campaigning and paying delegates for Dr. Bawumia now, are backstabbing him? Because
they were not fighting his courts.
They were even paying delegates for him, bribing delegates for him.
Because that was for the general
So
party.
you were actually saying that he's a weak candidate. If we don't bribe the delegates, he won't be able to win. If they are now contesting, it means they are leveraging on that information and contesting him. No. This was a different election. He served the man perhaps with his knowledge, and now that that election is done and dusted, he thinks that, okay, let me also put up my case here. That this election, no relationship between election 2024 and this one. Unless you say that, okay, because you are with Channel 1 now, one day, if you go to work somewhere and Channel 1 is competing with that station, you won't work in that station. And if you are working there, you will consider to be backstabbing Channel 1.
We've seen footballers fail to celebrate when they score against their previous team.
Yes, so it doesn't occur well. Now,
so several analogies can be drawn here.
That argument is flat. And flat, the man was elected in a fair internal process. Let's look at it this way. He was selected in a fair, open, competitive process. Unlike some party that did their thing, if the NDC had selected this man based on some consensus or everything, then you say, okay, but this man competed in an internal primary and won.
And
so
the one that they thought to won the elections
blame him
was a third person.
To actually blame him is to blame the entire election system and those who voted for him. And I don't think it's fair. The man has the right to serve his people, and he put his skills and expertise to the service of the party and an MP that was contending. And that election is done and dusted. He had nothing. The former late MPP, my condolences to his family, passed on, and the seat is vacant and is contested. Let's not belabor it.
And in the race, the lawyer Bediako garnered 380 votes. Erasmus, who was actually not in the race in the previous time, he garnered 366. Then the very individual that lawyer Bodiaku was defending in court became third with 232. But we'll come back to you. Let's go to Ni Amatekanaku, who is also on the grounds to bring us updates on what is happening in Akwatia and exactly to tell us where he is now. Ni, good morning. Where are you currently and what is happening at the place where you are?
Yeah, hello, Philip.
Yeah, I can hear you. So I was asking you, tell us where you are and details. So what exactly is happening there?
All right, thank you, Philip. So I'm currently at the Bawdua lorry station where we have two polling stations stationed here. That is the Bawdua bus terminal station and then the Bawdua lorry station. Currently, I have with me some residents here. We want to find out from them if they've already gone through the process or they are yet to do so. Welcome to Channel 1 TV.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Kadri Shaibu. I'm from Bawdua. As you can see, everything is going on peacefully. We don't want any type of or any kind of misunderstanding. So we want to maintain the peace until the end of the vote. So all the advice that I have for my colleagues, the youth, that we don't want any misunderstanding. So we want a peaceful election. After the election, we are all one people. So it's not the election that is going to divide us into two. They say the strength of a broom is eight numbers. Like, so we don't want any type of misunderstanding here. So all the thing, the only thing that I can say for the youth, that we don't want any misunderstanding. That's all I can say.
Okay, what exactly do you do here in Bawdua?
I'm a miner. I involve myself in Galamsey, but my own is not any big type of mining. I am under small scale mining.
Have you already gone through the process, the voting process?
Oh, I have never cast my vote yet, but I will vote.
What are you waiting for?
Oh, I am waiting for some one or two things before.
Can you share the one or two things with us?
As you can see, what have happened today, we don't know ahead of us, but it's not something I cannot predict that maybe it will happen again. So far as that thing have happened today, if the person that we want, if you vote for him to come into power, there is nothing much that he will do for us. So we have to collect money so that we vote for the person. So we are waiting for the money. before we will vote.
Why, have you heard anywhere that people are sharing money?
Oh, I haven't received any amount of money yet, but I'm waiting for money so that I can vote.
Are you confident you are going to get money from any of the candidates before you go ahead to vote?
As you can see, you say you can't go to the strong man's house and beat him just like that unless you tie him or her. So if you want to win the election, you have to open your hands so that we the people we will also vote for you.
So you believe that a number of people are going around sharing money. Is that exactly what you want to say?
Oh, they are not going around, but they say, as for what I have heard, is that they will call you for you to bring your ID card so that they will find some amount of money for you.
Okay. Which people are doing the calling?
As for now, I can't tell you the people who are doing it, but you have been here for a long period of time. You yourself, you can experience something here, so you can see it by yourself.
So that's a gentleman, a resident here in Bawdua, who believes that he's going to get some amount of money from either the sites before he goes ahead to vote. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Oh, my name is Samuel Obed. But as for me, I would like to speak the Ghanaian language.
Okay, you want to speak Tree?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Ejuma Ben Aoye wo Bawdua has say.
Oh, Nyankasa de me wie school 5 years ni. Me share den nya ejuma papa bia ka say emfa me sensi me bon kan kire me ame ho say me ye ejuma we. So ati ase. Aha. Na enam nema 1 or 2 binti ochina wo fie na obi afro say mo yen kwa ha eye man na ejuma yi. Mo wasen aba betena fie yen kwa ha no aba betena fie. Saa nema na nam no so niti no. Sisi ano ye pe mpuntuo ye yi NDC na MPP aton chen. So ati ase na ya pre ama youth no. If say youth no yen ne daache no. So ati ase aha yen ne daache. Ti o say ye den yen youth no ye pre. So ati ase ne pe mpuntuo de ma youth no. So ati ase aha enti na yen nyina wa ha say.
What to aba anope?
Matopa enini matopa.
Oh, okay. Enti wujidi se hwan na ebetumi se ebe kan bibia wi wujidi se hwan na ebetumi awi ni.
Oh, mianka se de mintimi nkyere de se ebia asimesi ana obenten mintimi nkyere. So ati ase. Aha.
Ti wuka se open mpuntuo no na wo hwa omomienu hwan na wo hwe se ode mpuntuo no ebebre wa babo.
Oh, mpuntuo ne de me de enam adwuma me peniti no. Miminya mine na ka me pe. So ati ase. Fi se mine no ebetima boa youth no ama nipa yede nipa timenya bi at least bibi kakra mpona ena se bibi kakra so fi the other party ne so bakra na yewom. So ati ase aha.
Thank you very much. All right. Yo, senior. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Steven.
Steven. How long have you been in Bawdua?
Oh, I've been at Bawdua since 2006.
Since 2006?
Yeah.
So tell us, have you gone through the process so far?
No, I haven't gone through the process, but I will surely do before the year ends.
What is keeping you waiting?
I'm just looking at the atmosphere.
When you say atmosphere, what exactly do you mean by atmosphere?
I mean the process, how it is going on right now. I'm not waiting for anybody, but I will surely cast my vote before the ends.
What are your expectations?
My expectation? I haven't voted yet, but my expectation is I just want to see the lawyer wins. Yeah. Because from the look of things, I can see to it that he's the one who can help us.
If you say help, what do you mean by that?
In this constituency, we don't have any problem with healthcare, and we don't have any problem with education. Yeah, but when we talk about sustainable jobs and infrastructure, something like good roads, as for that side, we lack. Asumedu is a miner, and he's not just a miner. He's a galamsey. He's not a small-scale miner. There's only one small-scale miner in this town. He's not a small-scale miner. And the mining too is killing the youth a lot. But you can see him on the platform advocating for people to vote for him just because he will employ them into the mining. You can ask my brothers right now. Just like somebody was shot at a mining site over here. Just last week, somebody was shot. And we can't count the number of youths that the mining has killed in this constituency. So it's not something that we need to encourage.
But a number of people are also saying that Akwatia is a mining hub, a mining area.
Yeah, Akwatia is a mining hub because of the GCD company. But right now, the GCD company is not working. And it is the Galamsey that has taken over. And the Galamsey too, I don't know if you have gone to the bridge over here. Have you seen what they have done over there? They are destroying the land, they are killing the youth, and they are killing the career of the youth too. Because of the mining, the youth too don't want to go to school again. But meanwhile, when you look at things, you can see that education is something that can take the youth forward. This mining that they are doing is not sustainable. They just started that mining, and within the month they are done. You see, the land too has been destroyed.
So a worried resident here who is looking forward to more sustainable source of employment for majority of his brothers who are engaging in illegal mining currently here at Bawdua. Chairman, welcome to Channel 1 TV.
Thank you. My name is Zakar Mohammed Salisu. This is the first time Akwatia has experienced by-election. We've not experienced by-election before, and this is the first time too.
Have you already gone through the process?
Not yet.
What are you waiting for?
I'll go, but I'm just waiting, that's what I'm doing.
You are just waiting. Are you waiting for something?
Oh no, I'm not waiting for something. I'm not waiting for something, but I'll go and vote. I'll vote.
Okay, so what will be your expectations? What are you expecting?
My expectation is in this constituency, we lack jobs. The youth here don't have jobs to do, you know. So when we vote, when we are looking for a job in this country, that's what we look for, and we vote. So that's my expectation.
So is that going to inform your choice today when you go to the ballot?
Oh, as for that's what I'll look at. I have already said, in this constituency we don't have jobs. So when I'm going to vote, I'll look the person that will bring us job. That's what I'm going to vote for. So yeah.
Thank you very much for talking to us. So obviously, the people here are more concerned, especially the youth, are more concerned about sustainable jobs. They believe this is going to inform their choice in today's elections. A number of them are yet to go through the process, and we will engage some of them to also find out why the cause of delay. You speak in Twi, or you will speak Pidgin? Twi. All right. You're from saying?
I'm from Fauzan. Ali Fauzan.
Ali then?
Fauzan.
Fauzan. Okay. Who Bawdua say?
I'm Bawdua.
What's now how many years?
Matna for 8 years.
8 years. International. So what you can't to about?
Matu apopen.
Okay.
Matu we can matu miensa.
We can want miensa. Okay. And then what and then what?
Na afere mu kakoto. Sami ko be dinti afere mu kakoto.
Ko baby. Uko adwuma. Uko site ana.
Da bi site. E site na me ko na so mu ko hwa de. E machine no anya fault. Ti mu ko jina wo ahwe o mu ye. Mu ti mu wie na office afere ma be de. Ma betu.
Okay. Into your machine operator.
Me miner. Isumi e boys ni bi workers.
Nti ene den na ebe ba otrim ansa na ukọ se ukoto aba den na obegina so awde beto aba.
Oh, ono de won say de ye youth ni de say that say won say ya umbra say yo in fact yo yi yo ahonde ye ejuma ne so Bawdua ensa Akwatia consisi we no ye ni factory bia wa ha etimi for boys mu ejuma ye ne da money good mining and so company so egu it's good na na ejuma na na ye de ye na ye sere say do ba be win no on boy na ye youth no etimi nya ejuma nya de enye so ye ni factory bia wa ha a be boy youth no de ejuma na ye bia na ye galamsey ti galamsey na ye say mpeni fo no nhwe na ejuma no nkosi ye de wa ejuma no be ye de e be kosu ye na ye youth no etimi ye de enye ejuma say aye wa say no etimi nko bia yetifie so a emboa eba mu ofia e say ehwom nti mpeni fo nhwe na onu ti na ma be ye de ba beto aba amma de makuma na ma to ama no
nti wan na wakoma ada no so
na so no de in front the old ultimate can say, men I mean the old Makuma, my name, a couple of
the end of the one I'll share him so bit me.
Oh, no, dear, say, balloting better, yeah, ultimate, wait to me to work as a winner baby, so if you are not a dream, will not be behind as baby fufu.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Senior, would you want to speak English?
Yeah, I want to speak English.
All right. So, are you from Bawdua? Are you a resident here?
Yeah, I'm a resident here.
Okay. How long have you been here?
I think my whole life.
Your whole life? Oh, okay. So, have you gone through the process?
Yeah, I've gone through the process.
Okay. Around what time?
Oh, around 8.
8?
Yeah.
Okay. What informed your decision in there?
I don't want to say much, but in the end of the hours, maybe the one I voted will be declared win.
Okay. What informed your decision? What informed your choice?
We want the development.
Development.
Yeah.
Okay. So among the three, who do you feel will bring the development?
I don't want to mention them here, but at the end of the hours, maybe we'll find a winner. All right.
Thank you very much for talking to us. Senior.
My name is Fatal.
Your name is?
Abdul Fatal.
Abdul Fatal.
Yeah.
How long have you been in Bawdua here? Oh, okay. Okay. So have you gone through the process already?
No, but soon.
Okay. Okay. What will inform your decision?
I don't have like I don't know what to say. Right now there, like I'm just observing things. Like I'm just observing things.
Okay. Okay. You are just observing things.
Yeah.
Okay. What time do you feel you go to the ballot?
Maybe around 2.
Around 2.
Because like I have some emergency to attend, so around 2 I'll back.
All right. Thank you very much for talking to us. All right. So I have with me here some relatively calm woman, I believe from the Muslim area here, Bawdua proper, because we are at Bawdua Lorry Station, which is very close to the Bawdua Zongo. Haja, you are welcome to Channel 1 TV.
Thank you.
All right. How long have you been?
Local language.
Local language. Okay. How many years in Abatsana Bawdua?
Oh, but I'm in Bawdua. I'm Hada. My friend can about Bawdua.
Ubetuaba.
Me to me a national zongo kokos magagia. Nti me by say me be babe observe election. Sana beya bibiabe koi sana yepen.
Okay. National Zongo Caucus. Is it for a political party?
Yes, a political party.
What party be?
Party NDC party.
NDC. All right. Now uba polling stations are here now wako and are there in our home so far.
Oh, so far me complete because from by 6 o'clock na me wo constituency office. Nti me ba na omo chair me baby I say me nko. Me ko na me ko monitor bibi me ko house was me di nkrofo APA because I don't say wure mu. What you say because nipa be bro bi o be ka to say time say me ba time ni wo. Wutimi nsa de ne lawyer fa de no nti mumpie na de yenye de na yen say lawyer ampa de no ono ana eko nti eko house e wure fie mu e di nkrofo apie nti afa na me call all the branch but so far make us me call about 15 or 16 polling stations.
Yenya nti yese ebi etuetueska nkwankwa na me ne omodi nkomo wa ha ekira no omo se omo twen se ebi be bro muska anso no ma de omo akokoto aba wo wa problem no wahu bibi saa.
Oh de bi adenti de bi tueska ma wansa na wakoto aba abano de eye wan kasa bi mpunto embra wo constituency what I say nti me de me hu bibi se obi maska debi so far de me hu bibi den ko a police station aka no afa na me ko ho nti but so far baby a me ko me catch say about 16 polling station me call and me hu bibi sa.
At the end of the day then I expect it.
Oh ni am expect say nkrofo no mo mpie because omo see abanu say NDC aban ena woso nti omo pese omo so omo krom ye NDC ye nsiesie ma omo ye nye ma omo nti omo pese omo vote ama lawyer because the lawyer ba ni papa ena oti akonya no so nti who ko vote ma different person abeye de na odi punto beba because ne obeka chom say me aba ni so enti mintimi nyehwe me aba ni so mintimi nyehwe enti aba e wo so no eno na ese say omo nko vote ma oniba na mpuntuo no na onfam bra ma Akwatia man and I can say now almost so many nji because what me say His Excellency John Dramani Mama only the youth no omasam edane kuma opese onboa youth no so oye Ghana year youth na ne no de o many beji enti ensu ye test His Excellency John Dramani Mama chi any lawyer you be vote man by 5 o'clock by 5 p.m. no na ya declare no as a winner no na ontimi fa mpunto adipa enfam bra Akwatia man sana be ya obia na ni beji.
So that was the National Women's Organizer, Zongo Caucus leader for the NDC, who is also in Akwatia monitoring the elections. Now, according to her, she's been to a number of polling stations, about 16 polling stations since she got to town. She's also been prompting people, encouraging them to come out in their numbers and vote. And she believes that their candidate, lawyer Bedi Akon, at the end of the polls, will emerge victorious. I have with me here
Mark Wonder.
Mark Wonder,
popularly known as Nightbird. Nightbird.
Nightbird. Okay. Are you a resident of Bawdua?
Yeah, I'm a resident here.
Okay. How long have you been here?
I'm here for almost about 15, 20 years. Yeah.
15, 20?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you gone through the process already?
Yeah, I've gone through the process.
Okay. Around what time do you do that?
I was here exactly somewhere around 8 o'clock, so I've gone through the process.
Okay. Tell us, what has been your observation so far?
Okay, I can see so far people are coming in their numbers. I mean, they are coming to vote for the green light. That's the NDC. That's what I supposed to. I'm around like I'm supposed to be. So the people coming in. That's my like. I'm very happy that they are coming in their numbers to come and vote. Yeah.
So at the end of the day, what are your expectations?
I expect the green light to show. I expect the green light to show. Yeah.
So my colleague. All right. Thank you very much for talking to us. All right. Sina, you're welcome to Akwatia.
Thank you. It's unfortunate, you know, that Akwatia is my hometown, you know.
So you are home?
Yeah, of course I'm home. I always come home. My father was buried in Akwatia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we grew up here, we went to school here, and you know.
All right. So people out there are saying, and some of the residents are even worried, that they said, oh, this is just a small by-election. Leave it for the people of Akwatia. But majority of you are moving out all the way from Accra, Kumasi, and other areas. Tell us, what is the interest in this particular by-election today?
The interest is our seats, MPP seats. Former MP who passed away suffered a lot. We were thinking that, okay, we have shown a remorse that a national strategy has happened when we lost our defense minister and our MPs and the rest. We were quite clear that, fine, we are not going to contest at Tamale Central because of what happened. So for MDC to put a lot of seriousness, looking at the number of seats they have in Parliament, and even organizing to attack our General Secretary and even our National Third Vice Chairman, it is something uncalled for. But we are resolute, we are still strong on the ground. We hope that we are going to retain our seats and make sure that we will maintain our number in Parliament.
The NDC are also arguing that this particular Akwatia seat has been in contention since December. You and I know they've been in court on several occasions trying to argue their ways out. That is the reason they want to contest this seat. And then they believe you opting out from the Tamale Central parliamentary by-election is your choice. What do you have to say on this?
Of course, it's our choice. Of course, it's our choice. But because we think a lot about what happened. The nation has suffered a lot. The ordinary Ghanaian people have suffered a lot. So there's no need of a by-election in the northern region, so that some may even pass through and lost their lives or got injured or something like that. So in our case, we believe that, okay, fine, the nation must have a certain peace. But if you guys are thinking, if NDC are thinking that, no, they have to contest every seat, it's okay for them as a political party. It's also okay for us as a political party. This seat belongs to us, and we are going to win this seat. And everything is showing that we are going to win this seat. As we may do our PC, interview the ordinary people of Akwatia. They will tell you how generous he is. How generous he is. The so-called lawyer for NDC candidate, they don't even know him. They don't know him anywhere. So this seat, we are maintaining this seat. I bet you by 5 o'clock you hear.
You earlier talked about an attack on your general secretary
Yes.
and third vice chairman.
Yes.
How worried are you?
I'm very, very worried. I'm very, very worried because see, this attack. People must be careful. Because if you attack a general secretary of the party and attack the national third vice chairman, I was assigned in Akwatia Zungo with the national third vice chairman. I was there when he was attacked by Azoka and his group.
So you saw everything yourself?
I saw everything myself. And it's unfortunate. My national third vice chairman, when he saw Azoka, he was calling him his brother. Because they are all Northerners, they are all from Tamale. He's calling me, oh, my brother, come. Then Azoka started insulting him, your mother, your mother. So Azoka even hold him. One of the Azoka boys slapped him behind. What is this? What is this? It's uncalled for because this is only by election. And we want to kill ourselves on it. This is Ghana. NDC, we are peace. MPP is a peace-loving party. NDC, then candidate Mahama and now President John Mahama, he said it publicly that if you are talking about violence, they are a violent party, and they have shown it. He's a chairman. You can ask him. You can ask him. You can see how they treated him. Very bad, my brother. But if you look at our party, look at the 2024 election. It has never happened. Election was done on Saturday. The following Sunday, our candidate Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia came out and accepted defeat to show the nation that, to give the nation some peace. And just by election, you are just attacking people, you are just beating people.
The NDC are also arguing that their national chairman, Johnson Esiru Ketia, on Friday at a one-week event was attacked by your people, and then the MPP since then have not even come out with a statement to condemn the attacks on their leadership.
I was there, nobody attacked him. You see, Wenchi Chief, it's like he's the second in command of Ochiman, and he's a warlord of this Akyem area. So this thing is Osiewu. You get what I'm saying? You can't come in front of Osiewu and stand on the stage and just use your hand and just do like this.
That is a trademark Esiru Ketia has been using.
Killing a son of murder, a sign of murder is a trademark. How can a sign of murder should be a trademark?
He's been using that trademark in years, and we all see it on TV. Some would argue that that's not even what he meant to say.
That is what he meant. I will kill you. That is my understanding. If you use your hand and make me like this, it means you will kill me. And you stand in front of the chief, Osiewu, who who said if he make a decision that you must kill, you must be killed, and making a sign of killing him, and you think his people will leave you alone?
So you are justifying the attack?
Nobody attacked him. I'm saying that nobody attacked Asiedu Nketia. I was there.
I was also there.
You were there, and you saw somebody attacking him.
I videoed it.
You saw somebody attacking Asiedu.
I videoed it.
Slapping Asiedu Nketia or hitting him.
I videoed whatever went on.
Nobody did that. I challenge you to put your video out. Nobody dare to attack Asiedu Nketia.
Do you believe it's time we eschew all our differences,
of course,
and move the country forward?
Of course, because in every home.
So that's Niamate Kanaku having conversations with the constituents there in the electorate. It's an interesting one. But I noticed something that the youth in Akwatia are eager for job. And I don't know whether they may be voting on that basis. And interestingly, some of them that Niamate Kanaku spoke to are like, we are yet to cast our vote. We are waiting for something and all that. It's just interesting moments there. Yeah. But of course, we are bringing all the action happening in Akwatia as the by-election is ongoing. We know that by 5 p.m. the polls will come to an end and the sorting and counting will continue.
Philip, do you know what is cocoa season?
Also, this cocoa season.
He won't mention whom he's waiting for, but he's waiting.
He knows who he's waiting for.
Yes.
But you visited Akwatia, I think 2 weeks ago.
You guys just gave out your platform for free, what you call it, what people will call soliciting. Aside that, he just said, hey, I'm here, come and pay.
He's positioning himself to receive.
But let's talk about development.
No, even before we go, I mean, in terms of these things, we keep complaining about the monetization of our politics, vote buying and all. This was a clear case of, as Larry put it, solicited, and if you like me, he inviting bribes. You get it, and it should be condemned. I mean, our politics should change. It should grow from some of these things. It will get to a point that people with money will, I mean, they're already doing it anyway, but it will be escalated. They will be the ones either sponsoring or participating. We don't know the source of their monies. We don't know how they are getting those monies, but they will be the one leading our politics. And what the danger it portends for us is that they will now dictate the governance of this country. When whoever, anyways, they are sponsoring both sides. So, you see, that's the danger we are facing.
You cannot demand that it should be paid before you vote, and it is against the electoral laws.
Exactly.
You understand? Because I'm waiting for someone to come and pay me before.
He doesn't know the crime he's committing by making that statement.
The police can pick you up because it's an electoral offense to ask for an inducement before you vote. You see, so I think that if you listen to them, it's as if either they don't know that it's an electoral offense, but it shouldn't be said publicly on TV. Because I don't know how you know that this is a crime, and then you want to say that this is it. And some will say, "Oh, me, I am into Galamsey."
Yeah.
You are into Galamsey, it's a crime. But you are on TV saying that you're into Galamsey. And so I say sometimes, if you listen to this movement, I said, if we say we are fighting Galamsey, what the youth are saying here should tell us why it is so difficult to win the fight against Galamsey. Because
and
it tells you that.
Not to cut you, but I don't know if they say Galamsey in reference to the, I mean, how the name Galamsey came up, the gathering.
No,
even before the illegal mining that we are seeing.
No, one guy said,
they are different.
No, they didn't hear the one. The other guy said there's only one legal small-scale miner in the community. The other guy said was speaking very good English. He said, per his knowledge, there's only one legal small-scale miner, and all of them, it's Galamsey. You understand it? So you realize that it appears. It's not that it appears. If you look at Akwatia, we always the mining community. And if you listen to all these young people, and they are all telling you that their livelihood depends on mining, and we are also sitting there and say we have to stop them from mining. It clearly tells you that we are on different wavelengths.
There's a clear disconnect.
Job creation.
We are on different wavelengths on this Galamsey fight. Clearly, we have to look at it that look. Can we find a way of making the community people do responsible mining and making it legal for them? Because there's no amount of law or enforcement that says Galamsey is illegal that are going to stop these young people based on what they have said on TV right now. there's no enforcement or anything that is going to stop them. Their numbers are far more than what we can talk about. The other young man said he vote for the NDC candidate because he needs roads and jobs.
Yes.
He says he's voting for the NDC candidate because he needs roads and jobs. The question is, in that entire enclave, we know that the diamond company collapsed many years ago. We all know that there's no really big mining company in the area. So all the young people there who want to have a living, what do? They have to find a way to survive. And they see Galamsey as the easiest and quickest way of making the money. Not going into farming that will take them a year before the products are matured for harvesting. So you can clearly see that this small interview for me tells us that
the reality of the fight against illegal mining.
And then we have to look at new ideas. I have said that this deploying task force going and coming and back, I've said that it's not going to be able to give us the results we want. We need people to rethink the approach. Let's have people come with suggestions. And Prof, who left, I wish he was here, he was making some suggestions that for him, he thinks that if we allocate the concession to local people, and then the local people are the ones who are employing these young people to come. And because you allocate to individual local people in the community, you can regulate them.
Exactly.
And then the process can be done better. These are things I think we should be pushing more rather than pushing this idea of tax force. This by-election tells you clearly that whether the lawyer wins, whether the miner wins, illegal mining is going to be the main source of livelihood of the voters in that community. Those from Accra who have gone there to mobilize all the votes, after the vote, they will come back to Accra.
Yeah.
But the people who live there on daily basis are the ones who will be confronted with the harsh reality of how do you survive. And that is why whoever wins, the issue of mining will remain with the people of Akwatia. And the question, what solution as a nation? What we have tried over and over has failed. It has failed. And you talk with if you say alternative livelihood, it doesn't work because
how much are you going
the
to
revenue that they get from there, the money they get from compared to what they get from mining, they will not even listen to that your alternative livelihood project you are talking about because they start to make good money from mining quickly than for you to tell the person that go and do akoko kitten in 3 months you get some akoko to sell, or you can grow cassava, or this it's 6 months or 8 months before this thing will be ripe for harvesting. But the person said, no, I need money, and the money I'm looking for is not about selling 10 bags of cassava. The amount is not enough. I go to mining today, in a week the money I will make may be more than enough from 2 acres of cassava that I will sell that will mature in 6 or 8 months. So clearly, if you look at the realities of the ground, on the ground, we have to look at it. Job creation in this country, sustainable job creation is key. The World Bank just released their report on the Ghanaian economy, and they look at from 2000 to 2007 before we went to the HIPIC during the period, and after HIPIC, how we manage the economy to today. And as part of one of the things they said that was striking to me was that there's number of sustainable jobs that have been created in 10 years. Up to 2024, in 10 years, it's only 250,000.
10 years?
Yes, in 10 years. That's the World Bank report.
250,000
jobs in 10 years. They're only sustainable jobs. But the politician MPP will say they created 2 point how many? Okujo say they created 1 point how many? So if we put the two, we are over 4 million jobs. But the World Bank says it's 250,000. And the reason I believe the World Bank report is that the number of unemployed people in this country is what makes me know that the figures we are being told as employment, at the end of the day, most of them are temporary, and with time, the person loses the job and therefore there's no job. So we have to really sit back and tell ourselves, what are we going to do as a country to make sure that we have a lot of jobs in the system for young people to go into? If we have the jobs that they are not going to, then we can. But truth is that to find jobs in Ghana today, it's striking when you see these 20 years, 22 years, 25 years, 18 years, young people that were interviewed, telling you that the only way they believe that there's going to be any way they can have a job is to go into mining. Because in the entire community, the other guys, they have a good education system, the schools and things, they have good healthcare. It's the road and jobs. The road and jobs, that's what he said. All the others were talking about mining. So clearly, the problem of the people in that community is about how to get sustainable jobs. The question is, how do we do that? And it's not only in that community, it cuts across the whole of Ghana. It can't you are going to almost every community. The problem that confronts you directly is sustainable job for young people. And in Accra, that's why you have a lot of young people. You see them in almost every corner and realize that it's because they are not engaged in something beneficial to them. So we have to look at ourselves as a country. Is it not possible for it to create sustainable jobs? It is, but it's about how do we approach the policy. If we are supposed to say we are going to process all our cocoa into the best chocolate in Ghana, do you know the jobs it will create? If we say the gold we are buying, exporting, we are celebrating, if we say 50% of our gold produced, we have to convert into jewelry so that people travel around the world to come and buy jewelry. How sense does it make that we produce the gold and we sit in an aeroplane to go to Dubai and India to go and buy gold jewelry and come and sell to ourselves in Ghana? Once we are the producers, Dubai has no gold. But then we go there to rather buy jewelry and bring it to Ghana. Once, if we are adding value to them and producing jewelry here, a lot of the young people who are talking about jobs could have had something to do. There is so many avenues. Let's focus there. See, we are here talking all this plenty because there's a by-election. Once today is over, somebody is elected, we are back to normal. And the young people still will be battling the no jobs.
We'll be having jobs.
True. Larry, having heard you on the personalities involved, the two candidates, but before that, touch briefly on some of the likely factors that will influence the votes today, as the gentleman who spoke on TV alluded to.
Yeah, it's thank you. It's obvious the issue of jobs is at stake. One of them said that, no, listen, you know something, we already have hospitals here. We have other amenities like, you know, schools and all that is. However, jobs is what we need. Another person also comes up and said that the Galamsey jobs are not sustainable. And even pointed at a bridge connecting one section of the town to the other, where within a matter of days, there's been a raid, and that maybe the bridge is not, it's been rendered impassable, is that it? So it's becoming an issue over there. And then somebody also, but I think that throughout the people who spoke, jobs, stood out. And they made references to, one said that he was a miner. Then later he says that he's Galamsey. No, before he became a Galamsey, he said he was a small scale miner. And then he quickly, so he corrected himself like, you know, how many times. But that's on the lighter side. I think that it's obvious as to what is in the minds of people as far as Galamsey is concerned. And whether or not government is fighting this or the state is fighting this thing, you know, adequately, it's reflecting in what we are saying. The Galamsey is in the minds of people. And so, and to take it out from their mind, I mean, literally speaking, will be very difficult. Because the mind, once expanded, you can't do anything about it. They've been introduced to quick money. Okay, and they've been told that the money is on the ground or it's in the soil. So
Larry, let me make a brief stop in Akwatia. We understand Collins Dawda is engaging the media. Let's hear from Collins Dawda.
We win the seat. And the basis is very simple. I am sure the people of Akwatia are looking for development projects. They are looking for jobs for their people. Even though we are all Ghanaians and that we are all entitled to development in the nation. But you know that because of the nature of the politics we do in Ghana, if you have the president belonging to NDC and you have the opportunity to elect somebody to parliament, naturally you would want to elect somebody who would align with the president and his vision. And in this case, it is the NDC candidate. And therefore, my view is that the people of Akwatia will vote for somebody who will align with the sitting president.
But Alaji, when you say so, are you not twisting the arm of the people behind their backs?
No, I'm not. Making a statement doesn't amount to twisting.
But
I
you
am
say-
just
when you say
expressing
they
my
should vote
view.
for your candidate because you are in power.
We are in power. That's the truth of the matter. Unless we want to twist the truth.
Yeah,
The
but it
truth is
doesn't-
that we are in power.
But does
And
it
therefore
matter
we should, yes, it matters. It matters. We are in majority in parliament. And let me just give a simple analysis. For example, if government budgets to construct about 100 6 classroom blocks across the length and breadth of the country, and every MP goes to lobby. You know, we have about 275 MPs, and so everybody goes in there to lobby for one of the projects. Naturally, the NDC candidate or the NDC MP has an advantage over the MPP candidate. It's simple. It's simple, Chief. If we can satisfy everybody and there wouldn't be any competition, fine. Then we go normal.
Yeah,
but we don't have that situation.
The NPP also says that if you think there's no competition, you have enough in parliament. Why are you so interested in Akwatia?
We want to help build Akwatia. We want to bring development to Akwatia. If you talk to anybody in Akwatia, he will tell you the roads were done by NDC, water. When I was Minister for Water, Resource, Works and Housing, I brought the water system to Akwatia. Akwatia, Akyem and Winneba. Their water system was provided when NDC was in power and when I had the privilege to be Minister for Works and Housing in this country. And the MPP hasn't done anything for the people of Akwatia. So the expectation is that with NDC in power, they are going to have development. And therefore, it is better for them to have an NDC MP.
Alaji, you mentioned Winneba. The minority leader was here earlier. He says that they are mourning democracy following the removal of the Chief Justice. Does that mean that the government of the NDC did wrong with regards to the removal of the Chief Justice?
It is the minority leader who is a confused politician.
Oh, how Alaji?
He's confused because we went through the processes outlined in the Constitution. For the removal of the Chief Justice, the Constitution clearly defines the processes that one has to go through to get the Chief Justice removed. He should cite a breach.
They said there were 3 petitions. The committee presented the first report, and then the government took a decision, which they think that they should have waited for all the 3 petitions to be reviewed before a final decision is taken.
Chief, if you are in court and you are charged for 4 counts and you are cleared for 3 and you lose 1, and the one that you lose, you are supposed to go for a prison sentence. The court will not say that because you won the 3, the 1 you must go away. They will jail you because of the 1. It's the same thing. 3 petitions and 1 indicts you, and you want us to wait. That is the thinking of the minority leader.
For the sake of transparency, Alaji.
For the sake of what?
Transparency.
We have been transparent. We have been transparent. The report is clear that she must be removed, and she has been removed by the president in accordance with laid down processes of our constitution.
Is anybody going next?
Look, wait, let me end up on this one. The president took an oath and said he was going to defend the constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And that's what the constitution says. Do you want him to throw that away? Do you expect the president to disrespect the constitution that he swore to uphold and defend and protect? Is that the expectation of the minority leader? I'm afraid what he is saying rather might be something that all Ghanaians must mourn.
Alaji, is there any national officer going out again? Do you know of any?
National officer going? I don't expect anything.
The CJ has been removed. Any other head of any government
I
institution?
don't expect anything. But when it happens, we'll go through the lay down processes.
Okay. Alaji Collins Dauda.
Experience.
That's right.
Experience, eh? Experience, eh?
Alhaji Collins Dauda speaking to the media from Akwatia there. Well, he was speaking on the exercise, but how the interview ended up with CJ Matters is quite interesting. But anyways, Larry, you had the floor before we went for that interview.
So I'm saying that obviously development is not it's not a day or a one-off thing. It's a growing, concern. So it's a growing concern. So I think that it's good that the people are expressing their views or their whatever, their frustrations are the things that they need. Jobs, I mean, has popped up quite well. Amenities, the roads, Collins Dauda just mentioned that during a certain time, the roads were done, but then, it hasn't been improved. People, let's say, areas are developing. So yesterday, let's say, Okankwe North or some, south, where are we?
Central.
This Central. Central was at a setting, just Fadama.
Yeah.
Today it's gone beyond Fadama. Yes. And so you need to put in a lot of amenities, water, roads, other things, and so on, just to expand the people and meet people's demands. They are all Ghanaians. And you can't say that you won't give them what they deserve. Okay. So it's good that they are expressing their way, their frustrations. Now, whether or not there's this thing where at the point of entry, he tells you that when you vote for me, I'll give you A, B, C, D. And then after entry, he tells you that, do you know something? I'm studying the situation. Okay, and then for 4 years, he will study the situation and comes back, in the 4th year and saying that, listen.
Professional studies.
Now, you know something? I've finished studying the situation. I've diagnosed the situation.
So now I know what to do. So
now I know
another chance.
Give me another chance. Then,
very professional.
Yeah, then he goes back, and 2 years is wait, everything is a lot of things are in the pipeline and that they will be coming very soon. And you wait, and then 8 years later, he comes back and says, do you know something? Oh, we have done everything. But for who was to release this particular thing, didn't you see me talk about it in Parliament? Yes. I'm in charge. Yes. And so give me another mandate again. By the time you notice, the man is done 24 years and more. And your situation hasn't improved.
Hasn't changed, yeah.
Your situation. So that politics wouldn't bring you any development. It wouldn't bring you. I mean, we should be able to know this for what it is. That development is you. So personal development first of all, and before the collective comes in. Policy makers, I mean, very often they don't even know where to find the resources. Okay, and when they get it, how to share it is also an act. Okay, to determine, by, this is what, it's good for you, and by me, this is what is, is enough for me. You get it? I mean, sharing is also an art. Looking for it is an art. Okay, and then the timing is also key.
Yeah.
Very important.
Very.
When you have to give it out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
I was just thinking of something. It's interesting you mentioned that the timing.
Yeah.
It's like by-elections bring development.
Exactly.
So we've heard a funny statement about people asking that, there should be very periodic by-elections so that they can get development.
Somebody asks, so who do you want to die?
Exactly. Because actually, even as we speak, we understand there's some road construction going on seriously in Akyem Wenchi.
Okay. Before that, we had seen Jachi Question's place.
Yeah, Ase North. Yeah. We saw Kumewu. We saw Ejura.
Ejiso, yeah. Yes. And then, several other places. It got to a point where somebody went on radio and said, maybe we should begin, to kill our MPs. Because, we waited for water wasn't coming. Then suddenly, there's a by-election and water is coming. You recall, Elvis will remember this, around after Japan, heading towards Atimpoku, where a certain community road, they had a big signpost and no water, no votes.
Okay.
You get no water, no votes, and I mean they are just telling you that voting equals development.
Yeah. But it does not always.
Can you imagine where we are, Elvis? We are talking about, and next door is the Volta Lake.
The Volta, yeah.
And what do they need? I mean, any serious-minded person would want to tap, water.
They have a lake
yes,
that down
and not too far is the pump. Yeah.
My hometown, Parliament, Uganda. My mother's hometown is called Tongo Jimene. That one, we are, the water is on our land, but we don't have potable water.
Yeah.
It has to take safe water. I went there sometime. Tongo Jimene.
Let's say Parliament Uganda.
Parliament Uganda. That's my father's hometown. We don't have water.
Yes.
But it is the land of water, largely, that has been consumed by the Akosombo Dam and the water. It's Eastern and Volta that lost land to the construction of the Volta and the Akosombo Dam. But if you go to many communities in Volta, including Parliament Uganda, to Parliament, all that area in Sabdan, Tongo, Germany, all those, we don't have access to potable water. For Tongo, you have to take safe water to come and put some overhead tanks to be provided some level of water. You ask why is that the community or a whole region which lost mass land, okay, to ensure that the Volta River Authority builds Akosombo Dam, okay, then the water is there. Yeah. And then we are treating the water and we're transporting to Accra through pipelines. But there are so many communities who have actually lost their land that do not have water.
But are they not along the
but the water needs to be treated.
What did
that's pumping stations to go to treat water.
What did this guy say?
The way you see the Volta Lake huge, were huge coffee farms. Volta region was the leading producer of coffee in Ghana, and those days cocoa was not the most important. The coffee was like the most important thing. They lost everything to the river just to make sure that Akosombo Dam comes. There's supposed to be a fund called Volta VRA Resettlement Fund that's supposed to help communities that suffered from this process.
I think their office is just around here.
You ask yourself, they'll be there and then they'll go and dig some one borehole in some community. They'll be there and then they'll go and put up some 3 classroom blocks somewhere.
In fact, VRA is supposed to be paying some royalties into even though it's paid, the money doesn't go down.
There's huge sacrifice. So sometimes people talk about resources to Ghana. I said, don't look at only cocoa. Don't look at gold as resources to Ghana. Akosombo Dam is still producing the highest 1,000 plus megawatt, 1,020 megawatts of electricity. And then at Pond Dam, which is also built on the same facility, at the Bui Dam, look at how people lost their lands just to make sure that Ghana gets electricity. And those communities are living in abject poverty. And many of them are still drinking water with animals because the state has not made their responsibility. If these people don't have anything at all, or every community that has lost their land to have the dam should have access to potable drinking water. But we don't in the Volta region. Most communities go down have they live by the river and they have to drink. When animals come to drink the same water, they defecate into it and everything. You also have to go and fetch and drink because the state has not made the duty to say if for nothing at all, you lost your land, the water is on land. Let's treat it so that you have access to potable drinking water. Not the case in many communities in Volta region.
You see, there's this thing where politicians go to a particular location and project themselves as saviors.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. He's a savior. Oh, I'll do this for you. There's a story of a man who, went somewhere and was campaigning. I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll do this. Even your water body, I'll put a bridge on it and do that. And then the people, yay. Then, somebody whispered into his ears and said that, oh, sir, we don't have any water body here like that.
Before you even build the bridge.
Calm down.
Yeah, calm down. Then the guy says to us, he turned to the people and said, do you know what he just told me? He just told me that you don't even have water, water body here. Me, when I come, I'll put water body here,
around
here, and put a bridge on. You know, so that is how they worked on the people. Again, that same story, be it as whatever it is, they were excited that a bridge was going to be put on a on a river for them.
When the river doesn't exist.
When the river doesn't exist, at that point, it doesn't exist. They should even have said that. But
there's no river here.
Yeah, but there's no river.
Bridge going to be on the river?
Thank you. On a non-existent
imaginary river.
Thank you. But they have been worked up, and they say it's part of politics.
Yeah.
And people deploy it,
Mind games.
Yeah, mind games. Thank you. They deploy it so well and achieve whatever it is. I mean, I would have mentioned a national cathedral, where people split our religious beliefs.
Yeah.
And then, inserted a certain expectation in there and said, oh, I had a dream. And so, that and that and that and that, I need to build this. Next door is where we, National Theatre, State Banquet Halls, all that. But people believed it. And pastors even sat down and welcomed it until, whatever it is happened. You see what we are dealing with. The water situation. To think that a town just a walking distance from the water.
You are by the river.
By the river.
You are by the river.
Next door is a certain water. Just when you are getting out of Pong, the Pong water works just nearby.
Yes.
And the people who are rather complaining about water, telling you that no water, no vote. And you can imagine the number of politicians who drove Eastern region, Volta region, Northern region.
That's after the Apostle.
Exactly. You see what we are dealing with. I mean, see, even talk of jobs around here. In that same enclave, elsewhere, people would put up fish farms all through that area.
Exactly.
So that you can pump water from there and then, do some fish farming strategically. Let them, if you can help them with fish farming, let them do. Smoke it. If you export, you can export. Those that you feed the people here with, you feed them here with.
But all these things wouldn't happen. I saw a video of residents of Akwatia complaining that they didn't see any registration exercise happening by YEA. But ahead of this elections, they
came there to register.
Yeah.
Of course. We've heard the communications minister promise them
better network,
improved network connectivity. I mean, it will happen. These are some of the
employment models. Let's ask ourselves, since Kufo started it till now, it is not a sustainable employment.
True.
So this youth employment thing, the money we are rather sinking. If we had focused and said the money we are sinking, we have to rather target sustainable job creation. That's what I said. If we say fishing communities, we want to support the youth to go into serious fish farming. We'll use the money to deploy the infrastructure. Okay, infrastructure, and yours is to just take care of it. And there will be ready markets where you export to. You are giving the person a more sustainable. The person is actually living by the river. And it's making. We are sitting there in Chinese camp, and they are rearing tilapia.
That's the point you're going to make.
They are rearing tilapia, and they are actually a lot of the tilapia you eat in Accra. Unfortunately, is not from the Volta Lake natural.
No,
it is the Chinese bred one that they do in ponds, and we even import fingerlings of tilapia to this country. When this thing can be done here, and the young people who are around this area will not complain about jobs, because if there is a proper infrastructure laid out. And the person knows that maybe every 3 months, I can sell tilapia worth 100,000 Ghana cedis. Why would the person say I'm jobless? So times 4, the person is selling over 400,000 cedis worth of tilapia in a year, and take out the cost and everything, and maybe after everything, he makes a profit of even 50,000 in that low rural area. That person can build the house he wants, he can buy the TV. He's not going to complain about joblessness. But and see. I was reading information about Akoso. I said one of the reasons Nkrumah also supported the dam, apart from electricity, was that the river will become one of the largest source of protein needs of Ghana. Means that the fish production. But what we have done is to allow some few greedy people to use small nets and co to catch all the smaller fish. So now before you get fish in the water, you have to have a boat and go far away.
Because
you can't really, because we depleted the stocks because of the improper management of fish in the river. So if we are going to invest resources to say, okay, we are depleted, but we want to replace and actually create ponds around, on the lands around, and let young people go into fish farming. And actually fish farming can generate a lot of money for people. So it's all about, as I said, it's about somebody sitting back and thinking and say, look, their gold and cocoa are good. But there are several systems in this country that can, I said from Akyem to Qatar. We can just say our beaches.
Yeah.
We just want to become the Maldives of Africa.
Yeah.
All we want to allocate is every 100 meters from the sea, nobody builds a house there. But the landowners will get some royalty, but we dedicate it to investors to put just entertainment facilities from Akyem to Aflau. Do you know the number of people will be employed if we dedicate our coastlines? Even 40% of the coastline is dedicated to tourism, where people come and build facilities. Look, globally, everybody will be traveling to Ghana to come and
When
see.
last did
They are
you
going to
have
have
a cruise ship?
Do you understand it? You go to Volta region, you see some of the best beaches and very clean, not dirty. But because we are not actually projecting as investment potential, investment is we say somebody should come and build a factory. We are not actually looking at tourism as a job. Look, the job that can be created in tourism if we dedicate 40% of our seashore just to do tourism, where we package and say billionaires around the world just come and take our shores and build entertainment and showbiz facilities along Ghana.
Yeah.
Maybe half of Ghana's population will be seen in this community will be white people or foreigners from other countries.
The new Miami.
The new Miami who love this thing. God has given it to us. It's our ability to develop it.
Right.
We have been talking about what is something to drive, the Accra one. How many years have we talking about that?
Marine Drive.
Marine Drive. What has happened?
No, but Marine Drive there, when last did we hear anything about it?
Thank you. And then why is that the people of Accra, the young people who don't have no jobs? See, the Marine Drive is properly done, and we put proper mindset. So the landowners will get a certain royalty, and first of all, they have to get some advance payment for the land, and every year they get some royalty for revenue generated. All the people whose lands will go to Marine Drive will become rich people overnight, because the money they will be paid, and then the annual royalties that will come from operations. That is what is also going to create jobs for the people of those communities, and they'll be trained in the hospitality to say that because the place is going to be developed into hospitality and we want to create jobs for the people from those communities, let's take you to hospitality training. So by the time the facilities are ready, the human capital is also ready to go in there.
Yeah.
We have the potential to create jobs for people in this country. It's about somebody sitting back, coming out with plans such as developing it and be serious about it, not the political one. But be serious about it to secure investment into some of these projects.
The problem with this is this. You see, the politicians capture the space and they won't allow the business-minded person to operate.
As you said, somebody alleged that the Marine Drive, the politicians have bought all the land, they have shared the land. That's what somebody alleged, and I'm here to check. But somebody alleged that if you go to the land has already been shared.
Marine Drive, we suffered. We were to report live that. Remember the demolition?
So they will tell you that people who have studied, let's say, the economic blocks that we have in the various parts of Africa, including ECOWAS, they tell you that it is all, ECOWAS in particular has been politicized. So it is more of what the politicians say. So their decisions are political based. The economy is seen from a political point of view. The movement of people is more, politicized. I mean, goods and services politicized. You get it. Elsewhere, compare that to the European Union, for instance, where decisions are left at the, for technocrats to decide as to,
and implement.
Sure. And so the movement, you are paying something small. Here, there was a time we traveled to Switzerland. And we were having a program in Switzerland, but then sleeping in France.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, oh, yes.
It's just an easy drive. You drive. And the place I would describe as a village. In France.
Don't even go. Oh, it's more than Accra.
Yeah.
It's more than Accra.
Yeah.
The infrastructure.
But to be fair, there are actually villages elsewhere too.
I'm saying that the place that was described as a village.
This particular place,
yeah,
where you were.
Yeah.
Right.
But was it described as a village?
Even the
villages you talk about, the road infrastructure is imperfection. The one you even call a village. Everything that will make a person live comfortably there is there, even though it's a village in that European country. Why is it that we are unable to do so? That's why the voting at Akwatia will end today. The question after that, the young people who were on the TV and saying
after
that,
Akwatia, what next?
who has a plan for them? And I have said, look, if somebody had told me that Brian Chapel building the biggest statue in Akwewu, it will be something that will attract people. Initially, I would have said, that Accra, why would we build that in Accra? I think what Brian has done there has shown that, look, if we properly assess communities around Ghana, there will be mega facilities that will not be built in Accra or Kumasi. And by building that facility alone there, that drives economic activity to that place.
But you know, this thing that you just mentioned there reminds me of, pricks me to ask, why is Brian to politics?
You think he should have remained a businessman, an entrepreneur?
I mean, I think he could have done marvelously well for himself. As a businessman.
Not a politician.
He has actually done marvelously
you get
well.
It. So
look at the facility.
There was a time I was having some studies at Gimpa, and then I walked on a particular corridor, and here he was teaching.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Brian's a teacher.
He teaches.
He teaches.
Yes,
So from nowhere, I got this, number. I said, what are you doing, Gimpa? I said, I've been teaching, and I don't collect money.
Free of charge.
Yes. He said, I don't collect money. But what do I need the money for? So but for him, it keeps him, very active.
So the question
that is one.
Keeps him sharp as well.
Yeah, then he's into Akwatia, sorry, the software program over there. And then he's built a hotel. Yeah. I'm sure he's into other things as well.
I hear he's under so many other things.
Okay, so for a guy like that, I mean, the country can benefit from him more. And his human relation is solid. You have no idea. The country can benefit from him more. But the country would have benefited if he himself
had availed himself.
Exactly. That listen, this politics, I don't want to be involved. And that I want to focus on
my business.
My business. And through that, I will employ a lot of people. It will get to a point where the people who themselves would want you
to become president,
to become their leader.
Because of what you have achieved.
You get it? Because of what you had achieved. And it's not about, but maybe also he feels that if he's not involved in the politics, his things will not be protected. Because you had the Ibrahim Mohammeds who are out there doing marvelously well for themselves as well. Listen, you need to talk to Ibrahim. Show him the rock, and he will tell you how to crack it.
Wow.
Yes. No, I mean, no mining company comes here. Those companies that buy...
That's what they are supplying.
Those guys who are into, mining and so on. He supplies them machines, and then at the end of the day, he's like he's a mining contractor.
Okay.
So they show that is where the concession is.
They actually construct mines.
They get down to it and then do it in such a way that they are cutting the rocks out, cracking them, giving you the gold. They collect their money, off they go. Not one mine, several mines in this town. So we have the men to do the job for this country and employ people to work. But listen, at the end of the day, the politics has taken over the space more than our common sense. And so, therefore, we are hungry and complaining that why are we hungry? Okay? We don't have roads to travel on. And, kids coming in school.
Somebody is coming to mind. In the abundance of water, the food is thirsty.
So imagine this is a country where, listen, persistently we've had the American president, apart from Donald Trump, who hasn't been here, we've had Clinton come, Bush come, Obama come, and when Biden couldn't come, the vice came.
Even Trump's wife.
Exactly. You see, the exposure of that. CNN, the focus of America or the international community is here.
If we use this.
But we say that, hey, listen.
Capital we couldn't use.
That we couldn't yet.
No, it's not gone yet. That is the capital we should leverage on to build the hospitality industry. You understand? If all these people feel comfortable coming to Ghana, assuming we put Brian, say, Brian, you are into hotels and tourism.
Yes.
do a survey of from Aplau to Akyem. Go and bring consultants and develop a plan of how we can convert all our seashores, 40% into Africa's #1 hospitality industry. With what he has achieved, it is easy for Brian to get the right expertise to get that project done. Let's give him 10 years. And in 10 years' time, that project may be employing 50 or 60,000 Ghanaians who are working there, because if you talk about the hospitality industry, it employs so many people at a go. So if you have Brian and he's able to do this, and we can't use him. If we have Ibrahim Mahama is able to do this, we can't use it. We have other big business people. We have Moses made the ID, the whole of Africa built a global ID system. What are we doing for him to see? So if we see our stance of we are going, our leaders will sell Africa to foreigners under this after. Because after is to make sure that we take hold of our own economic destiny. But what I have seen our presidents doing is that all African presidents have traveled to other countries and telling them that we have started after, so they should rather come and invest in our country. If they come and invest and they make their money, where are they taking it to? They are taking it back to their country. So this after thing, the way we are approaching it, it is not the way it has to be done. If Mauritius has some of the best tourist sites, and we think our shores are so good and Brian is here, why don't we say, Mauritius, you are an African country, we want you to partner Brian, the hotel developers that are citizens of Mauritius, partner Brian, let's see how we can do this, and then we build it as a project, and then we go and look for investors to come and put their money there.
On the Brian point, on the Brian point, do you think that if he had entered, as a businessman, I'm not sure this argument about the hotel would have.
It's because of the politics.
Yeah, because he is a politician and was a minister.
Because it's strange that the man has built a successful business in that industry. And you have a struggling industry that is state-owned, and you want to offload it, because the person want to buy it, it's a politician.
All right, gentlemen,
see the problem we have?
Thank you so much. Elvis,
they are
thank you.
And,
Larry, thank you. Earlier, we had Prof. Akyem Wenchi also here. Thank you to him. Our men are still on the grounds in Akwatia. We are keeping our eyes, our ears, our boots to the grounds. We'll be bringing you live pictures from there. We're there till the final declaration of a winner, which is expected to happen by close of day today. I am Nana Tufo-Boateng.
Thank you so much. Nana Tufo-Boateng has been the anchor man all morning through to midday. 2nd September 2025 is the day the people of Akwatia have gone to the polls to choose a member of parliament to replace the late Ernest Kumi. Voting has been underway all day. And here on Channel 1 Television and on 97.3 CTFM, we are bringing you back-to-back coverage, every nook and cranny covered, every of the 119 polling stations covered by the men we have on the ground. We have the data for you to do your comparison, and we'll help you with the comparison. And we are counting down until the last ballot is cast, until the last ballot box is open, until the last sorting is done, or the last ballot is sorted, and until we know who has chopped last and who has won in this particular by-election. It is a crucial one between the New Patriotic Party and the NDC, the National Democratic Congress, and an independent candidate. We are on the bridge bringing you everything that you need to know. I am Omaru Sanda Amado, and I'm here in the studio with Fred Tete Jabano. We are live on Channel 1 TV and live on 97.3 City FM. Fred, it has been a very peaceful election so far, save one or two altercations that we saw. But I think pound for pound, if we're comparing by Ablekuma North, this has been a walk in the park, very, very peaceful so far.
Yes, Sandra, very, very, very peaceful. This is a kind of election we want. This is a kind of election we want to take place across the country anytime there are elections, where we will not be sitting on tenterhooks wondering what is going to happen, where we'll not have to be worried about the peace within a particular area because elections are taking place. From 6 a.m. since the coverage started, voting started at 7 a.m., we haven't recorded any major incident where you would say would have disrupted the elections. So far, things are going well across all the 117 polling stations. Yes, you mentioned that initially there was one or two back and forth and disagreements between some people, but it did not degenerate into any kind of violence. The Electoral Commission has done a good job so far by ensuring that they are following the process, whatever they told us they were going to do for this particular election, going on smoothly, voting starting on time, voters having been in the queue, ensuring that ballot papers were ready and everything. The Electoral Commission has done perfectly well as of now with that. When it comes to security, you would realize that in all the polling stations that you would go to, there's strong security. You see policemen, the presence of policemen who are ensuring that everybody does what is expected of them. The police in the last press conference indicated that they were not going to allow people within the premises or within the center of the polling stations. So you have to stay away, far away from the polling stations, and that is what is taking place. We saw the police pick up one or two people who tried to foment some trouble. They ensured that they dealt with it abruptly. And so far, it's been incident-free. The political parties, let's come to the political parties. You have a lot of officials of the NDC and the NPP who are all in Akwatia monitoring the elections. So far, they have behaved themselves. They have behaved themselves. There's not been any incident that you could point out particularly to which would say somebody has misbehaved himself. But so far, everybody has behaved themselves. Even the voters are going through what they are expected to do. They are not engaging in a back and forth with any of the officials. So I would say kudos to everybody in Akwatia as of now for ensuring the peace of the area and a peaceful election so far.
And we'll be hoping and praying that the kudos continues all through the day. It is not war, it's actually a by-election to choose a member of parliament. The statistics we'll be getting into very soon. We do know that the NDC has won that seat 4 times. The MPP has won that seat 5 times. The seat until recently was held by the MPP. And so when they say that the seat is swing, that's pretty much what it is. NDC held it in 92, in 96. NPP took over in 2000 and 2004. In 2008, the NDC took it. Baba Jamal came in 2012. 2016, MPP took the seat. NDC returned in 2020. And then in 2024, NPP took it back. And now we have a by-election. The presidential election results from 2024, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia defeated Dr. John Dramani Mahama in that constituency. So Dr. Bawumia polled 19,170 votes in that constituency in 2024. President Mahama polled 17,206 votes. So the difference was 1,964, almost 2,000 votes difference. That's for the presidential level. The parliamentary level was contested. It was taken to court. The full determination has not been made before the MP lost his life, and because of that, there's a need for a by-election. We have deployed men on the ground, and we also have drones in the air in Akwatia. And like I said to you, everything that happens in that constituency will carry for you live here on Channel 1 TV and on 97.3 City FM. We'll be going to the constituency pretty soon to talk to our reporters who are combing through. One reporter is in Wenchi, the stronghold of the MPP. Another reporter is in Bawdua, the stronghold of the NDC. The other reporters are roving across the town close to the party headquarters of NDC and MPP, also monitoring how the police deployment is going And of course, later we'll be going to the Coalition Center to start receiving the results. 119 polling stations is a large number, but considering the size of the constituency, it should be easy to transmit those results. So it shouldn't be a very, very difficult work. And so far, the police has been very good doing their work. They have body cams that they are using for their work, except to say that we haven't seen a lot of armed policemen, if we haven't seen any at all. But generally, it's been peaceful. We have party officers of the NDC and MPP from outside that constituency coming in to play various roles. There were a few altercations here and there, but generally it has been violence-free to the best of our knowledge and based on everything we have seen, except that standoff between Chief Sofa Zoka and Chairman Buga, the two of them coming from two different political parties. That's something we'll be revisiting and talking about later in the day. But for now, all things look calm. So we're going to go into the data and look at how the polling stations are outlined. So how do the polling stations vote? Fred, I see that you have behind you a map which is already showing the various colors that we have. So here what we do is that we have decided to color map the constituency. So the deeper the blue, or the deep blue, means it's an area that the MPP won. So these are polling stations of the constituency. Fred?
Yes. So, Sandra, what we have here are the 117 polling stations. 119 polling stations within this particular constituency. Out of that, it gives you the number of polling stations the NDC won in the last elections. And it also gives you the number of polling stations the MPP won in that particular constituency.
Okay.
It also will tell you which of the polling stations are strongholds of each party, which of the polling stations, even though are won by a particular party, is not really, we can't even say is a stronghold of that particular party. So when you look at the 2024 results, Eneskumi against the former MP for the area, for the NDC, who contested in the 2024 elections, you would see that out of the results we have, the MPP had 18,844, whilst the NDC had 16,968.
This is parliamentary.
This is parliamentary. This is parliamentary. But when
and I see you also have polling stations against the...
Yes, we have polling stations, but we'll get there.
Okay.
When you look at the map in itself, as we have it, you see a number of green areas and a number of blue areas. There's a deep blue, and then you have the light blue. Then you would have just the green, the deep green, and the light green. The deep blue shows you that the MPP won over 60% of the votes. Over 60% of the votes
at that
in
polling
that particular
station.
polling station. The light blue would be around 50% of the votes.
So below 60%?
Below 60% of the votes. So they may have won you may have won the polling station, but it's not beyond 60. Same applies to the NDC. So there were 119 of the polling stations. Out of the 119, the NDC had 63 of the polling stations. They won 63 of the polling stations. And the MPP had won 54 of the polling stations.
So
But
NDC had more polling stations?
NDC had more polling stations, but the MPP had more votes.
So the population...
So the population would determine, you may have won a polling station, but the polling station may not have the numbers. So let's start and look at this particular polling station. Experimental School, Okwaman RS. Okumenin ARS. Eneskumi had 108 votes, whilst Boakye Yadom had 57.
This 2024 December 7th.
This is 2024 December 7th. And you see that this is a very deep blue.
So
look at the difference.
It was over 60%.
Over 60% of it. Let's come and check a deep green for the NDC. This is just a random sampling. This is LA Primary School, Apam Patia. LA Primary School, Apam Patia. Boakye Yadom, 182. And Eskumi, 62.
So just like the other one?
Just like the other one, is a deep blue. The gap is quite huge. Now, let me take you to the light blue and see how they performed. So then we can now go back and do a proper analysis. The light blue, Eskumi 94, Boakye Yadom 93.
Neck and neck.
Neck and neck. So the MPP won in this particular polling station, but the gap was very small.
So in our watch or in our election watch tonight, one polling station we should have an eye on is Palace Square, Amaga.
Which is very close.
Because if it was neck and neck, most likely the one who wins here may have an edge.
So depending on what happens in some of this polling station, will the MPP candidate still maintain the votes here, or would he lose it? Looking at how neck and neck it is.
Remember Baba Jamal told us that they have to do a lot as NDC to make sure their people come out to vote and maintain the votes they got.
Yes.
That's very crucial for them. So in a constituency like this, NDC should thrive as much as possible to either overturn or at least have this...
Or keep...
Yes.
Ensure that the numbers are still very close.
Otherwise it will be slipping,
through their hands.
Okay, okay.
So this is a light blue. Let's check a light green of the NDC. Pentecost Church, Imofra Jane. Boakye Yadom.
Imofra Jane. Children are thinking.
Children are thinking.
Imofra
Jane. Boakye Yadom, 68. And Eskumi, 49. Also, look at the difference. Not too huge. Very small.
So there's again...
So, again, the NDC should be ensuring that they are winning this particular constituency.
That's if they are to win the election. Otherwise, the MPP should thrive then to also increase their votes.
To either increase the votes, win, or ensure that their votes are up.
Okay. Because it's a place that they have.
It's a place the NDC has.
The NDC has, okay.
So for the MPP to be able to win, it's either they are closing this gap or they are winning it.
Yeah.
But you see, these will not really determine how the votes will go. You are going to look at the strongholds
and how they'll
see
be showing
the numbers and see whether they can make the same numbers in this particular election. So let's start. We'll take the strongholds of each party and look at the vote difference and see what each party will need to do to ensure to either maintain or overturn.
So this is you going electoral area by electoral area now?
Electoral area by electoral area. So let's start with the first electoral area, the experimental school, where the
polling station.
Yes, the experimental school polling station, where the MPP is won with 108 votes. The NDC 57. Very huge margin. A very, very, very huge margin. Twice the number. A very, very huge
Actually, more
number.
than twice.
You look at this particular polling station. What does the MPP need to do in this particular polling station? Ensure that they keep the gap the way it is, or increase the gap. This is a deep blue, meaning that it is a polling station which will be very difficult for the NDC to win. So what would the NDC be looking at the experimental school? Either the NDC is going to ensure that they are increasing their numbers, or the NDC would ensure that they are keeping their numbers. Let's go to the next stronghold of the MPP in this particular polling stage, in this particular constituency. LA Primary School. Akaneno.
Akinkano.
Akinkano. Akinkano has 163 votes for the MPP. Then 69 votes for the NDC. Look at, it's almost 100 votes difference.
Yeah, yeah.
About 90 something vote difference, almost 100 vote difference. Here in this particular polling station, this is falling between the Wenchi area of the constituency.
So this is the MPP stronghold?
The MPP stronghold.
Okay.
Of the constituency.
Fred, share of the analysis will come back. We are doing a number of things for you here on our coverage of the Akwatia by-election. We have men on the ground who are covering various parts for us. So there's Charles Owusukumi, who is actually reporting from the area that Fred is just talking about. We'll be going to him in a jiffy. Then we have Sami Yafi in Bawdua, the NDC side. Then we have Fauzu Masawudu, close to the headquarters of the two parties or the offices of the two parties in the constituency. And then we have Neoni Amate Kanaku, who is roving around in the constituency, also giving us whistle stops in a lot of the polling stations. We have drones that are flying to and fro, and we simply tell the drone, go to polling station A or B, and it goes and flies over 60 meters above the polling station and supplies us with footage from that area, and you can see some of it in the background. So this is an aerial shot provided by the drones that we have deployed. The police have their own drones they're using for security reasons. Ours are for news purposes. This is how Akwatia looks during the day. And when my colleagues went there, the footage they returned with showed that either Akwatia is a ghost town or a dormitory town. Now, dormitory town means the people come home to sleep in the morning, they wake up and go to work. It's a mining area, so they leave in the morning, go to the mines. These are live pictures of our drones covering proceedings today. And you don't see a lot of activity in the town. It is something we noticed when we went up close on the ground with our cameras. And with the drones now that are carrying, showing us live pictures, you see that people are just in few pockets. So you don't have a lot of people. You don't even see a lot of vehicles moving up and about or to and fro. So it tells you that generally the population doesn't stay around during the day. I don't know how the night looks like, but the votes have been coming out. So far, perhaps less than half of people at a lot of the polling stations have cast their votes. Look at what you're seeing here. This is a polling station at one of the schools. And you see people are voting. There's no queue at the polling center. There are people outside here who appear to be observing from across the road. But inside the schoolyard itself, there isn't a lot of activity. Now, typically, if this was a general election, you would expect to see people in a queue trying to cast their vote. But you don't see a lot of that happening. Few cars parked here and there, people going about, if there are even people at all. So you don't see a lot of activity happening. So this is just to give you the aerial shot of Akwatia, just telling you how it looks like. This is another area that the drone is taking the shot from. And our drones, we give them specific instructions. So they do not zoom in to see what a person is voting or who a person is voting for. But we try and give you all of that. So this is a compound with a lot of what is called Kufor gallons. Looks like fuel depot sort of, maybe someone selling their own fuel in the area, or water. You can never be sure. So we have, and here of course, forest area. But again, don't forget that Akwatia used to be part of an area known as Kwaibi Brim. So it's a forest area, or a very, an area that has a lot of forest. And so you are seeing that there. Let's go to Wenchi in Akwatia, where Charles Owusukumi is going to speak to us from. Charles, how has it been? It's almost 1 p.m. People have been voting for 6 hours now. What have you been observing so far, the turnout especially?
Well, Sandra, turnout has been good. It had been peaceful until, a few minutes ago when we heard that there was a brief altercation between Alexander Fenemarkin, the minority leader's bodyguard, and some heavily built men calls his boys. And I'll just ask the camera to just go around and show you these boys Grande, who are still stationed here. They've been here since morning. And these men in your short, they had a brief altercation between the minority leaders' bodyguards. The bodyguards were told try to take photographs of them, and they didn't like that. Form of altercation. Mustafa Bande, since we've been here, Mustafa Bande himself has been here to try and calm there are also some executives of the NPP who have come here following that. I see the national organizer of the Salam. I also see here the member of parliament for Odan, the Honorable Alexander Akwam, who was here wearing that shade. Now, as we just having this conversation, former Attorney General Marita and former NDC Chairman Samuel Okosampo just walked into the polling center. Hopefully, we can engage them briefly. But I want to speak to Honorable Alexander Akwa, who witnessed that brief altercation a few moments ago. Honorable, good afternoon to you again. You were here when that incident happened between the Honorable Akwatia, if you can please get up a bit, bodyguards, and these heavily built men who Mustafa Bande calls his boys. What exactly happened? We're told that they took pictures of them, they were unhappy about it, and that resulted in that standing.
Yes, we were here when the load, about 10 pickups, came with this guns. I mean, you see that the former national chairman is here with them. So obviously they are NDC. They came here, and we didn't know why they came. They went to park beyond the pole, and then had they got off the car, they alighted, and it almost created some pandemonium because people didn't understand why they were coming. You see, everybody has a big one off at the back of their mind, so people are very careful as in what happens here. The police were quick enough to take control, but they were trying to overpower the police. And then the Honorable Akyem Wenchi and GFK and the General Secretary of the party came in and came to take note of what is happening, because they understand why they should be here. Okay. I mean, their presence is inexplicable. And so, obviously, I don't know how they took the photograph, but there was one young man who kept on shouting, "We don't allow you. Then they surrounded the guy, about 6, 7 of them, the guy started giving the guy some beatings. So the guy they left him, the guy just went.
Why do you think they're here? I mean, this is an NPP stronghold. Do you think there's a strategy
for me, I think that they are just here to scare off our voters. They are here to scare off our voters. And truly, since they came, the turnout is running slow. I mean, it's running a bit slow. So I think their presence here is just to intimidate the voters.
But they've not done anything on the north.
I just told you that people have a north in mind. Okay. I mean, a place where they just entered the police station and started beating people here and there. And so their presence alone is very intimidating. But I've seen the police reinforcing the polling center and increasing their presence here. And so we've also gone telling the voters to come and vote, and that they are fine. Nobody will.
I mean, we have laws, banning the youth. Feel that this thing is creeping back into body politics, coming back in this disguise in a different form.
Well, you see, these are people who did not come as individuals. They may be in different vehicles, but 4 of them were in a pickup. So all of them gathered here, came in troops, And immediately they landed, they went parked at a certain place. Mustafa Gbande came and went to them. Maybe he told me, these are my boys. I don't know which boys they are. And then you've seen the senior officials of the NDC with them now. So nobody knows whether they are here as party members, whether they are here, but these are not ordinary parties. You can't have party members who are well built and dressed in a way that would scare people. You know, we know what happens. I mean, so obviously it's exactly what you're saying.
Right, and great to see the Member of Parliament for that, Alexander Yakwam, engaging us over there. I mentioned the National Youth Organizer of the NPP. We're trying to engage him. Commander, good to see you. I've not seen you all day. How are you?
Yeah, well,
How are you? How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
It's been about 7 hours since the poll started. What have you noticed so far?
Well, so far, I think it's okay. It's peaceful. Except that we got wind of some small problems here. So we decided to come and see what's happening. Our resolve to protect, our ballot remains unbroken. And anything is going to happen that scares that particular resolve, we have to act on it. So we are here to ensure that everything is resolved, that voting, goes unimpeded. This is our stronghold, it's not our stronghold. So we can understand the attempt to suppress votes so that we take advantage of it. I will not allow that. Not allow it. We have come here, as you can see, the process is still ongoing. I can see the security also beefing up. That's fair and acceptable. So we are here. You can see behind the NDC macho men. People should report that they said they didn't bring macho people, but they are those that you are seeing, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, but there's nothing wrong with this.
Yeah. So they should stop the hypocrisy that they didn't bring in macho men and so on and so forth. They have brought in macho men.
But what do you make of the security arrangement? There's been some good reviews that it's done quite well. It's done quite well.
I would insist, security is not about numbers. What we're dealing with is not quantity, it's quality. So you can have as many as you may want to deploy, but if they're ineffective, you would achieve nothing. So I am hoping that the security are up to task, that they are able to hold the front. We have how many hours to go? Our 5 hours or so more to go, and coalition. Then we are done with the process. So far, I mean, it's okay. We are dealing with the situation, and we continue to manage them till coalition and declaration is done.
All right. Thank you very much. The National Youth Organizer of the new party, Spain. So I mentioned that Sabru and some of the so see them engaging with at one of the polling stations here in Wenchi. That Church polling station. So Karma has returned here. These macho men, they are still here. I mentioned earlier in my reporting that they were patrolling the Wenchi township. They had done nothing to mar the process, but they were in the township earlier in the day, and so they are still stationed here. Marking and his people, they have left, and some of the NPP executives have also come following that incident. And you can also see some of the townsfolk who are also hanging around and engage with one or two of them on what the most of the incident that's happened. Accra, ma'am, oh yeah. My first step going to hire now. What to about? Accra. Now, gentlemen. Let's see if we can engage a few people more standard here in what's your name? Yes. Alex. Yeah. Okay. You live here? Have you voted already? Not yet. What are you waiting for? For some time. Waiting for some time. Okay. Well, the police station is almost empty. The police station, they're almost empty. You can just go and. Everybody's waiting for money. Everybody's waiting for money. Yeah. So you're waiting for money. No, but if someone comes and offers you money, yeah, maybe I will take, but I can look for what I get in water. Or you take the money and still go ahead and go to the. Yeah, if you give me money, I'll go against you. I mean, can I assume that all the boys standing around here, they're waiting for somebody, yeah, to come and give them money? They take money before waiting for MP. So those of you also going to vote for the MP, what benefit from that? One delegate take 6,000 before waiting for MP. So you're saying that, so for example, the NDC's candidate, Bernard Bediab, before he was elected, you're saying the delegates took 6,000 before they elected him. Is that what, for example? Yeah. But that's what this 60,000 applies to him. For the NPP's candidate, he was unanimously chosen. It was no election. I don't know about it. Okay. You just want to cash in as well. All right. Thank you very much. Are you not worried that taking money for votes will eventually destroy the democracy? I won't take money. I'm fighting for my future. So I can decide to vote or I can't vote. All right. Good to see you, Alex. A resident of Wenchi who is also yet to cast his vote, like some of the others also here, hoping to vote as we're just about a few hours to the close of the Sunday.
Charles, can you hear me? Charles, can you hear me?
Yes, and I can hear you.
It's a very interesting development there, what the gentleman just told you about waiting for money before they vote. In the 2024 election, we have been told by a number of NPP persons that on election day, they had some of their supporters at the polling station demanding that they be given money before they vote. It appears that the same thing is playing out again, except that we do not know who these supporters are, whether they are NDC or NPP persons, but it's curious and strange to hear him say that they are waiting for money before they go and vote, isn't it?
Well, I think the politicians should be worried because if eventually people lose trust in our democratic processes, they would be the ones to lose the most. What I glean from that is that this man, he has witnessed that the democracy we practice has become more of monetocracy, if I can put it that way. You vote for the highest bidder. So yes, why not? If delegates are taking money before they vote for parliamentary candidates and presidential candidates, why should he not also ask for money before going to vote for the eventual person who's selected as the candidate? I understand that, but it's worrying that a young person would be standing here waiting for politicians to give them money before they exercise a right to vote and choose a leader for themselves.
Charles, and he is not the only one who is standing looking idle and appears to be waiting for something. You may not have spoken to other people, but it appears they are all in the same boat, isn't it?
Well, yes, that's what he told me, that they're all standing here waiting for someone to come and grease their palm before they go and vote.
But I also heard you. Yeah, I heard him say that even the one who gives them the money, they may not necessarily vote for that person.
Vote for them.
So,
Yes,
so
you
some
mentioned
quid,
that.
so some quid pro quo for voting, not for voting for your. So you can come and give them money that vote for my candidate, then they'll go and vote and tell you they voted for your candidate, but they would not have.
Yeah, because you're not going into the booth with them anyway. So if you give them money, they can choose to either vote for you or not. I don't know. It's quite disheartening to hear that, though. But that is what this democracy has been reduced to standard.
And Charles, what's happening under the tree behind you? Those people over there, who are they? What are they looking for?
Those people, they are just sound folk. So just like him. When we arrived and we saw the macho men, in the middle of that school park, they had also grouped themselves here. So they live here. This is their town. Some of them may be waiting for money to go and vote, but I think others are just here, just witnessing the processes. Some have also voted and just hanging around. I spoke to some people earlier at one of the polling stations, and some women, and they tell me that they're not going home, even though you're supposed to go home when you're done voting and return when sorting and counting the gains. They are saying they are policing the process together with the police. They don't want to leave the votes they cast and go home. So it will be the
But do you know whether? But do you know whether? Do you know whether they have actually voted though? Those people behind you.
Well, I cannot confirm that. I cannot confirm that. But it could be a mixture of the factors that I have enumerated. People who have voted, those who have not voted and are waiting for someone to give them money, and just others who are just here just to witness, especially after what happened between Akwatia and these macho men. They just here, just onlookers observing the process.
Charles, while we are doing this, can you walk to the voting area, to the EC officials? Let's understand what the total number of voters for that center is and how many people have voted so far. I just want to see how the voter turnout is looking. Or if you already have that statistics, you could share with us so we have an idea.
Well, I currently don't have that for this particular polling station. But the one that I had been to, appreciable levels of people had voted in those areas. It's for some polling stations, it's difficult to get in. And you go there, the police will ask you for accreditation, even when you explain that the accreditation is only for the collation center. They prevent you from getting in. And hopefully, when I go to these guys, they will be able to give me the figures you're asking for, and then I'll share them with you. Remember, the Salam mentioned that this is the NPP's stronghold. Yes, in fact, indeed, this is the NPP's stronghold. Wenchi, in the last election, the NPP polled over 3,000 votes in Wenchi. The NDC polled just a little over 400. So that tells you the massive gap between the NPP and the NDC in Wenchi. And you heard the Honorable Alexander Akwatia mention that they believe that this is a strategy of the NDC to suppress the votes here, these macho men. We cannot, corroborate that, but what I can say is that these macho men are here. As you can see, the executives of the NPP still joy on what to do next as they strategize for the next phase of this election process, which
Charles,
is a few hours to end.
Charles, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you come back to the gentleman
Yes, I can
sitting?
hear you.
Can you come back to the gentleman sitting on the car tires and ask them why they are sitting there? So it is not like they are in a queue going to cast a vote. They just appear to be resting or idling about. Can you engage them to find out why they are sitting there? I want to hear why they are there.
Right. Hello there. My name is Charles. This is live on Channel 1 TV. Oh, you're not ready for it. Hello, sir. If you can. Oh, okay, sir. Okay. Oh, hi, sir. Can I speak to you? Okay. Are you from here? Okay. You're from Akwatia. So why are you here? The Akwatia MP is your MP, so you are within. Okay, okay, I can understand that. Hello there. This is Charles, and this is Channel One TV live. Do you live here? Are you from here? Okay. Have you voted already? So why are you still hanging around?
Oh, just
Just want to observe, but you know that when you vote, you have to go back home, come back for count.
I should be around to see.
The leader of which party?
Operation.
Okay. In what position do you hold? Youth organizer for the electoral area. Okay. What's your name? Hineba. Hineba Jan. All right. So there you have it. He's the leader of the NPP in this electoral area. So the reason he's here is that he's observing the process. Are you with him? Are you also a leader of the NPP here?
Observing just like
you're observing just that. We are also observing. So you're an electoral observer. You work with which group?
as a citizen, I think it's very and it's not good for me to know what's happening. So this is was an election that I'm a stakeholder of this.
What's your name? Naftali. Okay. Are you from Wenchi?
No.
Oh, okay. Are you with the Honorable Alexander? Okay, you're with me. Okay. All right.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm okay.
You engage me more.
Oh, I'm okay. Thank you. Are you also with him? You're all in the Alexander Akwatia team.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you have quite a sizable team. Came all the way from Odan to help your colleagues here. Oh, okay. All right. Hi. My name is Charles.
Baron.
Baron.
Yeah.
Are you from Wenchi?
No.
You're from Odan.
No.
You're not from Odan. Where are you?
I'm from Ayawaso West.
Ayawaso West.
Yes. In
Okay.
Greater Accra.
Okay, so you're part of the Ayawaso West team that came here.
Yeah.
Okay. You're in the company of. Are you alone or?
No. Okay. So let me reintroduce myself. My name is Ikeba. I'm Director of Operations, Tescon Greater Accra.
Oh, okay. Director of Operations, Tescon Greater Accra. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's not just me. We have Tescon members. Support. In fact, some came 2 weeks ago. Or in the lane of supporting.
Okay. So in your observation of the process, what do you make of what has gone on in the past for 6-7 hours?
Well, I think it has been peaceful. Out of 100%, let's say 90% peaceful. Yeah. I've been moving from police station to police station.
Right.
So I just got. So from what I have seen, it's quite okay. Yeah.
No, she's not aware of what happened here. Okay.
We are
So
hoping that everything goes smooth.
okay. Usually it's counting and policing where you have difficulties. What do you make of the work of the police so far?
So I think they have been great from the police station I have been to. They have been great on that. So far, nothing. If they were not working, I'm sure we'd have some issues here and there. So I'm sure they are okay. And so they prove me otherwise.
All right. I just spoke to a gentleman here. He says he's waiting for someone to give him money before he goes to vote. As a young person, what do you make of that?
Well, I'm sure our brothers from the other side are maybe giving money for people to come out to vote or something. So that is why, once I give you money, when you go home, you tell your brother will also come and also demand money before vote. But we on the side, we are not doing it like that.
The NPP is not giving any money. You are in opposition, so you are broke.
We are happy that the NDC is even giving money, but it's more like a donation for our brother and his community funeral. So we are okay.
Yeah, but it's the principle of a young person asking to be giving money to go and vote. Is that not worrying for you as a young politician?
I think that the question should be there, it should be turned the other way around because there's no enough education on the importance of voting. There's no enough education on why you should vote and why it matters. So when I don't know why it matters for me to vote, I would always want to get something because I believe or I feel I'm doing something for you. Because when I was coming, I heard people saying, "Oh, you're prepared, man, moving here, say." So that's the mentality that a human I'm a pakokama, and a human I'm pakokama, then a pakakama, normal, street life, and they're normal. But when there's education, then we let you know that if you vote, this is how it affects the country. If you vote, this, that, I think that will help. And not only when there's by-election. I think we have to give it civil society and
Civil society and
yes,
NCC.
Yes, I think that you have to make that conscious effort to do a lot of education, and that will help. Okay. And also add the reasons why we vote for NCC and what they do in parliament.
Okay.
I think that when we do education on what they do in parliament, this whole idea of money to vote will come down. When you understand that the person's core mandate is when you make laws and not even development or putting up slides, it will let us vote in a proper direction. So we need a lot of education.
What's your name again?
Efia Baron.
Okay. Test one executive, right?
No. Director of Operations.
Director of Operations.
Greater Accra.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Well, Sanda,
that's a very fair sample.
That will be it from us here.
Yes, I appreciate it. Thank you. That's a very fair sample of opinions there. The people you see there, they are not necessarily from the constituency, but from the neighboring constituency who are there with their member of parliament, Alexander Kwesiakwa, and also other officers of the NPP. That lady says she's in charge of operations from TESCON, that's the Tertiary Education School Conference of the NPP. She is operations manager in the Greater Accra region, and so they are there to deploy. Now, they are in Wenchi, which is a stronghold of the NPP, an area that generally votes for the NPP. I will return to Charles again to see if there's any further developments, because don't forget we are here for you all day until the last ballot is cast, until we know who has been elected the Member of Parliament for Akwatia. So please stay with us on that. Let's go to another part of the constituency. Fauzu Masawudu is joining us. Fauzu, where are you joining us from? And what's the latest development?
All right, thank you very much, Sanda. I'm coming to you live from the Kotokoli Zongo in Akwatia, precisely the Voaso electoral area. This is the polling station at the old station in the Kotokoli Zongo. I'll be running you by, a few notable events that have occurred here today, but I want to engage briefly the presiding officer on duty on the process so far and what there is to know about voting so far. Good day, sir. You are live on Channel 1 TV.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, please, your name.
Albert Ejeboatin.
Albert Ejeboatin. Are you able to run us by the total number of expected voters?
Yeah, we are on it now. The total number is 453.
453. That's registered voters here.
Yes.
And how many have cast their ballot so far?
194.
194. Yeah. What conclusion does that draw so far as the process for today so far is concerned?
Oh, I hope by the end of the poll, everything will be okay. Yeah, we will have the successful election this term. Yeah.
But as a presiding officer, what do you make generally about the electoral process, the process here so far?
Oh, the process is running smoothly, and our security services are also helping us. Yeah, so everything is moving all right. Yeah.
Well, the misunderstanding or care, has that in any way disrupted the process?
No, we didn't meet any mishandling anything. Yeah, so everything is going on. Yeah.
So the police presence and everything has been appreciable.
Yeah, the police are doing their best.
they are doing their best. Yeah.
All right, we will speak to you as the day goes by. Okay, so that's the presiding officer here at the polling station at the Kotokoli Zongo in Akwatia, precisely the old station. He says that despite the an earlier scaffold that occurred, it hadn't disrupted the process so far. Speaking of scaffold, this particular polling station has featured prominent in today's exercise. For one, the scaffold between the third national vice chairperson for the New Patriotic Party, that's Alhaji Masaudu, and then the vice chairperson for the National Democratic Congress, Chief Sofu Azoka. I mean, it's a story that has been largely circulated. Also, just as the poll opened earlier officially, the General Secretary for the New Patriotic Party, Justin Kodua, and Alexander Penyomaken, another rank and file of the New Patriotic Party, also made a stop here to, observe processes. So far, we engaged Justin Kodua, who expressed satisfaction at the time about the process so far. We'll go further to possibly engage some of the constituents, but just a few checks. This is the command center for the police in the Vawaso electoral area. If the camera can't give us an aerial shot, you could see heavy security deployment here. The police vehicle, the Black Maria that serves as a mobile cell, and other security, other strategic positioning by the policemen. Earlier, when the scuffle or the confusion occurred, we saw that the police had brought in reinforcement just so to avert any possible recurrence of same. I want to engage some constituents and possibly voters around here on assessment of the process so far. Hi, what's your name?
Oh, my name is Aguzi Samuel.
Okay, Aguzi Samuel, you're a constituent of Akwatia.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you voted yet?
No, I'm not voting yet.
Why?
Like, I'm waiting about 3 so that I can vote.
Why are you waiting till 3 p.m.?
Because here is our World Bank. So I'm waiting for 3 o'clock. When 3 o'clock, then I'll vote.
Is the World Bank for the party you support?
That one I can't.
Okay, no, I'm not even asking you about the party I'm not asking you about your party, but I'm asking if you say World Bank for what exactly?
When you say World Bank, you know what I'm talking about.
Okay. All right, but what's your take on the process? I'm sure you are privy to, the pockets of chaos that has occurred here at this polling station.
But your main cousin Potoka says, "Me
Okay, feel free. Feel free.
Yo, about chaos na asem na okano. Let me say, Akwatia Kromu ana yewo no. Ya dodo ye ho. Both MPP and NDC party na no. Sebi party ebe to ye Kromu a. To what as here. Enti sa chaos ne ne nyoma na ekoko so Kromu ano. Let me say obi na be fi baby. E dey side na be kan wa ha. Na Akwatia na ye wo no ye nko. Because ye ne ye hu na didi, ye ne ye hu na sire, ye ne ye hu na kasa. So what as here enti se nde wo no me ko nde. Na election be twem ocha betima kasa me ho dabi betimi kasa me ho e nkofo mu fi baby ana mo ba be sa ntokwasem no wa na mo ma me se ne signal mo Akwatia Kromu ana ye wo no ye do ye ho na ufi baby na wo ba be koso chaos e wo Kromu ho no ma bi do nyankopon e show be the friend abanza so wo boy wadwin so be koso problem wo Kromu ho no ma
there be endru answer na ba sisi ana me pese me find out from you say as well your constituent ewa ha otu abanso ewa ha say the esi no ebo pusa as it intimidate you in any way
ebo mu pusa o there so
like intimidate you in any way and I say you are unfaced and found
who say yen Akwatia no duane a yedi o Kromu a but emreku ye nim ntisa anwoma no ye twa eso emwan ehunhia se mekoko bomunyo no bekokoto fo no bekoko wu ochina na me makoko nya asem no de ehunhia so what as here
me ne bi mo si di kan e kasa yo mo say o mo pese ye tuo o mo answer no makoto aba
emi say ye no kure je say no Ghana politics na say penifo na say politics no because first na ntisa but je say no obi wo ho a o jisika ansa na wakokoto ba because ohunu say so wini na okọ a ohunu bi omboa ne biem nti o jisika ansa na wakokoto ba nanso advice bi a me de be ma me nuanu YouTube no ani say me pamucho bebre Akwatia Kromu ano ya kechire e wo development no sebi Kromu ana ye wo no development say wo tikuro na se okuro no nkoso a wo tikuro mu no wo so nko wanim ewiase so konanim sebe mo mobile mo hwe lolo kwan ne nyoma wo kromu ha ne kyese bibia e bo so ha e money area pa you to know kromu no bia ne adwumaye so what ase e ntisi ane de development ane ye hwehwe se ye Akwatia kromu ano ye beko yenim na bibia ye ne se na be ya Akwatiafo nkola ne nan mpenfo oba mbema ne no bia benya adwumaye de aye tisi e masa wo nya adwuma nya wo be de didi Bible so kyerɛ sɛ yɛmfa yɛn sa nya adwuma ne yɛndidi sɛ wɔmfa wo sa nya adwuma so ndidi a wobɛyɛ da didi enti sɛsia no yɛpɛ sɛ mpuntuo ne development ɛba Akwatia kurom because yɛaka kyire Akwatia kuro nya Akwatia ɛne di nketewa wotie di Akwatia na ɛso pa kɔ kyire na nso ba kuro nim a hwee nkɔ kuro nim adwuma asɛm bibie ne wɔkɔ so Akwatia kurom a enti yɛhia development ɛwɔ Akwatia kurom a sɛ sɛ yɛabrɛ ne bibi yɛabrɛ ne saa nwoma ne na we want development in our constituency here. We want development because you see, I know young champion. So what I say? Okay. Yeah, that's the patch of Medin the Same we don't know from to go on. Yeah, development and right.
They say they want development, and Same, a constituent of Akwatia, will say so without mentioning words. Well, in case you may have missed it, I'm still coming to you live from the Zango in Akwatia, precisely the old station where one of the polling stations have been, created. There are 2 centers here at this polling station, A and B, and also the polling station precisely within the Vawaso electoral area serves as the command center for the Ghana Police Service. I mean, it's been relatively calm despite the pocket of chaos that has been recorded. But thankfully, the presiding officer we spoke to earlier mentioned that the chaos has not in any way disrupted process so far, and then he's hoping that it will end as such for a peaceful outcome at the end of the day. We would inch closer to some more constituents to possibly engage them, but it's the atmosphere is really telling. It's a big day for constituents here in Akwatia, and one that will definitely go down as a pivotal moment in the political history of the constituency. I mean, one of the constituents that we spoke to earlier mentioned that despite Akwatia's, rich mineral, the Akwatia has been endowed with rich minerals and other natural resources. They still wallow in poverty. Socio-economic development in this constituency is nothing to write home about. And so for them as voters, that is going to be a major deciding factor, and they've also pledged to peace. They are saying that Akwatia is a tightly knit constituency. They live in harmony, in tranquility, and they do not have intentions of fomenting violence. They've accused non-constituents of fomenting the violence within, some identified polling stations. Let me possibly get closer and see if I could engage some more constituents. Pacho, good afternoon, Poppy.
Good afternoon.
Nam Pacho Bibiaboko.
Yamiadumo.
Pacho say Akwatia here na oto aba Poppy.
Pacho ai.
Na Poppy Pacho we aban we nya ato.
Pacho mato.
Wato na process net is saying.
O mi de yamame. Yamame.
Na Poppy usha environment no. Usha enda kwa me usen kofu bebre aba kroma e ha ye busy pa na wadwe nkyere wo ho ne de.
Oh, maju chance say ye nya ye ba say be omanu na omana ajo ne pemputu enyamputu okronum
na Papi why penyi wo ekrom ha de minim say wato aba for some number of years e wa Akwatia ha na o hwe de wato dadane de ende ekoso a nsunsuanye be na wom comparing any elections happen wa Akwatia no in the past.
Oh, ni nyina ye na momu no we na chese ko se police for na abamu bebre e mo ne tu bia no minimini se e asomdwe abato ne eto amobia
na Papi this na medi kankan se bia wo ye panyin pa na wetimi abomoden aba beto aba kama as timemuni enso so no ye nkofo bia young ones omo de say abato na inform ho omo de obedi bia inform ho omo participate e na wo kafa ho
o media abato no me to no me to jama okrono mpuntu se de be ya okrono be koso temi de mi wa shim se me to amopia
Na wo mo pese mo betu aba na de efutuo be na wo de ma wo mo.
Oh, woman to abano was I register no what about to a card in inquiry, so to aba, and says our customer to no one and to abano, when you put to crunum. Eh,
that in Bachodini view.
Godfrey Duba.
Okay, okay. Godfrey Duba is also a constituent here in Akwatia. He's not only called for peace, he's rallying all constituents around to come out and exercise their franchise. He says that it's not just about sitting and possibly paying lip service or being unconcerned. It is very important for them to participate in today's exercise, especially considering that this Akwatia by-election is really, really high stakes. If the camera again can't give us an aerial shot right from the stretch, a lot of people are trickling in, and if you are very familiar with Akwatia, you realize that although the place, this side of the Akwatia Zongo, is ordinarily a very busy stretch, today is quite extraordinary. A lot of vehicles parked on the shoulders of the road. Drivers plying their trade, a few market women also doing their own thing. We spoke to some earlier who said that they had already cast their ballots, but for those who are yet to, they say they would want to do that later. Let me still speak to them and those around here. Mommy, Paucho eti saying, "Bibi aboko."
Boko na so e.
Na mi adu mommy na watu aba.
Me ba cho me nto ha.
Na unto aba oti Akwatia ya.
Me ba cha me to o me kuro mu nti ma first one dem akoto aba de dan.
Okay, na mommy na wo sha in the election ni say na ikroma ye busy ni bibia no wadwe nkyere wo no de.
Dem ba cho de ebesi bia ye nyame akwan.
Yeah, that's it. Mommy, okay, she says that she lives here but she doesn't vote here in Akwatia. Mommy na bacho bibia boko. Eh.
Bibia boko say ka say Akwatia de entokwa bia nti obia nya gidie na nkonkoto aba no. Ama ko ntokwa no so mu free ha o. Omu free baby e na ebe ko ntokwa wa ha. Bet Akwatia ni ba pa nko ntokwa ye. Yeah, we are Akwatia. Yeah, who's Akwatia? Ni baby a kontokwa. Omo free Accra. Any cross no mo kontokwa. Edi enimguase aka kure. Nti Akwatia for there. Obia kontokwa. Eye sremufo no na kontokwa ne Accra fo no. Ti Akwatia de bibia boko.
Na mami na wankasa de we nya ato aba no.
Me pa cho ma to me dia no pass 6 o'clock.
Na oto no pa na 6 ni se no mu nya mbie ho na.
6 no mo ha.
No mo ha ba same post ne dey start 7 ba o kira o to ne ntempa.
Ntempa o mu bie ya na me
to ye. Na mami na process net say o say.
Oh, na ye fine. Anopa na bibia ye fine. Ewie nso bibia akọ fine. Nti ye bo mpa ya se nyame se enwumre nso bibia akọ bọkọ ma yen.
We dey emfa election wo na ndede be hu se enkrofo aba krompa kra takra de no afofo nyina aba ha na edwadefo no esumfa so be na monya.
Nipa okrom so ye nto ade. Nipa okrom ye nto ade obia ni wo aba ne ho. Ana hoho abegu krom an bebre nto aba. Bebre behwe. Ana bebre ntokwa nti na omo baaye. Bebre pesa ye kuro yibo. Nti na omo baaye.
Na ba wo pesa won kan twa mu so mu bedi dwamma mu.
Mo medi dwama ye. No nyame yadom na enwumre bibia e bokwa ne enya ya celebrate.
Ye da se pa. Okay, so the mami now say we need the same view. That's right. Genesis, she says she's AKA Esumon's a constituent of Akwatia. She says she has casted her ballot already and she did so peacefully. In fact, she was one of the early people that, exercised their franchise in this crucial Akwatia by-election. And like, her compatriots have mentioned that those fomenting the chaos of violence are not people from Akwatia, because here in Akwatia is a tightly knit community. They live in harmony, they live like siblings. And so very little are chances of they, inflaming or instigating violence amongst themselves. We are still coming to you live here in the Akwatia, Kotokoli Zongo and its adjoining communities where a number of polling stations have been created, as part of ongoing by-election in the constituency, a by-election that occasioned the untimely passing of the Member of Parliament for the constituency. That's Ernest Kumi of the New Patriotic Party. The New Patriotic Party is banking its hopes on the sympathy that have, characterized the passing of their Member of Parliament. The NDC, on the other hand, is also, leveraging on incumbency to ensure that they elect their candidates, that's Bernard Bediakon, to represent or to occupy that vacant seat in Akwatia. We will still attempt to engage more people. Madam Pacho, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Pacho, we're live on Channel 1 TV. So.
Okay, hi.
Hi, please, your name?
Ahinewa.
Ahinewa. Okay, Ahinewa, do you vote here?
Oh, yeah.
You vote here in Akwatia?
Yes.
Have you voted already?
Yes.
Okay. How was the process for you?
It was cool, simple. Yeah.
Very smooth, huh? Which of the polling stations do you vote?
Oh, I don't know the exact place, but Zion.
Zion, okay. Okay, up there. Okay, okay. But what's your take generally on the atmosphere in Akwatia?
Oh,
it's been very busy.
Cool, busy, yeah. But it's calm, yeah. This place is okay, cool. Everybody is roaming, cool.
Well, as a constituent, we know that it is your constitutional right to to vote. But aside that, what is in it for you? What's really your interest in this election?
Oh, as a citizen, I have to vote.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. So I want I want my town, the development of my my town. That's why I voted. Yeah.
And any call to peace?
Come again?
Any call to peace?
As in,
for people to comport themselves in the right manner?
Oh, yeah. Everything is fine. Everybody is comporting. We are all comporting ourselves, yeah.
So you are waiting, fingers crossed, for 5 p.m. for voting, counting and everything to start?
Yes, please.
All right, thank you very much. Ajia.
Ajia,
please.
Everything is going on cool. Yeah.
Okay. What do you make of the police presence here?
It makes the place very comfortable. Unless the bad ones who feel uncomfortable seeing the police people here. But to me, I'm very okay because of what happened previously at Ablekuma North. So it's okay. So the security will be very tight. It's very okay.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, speaking to some more constituents here in Akwatia, some have cast their ballots already. Others are yet to do same. The New Patriotic Party and the National Democratic Congress are also monitoring the process closely as they both remain expectant of a victorious outcome. Sanda.
Thank you so much, Fauzu. Thank you so much, Fauzu Masawodo, reporting for us from Vawaso electoral area in Akwatia. Is one of many reporters we've deployed to that constituency, and it's generally been very good. You've heard from our correspondents who are moving through. Charles Osukumi spoke to some of the voters. Fauzu Masawood also spoke to some of the voters, as well as the people who are not voters in that constituency, who have come because they belong to one party or another and have come there to perform duties assigned them by their parties. And you've also seen that spectacle of people who are just sitting down waiting to see whether they should vote or not, and whether there will be some quid pro quo before they vote. A very, very sad development and spectacle that we have seen. But the voting process continues. It's 19 minutes to 2 p.m., which means we have 3 hours and 19 minutes more of voting to be done before we essentially know who has been elected Member of Parliament for this area. But in deciding tonight, we are guided by the history. So we're just looking at the votes from 2024, and Fred is on our dashboard giving us the picture. So Fred, before we went on the break, you were telling us votes in the stronghold of the MPP. You can walk us through that again.
the Wenchi area. So we're looking at how the MPP performed in 2024 in their stronghold, and would come to look at what the NDC, on the other hand, did in 2024 in the parliamentary elections in their stronghold. So we started with the Wenchi area, where we had some polling stations. So we went to the Okumanin ARS school, where we realized that the MPP polled 108 as against the NDC's 57 in 2024. This is still Wenchi. We go to another constituency in the Wenchi area, the LA Primary School, where the MPP polled 163 to the NDC's 69. So you look at the vote difference between that. Let's come to the police station, New Wenchi, 245 as against the NDC's 38. We go to police station, we go to Deba Grounds, New Wenchi, MPP 339, NDC 70. After New Wenchi, let's look at the Salvation Army, also in New Wenchi, MPP 321, NDC 38. So these are all the strongholds of the MPP. Now we go to Presby JHS, New Wenchi, and Presby JHS was where Charles spoke to us from. Presby JHS, MPP 433, NDC 59. Now let's take a look at the Palace Square, Amaga. Palace Square, Amaga, MPP 94, NDC 93. Very close. Palace Square, Amaga, MPP 94, NDC 93. Let's take a look at this area. Deba Grounds, Swabe, MPP 152, NDC 128. So this is the New Wenchi area. Let's go and see the NDC strongholds, which is the Bawdua place. So we start with Beauty of Nature, Bawdua, NDC 199, MPP 164. So we just started. Look at the MPP strongholds. The other side of the constituency. So we did the Wenchi area, which is said to be the MPP stronghold. And you could see the margins, huge margins, in 2024. Still in 2024, now we come to the NDC's stronghold, which is Bawdua. Bawdua, what do they say? The first place, Beauty of Nature, 199, 164. Close. Let's take a look at.
Because that's not a deep green, it's a light green.
A light green.
Okay.
Gethsemane, Akwatia, 177, 130. So NDC has 177, MPP 130. Still quite close. Let's look at Pentecost Church, Bawdua, NDC 194, MPP 190.
Only 4 votes different.
Only 4 votes, and this is expected to be the stronghold. This area is supposed to be the stronghold
of the NDC. And just by way of information, the NPP candidate now is from Bawdua.
This particular town.
So it cripples the NDC further unless they do something magical.
Yes.
Because the NPP candidate is from their home ground.
And note, in 2024, the MPP candidate was not from Bawdua. He was from Wenchi.
Yes, and he performed this well.
And he performed this well.
But now we have an MP candidate coming from that area.
Exactly.
If the people would vote for their own, that would put the NDC in big trouble. Okay.
Let's take a look at some other constituencies, some other polling stations in Bawdua. Lorry Station, NDC 344, NPP 87.
Right, this is a huge gap.
This is a huge gap. Presby GHS, Old Block, NDC 149, NPP 89. Obeniwa Preparatory School, Bawdua, 219, 1110. Quite huge, but not too huge.
But comparatively,
comparing it to the MPP stronghold, not too huge.
Okay.
Let's look at the old GBC station. NDC 162, MPP 74. The same area, let's go there, the same area where the MPP won.
In the Bawdua area.
In the Bawdua area. I'll see primary school. NDC 332, MPP 224. So the NDC won in this particular area.
So, you see, the Baba Jamal told us something, that the Bawduas are two. Or not Baba Jamal, it was Musa Dankwa who said that the Bawduas are two, and one of them is MPP.
One part is...
So it's not the whole Bawdua that is actually NDC.
Yes, but when he also explained that when you put all together, you can easily say that that particular enclave is an NDC stronghold. So you go to the funeral grounds where the MPP won in the same area, 283-124. You see the gap. This is in 2024. So when you look at the trends, in that particular area or in the constituency, you would realize that in 2024, even though the NDC were winning a lot of the polling stations,
the numbers,
the margins, the difference were not that huge.
So for NPP to win today, they need a huge turnout because they appear to do well.
Yes.
For NDC to win, they need more of their people coming out to vote.
And hoping that a lot of people will not come out to vote
for the NPP side. Because it's almost like for every 2 NDC people who come out to vote, if one NPP person comes out to vote, the number, for polling stations, the polling stations of the NPP are densely populated.
Yes.
That's how it is looking.
Yes.
You know something I want you to do for me? The deep blue NPP from the right side.
From the right, so that's not part of this, so that's a different side of the constituency.
Okay.
That's a different side of the
Bawdua
constituency.
and Wenchi are the 2 areas that
we're looking at. So
choose 3 deep blue in Bawdua, 3 deep green in Bawdua and 3 deep blue in Wenchi. Let me see how that compares.
So we want to look at 3 deep greens in Bawdua.
Yes, in Bawdua.
Let's go back.
Okay.
And see. LA Preparatory School.
163,
163,
so
69.
About 100.
100.
Okay.
Let's go to Bawdua. 162, 74.
Okay, so also around 100.
Also
so sort
100.
of fair. Okay, next. We're just doing, this is just random.
108, 57.
Okay.
$193, 73.
Okay, I think it's fair. Last one.
321, 38.
Okay, for MPP.
For MPP. Let's look for the
300
NDC.
difference.
96, 57.
So maybe this may not be a okay. So generally the population in Wenchi is huge.
Exactly.
And MPP appears to get more.
More.
Okay.
When you go to the other side of the constituency, outside Wenchi and Bawdua, the MPP seems to be also doing well in this particular area.
Okay.
So we have the Grenase area. You see the MPP polling 290 as against the 76 of the NDC. Let's come back to the same area. Post office, Apinaman, 23974. Still in the Apinaman area, 25171. So generally, when you look at the numbers and the vote difference in areas where Neskumi was winning in 2024, the difference was huge.
Huge.
But when you go to the other side, where the NDC parliamentary candidate in 2024 was winning, he was then the incumbent.
Yeah.
The difference
was not that much.
Was very small.
And to think that the turnout gravely affected the MPP in 2024.
Yes.
Ernest probably got a lot more people coming out in his constituency to vote for him than the general outcome for MPP.
Yes.
That's how it is looking.
Yes.
Another point of information, so the part of the constituency, the Drenasi area, it's bordered by Etiwa West, an MPP area. Etiwa West constituency, a very strong MP area to the east. If you go to the north, it's Kedi, that is bordering
That's
that
also
constituency.
another MPP area.
And if you go to the southern side, Lower West Akyem, now that place, I think NPP has that, NDC rather.
NDC has the Lower West Akyem.
Then we have Ayen Suano also in that same enclave.
Yes.
Then if you look at the southern part of the constituency where you have a lot of the NDC, the Greens, that side, that is bordered by Asene Akroso Manso.
Yes.
Now we have Kojo Pong Kruma's constituency to the left, where you have a lot of blues. So if you move the map, that's Ofasia Yerebe or Achimansa, so that area. Then we have Achimodan at the bottom left. At the bottom left.
Yes,
where the blue area is.
Where the blue area
is.
is.
So that's Achimodan area. And then the north is Kedi. So that is generally how Akwatia appears to be. If NDC wins Akwatia, it becomes a green constituency in a sea of blue, because Eastern region generally goes MPP, except for some constituencies in the Afram area and also in the Krobo land and a few of the other constituencies. Akwatia is one constituency that chooses to go green from time to time. They have done so 4 times since 1992, and NPP has had them 5 times since 1992. So it is just an interesting piece of information I wanted to share while you proceed.
Yes. So, Sandra, even when we take the numbers away, let's even look at the demography, the dynamics within the constituency.
Okay.
Look at the age group of the voters in the constituency. When we had our reporters, Fauzu, Charles, speaking to the constituents, you would realize that a lot of them were young people. Earlier in the morning, we spoke to a number of the people, young men, who had gone to polling stations, trying to go through the process and also observe the process. And most of these people were young people. And you'll recall, during Musa's presentation to us last week, he indicated that there were a lot of young people within these constituencies, gave us a breakdown of the numbers: educated, non-educated, semi-educated. So the GHS level, the SHS level, and the tertiary level. Now let's look at the numbers. From 18 to 30, this is how it looks like. The total number of people who fall between the bracket of 18 to 30 are 17,344 within the constituency. 17,344. When you look at people who fall between 31 and 40, 11,234. 11,234. When you put these two numbers, so 18 to 40, when you put these two numbers together, you're having close to about 28,578 people.
Out of 50,000 voters?
Yes.
So that's more than half?
That's more than half, 28,000.
Are young people?
Are young people. Let's look at from 41 downwards. 41 to 50, 8,612. 51 to 60, 7,114. 61 to 100, 7,024. 101 plus. So there are 30 people in the constituency who are 101 plus.
30.
30. 30
Wow.
people in the constituency. When you put that whole figure together, it gives you a total number of 222,750. So you look, 18 to 40, 28,574. 41 to over 100, 22,750.
So there are few old people in the constituency than there are young people.
There are more young people than older people.
Okay.
So this is an election.
And they are also educated based on the statistics we saw. So a lot more people
of them
have had above secondary school education.
So a majority of them are within the bracket of GHS to tertiary.
All right. Okay.
Are within the bracket of GHS to tertiary. Now let's look at how many males, how many females we have in the constituency. So we look at the males.
Okay. Fred, let me go back to Akwatia. We are doing in studio and also on field. Let's go to Fauzu Masaudu, who is conducting an interview with one of the officers of the NPP there.
For instance, Alexander Penyomaki, minority leader, has been accused of, his bodyguard allegedly stormed one of the NDC stations here to remove their posters, and it was not a pleasant sight. As a deputy, Speaker of Parliament and a member of the New Patriotic Party, does that irritate you?
Well, I can't speak to the details of it, but what I'm preaching.
But has that come to your known?
No, I've heard about it, but I haven't gotten the details of it. But that notwithstanding, I mean, it's a human factor. One or two things may happen. What we are preaching is whatever has happened, let's make sure everything is peaceful.
Oh, as House of Legislature, how significant is today's exercise?
Well,
to the Parliament,
I would say in terms of significance, I personally don't see, because the number of the minority NPP, if we win this, we are winning just for the soul and the image of our late brother. It doesn't add anything. And I don't think it also adds anything to NDC when there is a win. We are 87, they are 184, something like that. I mean, significantly, I don't think it adds anything. But it's politics, and you always use this to assess your political position, the structures of the party, as we've gone through since election 2024. We are about 8 months now. We use some of these things to assess the position of the party. But other than that, in terms of the actual parliamentary arrangement, I don't think it adds up or subtract anything.
Apologies, we lost the sound there from Fauzu Masaudu, who is interviewing Deputy Speaker, Second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Andrew Esiama. I think we can go back to hear more.
Our brother Enes died, and equally we look at the way our brother Mutala died. I mean, we don't need to fight over this. So we were expecting that once we took the decision that we wouldn't contest the Tamale Central one, I mean, that same olive branch will have also been extended in the case of Akwatia. But NDC didn't see anything like that. So let's move on.
Honorable, at the end of today's exercise, what will be a fulfilling outcome for you?
My fulfilling outcome, one, it should be peaceful, number one. Of course, as a member of
apologies, having a few technical issues on the line to Akwatia, where our man Fauzu Masaudu is interviewing Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Second Deputy Andrew Esiama. This is Channel 1 Television. This is also 97.3 City FM. I am Umaru Sandamadu. We are broadcasting for you events from the Akwatia constituency. Voters there have been voting in a by-election all morning. And let's try one more time if Fauzu's interview can be heard.
I believe going forward, you have to look. Over 5,000 police officers in just one constituency. Some of them are there sitting idle. I mean, they have their own intelligence, but I, as a layperson, don't think the numbers is just too much.
I'm sure
that's my
opinion, though.
Yes. They have their own assessment. They understand security challenges and issues, but I think it's an open.
Honorable, as the New Patriotic Party, and any intelligence so far, or have you made certain?
So far, so good. I mean, I haven't actually come across any issue that is so much So far, so good. Let's pray that what we've witnessed so far will be extended to the end of the process. And hopefully a winner is declared. And I'm praying that the winner will be Asuma.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
So that's Fauzu Masawudu's interview with Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Andre Siama. This is Channel 1 TV and 97.3 CTFM. We'll return to the constituency in a jiffy. Please stay with us.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you bank like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame? As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go be the luckiest. Go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God down for boom. If you put it toye, so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Freshness redefined with Franco refrigerators. Imagine a refrigerator that keeps your food fresher and longer. Enjoy advanced features like the multi-air flow technology for optimal cooling, the smart humidity control for moisture levels, the fast freeze function for rapid cooling, and the energy efficient control for reduced power consumption. We have the double-decker freezers in different types. We also have the chest freezers in different types. We have the tabletop freezers. Get yourself a refrigerator from Franco and you will never regret. For online purchasing, just visit our website at www.francotrading.com. Call the numbers on the screen for bulk purchasing and any assistance. Franco Refrigerators, freshness redefined.
Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside. Wow.
Tuesdays,
you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a in a lacrosse. As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame? As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again? Now I understand the whole delay. Trout from Kaswati. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late? Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Yeah, you go feel the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From Natepia, cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go feel be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go feel be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it with a so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
Full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umarusanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
The party itself has said that whenever you are in opposition, you should choose flag bearers early.
So what you are trying to tell me is that you want somebody who is going out to come and select a leader for you. So the next person will come and say, but I didn't select him.
Direct victim of attack, violent attack.
Where and when?
The first one happened in Parliament. I was pregnant.
Now, for me, it was legitimized by a radio or TV station giving her a position to work.
So for you, take issue with GH1 and what and giving her the platform.
That is where the minority is. We are on them. We've asked questions.
President Mahama will be a mean president if he prioritized only his children and DCP. He needs to demonstrate a Ghanaian government.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umarusanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel 1 TV.
It's time to promote volunteerism, active citizenship, and patriotism in Ghanaian society,
where we shine the spotlight on the unsung heroes among us.
Today, we're not just launching a program, we're igniting a revolution of skills, dreams, and hope.
On Volunteers TV, we highlight and celebrate people and groups
that are great examples to us all.
Every single region in Ghana, we're doing something.
Good.
So no one's being left behind.
Over 800 kids that come to school, so having an extra classroom, extra resources will be really, really beneficial.
If you're a volunteer, you're actually serving because you are giving up your time and resources for nothing in return.
Volunteers TV, Sunday at 6:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
When the stars come out, Ghana Weekend turns up the lights. From the hottest red carpet moments to the wildest after parties. And for all your celebrations, anniversaries, and unforgettable moments, if it's happening, we're there. First, fast, and fabulously. Your front row pass to Ghana's A-list lifestyle is just a click or a channel away. GhanaWeekend.com and Ghana Weekend TV, where fame meets the fans. Promote your next big event with us, because when you party with the stars, the whole nation of black stars should know. Visit GhanaWeekend.com, watch and subscribe to Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle at GhanaWeekend.com, on X at Ghana Weekend, on TikTok, Ghana Weekend, and on Facebook at Ghana Weekend. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, all access, all glam, all yours. Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. What's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday.
Yeah, welcome back. This is Channel 1 Television. This is also 97.3 CTFM. It's a 2:15 p.m. on 2nd September 2025. Electorates in Akwatia constituency have been voting all morning to choose a candidate, or choose a member of parliament rather, in a special by-election that is happening following the death of their MP. We've been bringing you analysis and interviews from all angles today, and also bringing you statistics in terms of the data, the vote pattern, the demographics of the constituency and several other issues. We'll be live here bringing you everything you need to know until polls close and until we know who has been elected. Earlier in the day, though, our reporters on the ground, namely Sami Wiafi, Charles Osukomi, Neoni Amate Kanako, and Fauzo Masaudu, have been interviewing an array of persons who have come to the constituency to observe, and some have gone there to vote. Let's give you a flavor of some of those interviews that happened earlier today.
Observation so far is good. It's good. The turnout, only the turnout, but it's morning. It's morning.
But the presence of security, how do you
rate it? If you pass anywhere, security. If you pass anywhere, security. So we are okay.
Is it not intimidating voters?
Oh, no. There are no holding guards. There are security of uniform, but no guard. Because of the guards people are here, but they are empty policemen. It's good now. It's good.
NDC is winning?
Oh, inshallah. Inshallah.
Why do you say so?
Inshallah.
Why do you say so?
The people said that they want development.
That's what they told you.
Yeah, they want development. So,
so without NDC, there won't be development yet?
Oh, no. If no, you know, everybody wants development. If the government is there, they can vote for the NDC. So, no problem.
I can assure you it's going to be peaceful, even early this yet in the morning. But I can assure you it's going to be peaceful. And the NDC is going to win massively. Everything points to a victory for NDC.
We are seeing close to 14 police at police station. Are you happy with the deployment so far?
Oh yes. I'm very much satisfied with the deployment. I mean, this is what we agreed at the National Election Security Task Force meeting we held. I mean, so that they ward off any potential threats at the polling station. I mean, they are here to protect the EC officers as well as the voters who are coming to vote. I mean, so they are not here to intimidate anybody. You can see they are not armed. I mean, they are peace-loving people. But that doesn't mean that any troublemaker can come here and get away. There are plainclothes guys who are armed, and they are also policemen here. If you think you can come and misbehave here, you won't get away with it. The state is very much interested in these elections. We don't want our name to be in the media, both internal and external, about election violence and all that. It's unnecessary. I mean, so this should be a starting point where we will have a very peaceful process. People should come out freely, make their choice. And I know they are going to vote for NDC. So we are not perturbed. We know that we are winning this election.
I've engaged some of the constituents, and their concern is that the heavy deployment is more or less a bit of intimidation, and they may not even come out to come and vote for fear of anything happening. How do you react to this?
Well, it's our opponents who created the fear for them. It's our opponent. They are in Accra holding press conference and breathing fire, saying that they know what my friend Nanabi wrote on his time, like that the police abandoned their checkpoints and all that. It's not good for this. Meanwhile, he was somewhere and saying all manner of things. That was not the truth. He was peddling falsehoods. The same thing here, but peddling falsehoods. These are the things we are talking of. When you come to the ground, it's not like that. They should stop it. They should allow the people to come out and vote freely. We just had intelligence yesterday, and this morning, I'm sure it won't be long. You hear the staff. They will arrest them. All of them, they will be rounded up. They're on their heels.
Which intelligence are these?
Yes, MPP, they brought some tax. We put them in some location. And national security is on their heels. I'm sure it won't be long. They will be rounded up. All of them. Nobody is going to be allowed to intimidate anybody here. Allow the voters to do their work. If you say you don't trust the police, you are bringing your own security to protect you. The state will protect you plus your people you are bringing. This way of protecting you.
Even before this election, one of the reasons they give for bringing their own tax that they don't believe the police, they don't trust the police, and they don't expect the police to give them the needed protection that they will be given, coming on the back of what happened in Abilikumando. So they will do their own internal arrangements even before thinking about the police. And this is something with all political parties, even including the NDC.
Well, we have never said we don't trust the police. Even in 2024, we trusted the police. We didn't deploy our own security. We trusted the police. Akumawu, we trusted the police. Asinov, we trusted the police. You see, it takes two to tango. This Blakemanoff thing they are talking of. How Kumsi, what was she doing there with pepper spray? Somebody with premeditated mind coming to cause havoc at the polling station, got beaten, and yet that one day we are talking about it. So when we have taken, that's why the police have taken notice of it, and they have this heavy deployment. So nobody comes here with pepper spray. With what that is their stock of trade. MPP, pepper spray is their stock of trade. They won't come today to have it. Nobody is coming to misbehave. They are going to have peaceful election, and then NDC will be elected. I know it, of course. And we are saying that, why is MPP today saying they don't trust the police? We are just in government for 8 months. We have not changed anything structurally about the police. We have not recruited new police to the police service as of now. The IGP indeed was appointed deputy director, or the deputy IGP in charge of operations for the elections 2024. Just less than 5 months. Now, if you appoint somebody as deputy IGP, what are you doing? Are you not preparing him for the ultimate? The other one is moved, and today we are even having election. He's presiding over election, and you have issues with it. When you are appointing him to preside over the 2024 election, so that one you didn't know his competence. That's the hypocrisy of MPP. And they will continue this hypocrisy, and that's how they will continue to lose. Because that party is a disorganized party, and they won't tell you, the media, the truth. They use their internal impulsions to misbehave. We are not going to allow that. And I'm happy the state is taking up this challenge and monitoring them. Since yesterday, they've monitored them up to this morning. They are not going to allow them. Every bit of them is being monitored. If they don't know, their leaders who are coming, everybody, there's eye on them, monitoring them every inch. Because we won't allow their parochial interest to derail the state interest. Nobody's going to allow it. Come here peacefully and vote. If they are losing, they are going to lose honorably.
We expressed concerns. We said that we have to be clear in our mind that when it is election security, it's the Ghana Police Service, maybe assisted by other security agencies. When we are not sure, we ask questions, we raise issues, we express our opinion. And so here we are today. Let us have a very frank day. Let's allow the people of Akwatia to express their views through the polls, and let the candidates assume and be declared the winner.
Let's talk about your party. Are you winning this election?
Sure. We've engaged the constituents. We've been given assurances, and we know that all things being equal, all rules complied, our candidates will emerge victorious.
There was a latest poll by the Global Info Analytics that puts the NDC's candidate ahead of yours. You're still confident you win that election?
You need to look at that report. A report that says that majority of the respondents are MPP affiliates, majority of them. The report that says that the country is on wrong direction, and then the conclusion is NDC candidate is ahead of MPP's candidate. It's questionable.
So you doubt the credibility of this poll?
You just need to.
But this is not the first time Musa Danko and his people have done such polls.
You just need to look at the report. It says majority of the respondents are MPP affiliates. Majority of them says that the country is on wrong direction, and then the conclusion is MPP's candidate is not going to win. You need to raise questions.
So you are rubbishing it?
You need to raise questions.
No, I'm asking the questions.
I mean, report. I mean, unless you don't want to be objective, you tell me that I'm going to cast my vote and I'll give it to an NDC candidate. Impossible. So what will be the basis? Deduce it. And that's Musa Dankwa.
With a heavy security presence in and within the Akwatia constituency, it should be orderly as we expect. We also hope that the police will play their role as protectors of the process and not to become instruments of intimidation. We've had various allegations of vote buying. But it's very difficult to sometimes even get proof for these things, so I don't normally dwell on that. What we are concentrating our efforts on is to make sure we are vigilant. I've been moving around with a candidate, and he's just behind me, moving around with a candidate, and he's expressed some level of satisfaction with the process so far.
So it's early days yet, like you said, but at the close of poll, what are your expectations?
Well, by the close of poll, we expect that Akwatia constituency should do what is right and what is just by their conscience. Of course, I am biased. I am with the candidates, so I'm hoping that the MPP's parliamentary candidate Solomon Asumedu emerges victorious at the end of the day to replace my good old friend and fallen colleague. So,
are you still going to protect yourself as your party executives have suggested?
all I can comment on is that so far we've seen the heavy deployment of security. We are hopeful that they will do what is right and protect the process.
All that I want to assure the people of Akwatia as the head of the security persons in the region that the place is safe. If you even cast your eyes around, see the number of security people around, going through the whole of the Chembo, the security posts, and the presence of the security assures the people of the region that the place is safe. I just want to encourage the people in the area or in the electoral area or the constituency to come out to vote, because the police are here to protect everyone and everyone is going to be safe. And even after this election, the place is going to remain safe.
Are you happy about the numbers you are seeing so far?
Yes, it's so encouraging. You know, today is a working day and people have to go to work to sign and come back to vote. And going through the areas, the polling stations, the numbers are between 30, 35, 40. And it's not bad for this morning. I believe by 11, 12, a lot of people are coming out to vote. And you know, when you get to every polling station, people have queued up and are ready to vote. I like the enthusiasm and I want to encourage more of the people to come out to vote.
Everything is going on smoothly as planned. And then that is what we expect to do. You know, to make sure that at the end of the day, we have a very smooth and peaceful elections. So I'm very satisfied with the performance of my men on the ground. This election is said that we have all regional commanders, all POMA members taking part on the ground. Yes, they are all on the field and working with the president. So everything is going on very well as we have planned. So I assure you that we will do so to the end. It will end peacefully.
We're hoping that we won't see a repeat of Ablekuma North.
No, Ablekuma is a thing of the past. It's a thing of the past. We are moving forward. And then, as I assure you, this one will be an election that will set a stone for future elections. Many other elections ended with some skirmishes, but I assure you that because nobody can attack you, okay?
Usually,
Thank
it's the
you.
counting and the collation
where
issues begin.
And it will be well.
Okay.
It will be well.
There are enough measures there to.
Enough measures. You have seen it already. No, it's not hearsay, but you yourself, you are seeing. And that is how it will be. And when it's get to counting, you see that more reinforcement will come in, okay? The robust ones will also come, okay?
So that's the Inspector General of Police, Christian Tete Yohuno, being interviewed by journalists on the ground. He is very impressed with how his men and women have conducted themselves. Don't forget, he sent 5,500 police officers to the Akwatia constituency. They've been there for more than a week. They have done a simulation exercise, they have mounted barriers at a number of places, checkpoints. They have arrested some persons even before the election, seized weapons, and they have said that today no weapon would be allowed in there. They've also insisted that if you don't have any business to do there, you will not be allowed. And also say that they are there purely to maintain law and order, which is what they have been doing so far. And so far, it has been a very smooth process. The Akwatia by-election, it's 2:30, which means we have just some 2 hours and 30 minutes to go before the close of polls. And at the end of the close of polls, we'll tell you how the sorting goes. We'll go to the collation center and see who has won the day. We are live on Channel 1 TV. We are live on 97.3 City FM. I am Omar Sandamado in studio with Fred Tete Jabano, who is walking us through the data. We've talked about the polling stations and how they behaved in 2024. Now we are looking at the demographics of the people in the constituency and how they have behaved in the past. Fred, you can continue with the explanation you're giving.
Yeah, so before we went, we spoke about the age group.
where we mentioned that when you look for at the age group from 18 to 40, they make the majority of the voters in the constituency. They are about 28,000. And then you look from 41 to 100, they make about 25,000 of 22,000 difference. So we had about some 5,000 difference within the age group. And went to explain using Musa Dankwa's a report he released the last time, indicating that even within the age group of 18 to 40, you realize that majority of them are educated being from JHS level to tertiary level. So it makes this particular election more about the youth. And listening to the interviews we conducted early in the day, you would realize that a lot of the young people we spoke to were talking about jobs, sustainable jobs. So they ask them what they do. Some of them will tell you we are into mining, others will tell you we are into other things. But they want sustainable jobs, and they want a candidate who they believe can provide them these sustainable jobs. We are moving on to the demographics of male and female. So in this particular parliamentary elections, the voters, this is how they make up in terms of males. There are 25,539 of them who are males. 25,539 of them who are males. This is the breakdown. From 18 to 30, the males are 8,713. So the bracket from 18 to 30, 8,713. 31 to 40, 5,602. 31 to 40, 5,602. 41 to 50, 4,142. 51 to 60, 3,543. 61 to 100, 3,526. 101, so 100 plus, you have 13.
13
males.
100 men, okay.
In the constituency who are more than 100. But majority of the males fall within the bracket of 18 and 30, and 31 and 40.
So the age bracket of 18 to 30, there are more men in that bracket than there are women. But the rest women...
The women will have the upper hand. So let's take the women.
Until you get to those between 61 and 100.
Exactly.
And also, so there are more older women.
There are more older women than older men. Okay. But there are more younger men than younger women in the constituency. And a lot of these younger men, when you look at the bracket, these are people who are completed secondary school into the tertiary institutions who are also working. So 18 to 30. These are the brackets are people who are still in school or just completed school, working or seeking jobs.
Okay.
Let's go to the females. Females 18 to 30, 8,631. 31 to 40, 5,632. 41 to 50, 4,470. 51 to 60, 3,571. 61 to 100 is 3,498. Then 100 plus, 17. When you look at the difference between the male and the females in the constituency, it's a little over about 28 or close to or about 200. Just about 200.
The difference, 200.
It's just about 200 or less. So you see this age group and you want to ask yourself, with these age groups and these dynamics, male and females, usually what is going to affect and what are they going to think about? What are they going to consider when they are going to vote? These are very important in areas where you have farming, in areas where you have mining.
But there are more women.
There are more women.
50%, 50.1% are women.
49.6 are men.
The difference is not that huge.
It's just even less than, I think it's about less than a 1 percentage point.
Yeah. Okay, continue, Fred.
So, as I was saying, now you want to look at these numbers and ask yourself, what do these things mean in terms of elections?
What are their priorities?
What are their priorities?
What do they want
What
to
would
see?
they consider? What would they want to see? One, employment. Which candidate is going to bring them employment? Let's look at the two candidates. Look at the MPP candidate, who we are told is a miner who owns a mining company. We are told has employed a number of people within the constituency. You look at the NDC candidate, who is a lawyer, whose government is in power and has the responsibility of creating jobs for these people. Between these two people, what will be the consideration? Are we going to go for someone who already has a job, who already has a company who employs, or has been employing some of us? Or we are going to look for someone whose government is in power and can lobby the government to create other sources of employment within the constituency?
So those are the questions facing them when they are in the voting booth.
Those are the questions facing them when they are in the voting booth. When it comes to employment, the next thing is development.
Mm-hmm.
Development, infrastructure, roads, schools. You are looking at a candidate who has lived in the constituency, grew up in the constituency, created jobs in the constituency. What has been his contribution to development within the constituency?
Infrastructure
Don't forget
development.
that 6 months ago, his party was in power.
Mm-hmm. What have they done in the past 8 years?
What have they done in the past 8 years?
What did the NDC do in the previous 8 years?
Before we even get there, we are looking at the NPP candidate. What has his party done? What did his party do in the last 8 years? He himself, because you know sometimes there are people who, by their own goodness, will decide to say, I want to put up a school. I want to fix this road. So how has he contributed to this infrastructure development personally and also during the time of his government? Now you bring the NDC candidate. What have you been able to do as an individual to also bring development within your constituency? You've been constituency secretary in that constituency whilst in opposition. Personally, how have you brought development? Looking back, when your party was in power, what did your party contribute to the development of Akwatia in terms of infrastructure? Can we trust you to lobby your party or your government to bring more infrastructure into Akwatia? These are the things the people will be asking themselves. The next thing people will be asking themselves, which is very important when it comes to issues of election, is security and how safe people can be. Don't forget that you are working or you are living in a community where parts of the community has or constituency is involved in mining. And we've heard of issues within mining constituencies or mining areas, the general security of those areas.
And the weapons there.
And the weapons there. How are you going to manage that? What are you going to do to ensure that these things are managed, or security, the people within the constituency feel safe, especially with the business they are engaged in? These are the questions they are going to ask. During your time as the constituency secretary or constituency financial secretary of the of the area, what did you do? What did your government do? You, who is an owner of a business within the constituency, who runs a mining firm, what kind of security are you providing for your people? These are some of the things that people will be asking themselves. Now, you look at the NDC candidate. Your party has come into power. what is the security situation in the constituency? How are we assured of the fact that when we vote for you, you are going to ensure that we are more safe? We are safer than we were before. So these are some of the things the people within the constituency will be looking at. So there's the bread and butter issue, employment. There's the issue of infrastructure and development. There's the issue of security. There's an issue of education.
And for young people, education is important.
And you have a large group of people who are young people, so even outside looking for jobs. Now, how do we get better education? What kind of education, what's the level of education within the constituency generally? Do we have a number of schools? Do we have quality teachers?
So beyond singing MPP and NDC, there are issues behind that have to be dealt with. And it will not be enough to just say that these people vote for NDC or they vote for MPP. These people they are human beings. They are concerned about their well-being.
Mm-hmm.
They send their children to school. They drive on roads. They need quality water to drink. They go to hospitals. They factor in all of these things. They go to mining areas. They go to engage in mining. How safe is the environment? So you're saying that it's not enough to say that they vote for one party or they vote for the other.
Exactly.
They consider all these things before they vote. And so there are weightier matters to deal with.
Exactly. You see, people would always look at the NDC and the MPP. We belong here or we belong there. But at the end of the day, which individual would bring us the kind of things we need outside the party they are coming from? Mm-hmm. Which person will ensure that we are benefiting from the national cake? Outside the party you belong to. So people just don't look at parties, but they are looking at also personalities and what they come with. Personalities and what they come with, and what these personalities can do for them. Mm-hmm. You see, we all would admit the fact that the job of a member of parliament is not to bring development.
It's to lobby for development.
But we also cannot run away from the fact that over the years, constituents and the general public also look at the MPs hoping and believing and demanding development from them. Mm-hmm. So, yes, their core job is legislation. But how many people will look at their MP and ask the MP, what kind of laws
have you passed for us?
Have you passed for us? The first thing they ask you is, what have you done for us?
In 4 years, what have you done?
In 4 years, what have you done for us?
Or if you come, what will you do?
Or what will you do for us?
Mm-hmm.
And until we are able to let people understand the real job of parliamentarians, and until parliamentarians, parliamentary candidates would stop the campaign of development, people would always go back to them until people are made to understand and hold their district chief executives, their municipal chief executives, their metropolitan chief executives responsible, mm-hmm. which I believe will be through voting. Mm-hmm. The members of parliament which they directly vote for will be held responsible for some of these things. So it's just not party and which party you belong to, but then what are you bringing? How are you going to assure us that when we vote for you, we are going to get the kind of development we are looking for? Very important.
So those are the big matters that would matter for you in this election. So for the over 50,000 people who go to the polls today, so 51,000 people going to the polls in these 117 or so polling stations, these are the hard questions that you want them to ask themselves before voting. Yes, it shouldn't just be, we are partisan, and so let's go and vote on partisan lines. These are the hard issues that you want them to
exactly, and I don't think it's just what I want them to, but I believe I strongly believe that these are some of the things they would consider.
It's important that they consider these things because you want development in your constituency. You want a member of parliament. Now, the issue that the NDC is campaigning on is that they are the ones who are in power and it's easier for their MP to lobby. But the MPP would also argue that no, there are areas where the MPs are orphans and yet they bring development. So at the end of the day, I think the individual also plays a major role.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter whether your party is in government or not. You can go and lobby even outside the country and bring development, isn't it? So, of course, there's an added advantage for you if your party is in power. But what if your party is in power and you're not able to lobby? Okay, what if you're even able to lobby but your government doesn't bring the development? These are some of the issues that we have to look at for. And so it's crucial that you raise the issues that you raise the way you have raised them. And it's interesting. We want to see how the people will be voting today.
Yes. We'll be looking for how they'll vote. Whether they are going to put party first or they are going to look at their development. And that sometimes is very difficult to say what the people considered first. But it's our hope that in making some of these decisions, they put the development of the area first. Sandra, sometimes too, in putting the development of the area first, there are some concerns which come up. The amount or the level of money spent during these elections. Whether the amount of money spent can be used and channeled into other things which would help the people. So you look at campaigning. What's the cost of the campaigning? And in Ghana here, campaigning, the cost of campaigning is really high.
And a lot of it goes into vote buying.
Exactly. A lot of this go into vote buying and vote influencing.
At least today we haven't seen the issue of money being paid, at least publicly. We haven't seen that. There are allegations, but we didn't see some of it. We have heard a voter say he's waiting to be given money before he votes. We don't know if there's that happening or not. We pray that it is not happening. But then again, it's 50,000 people. How many of them can you bribe really? So the cost of campaigning for the parties is a big deal. And if you're a member of parliament hopeful, the money you spend on just getting elected, by the time you get elected, you would have already paid the people. So you can then look elsewhere when you become MP.
The issue is, how did you even get the money? What was the source? What were the sources of those funds you were able to acquire to give out? When you win that election, how many people do you owe? How many people do you owe some allegiance to because of financial contributions they made to you? How are you going to hold some of them responsible if they happen to be doing things which they are not supposed to be doing? You understand? This goes into the issue of corruption. You are in parliament. What's your job? One of the job, your key responsibility is to hold the executive responsible, to hold them accountable. Can you imagine you, the MP, who is expected to hold the executive accountable, has somebody within the executive or has an individual who is benefiting from a contract from the executive and is not performing or is not doing what is expected of them to do? Would you have the boldness to stand up and ask the person why the person is doing this?
You've already been paid for it.
You've already been paid for it. You've been paid for it. So it makes it very difficult for you to perform your duties.
So whatever you bargain for is what you end up getting.
Whatever you bargain for is what you end up. And even with us, the constituents, the people who vote for these people, you wake up in the morning, you go to an MP's house, You go to a parliamentary candidate's house, asking for that, asking for this, asking for that, asking for this. Have you ever thought, where is the person getting the money from? Because these are people you live within the constituency with.
And you know their salary.
You may not know their salary, but you know the way
But you have
what
an
they
idea.
have.
No, their salary is public knowledge.
No, I'm even talking about parliamentary candidates.
Okay, well then, yeah.
Parliamentary candidates.
So why are you forming queues in front and right?
Why are you forming queues in front of them, in front of your houses?
Fred, we'll come back. We'll come back for more. Let me go back to the grounds. Sami Wiafe is in Bawdua, the NDC stronghold in the Akwatia constituency. Sami, you're welcome. Okay, I'm having a difficulty reaching out to Sami, but like I was saying, we have reporters in all parts of the constituency. So Sami Wiafe is in the Bawdua electoral area. Sami, which of the polling stations are you at, and what has been the day like?
Hi, Umar. Thank you. We are one the Bawdua area there within the Akwatia constituency. We've been to other constituencies, then we are back here to monitor events. It looks like this particular polling station is becoming more or less a spotlight because of developments within this polling station. Just a while ago, there was a confrontation between the police service and some individuals wearing black attire. Which political party they belong to? And so one of their leaders wanted to have an access to the inner perimeter of where the voting is taking place. Officers stopped them and said that because they are not accredited, they will not be given the inner perimeter of the voting center or polling center. This resulted in pushing them away or escorting them out of the place. Bystanders also made some comments which angered leaders. But then the intervention of the Ghana have been a clash. Two groups of gentlemen who have all been here at the lorry station to observe proceedings or to provide whichever security they do not know. So that is the current situation here as we speak. This is not the first time. Earlier, there was a similar one, but then the police have been on top. The police have been able to prevent any of such incidents that may want to show its face here at the lorry station, police station, within the Bawdua electoral area in the Akwatia constituency. Also, key officials within the governance setup have been trooping here to monitor activities ongoing here, both incumbent government officials and members within the opposition New Patriotic Party. Just a while ago, Chairman Buga, as we call him, one of the vice chair of the New Patriotic Party, I think the third vice chair of the NPP, was here to monitor proceedings. He came with a group of young men who were working with him. And while they were working in and out of the polling center, you had almost everybody looking at them. And this is the second time that they've been here within this polling station. And they also come and observe and then move on to others. So more or less they are moving from one polling station to other to observe proceedings, observe whatever is taking place within the constituency. As I speak to you now, the second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Andrew Siama, he's also a Member of Parliament for the Formina constituency, is also within this area, monitoring how proceedings are going and perhaps also make some observations of how the whole process is being. But then so far so good, Umaru. It's been a peaceful process. We've not recorded any violent incident within this area and the other polling stations that we have visited so far. And so it is a hope and expectation that it will continue this way till 5 p.m. when the voting will end. And the Electoral Commission may want to declare the final result at the polling station here, and then the collation center, which will be at the Akwatia Police Command. where the police informs us that only accredited individuals will be given access. No party executive without accreditation will be given access to that place. So it's been a good call from 7 a.m. till now. Expectation is that it will 5 p.m. or even when declaration done. Because since morning, key officials within the government and the opposition have been moving from one place or the other within this constituency to come and see exactly what is happening and to observe proceedings here. So that has been the general picture within this particular police station.
Sami, so these young people you talked about who came to the area earlier, did the police have to arrest or they just asked them to leave and they left?
No arrest. They just asked them to leave the premises and leave the area. And so the police escorted them out of the premises and then told them not to engage in any acts of violence. And that when they do, they will arrest them or question them, sort of. And so immediately the police issued this caution to them. The gentlemen dispersed and they left the inner perimeter. As we speak now, you can't find them anywhere within this police station. You can't really find any of them within this particular area. After the engagement with the police, understanding took place, and then they moved out of it. As to whether they are going to come back, we do not know, because voting is still underway. So we're hoping that as the police have spoken to them, not to show up, perhaps they may not come back here. That's the situation as we speak here. The second Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Andrew Siama, has been here to observe proceedings. So let's just get a word from him how the process has been so far and his observation as well. So I think it's one of the best
we've had or have witnessed so far. We are praying that the process will go on till 5 o'clock without any hitch.
Concerns of low voter turnout. Have you witnessed that as you go around?
I've been asked this question several times, but for now I will not be able to speak to that point because I will numbers as I'm but the way I've seen people vote, I must say probably the turnout may be different from by-election turnout that we've been witnessing.
Okay, so one of the hot constituencies, and we've seen the heavy deployment of security. Just as we speak, you've seen how the police by monitoring or patrolling the areas. That this is how the security should, do their. We have by-elections depending on the constituencies.
My brother, I cannot speak to some of these things.
But you are the second
in my own assessment, I may say the numbers are too huge. It's an overkill. But they are sitting there with their intelligence, and that might have informed them to take this decision. I cannot criticize them. But at the end of the day, as I said, if we are able to secure the peaceful election that we are all looking for me, it's good. I said we cannot quantify the cost of peace. And therefore, whichever way the IGP and his team thought that we can secure that peace, please, let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Speaker, let's talk about the election. You are hoping that MPP will win, is that it?
Yes. For the sake of our late brother, if not for anything at all, for the sake of our late brother. I'm speaking on this issue because when you look at the numbers we have in Parliament, 87 for we the NPP,
change any dynamics in parliament from our side. NDC winning significantly will not change any dynamics in terms of their numbers. It's almost the same. But by-elections, parties have their own way of also looking into by-elections. It's a way of assessing the strength of the party. It's a way after the general election they use to see how the party is standing, those kind of things. So in terms of party's position, in terms of by-election, it's different. But if we are talking in terms of significance in parliament, I may not have that position that is coming to change any dynamics.
In terms of significance, would you have wished that NDC would have contested this so similar as in Tamale?
Yeah, that was our wish. That was our wish. That the way our brother NS passed on, and the way our brother Mutala also passed on, we felt that we should have allowed the parties to fill these positions. In fact, that is my position, that the new constitutional review committee, I am thinking this will come up strongly, that it's look at the cost, look at the police presence here. In terms of cost to the nation, it's huge. Just to fill one vacancy in parliament, it's huge. So I think the constitutional review should look at it again.
And is there a proposal you made to them? Or you are just
I think that proposal has already been made. We will look at it. If it has not been captured, we have to actually put that in up, so that we end up this unnecessary tension, and that is always mounted out when there's a by-election, and it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary.
Your senior in Parliament, Collins Bawdua,
Yes.
is saying that once they are in government,
Yes.
a minority MP will not bring development to
That is what he will say. You don't expect Collins to say anything contrary to this. I mean, I don't expect any NDC member will come and say, no, there's no need for this election. Let's give it to NPP, or let the constituents here go and vote for NPP. No NDC member of parliament will do that. Likewise, I'm sitting here, standing here before you. I would never say that Akwatia constituents should go and vote for NDC. So you don't expect Collins to say that. But I am speaking in terms of significance of dynamics in parliament. It wouldn't change anything.
But would that be a good practice for our democracy if we say that a minority MP will not get any development for his constituency because he's a minority?
Well, that's what I'm saying, sir. It's politics. He has to say something that will significantly convince the electors that the person who are going to vote for him will not be able to get any development for your constituency. And therefore, you don't need to waste your time going and vote for that person. You get the point? You don't expect him to say anything other than that.
That's not what happens. That's what politics is doing.
Where is politics? Politics is to be able to convince people to at least understand your cause and follow you, vote for you. So that is the way he has taken his argument, that NDC is in power, vote for us, so that the goodies that we are sharing by way of development, Akwatia people will get some. I mean, that is for him.
So with this position, do you think that we can come to a national consensus as you indicate earlier?
Well, we can. I believe a lot of people are speaking to this particular issue I'm raising, that by-elections are becoming quote-unquote unnecessary, because it's just one seat. The cost to the nation is huge. At times the tension that is brought to the constituency and even the nation as a whole is huge. I mean, almost all the media houses in Ghana are here. So I think we can avoid this if we look into the constitution.
Would it be undemocratic?
No, I don't think it would be undemocratic. I mean, we can fashion a way of replacing a member if the member resigns or dies or anything. We can have a way that we can use to replace the person.
So is this something you push for when the House reconvenes?
Yes, we don't know. I'm told the President's Committee for the Constitutional Review is about to submit the report. So I believe it might have captured it because a lot of people are looking into this particular discussion. So I believe it's part of the angle that will come forward for discussion.
If it's not captured, is there an opening?
Oh yeah, so it's not sacrosanct. I mean, we can bring it up. Yes.
Okay, but let's go away from the by-elections and talk on. You are deputy speaker.
Yes.
I mean, how do you take this particular, outcome of this?
It's for me, it's a blot in Ghana's constitution, Ghana's democracy. But you talk, people will say it's a constitutional matter. So it places a bit of limitation in terms of criticizing the system. But to remove the head of an organ of government, for me, is an issue. And it's not an issue only in Ghana, but our foreign partners, as to how they will look at Ghana, is also another angle you have to consider. Because the discussion will always say it's constitutional matter. Constitutional matter. The president has not done anything wrong. That's the discussion. Everybody, that's it the people will put their angle to. But let's look beyond it. It's a well, I am thinking they are all part of the hotspots that the Constitutional Review will look at. We need to look at it again. Because if it's so easy for a whole Chief Justice to be removed. It's so easy when you look at the constitutional provision. So easy. Somebody just put up a petition gets to the president will confer with the Council of State. The Council of State, as you know, is a political organ because almost all the regional representatives are all political entities. The president nominees are all political entities. So Council of State in itself is a political organ. So the Council of State giving that prima facie approval, then straight away the president forms a committee to look into it. It's a bit, but you can vis-a-vis look at it from the angle of speaker and even deputy speakers in parliament. You need, it's not even 2/3, it's 3/4. 3/4 of all members of parliament saying yes, we need to go. So the threshold is a bit higher. So I think we need to look at it from that angle in respect of the Chief Justice and other heads of independent organs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Here the second Deputy Speaker of Ghana's Parliament, Andrew Esiama, the Member of Parliament for the Fomena constituency, speaking to us live from the Lorry Station, police station as Bawdua, here in the Akwatia constituency in the Eastern region, where by-election is currently taking place. It's been a peaceful process so far, a very peaceful one, and the expectation is that by close of day, the process will continue. It will end peacefully as they really want it to be, and then it will go on well, and then we have it as it is. We'll have it as it is. I have with me here, I think the former member of parliament for
8 parliament.
Yes, former member of parliament
8 past MP
for
Akwatia.
Yeah, sure, yeah. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine.
Your observation so far? This is your terrain.
Yes, my terrain. Yes, of course. Yes. So far, so good. Yes, so far, so good. We are looking up to the good people of Akwatia to vote massively for lawyer Bernard Bediakun, because the good people of Akwatia are expecting development. This vote is not about political parties, it's about development. So my expectation is that by close of the day, we will declare lawyer Bernard Bediakun as MP elect.
The MPP says this is their seat. They had it before the demise of NS Kumi, and so they are just taking their thing back.
What shows that is their seat.
The late MP was on the ticket of the MPP.
He wasn't an MP.
What was he then?
I was an MP in the 8th Parliament. Last year, the past 7 months, we have been in court. I challenged the results of parliamentary results 2024. So he cannot claim himself to be an MP. Was he declared by any court of jurisdiction in Ghana here as MP elect? No, he might be serious. That is never true.
So he was never elected?
No.
He was never.
So
because you were challenging.
Were you aware that he was issued a bench warrant in court?
Yes.
I was in court, High Court, and Supreme Court. There wasn't any declaration, such declaration. No. There was a contempt even against him. Sorry to say, we were not expecting him to pass. My expectation was for us to have justice in court, so that the good people of Akwatia will know the verdict or who they voted for of the 2024 general parliamentary elections. Yes. That wasn't my wish at all. Though that has passed, may so rest in perfect peace. That wasn't my wish.
There's allegation that this whole court process led to his demise. I'm sure you heard this comment.
Oh, that is a speculation that people are using that as a tool. What shows that who caused the death of him? Who does have a proof to show that the death is from NDC? No, not at all. We challenged the results. We were not happy of the way process. That is why we were in court for 7 months. So if anybody's out there to say his death was caused by NDC, I beg to differ.
Let's look at this election in general. It's been peaceful since morning, deployment, everything. People are worried that too much or too many police officers here, and it is intimidating voters to come out to vote. What do you say to that?
No, the security on the grounds are not intimidating anyone to come out to vote. They are in to protect life and property. That is what I believe that to be. And then Akwatia, there has been, people used to say, a flash point or a constituency that normally we do have challenges in terms of political elections. So what actually happened in Ablekmanov, if my memory serves me right, that is why the IGP have taken steps to make sure he beef up security over here to save life and property.
So just to prevent what happened in Ablekuma?
I think so, exactly so, yes.
You were hoping to come back as a member of parliament, but it didn't work out the way you expected it. Were you surprised?
I wasn't surprised. I was in the virtue of the results of the parliamentary elections that was held 2024 December 7th. NDC claimed victory. MPP was also a claimed victory, as it indicated. But now that we are in government, we want to see the reality of the results of parliamentary elections 2024. That is why we are to prove to Ghanaians that the election that was held December 2024 were challenged. There was a lot of issues with the process of the voting, declaration, and what have you. So we will see by close today to see actually we won the election 2024 or not.
Let me also ask you this question. There are many who have also said that NDC has too many MPs in parliament. Why do they still need Akwatia?
How do I say this? A proverb in Twi. You say a pokra in Sotogum. Yes, that is a proverb. So they are not right to say. And even if you are to leave the seat for them, what also are they going to use that one for? They might not be even up to 1/3. So what can they do with that? The MPP, if that is their stand, or if that is what they claim to be. So that shouldn't be an issue at all. That shouldn't be an issue at all. And I even heard some people saying that they are not even going for, what do we call, the Tamale Central. So we should leave this one. We should leave this one. So they know. But we left this John Kuma's place. Do you remember? Yes, just so. We didn't show up. We didn't turn up the election.
So the argument is that it's Ashanti region. No matter what you do, you're not going to win in that poll.
Tamale so it's for us, right?
Well, per history and per electoral result, MPP has never won that seat.
So that Akwatia also belongs to them.
MPP has won it before. NDC has won it before.
So that is why we are in. That is why we are in. So we are testing our polls today to see whether the grounds belongs to NDC or MPP.
I say a big thank you for your time. Thank you. Henry Boache, former member of parliament for the Akwatia constituency. Henry Boache speaking to us there from the Lorry Station polling station. He's come here to also come and observe proceedings here or whatever is happening here as far as today's election is concerned. For him, he's confident the NDC will win the seat. It was a seat that was theirs. He was in court with a late member of parliament for the area, Ernest Kumi. For the past 7 months, he said that they were in court until his sudden demise. And so technically, the NDC won this seat. The more reason why they challenged it in courts. And so for them, the NDC is in to take back what rightfully belongs to them, which is the seat here within the Akwatia constituency. So Maru, this is a general situation as we speak from the Lorry Station polling station at Bawdua within the Akwatia constituency of the Eastern region. Umaru.
Sami, how is turnout looking like in other parts when Charles went around?
It's low, Umaru. Umaru is low. Umaru is low. Turnout is significantly low.
Do you have some figures based on what you have gathered?
From the various polling stations that we have visited so far, when we went to a number of them, for instance, in the Presby Church polling station and the Presby School polling station. For the Presby Church, we were expecting a total voter population of 535. As at the time we were leaving there, only 100 voters had come in. At the Presby School polling station, they were expecting 483. As at the time we were leaving there, it was about only 87 that have so far, voted. And so from that time till now, you know that the number is reduced. But then there are many who have also said that it's not 5 p.m. yet. The time of closing of polls is 5 p.m. And so there can be a general assessment of the voter turnout after 5 p.m. But from our observation and what people on the ground are telling us compared to 2024 or even the previous elections, and now they believe that the turnout has not been huge as we expect, as at this time around 3 p.m. And so for them is a low voter turnout. But then the counter argument to be that it's not 5 p.m. yet. Let's wait till 5 p.m. and then we can get a better picture, a general picture, or a better clarification of the voter turnout within the Akwatia constituency. But when you speak to residents, they generally believe that the voters or the populace or the constituent have not come out in their numbers to vote.
Sami, Charles Kumi in another part of the constituency encountered some of the voters who were simply sitting there and waiting. One of them at least said that he was waiting for money before he goes to vote. Did you get that sense in the area where you went to? Are there people who are there who are not going to vote even though they are qualified to vote? Do you also have people from outside the constituency who are there possibly just to observe, because that whole enclave is an MPP area, Akwatia being the only constituency that usually flips?
Yes, a few of the young men we spoke to earlier who are also voters also made those comments that they will wait to see who was going to give them money before they may come out to vote. For them, they are voters. They vote here at this Lorry station, but then they are waiting and holding on to see if anybody will come in to come and share some money to them before they will go and vote, even though they are within the premises. Earlier, when we were at the Presby Church polling station, there were some allegations of vote buying within the Presby Church polling station. As to which political party was sharing the said amount of money, they will not say. They will not say. But then the allegations were that there was money sharing at the Presby Church polling station. The police had to go there to go and verify. But at the time they got there, the alleged givers or sharers had moved away from this area, and so the police could not see who these individuals were or the persons behind this alleged sharing. But then the residents, when we got there, they were shouting, media, in local language. So we went there to go and verify, and they confirmed that indeed people were sharing money, but they will not confirm to us which of the political parties is involved in the sharing. But then they clearly told us that they were sharing. The police came in. By the time the police could go in there, the alleged sharers or the alleged givers were nowhere to be found. And so the police could not make any intervention or make any arrest as far as this allegation was concerned. So the young men that we spoke to also alluded to that and said that they also wish that they take some money from the politicians before they go and vote. Their argument is that this is the only opportunity they can also take their fair share of the national cake. And so they will take their share after voting or after this election. You never hear of them. You never hear of the politicians. They will never show up here again. So this is the only opportunity that Akwatia has been put on the spotlight. And so they may want to cash out and make milk out of the situation, Umaru.
Sami, you've talked about the heavy police presence in the constituency, something we have talked about. 5,500 of them, about 5 in each of the polling stations. Are they armed? I mean, have you so far seen any armed police officers? Earlier you said they were not armed, they only had body cams on. Are they armed, and their vehicles? Are they just simply stationary and waiting? Have you seen any other form of security personnel outside the police that you have seen?
Okay, let me take the bit of the arm. Yes, some of them are armed. Some are armed. In the polling station, if you take, let's say, 15 police officers, you could see 5 of them fully armed. Fully armed, 5 of them, and the other 10 are not armed. And so that is the general situation within the polling stations. When you come to at least a police station, 15 of them, you could see 5 of them are armed, 10 of them are not armed. And so those who are armed are normally sitting behind and observing proceedings. And then those who are not armed are those, within the front or within the premises, directing voters, go here with the help of the Electoral Commission officials, go here, go to the EC official and go and do this. They are not armed. But then those who are armed are normally sitting behind and then observing. In case of any eventuality or any event, they will show up to come and see exactly what is happening. So here at the Lorry Station, police station, I can see 2 police vehicles, 2 of them. Some of them are fully armed, sitting inside the vehicle, observing proceedings. For instance, if you go see the shot there's one of the vehicles. The officer, standing at the other side is fully armed with an AK, observing proceedings. His eyes going around like a lion or a tiger, observing whatever the situation it is. So this one is very armed. But then when you see those at the polling station proper, where the voting is taking place, they are not armed. They are not armed. So those armed are acting more or less like backup, acting more or less like backup, and they are the rapid response units or rapid response officers within the Ghana Police Service who have been deployed here to also ensure security and observe proceedings. Also, aside the uniformed police officers, there are plainclothes police officers who are also within the police station. They are not in black uniform. They are not in police uniform. They are in plain uniform, but then they also have arms or side arms hiding somewhere within their clothing, not exposed. They haven't exposed these side arms. They are just wearing plain clothes and then covered it with their normal dresses. So it is part of the security deployment or the police deployment by the Inspector General of Police that they're going to have more or less officers who are not in police uniform or normal attire, wearing it, monitoring events within the polling station. And when there is an event for them to come in to help with the situation, they will do so exactly, Umaru.
Thank you so much, Sami Wiafi, my colleague in the Akwatia constituency. reporting for us from one of the polling stations. This particular one is called Lorry Station, polling station. And the voter turnout issue is a bit problematic. But Fred, one of the issues I keep, so it's Bawdua Lorry Station, that's the name of the area. So that's the name of the polling station. So it's Lorry Station, polling station, essentially. One of the issues that keep coming up has to do with whether or not today's exercise is even necessary at all. There are two schools of thought. Stick to what the Constitution says, which actually is the case for now. If there's if someone resigns from Parliament or crosses carpet or dies, that seat becomes vacant, declare the by-election and go and vote. Okay. Another view is that, yeah, that's what the Constitution says, but let's work the law so that that doesn't happen, because we spend so much money on it. Let's not do that. In fact, the Deputy Speaker was speaking there. He was of the view that allow the party that lost its MP to replace the MP. This morning, I was listening to Richard Sky on the breakfast show, even saying further that there's even a model that you can use where the one who came second in the primaries would automatically continue and all of those things. Would that not save us money, time, resources?
That will. But, Sanda, the question is, you have all these and you decided to go for democracy. Democracy is not cheap. Democracy comes at a cost. And the cost of democracy comes in so many ways. It comes with you sacrificing certain things. And it also comes with you having to make some huge financial sacrifices. Now, let me take the issue of the school of thought where they believe that we should just get a party to replace in the event where the member of parliament resigns or passes away, so that maybe you are in NLC and you resign. The NLC should then look within its rank and file.
Where NLC is National Liberation Council.
Whatever you want to
create a new party, please. NLC there a long time ago.
You want to create a new party?
Do ODK's party, LPG.
Maybe an LPG.
Okay.
LPG is also questionable, but let's just take
Fine, it. Let's go. Let's do UMC.
UMC, Umaru People's Party.
No, my people will not die. Mm-hmm.
So, you go and you have to elect, or you have to select somebody to replace the member of parliament who has decided to resign, cross carpet, or what? Dies. We go for an election. And like in my earlier submission a while ago, the election is supposed to elect a member of parliament, a member of parliament, not a party representing the people, a member of parliament. That's first. A member of parliament meaning an individual who represents a group of people. In this democracy we practice, if it was the thought of the people who created democracy to get parties to represent the people, then they wouldn't create that a member of parliament, a party representing a parliament. Once it is a member of parliament, it means that people have a choice to make. The party is only a conveyor or a vehicle for that person to be in.
But it shows that the people like that vehicle. So whatever passenger comes out of that vehicle, the people are happy.
Not necessarily.
I'm sure that in some areas where even if you tie a goat and you put a certain symbol, they vote for it.
I'm saying not necessarily. The fact that you like a party does not actually mean that you would want a particular person within that party to represent
That's
you.
right. We know that in some strongholds, all you need as a person is to win the primaries. When you win the primaries, you are in parliament.
That is
Whether
true.
or not you are you get sense or you don't get sense.
That is true, but there are also strongholds where independent candidates win.
Because they are from the party fold.
That
Okay,
goes
well,
that
so like
goes to
Andres
tell
Yama,
you
for
that
instance.
it is a personality, not just the party.
It's mostly party. If you were to rate it, what percentage would you give to the party?
You see, one, I would like a personality who belongs to a party. Do you get it? I like the personality who belongs to the party.
As a voter?
As a voter. Not necessarily the party who brings in the personality.
So
you understand? Because you see, when you are choosing a member of parliament, I gave you the kind of things people look out for.
Yeah.
What is the quality of the candidate you are bringing? What does he bring on board? What can the candidate do to help me?
So the person's personal attributes.
The person's personal attributes
and strengths
go a long way in deciding who becomes a member of parliament.
But then the person should go independent. If people go independent, consider how many people have gone independent.
The member of parliament who just spoke,
yes,
who is now second deputy speaker, 4 years ago was an independent candidate. He was a member of the MPP from 2016 to 2020.
In parliament.
In parliament. There were issues in his party. He decided to go as an individual against his party.
And he won.
And what happened?
But that's rare. It's
No. It tells you something. It tells you something. It tells you something. It tells you that you may come from a particular political party, but the people are looking out for a particular thing.
But he wrote on the resources of the party to win. That's how he first became popular. So by the time he went independent, he had already benefited from the party, and so he just rode on those benefits, the popularity, and went ahead.
The party made him popular. That is fine. There are contributions the party would make to individuals. You understand? But the contributions the party makes to an individual doesn't necessarily mean that people are voting for the individual because of the party. Do you understand? So in a CMS case, the people went against the party, and this is a stronghold of the MPP. They went against the party, even though you had a president, you had senior government officials going there to make comments, going to campaign against him. You understand? It tells you that, look, in as much as we appreciate that parties play a very influential role in choosing members of parliament, one of the things people look at, which I think is the most important things people look at, is the individuals.
But how many times do people look at the individuals and not the party logo? Because we live in a country, Fred, where Estruho is a campaign message, Asieho is a campaign message, or number 2 is a campaign message, or number 5 is a campaign message. And to the Okwa, Estruho, not Tumano, or Asieho. I mean, these are messages, and that's why even balloting for candidates is a big issue.
Yes.
Now, it tells you that people follow the emblem rather than the person. They really rarely look at the emblem.
They say count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I am there. I am there. I'm the individual. My party logo is there, but you are voting for me.
If you go look for the elephant or look for the umbrella, that's all you have to
but you see, there have been cases, and there's been a number of cases where, yes, you look for the umbrella, look for the elephant, but also go and look for the star, which is an independent candidate. Do you understand? So it is not just about the emblem, it's about the individual. You see, Sandra, we will get to a point when, if we decide to go the way they are asking us to go, where parties now will start bringing us anybody to be representing.
But they're already doing that.
No, but you see, this time there are checks. There are checks. There are checks in the sense that even when you bring somebody who is not qualified, the people still have a choice to tell you that we want this person or we don't.
But Fred, listen to
what we are doing now is that when we use the party as the main vehicle, then you are taking the choice the people have from the people.
Fred, but you see, if you look at and listen to what Honorable Isiama said, we have 5,500 policemen.
Yeah.
We've had them for like a week or two.
Yeah.
We are accommodating them, possibly getting them hotel.
Yeah.
Our police vehicles are going up and down. We are buying diesel and petrol. We have to go and give them special training. They could have been in the Savannah region doing their duties. We brought all of them here. It's unnecessary.
Is the fault of the constituents?
No.
Whose fault is it?
So
the politicians who are managing, who are getting people to go and do those things.
No, but the police people are not politicians.
No, I'm saying that you are taking 5,000 people there because these politicians over the years have misbehaved. So why would your misbehavior have to take precedence over my choice?
Yes, but Fred, if there's an easier way to fix something, why do you have to go the long
Why
haul?
do you want to use the easier way and not fix the problem? You see, we are now looking for an easy way and not fixing our problem. But the problem is that why are people misbehaving? Why are these politicians using people to disrupt and destroy? When you go to constituencies with by-elections or by-elections, do you see 5,000 people misbehaving?
It's very few people.
How many people do you see misbehaving? And most of the people who misbehave, where are they from?
Party.
Some of them don't even belong to the constituency.
Yeah, most of them.
So why is it that we take about 20, 50, 100 people who come and misbehave? And because of those 20, 50, 100 people, we say that the 5,000 people who have to make a choice should now sit down for a party to choose for them.
But Fred, in areas where the parties lose MPs and they field new candidates, their people often win. When John Kumap died, the person that the MPP chose won a Jisu.
Yes.
So it tells you that the parties have automatic license or key to parliament, and so allow them to do that.
Have there been by-elections where other parties have won apart from the party in power?
I'm sure, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
But it's rare.
It doesn't matter. But you see, the issue is giving the people a choice to decide who wants to be their leader.
Even if that would come at a huge cost.
Yes.
Financially. And
yes. If an independent candidate passes away, how are you going to select someone to represent?
Maybe that's an exception to the rule.
So are you going to say, oh, maybe so the person who was second in the election should be put there? If the people wanted him, he would have been elected.
But that can be an exception to the rule.
There are times when 10,000 people have voted for an independent candidate. 3,000 people have voted for the second person. What's the vote margin?
Plenty, 7,000.
So you want 3,000 to decide for the 7,000 who rejected the person?
No, maybe Yanka.
No. That is why.
So for you, it's a no-no.
That is why democracy is expensive. We shouldn't allow people's misbehavior.
But you see, democracy. But we also do selection sometimes where election may not be necessary. The current election we're talking about, the MPP candidate was not elected. He was selected. The party sits down and does a lot of permutations and calculations.
Yeah.
If we choose this guy, he's from the stronghold of our opponent. So he would better win votes for us, and he would also better represent the people. So let's go for him. If we open up, every Tom, Dick, and Harry would come and contest, and we may choose someone who may not necessarily be competent.
But
let's do it that way.
What did the party do? The party didn't just get up to do that. The party went into the constituency, met people, reached the consensus.
Yes.
And in reaching the consensus, they decided to bring a particular candidate.
Yes, but they didn't vote.
They didn't vote. That is fine. This election would come to prove whether the MPP did the right thing or not.
If he's elected.
If he's elected.
Yeah, then it tells you that.
But you see, a party made up of how many delegates?
In the constituency.
In the constituency. As against the number of constituents. 5,000, over 55,000 people. Okay. As against about 200 people whom their leadership says, choose one person. We are not practicing democracy when we decide to go that way.
Fred, in Tamale Central, as many as 14 people picked forms.
Exactly.
Is that not ugly?
Why is it that ugly?
Someone has died.
Yeah.
14 people scrambling to replace that person. Let the party decide that, and let the party present that person to the Speaker of Parliament and say, this is the person we have.
So there are 14 people.
Knowing that, okay, would you agree then if, say, the vote margin of the party in that area is, say, over 80% or 70%, in those places, would you say you would allow for the incumbent party to choose a candidate?
No. What if I am sitting there and I believe that, look, with the exit of this person, I am the right person to lead the people.
And you are independent.
I have done my consultations, and everything tells me that the people want me. What have you done to me?
Disenfranchised? No, you have been bullied out of a race.
Exactly.
Constitutionally. So for you, it is a
no-no. A lot of the things, a lot of the complaints we are making is financial, security, and everything. But which people are the cause of this issue, of these issues? The people who cause these issues are the people who are running the state as we speak. The political parties as we speak. You understand? So I won't be sitting somewhere for you to go and misbehave, and when you finish misbehaving, then you come and say, because you have misbehaving, to cure your misbehavior, I should be disenfranchised. That shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen at all. What people who are in power and have the duty to ensure that some of these things go well should be doing is to be checking themselves, to be ensuring that they are holding themselves accountable, to be arresting the people who cause and foment this trouble, to ensure that they are not spending the way they are supposed to be spending outside their pockets. You understand? Let us do the right thing. Let us not use a mode to stop people from having to benefit what they are supposed to benefit from, the responsibility they have, the rights they have, just because we think that a group of people are not doing what is expected of them.
Fred, what I want, so for you there, for that thing there.
For that one, for me, I disagree.
You don't agree at all?
I disagree.
So if they take it to the Constitution Commission...
all right to the Constitution Committee and tell them that no. I disagree with that particular thing.
Let's look at the vote pattern of the constituency briefly before we go to other things. The voting, okay, how has the party, the constituency voted? And would that be an indication as to what we should expect tonight or not?
If you want to go through the trends, and every election is different, but if you just want to use the trends, in 1992, in the parliamentary elections, the NDC won the particular constituency. In 96, the NDC again won that constituency. When you look at the votes difference, the 96 election has been the biggest margin ever in the constituency when you take away 92, because 92 was not competitive. After 96, the MPP won in 2000, and that is where the dynamics of the constituency changed. The MPP brought a candidate who is said to be from Wenchi, one of the electoral areas within the constituency, and one of the places which had a lot of voters. This candidate ended up winning the 1996 and the 2000 elections. That candidate won the 2004 elections. And he was the only candidate who has been able to retain the seat in the history of Akwatia. In 2008, the MPP won again. But this time, the 2008 election had some semblance of Ablekuma North. Where the election was held, there were some polling stations where there were some issues. So there had to be rerun in these polling stations. And that's where the infamous Akwatia by rerun violence took place. The MPP won that seat again. This time, Baba Jamal. So Baba Jamal, since 2000, had been contesting on the ticket of the NDC. In 2008, he came very close, but he didn't win. He lost with over some 200 votes. In 2012, Baba Jamal returned, and won the seat for the NDC. In 2016, he went against Amase, who was then the MPP candidate. Amase beat Baba Jamal and won that particular seat. And Amate's victory at the time is the biggest victory, the margin the MPP has ever had in the constituency. Amase also stayed for one term, then lost against Boakye Yadom. Boakye Yadom, who was from the NDC stock. In 2020, after Amase had served at MP from 2016 to 2020, there were issues within the constituency. There were issues between Amase and the National Women's Organizer of the NPP. The government went to back somebody else, which was Eneskumi. Managed to get Amase to lose the primaries in the 2020 elections. Eneskumi went against, the late Eneskumi went against Boakye Yadom in the 2020 elections, where Boakye Yadom beat Eneskumi. In 2024, Eneskumi from the MPP stock came again against Boakye Yadom, who was then incumbent for NDC, and also lost that particular election and beat the incumbent. So the NPP took over the seat till his demise. So when you want to look at the constituency as it stands now, the NDC MPP from 1996 to 2024 has won more elections than the NPP. I think the NDC MPP has won 5, as to the NDC's 4, without 1992.
So it's 5 against 4.
Yes.
5 in favor of NPP, 4 in favor of NDC.
The NDC has had the majority, the biggest margin in 96. Mm-hmm. But in recent times, from 2000, the biggest margin has been Amase for the NPP.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Very well. This is Channel 1 Television. This is 97.3 City FM, bringing you special coverage of the Akwatia by-election. We have a team on the ground. We also have people in the studio. We are doing the discussion analysis, counting down to the close of poll, which will be happening in an hour and 11 minutes from now. We take a break and return in a jiffy to continue with the conversation in studio and also go to the grounds. Please stay with us.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together. Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside.
Wow.
Tuesday,
yeah.
you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in
a lacrosse.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umaru Sanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
The party itself has said that whenever you are in opposition, you should choose flag bearers early.
So what you are trying to tell me is that you want somebody who is going out to come and select a leader for you. So the next person will come and say, but I didn't select him.
Direct victim of attack, violent attack.
Where and when?
The first one happened in Parliament. I was pregnant.
Now, for me, it was legitimized by a radio or TV station giving her a position to work.
So for you, take issue with GH1 and what and giving her the platform.
That is where the minority is. We are on them. We've asked questions.
President Mahama will be a mean president if he prioritizes only his children and DCP. He needs to demonstrate a Ghanaian government.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel 1 TV.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. Yeah. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday. When the stars come out, Ghana Weekend turns up the lights. From the hottest red carpet moments to the wildest after parties. And for all your celebrations, anniversaries, and unforgettable moments, if it's happening, we're there. First, fast, and fabulously. Your front row pass to Ghana's A-list lifestyle is just a click or a channel away. GhanaWeekend.com and Ghana Weekend TV, where fame meets the fans. Promote your next big event with us, because when you party with the stars, the whole nation of black stars should know. Visit GhanaWeekend.com, watch and subscribe to Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. Stay connected with us across all platforms. Follow us on Instagram with the handle at GhanaWeekend.com, on X at Ghana Weekend, on TikTok, Ghana Weekend, and on Facebook at Ghana Weekend. Join the Ghana Weekend family today. Ghana Weekend, all access, all glam, all yours.
It's time to promote volunteerism, active citizenship, and patriotism in Ghanaian society,
where we shine the spotlight on the unsung heroes among us.
Today, we're not just launching a program, we're igniting a revolution of skills, dreams, and hope.
On Volunteers TV, we highlight and celebrate people and groups that are great examples to us all.
Every single region in Ghana, we're doing something.
Good.
So no one's being left behind.
Over 800 kids that come to school, so having an extra classroom, extra resources will be really, really beneficial.
If you're a volunteer, you're actually serving, because you are giving up your time and resources for nothing in return.
Volunteers TV, Sunday at 6:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV. In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
Nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umaru Sanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
The party itself has said that whenever you're in opposition, you should choose flag bearers early.
So what you are trying to tell me is that you want somebody who is going out to come and select a leader for you. So the next person will come and say, but I didn't select him.
Direct victim of attack, violent attack.
Where and when?
The first one happened in Parliament. I was pregnant.
Now, for me, it was legitimized by a radio or TV station giving her a position to work.
So for you, take issue with GH1 and what and giving her the platform.
That is where the minority is. We are on them. We've asked questions.
President Mahama would be a mean president if he prioritized only his children and DCP. He needs to demonstrate a Ghanaian government.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel 1 TV.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Curious about what's happening beyond your borders? Beyond Borders takes you there. Every Wednesday at 7 p.m., join Caleb Kuda as he explores the stories that shape our world, connecting you with Ghanaians in other cultures and seeing the world through their eyes.
So we've learned one thing: you leave your shoes outside.
Wow. Tuesdays,
yeah.
you know, I won't go to Ghana dressed in a Lacoste.
As director of operations.
From international politics to the human stories that define nations, Beyond Borders brings you a fresh perspective of Ghanaians around the world, one conversation at a time. Beyond Borders with Caleb Kuda airs Wednesdays at 7 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Yeah, Nabahalia, Malila Chotama, and Ling Hasubekasi, Kahasi Doma, Abeche Anna Mombesia, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, Abloya Kirigire, oh, oh, Male, 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 Nabalia, Malina Cho, oh, Domo, Anekasi, Abe Hanso, Obe Cantona, Nabalia, Malina Cho, Domo, Anekasi, Abe Hanso, Obe Cantona, war, war, nothing but destruction. I say war, 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 nothing but destruction. Yeah. Matalil na pulo, ako ju apaka, akama we domo, dakika chepulo. Matalil na pulo, ako ju apaka, akama we domo, dakika chepulo. Nabale unko balea, maya sisinwo. Nabale unko balea, maya sisinwo. Akando.
It's 8 minutes past 4 p.m. This is Channel 1 TV and also 97.3 CTFM, bringing you coverage of the Akwatia by-election happening in the Eastern region. We've been bringing you reports from our correspondent in the Eastern region and also other journalists from Accra who have gone to the constituency to join in the coverage. We've also been doing analysis for you in studio and doing some interviews for you to help you with the perspectives. In about 15 minutes from now, polls would officially close, and then we'll get to see the sorting process and the counting process. Let's go to the constituency briefly and speak to Charles Osukumi, who is there with some officers of the New Patriotic Party. He is in the stronghold of the MPP. Charles, take it up.
By-election. You know, cumulatively, they are above the 45%. It's a good call.
Your candidate was just here. He received a rousing welcome. Does that encourage you, what you saw?
Many of the places he's been to, he's received a very good welcome. And we hope that it translates into the vote. The fans are good, but they must reflect on the ballot, and they must reflect in the box, and must reflect during counting. So I've told him that it's good to take the fans, but let's encourage these fans to get to the polling booth and to cast their ballot.
Some of them say they are waiting for money before they vote. Does that discourage you?
They haven't told me.
I have had conversation with some of them who are waiting for the money.
When they told you. So what I can say is that nobody should buy somebody's conscience to cast a ballot for him or against him. They should be bold, vigilant, and do right by their conscience, because whatever you give to the person is temporal. But you want development in Akwatia, you want an MP who can stand up for you and stand by you. And we also want to honor our late member of parliament with our vote.
There is a standby of heavily built men, and we're told that they were brought by the NDC, Mustafa Gbande. They're actually over there. I spoke to the MP for Dan. He says it's a ploy to suppress voters in this area. But you say that in your rounds, you realize voter turnout isn't terrible.
Yeah. I can see that the NDC wants to operate, because with their very character that I've seen them during elections and by, they want to operate. Is the strategy to execute, which I think that in this Akwatia, they are not too sure how to operate. But I can see they want to operate. The boys they have put there on standby is not for fanfare, but you can also see the resilience of the people. And as to whether the MPP doesn't also have the preparedness to make sure that the process is peaceful is another matter. But I can see that they want to operate. But if you've done a good job, let the people decide.
The boys there is nothing new to you. I mean, you were once organizer for the...
Youth organizer, I've been organizer. And I see when somebody wants to operate. But sometimes it's how to execute is the problem. So they being on standby, you can clearly see they want to operate. But there's a strategy to operate now. That's where maybe the difficulty is coming from. But I don't think it's necessary. If we advise them, our advice to them is that don't put your life in danger. Because the MP that you are even fighting for, he might not know you. So you come, you have a brush with the law, and the people too will never forget the pain you inflicted upon them. And I don't think any blood should be spilled in the process of electing an MP or a president. So I want to wish them luck. Not well, I wish them luck. And I pray that they do not take a wrong advice, because you can see the resilience of the people as they've massed up also around. So let's not put Akwatia on an edge. Let's not put Wenchi on an edge. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member of Parliament for Akyem North. Member of Parliament for Akyem North, the Honorable Sami Ewuku, engaging us. He just came to the Wenchi, Presby JHS and Presby Church polling stations together with the NPP candidate Solomon Kwame Sumadu, who would usually shy away from media interviews, was met with a rousing applause by the residents who had gathered here after casting their votes. They kept shouting that Asumadu would win this election, and which is not surprising because, like we have repeatedly said, this particular community, which is Wenchi, historically has been an NPP stronghold. I did ask Samia Oku about these macho men who have been stationed on this football field since morning. So what is happening is that they've parked their vehicles. They're seated in the vehicle. Occasionally, they would come out if an NDC big shot comes around. They would go and engage them briefly. Some of these people who have engaged them, Mustafa Gbande, who is Deputy General Secretary of the party, former chairman of the party, Samuel Ofo-Sompofo, when he came here, he did engage them. The NPP, it says, this is just a strategy of the NDC to sort of intimidate people to not come out and vote. But I've just checked with the Presby JHS polling station. Out of about 650 something voters who are expected to vote, already more than 400 had come to vote. So that's quite encouraging for a by-election. At the Presby Church polling station also, out of 600 voters who are expected to vote, already there about 350 had voted. Also quite encouraging for a by-election. So the voter turnout hasn't been bad at all, and so the residents came mass up here and even threatened to sort of confront these macho men. And this was because earlier in the day there were accusations that one of the residents of Wenchi had been beaten by these macho men, and the response from the youth of the community is that right behind their vehicles, which are parked on that side, is just a forest and the Birim River. So these macho men would have to come through this side and to be able to leave the city, the town. So they won't even allow them to leave. But those agitations have died down. Since the Member of Parliament came in and left, most of the youth who had massed up have left with him as he goes around to other polling stations. So the police is now beginning to set up for the collation process. The collation for the counting process, counting which is set to begin in about an hour or so after 5 p.m. when the polls close. So we're told that they are going to put together the two polling stations. They don't want to divide their men into two. Now these two polling stations are in close proximity. So what they will do is that they'll put them all in one space, barricade the entire space, and then they can station their men around. So what you see is that barricade and these police officers being stationed around the barricade. So here is the space I'm talking about. This enclave, if the camera will just span and show you. So this is the enclave they will be using for the sorting and counting process for these two polling stations, so that the police do not have divided attention here, which has not been full since morning, because there's been some expectation that anything could happen because of these, macho and what happened with Fenja Markin's bodyguard earlier in the day, and all the issues that have occurred. So as they set up for sorting and counting. Now, I can also see Richard Jakpa, the special operations, director of special operations at National Security. He is seated. If you see the FPU vehicle there, Richard Jakpa is seated right behind that FPU vehicle, you know, sandwiched between two military officers. Richard Jakpa seated there. The very controversial Richard Jakpa, who's been around Akwatia for this very action. Coming out of their homes, some didn't actually at all, and in my engagement with them, the intention is to help police the ballot. Words, they won't leave after they voted. They want to stay around and witness the process. Also, because Akwatia is a proximity with NPP strongholds like Odam, some of the NPP members in Odam, even the Member of Parliament, Alexander Kwesiakwa, team to help the Akwatia team by-election. He was here earlier and he witnessed that altercation between the men, Gandhi's boys, as he calls them, and Akyem Wenchi's bodyguards earlier in the day, which was as a result of these macho men accusing Akyem Wenchi's boys of photographs of them. And earlier, I mean, can someone just take a photograph of another person? Well, he says, well, this is an election. And photographs have consequences. And so his people had a right to react to those things. And what happened resulted in, allegedly, the beating of one of the constituents here at Wenchi, for which reason some of the youth are wanting to retaliate. And so you have massive police presence, which has been the case all in Wenchi the entire day. Police officers, some of whom even in plain clothes, and though heavily with their to protect and in Wenchi. In the next couple of or so, the polls will close. Counting will begin. What I see here is of young amongst themselves. What they are arguing over. But let me engage them on what they are arguing amongst themselves. So, well, I see the constituency chairman for Akwatia for the NPP. Hello, Chairman. Channel 1 TV. Sorry to you a bit. I know it's been a long day. It's been a long day, tough day. How has it been for you, for yourself and for the party? The process which began very early this morning.
So far, so good. What I've seen here is quite good because the election has been smoothly, even though the turnout is low, but I think it's okay because all by-election in the country is being like this. But I'm expecting at least about 70% turnout. So I think so far so good. And I'm very, very impressed about the security presence over here. They've done a lot. And I hope in future, if the government or the police provide such security for election areas, because they have done well. Yes. Just as The NDC guy slapped one of my guys, and the tension was very high over here in the around 12 o'clock midday. So when I came here, I was able to control the system, and then everything was okay. But apart from that, all the polling stations around, there hasn't been any incidents over here.
In the next hour or so, sorting and counting will begin. Usually that's when you have a bit of violence. What are you expecting when sorting and counting begins, especially from the police?
Oh, so far what I've seen, I think the police have done well. So I'm quite sure that they will do same during the counting of the ballot papers. So I'm quite sure that they will do same. But I've seen the NDC guys over there. If you see around that area, then these guys are there. I don't know what they are going to do there. You can see all the vehicles over there are the NDC guys. And we are also ready for them. We are fully prepared.
When you say you are fully prepared, what do you...
When they make any attempt to bring violence here, you cool them down. Because here is Wenchi.
How would you do that?
But if you are, if fire outbreak is a certain place, it means you have to put water on it before it can cool down. So they are fire and we are water. So we have to cool them. We have to put the water on them so that they will be cool. You can't not. There's a saying in Akyem that what we call motia krum and magic. What we call motia krum magic, no motia na deba na ko magic na chira hwan. We are Akyem Wenchi. This town is Akyem Wenchi. So we cannot come out from anywhere and come and bully us over here and go free. That thing, it won't happen.
But you have just praised the police. Why don't you trust the police to protect the process?
That's what I'm telling you. I trust the police. They have done very well.
And they will do well, right?
They will do well. That's my expectation. That's my expectation. But just in case they make any attempt to turn things around here, you won't allow that.
With the police or the
police. You don't have any problem with the police because the police are fully prepared for everybody here, for all encounters over here. But in case the NDC guy make any attempt to bring violence here, you cool them down. Trust me.
For a chairman of the NPP here, I mean, one would have thought that your message to the people would be, let's trust the police. Let's trust the system. Let's trust the system.
Always peaceful.
Because when you say that you're going to cool somebody down, you are inciting something within your people to retaliate to whatever.
You call this one inciting. You call this one inciting. My statement, you call it inciting. Meanwhile, they are beating our people. So if I just sit down for them to come and beat me over here in my own backyard, do you expect me to sit down quietly and they come and bully me here? They come and beat me here. And I sit down quietly, and they beat me and go scot-free. That one, it won't happen. Trust me, it won't happen. We are not going to bring any violence. We are not going to provocate anybody. We are sitting down cool here. We are just protecting everybody here. We are just protecting the ballot box. And the police also is ready to do that. Today, I spoke with the IGP. IGP was here, and I spoke to him. He told us that everything will be peaceful, so rest assured. And I believe the IGP is going to do what he told me. So I'm expecting everybody to be cool over here. We don't want any violence. Because I won't allow my people to do any violence over here. And I've talked to them, and they always respect my advice. So they are waiting for the close of the this, what do you call it? The elections, the voting, and then after that, you count it and you go home safely. I know there will be no violence. As I said.
Now, we've seen some road works being done here, which is typical of by-elections in this country. When did these works, when did they start?
Only yesterday. I think it started yesterday. Only yesterday that it started.
Do you think it's an attempt to buy votes?
Even if it is an attempt to buy votes, we don't care about what they are doing over here. I mean, as I told you, here is Wenchi. And we are MPP faithful. So whatever you do during election time, it won't affect the voting. It won't affect anybody. It won't affect anybody. It can't change anything. It can't change anything.
Now, I also spoke to some young men who told me that they were waiting. They are not voted yet, but they were waiting for someone to give them money before they vote. Is that a common practice here?
Oh, no. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. I think I get some few people here. I just saw some few boys, about 8 or 10 boys, who are yet to cast their votes. And I talked to them, and then I'm sure that now they have moved to the center, and I think everybody have voted. So there's no cause for alarm over that issue.
Do you think that your opponents are paying people to vote?
I haven't seen that. And I haven't seen that. Have you witnessed that? I'm asking you, have you witnessed that situation? Have you experienced? Oh, listen to me.
No, like I told you, Chairman, I spoke to some people here.
I spoke to some people, and they said that they're waiting for money. And I'm telling you, that is not the situation over here. That is not the situation. If you have experienced that, then it's up to you. Have you seen somebody collecting money before voting? Have you? Yes, and I expect you to give me an answer. So you have the authority to ask me questions, but I don't have authority to ask you anything.
No, I'm not saying that.
Yes, and I'm asking you a question. Have you seen somebody collecting money before voting? Yes, and I'm telling you that is not the situation. Yes, but you were forcing me to give you whatever that you are thinking in your mind. You expect me to say what you are thinking in your mind. But this is my view. That's what I'm experiencing. So that is not the case. Right.
All right. Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman of the NPP in Akwatia, flanked by his supporters, disputing the claims that some persons are paying these people to vote, and some of these young people are asking for money to cast their votes. This is the Wenchi community, one of the 21 electoral areas of the Akwatia constituency. Wenchi is an NPP stronghold, and the Member of Parliament for Akyem North, which is also an NPP stronghold, just came in to observe the process. We spoke to him. He was with the candidates for the NPP in this election, Solomon Kwame Asumedu. So you see some police officers taking arrest just before the sorting and counting process begins. Like I said, so that what you're seeing is the Wenchi Presby Church polling station. That will be moved into the space provided by the police, where both polling stations here sorting and few of the people voted yet. One person is now being convinced to go and vote. Yeah, to Uncle Tuaba. Mami, net saying. What to Abba? Oh, okay. Now, but what to and one coffee and son was back.
Oh, my cotton affairs is here and I'm ever.
Over here,
cost.
Medasi. Now, so, Mammy, what to do that? What to do that? One cast out through Pimuna or to a banana, say, Obi ba fie na be encourage you say konakot.
Oh, me pa cho de bi mi ankasa de me de me pem. Na me de to ye. E kire say me pese me kire say me o man bapa. Eni ti na me de to ma ba. Me ma obi me hye me say me nkoto abansa. Me a me pem na me de to ma ba.
I say a few more of them hanging around as we prepare for the close of polls, which should happen pretty shortly, and then we would all converge and begin the counting process. Hi, everyone.
Me de Majua.
Majua.
I try.
Wenchi haya na free.
I try.
What's na have em fear saying?
Oh, my time fee be believe. I had a woman, you know. And I'm free.
What to abasa?
At to abasa.
We de enye.
David.
What to do that?
Maybe I try. I thought that.
For the past few weeks now, candidates me no campaign, you know. Then ujina suntia or the koto waba.
Oh, me the MPP I be believe. Ewo kroi mama ye.
NPP.
But try me MPP. Into na banner there. The amayo kroi muni and na my jina so I to abana.
Okay, Majwa. And I'm patron so everything.
Me de sewa.
Sewa what to abama me hwonsa.
Mato we de dada.
This is more chance you be kind.
Declare near honey power winning. Yatanechi.
It's and regardless, the obe winning be a mobile talent.
Oh, me to me, the obia metanich, but me, I'm named them to my man. But obia winning me okay. But me to both into my you one pen my vote, man, to be a winning me okay.
Now, I mean, I was there.
But I said, I'm sir, and Jenny. You'll be vote to be a obedient couldn't be a tanachi. And she said, no one here train your bomb pie, so rather not be in. Because a radin is seeing it. Is a very lad, they say, on one obey him, am I? The Bawdua crew, create 2 pounds. I don't know, I hear.
A Juma police for a year, Nansan, Ojan was.
I saw any papa. I saw any palma bomb home. Amanya sanka me mu an be basabasa nti ye ni so de amaye ye bom abaso amayade amayade ye ni aso
so essentially all the people I've spoken to asked them about if they voted. Well, they have. They are hanging around for the sorting and counting process. I just asked the last interviewee about the work the police have done here. She says it's been quite impressive. You also heard the MP for Akyem North commending the police. However, the counting and collation process historically has been the areas of the election process where violence occurs, and so they expect the police to up their game and intensify the operations when that time comes. Well, the IGP himself, he's assured us that there are standby teams and other measures have been put in place just in case during the collation processes there are any eventualities, the police will be able to deal with them. We've also been told that there's a standby military team just in case the police are overawed and they need some assistance. They will call them in. Today there's been about 4 pickups of military men. They've just been roaming the town of Wenchi. You see them here, you see them there, you see them there. They don't step out of the vehicle. They just keep roaming the town. The chairman is engaging some of the community members, what you see over there. I mentioned that some roadworks have been ongoing. Well, yeah, we're actually standing right on one of those roadworks. According to the people, it just began recently, right up in town, all over the town of Wenchi, you'll find equipment, construction equipment working quite vigorously to work on the inner roads within the Wenchi township. The voting process has been largely peaceful, except this area. Wenchi has been largely peaceful. There are 11 polling stations in Wenchi. So the other 9, they've done pretty well. We've not recorded any incidents in those areas. But for what happened earlier in the day here, I would say that the process has been quite peaceful. Yesterday, in my engagements with some of these young men, they tell me that they're looking for development for their community, not necessarily votes along traditional party lines, but they want to also develop as their neighbors, Oda and Asamankese and all those areas have developed. Asamankese, we went through Asamankese before getting to Akwatia from Accra. Asamankese inner roads have been beautifully done, as beautifully asphalted, and so the people of Akwatia also see those developments in those areas and they want the same. Akwatia itself has mineral deposits that other neighbors do not have, and so they believe that if they have all these mineral deposits, they should see some level of development. Everybody seems to be moving from the town to these 2 polling stations. We're wondering what exactly is going to happen there. It's good that the police have taken the strategy to put those 2 polling stations together so that they can manage properly, because it looks like that will be a heavily populated area when the sorting and counting begins. These 2 polling stations were won by the NPP here in Wenchi. For the Presby JHS polling station, out of about 400 voters from the 2024 elections, the NPP polled over 350 something. The NDC polled just 53 or so from the Presby JHS polling station. A similar situation happened with the Presby Church polling station. So that area, that enclave, is heavily populated with persons who tilt towards the NPP with their voting. Like I said earlier, those macho men, those Bande boys, still pitched camp on the school field, and Lord knows what they will be looking for or what they intend to do, but they, except what happened in the morning, they have not actually fomented any form of trouble. I heard one of them say in Hausa to another person that, oh, Bamuin called me, meaning that they are not going to do anything. And he was actually smiling and laughing about what he was saying and their presence there. The NPP believes that the reason they are there is to intimidate and suppress the voters. But I have not witnessed any form of voter suppression. I believe that the people have come freely to vote. Even in my engagement with them, I asked if they felt any form of intimidation by police presence or any other incidents that have happened. Not at all. They have told us that they are willing to come and cast their ballots, which is a right, a democratic right, and they are willing to exercise that right. just spoke to a woman who I asked if she was encouraged by somebody to leave her home like others to come and vote, and she said no. I mean, she's a citizen and she came to vote on her own. The police are not allowing any more vehicles into that enclave, so even our vehicle, we're asked to park right outside this enclave where you find the residents and police officers, electoral commission officers, trying to wind up and begin with the counting process as the polls close. The police have now blocked all access to that side. No more vehicles are allowed in there, except, of course, humans who are allowed to go in there and vote, because voting has not closed yet. There is an assembly over there. The people are convening. We'll get a bit closer and find out what's going on there. What's going on there? Earlier in the day, we had reports of some fighting in Bawdua, close to Akwatia. We have not recorded incidents like that here.
Very few minutes, in fact, in 15 minutes, polls should be closing in the Akwatia by-election, and you are seeing the interesting images from Wenchi there, where lots of people are moving from their homes towards the voting center, the polling station, where my colleague Charles Osukumi is reporting from. An easy calm, as you can call it. Another part of town, let's see what's happening. Sami, what's happening?
Differences. That cannot be part of the voting process. It's not like somebody went into the voting line and he was stopped, or somebody is going to vote and we didn't allow it. Do you understand? So that's what I'm saying, that it is incident that happened at the polling station, all right, but one at the polling station, one is at our party office. Yeah. At our party, what does it do? What does that have to do with the voting process? That's why I'm putting it that way. It does not mean they didn't come because of election. But if you are talking about the voting itself and the process, it has been peaceful. Everywhere we go, it has been peaceful. People, nobody has gone there and said that they didn't allow him to vote. In the center, or they didn't see his name in the voter register. Everything has been okay. Even those who don't have their cards, when they come, they are assisted to vote peacefully. Generally, it has been peaceful. So what I'm saying is that we have had a very peaceful election. Originate from
apologies for that break in the feed. We're hearing there from Baba Jamal, former NDC Member of Parliament for Akwatia. In a few minutes' time, the polls should be closing. We're just speaking thoughts. In Wenchi, Charles still has an eye on what's happening there. The police have moved in to the inner perimeter where they intend to put two polling stations together for the sorting and the counting. In another part of the town, in Bawdua, Baba Jamal is speaking to Sami Biafi. Let's go back and continue that interview.
Well as the declaration, you understand. What is important is that I think that the voters themselves, the people of Akwatia themselves want peace. They want to see peace. And so far, it has been peaceful. Look at the number of people who have come to town. Have you witnessed any serious incident? We have been here for weeks, but not a single serious incident has happened. It tells you that the people themselves, And I commend the clergy, the malams, the chiefs. They've all contributed in what? Making sure that there's peace. And so let's all pat ourselves at the back. We have not finished. We are still on it. Let's hope that we'll be able to finish it in peace. And we have advised our followers. And I'm sure the MPP leadership will also advise their followers for the right thing to be done.
But the issue of voter turnout has come up. I've been to a number of polling stations. For instance, in the Presby Church, expecting over 500. Only 100 as at the time we're leaving. 100, 200 people have turned up. And it's the same within a number of polling stations across the constituency. You're worried about voter turnout?
We are not worried because in our strongholds, the turnout have been higher. Especially this is our typical stronghold. We went there and it's 592 and over 400 have voted and they are still voting. We went to the other side, it's 612. 380 something have already voted. So basically it's been good here.
I was in Top Mine, if that's the name.
Yes.
The Presby Church,
yes.
over 536, yes. Only about 200 have done.
That is their stronghold.
Who's stronghold?
The MPP. So the lower the turnout there is better for us.
So it's advantage for the
It's advantage for us. If they cannot whip their people to come and vote, we are whipping our people to come and vote. And we are doing that professionally. So we are going to house. Our people are going house to house, room to room, trying to pull people. You can see old men. We pick them in Prajia and in whatever, bringing them to vote. So it is the responsibility of the political parties to do what we call the GOT, get out the GOTV, get out the votes. So if they are not doing it, I am happy with what I'm seeing in our strongholds. I've been into their strongholds, I've been into our strongholds, and I'm happy what is happening in our strongholds. Generally, it has been the characteristics of every by-election that the turnout is lower. And so this will not be an exception, you understand? But whatever it is, I think that our turnout has not been bad. It's fine, it's good.
But finally, before I let you go, there's an argument by the second Deputy Speaker of Parliament that we should scrap by-elections. His argument is one, resources, waste of resources, it brings tension, deployment of security, everything. So we should just find a way of dealing with by-elections instead of organizing by-elections anytime there's an issue in the constituency.
This thing has come up severally, but I also have a different opinion. Because the by-election one serves as a barometer to judge the sitting government. Do you understand? Two, it also gives the people the opportunity to say we don't like what this thing is happening. And then also, who tells you that if there's going to be an internal party? There have been internal primaries that has been even worse. So definitely, the party will not just go and say this man should go. There will be a what? There will be internal.
A by-election has always been, if there's a word like that, worse.
Yes, but the primaries, once the person know that going to primaries is the ultimate, then it will be worse. Then people will be more aggressive, more resources will put in. Didn't you hear of the primary company that people came and line up taxis, cars that when you win, take it? Do you know the amount of money that goes into it? I agree that it may not be to the scale of the whole constituency, but I think that the by-election is something that we should consider properly. Do you understand? If we have a better way of handling it, fine. But for now, I think that this is what it's going. This is the best for us for now.
Is NDC winning the seats?
I'm sure, very sure.
How sure?
Very, very sure.
The MPP says it's theirs.
Very, very sure. Based on what we have done, based on the work we have done, we are sure.
What work have you done?
There's no nick and cranny of these constituencies that we have not been. So that should tell you we are winning. Thank you very much.
Baba Jamal, former member of parliament for this constituency, Akwatia constituency, former deputy minister of information, and a former deputy general secretary of the NDC, speaking to us there, his observation about the whole process in this by-election in the Akwatia constituency, and observing proceedings so far. Umaru, let me give you a general picture of the situation here.
Sami, before you do, if you could just turn 360, the APC candidate who was disqualified is behind you. I don't know if you can grab him. APP. The one in the light.
Umar, come again.
The gentleman in the light blue polo shirt is a APP candidate who was disqualified. He's behind you. I don't know if you can grab him for a comment before he leaves. The fair gentleman behind you. He's wearing a light blue.
Okay, hi. You are the disqualified candidate, right? Yeah. Sure, Umar. He's a gentleman. I'll engage him. You were disqualified in this whole process.
Sure.
Why were you disqualified?
Actually, we saw that the work of the AEC was not what they were supposed to do. We actually see that there was some foul play somewhere. So currently, as we are speaking, we are in court seeking for justice.
You sought an injunction to halt this election, but election is going on.
Sure. In a way, we are satisfied. Even for the court to give us hearing, we are very satisfied. And the judge make it emphatically clear that we have a case, so we should proceed to the Supreme Court or the Appeals Court for justice to prevail. So currently, as I'm speaking to you, our case is at the Appeal Court, and we are seeking justice.
And so, even if there's a ruling, election, you think Electoral Commission will be compared to rerun?
Considering what the judge said, and actually we are also for it, because Action People's Party, we embody peace, we embody transformation, we embody development, and as it stands, the judge make a ruling, and the ruling was that considering the state resources being used so far, considering what the other parties has put in terms of time, in terms of resources, it will not be in favor of us when we are to adjourn or when we are to put injunction on the election. So we also thought it wise that it is in the state, it's in the interest of the state, and so with that we agree to the judge. The judge even assured us that we should proceed to have justice, and as I've emphatically stated, we are the Supreme Court seeking for justice.
You are not on the ballots, but then how do you observe the process today?
Oh, you know, every by-elections, there's some form of tension, but as I'm speaking to you now, there's calmness, and you can even witness it yourself, that everything is going on smoothly. The good and loving people of Akwatia love peace. The good and loving people of Akwatia want development. And places where they are chaotic, you can't get this development. So I can say that the good and loving people of Akwatia are doing so good by voting and making sure that the environment is so calm. So that's what I can say about that.
Thank you very much for your time.
You are welcome.
That was the disqualified parliamentary candidate for the Action People's Party. He wanted to contest in this in this by-election, but then he was disqualified. He was disqualified by the Electoral Commission for not meeting quite a number of criteria set out by the Electoral Commission. He was unhappy, took the matter to court. His lawyer, Kofi Frimpong Anoche, represented him in court, and as you just heard him mention, they are seeking a redress at the appeals court, and if it doesn't work out well, they may go to the Supreme Court to go and seek justice as far as this matter is concerned. They believe that they've not been treated fairly by the Electoral Commission. The more reason why they were disqualified. That's why they are going to the appeals court or even the Supreme Court to go and challenge the decision of the Electoral Commission, included on today's ballot as far as the by-election in Akwatia constituency is concerned. So, Maru, that is a situation here as we speak. And before the interview, gentleman, I was telling you about earlier when we spoke, the place looked but as we now, of people have entered the lorry station. Some few minutes to 5 o'clock, so the situation. Security has also been beefed up. The police have mounted a barricade with a clear instruction that no individual goes beyond the specific barricade that they have mounted here. Only accredited media houses will be given the opportunity to have even access to where the counting, the sorting, and the counting and the declaration will take place. And so they will strictly go according to the directive given to them by their commanders. And you could see already that armed police officers are, providing security within the periphery of the voting center, especially where the sorting and the counting and the declaration will take place here at the Bawdua lorry station, one polling station, where in some few minutes voting won't end Electoral Commission officials will begin the sorting, counting will begin, and then declaration will take place tomorrow. Quite a number of party supporters have also showed up to observe the process and perhaps cheer on their candidates as to who will win, whether it's the MPP's Solomon Kwame Esumedu or the NDC's Bernard Bediako. Whoever will win, the supporters of both political parties are here to cheer their candidates on and to more or less observe a finching thing, as we say it, a finching process as far as the sorting, the counting and the declaration is concerned tomorrow.
That is Sami Wiafe, and it's exactly 1700 GMT or 5 p.m. Voting should officially end, except for people who are already in a queue waiting to cast their ballot. No new person will be admitted to vote in Akwatia. They have been voting since 7 a.m. in 117 plus, is it 117 or 119 polling stations? And the voting officially comes to a close now, and the police have been moving in place readiness for that particular sorting. So they first sort the ballots and decide who has what, and they heap them together, and then they start the counting, and they declare at the polling stations. Each of the polling stations will declare their results. The ballot boxes and the ballot material and every election-related material will then be carried to the collation center, where the collation will be done, which is simply a tabulation of votes from all the polling stations. Now, we saw an interesting spectacle in Wenchi, where as 5 p.m. Drew closer, lots of the community members started moving and thronging the polling station, going to observe the process. We also saw that there are some vehicles on the football park, a bit about some 200 meters or so from the voting center. We were told that these vehicles contained some persons who were supposed to be heavily built persons. They did not step out of the car to do anything whatsoever. The police had their Black Maria on site, the Black Maria being the mobile prison that they went to town with. It would be interesting to ask the police if their prison on wheels managed to get anybody detained in there, because it looked hollow when I saw it in the pictures. It appears that nobody has been arrested because nobody has caused any chaos that would necessitate them being arrested. But it is important to say that this has been a very beautiful piece of democratic work that we have seen today in Akwatia. 51,000 people who are registered in the constituency. Would want to see how many people showed up to vote. In the Bawdua area, which is the stronghold of the NDC, we saw Baba Jamal speaking there to Sami Wiafe. They are confident of victory. They said they have gone to do something that is very popular with American elections, get out the vote, or GOTV, where you go out and get the people to come out to vote. He said they brought out even old people who are not able to move using tricycles and all of that. Mind you, there are over 30 people in Akwatia constituency who are over 100 years old. So I don't know if these are the people that Baba Jamal talks about, but they are confident that they will get the votes out and they would have the votes at the end of the day. The NPP has said through its former organizer at the youth level and at the national level, Samia Oku, who is currently member of parliament, that the NDC intends to undertake a certain operation, but they are being restrained, so they are unable to carry out that operation. And the use of the term operation simply means they want to distract or cause some disruption of the election, according to Sami Oku, but they have not had the chance and the opportunity. A short while ago, I saw the NPP National Youth Organizer go on Facebook and write #firewall, which is an apparent reference to what they are doing in their stronghold of Wenchi. But a lot of things are interesting. Musa Dankwa, a pollster who has appeared on our station a number of times, has also gone on social media to put a poll that he has conducted. Exit polls are done on election days, where by the time elections are over, we have a picture or an idea of who is leading where. So Musa Dankwa has put up something interesting, and he calls it exit poll, and it has to do with direction of the country. So the people who think that the country is in the right direction, 47% of them. 48% think that the country is moving in a wrong direction. And the people who have no opinion, that will be 5%. So in Akwatia right now, the exit poll conducted by Musa Dankwa and published 29 minutes ago, Global Info Analytics, suggests that 47% of the people interviewed in Akwatia say that the country is moving in the wrong direction, while 48% think that the country is moving in the wrong direction. In terms of, so there's a poll on ethnic groups, how they are voting. Then we have religious groups, how they are voting, the exit polls coming through. Then the age groups, Akwatia exit polls he has done something on that. Then party affiliation, key issues for voters, what are the things that would determine how people would be voting. So these are some of the things that he has put up. As of 8:21 a.m., Musa Dankwa said that they had interviewed 289 voters by Global Info Analytics, and that they have a team on the ground and they are doing exit polling for the people of Akwatia so far. Fred, I don't know if you have also noticed anything else that you want to share with us.
Yes, I think the most important thing in this exit polls are the affiliation of party members who have turned out to come and vote. So when you look at his exit polls, it says that 51% of the voters they spoke to who turned out to come and vote are MPP members. 44% of them are NDC. 3% are floating voters. 2% are other parties. And 1% did not disclose. So when you look at this exit polls by party members, it tells you that the NDC, the MPP, has the majority of people who turned out to vote, and followed by the NDC's 44%. We are not sure what this means, because if we want to go purely by our understanding of 51%, it could be possibly that 51% of MPP people turned out who could vote for MPP, unless there is a change of mind when they get there and vote for somebody else. 44% of the people on a normal day who turned out today may vote for the NDC, unless they also decide that they're doing something else.
Thank you so much. That's Fred Tete Javano. He has been with me since midday when we came on set here to bring you coverage of the Akwatia by-election. Polling or voting officially ended now. The next thing is a sorting. The next thing is a sorting, which will be happening, and then the counting, which will be happening. Vivian Kailoko is going to come and take over next to continue through the process of the sorting, the counting, and then the final declaration, all here on Channel 1 Television and also on 97.3 CTFM. So I'm going to take leave of you now. I am Umaru Sanda Amadu, but I'm leaving you with some of the key interviews we had today with some of the political actors who converged on Akwatia. And we solicited their views through our reporters on the ground, Sami Biafe, Charles Osukumi, Neoni Amate Kanaku, and Fauzu Masawodo. Stay with us.
Thank you so much, Mr. Koda. Assessment of the process so far?
Well, it's too early to make any concrete assessment. The process started just over an hour ago, and we are up to 5 p.m. for the close of polls. So let's observe what is happening, and then maybe in the afternoon we can make a proper assessment.
Yesterday there was a planned, engagement with the Peace Council, but the New Patriotic Party boycotted it you cited reasons for the NDC's representation during that engagement. Shouldn't that be a cause to worry?
Why should it be a cause to worry? You should ask yourself, why should it be a cause to worry? The Peace Council sent a letter to General Secretary, invites MPP to come. We send our national organizer, our national youth organizer, our head of Security and Intelligence Committee, Honorable Henry Cote, only to attend that meeting and see constituency deputy youth organizer, constituency deputy organizer. This is not an insult even to the Peace Council. And you are making the statement we boycotted it. Were you expecting us to stay there? Were you expecting us to stay there?
Also, I would say that's why we're seeing, for instance, what we're seeing this morning, just a few minutes ago, some, skirmishes there at one of the polling centers.
What kind of skirmishes? Nothing happened. It's part of the elections. So
they were complaining that you are taking down some posters and all of that.
But is it proper for a poster to be at the polling center? Is it proper? Answer me, is it proper? So if something is wrong, it is wrong.
It is wrong. Mr. Kudo, what could be a fulfilling outcome for the New Patriotic Party at the end of the
Well, at the end of the day, at 5 p.m., when collation is done, you will see the results.
Will the NPP accept the outcome of this election, this by-election, regardless?
Why? What would be the reason for us to accept, and what would be the reason for us not to accept? See, you can't answer.
But what message do you have for the people of Akwatia? Peace is all we want. Is there a message?
Well, certainly we all want peace. We all want peace. No one wants violence, but we will not be intimidated.
Have you spoken to the leadership of the NDC already because you felt insulted or slighted by
yesterday? We were not the one who called for the meeting. It was Peace Council. If Peace Council has any reservation or any issues, they should call the NDC. If it was our meeting, then the question you're asking would have come in. But it was the Peace Council that called for the
There's
meeting.
such a high deployment of security personnel. Some say, well, it's an intimidatory tactic. Some are complaining about
it. For us, we are okay. We don't have any issues with it. Our supporters, our voters, who wants to go and vote, will vote. And as we are here, have you seen any police personnel intimidating any voter? No. So if you don't have any hidden agenda, why should we be worried about the police presence? Or let the police are here to help in the NDC rigging machinery. If they are not here to do that, then we shouldn't have any issues with police personnel being here. Thank you.
To make any effective comment on it, you need to get the details. Unfortunately, I don't have the details.
So, Alaji, like I indicated, we still have about 4 hours more to go. What do you anticipate will happen after close of poll?
I think I've already said what I expect at the end of polls. That NDC will win the seat. And the basis is very simple. I am sure the people of Akwatia are looking for development projects. They are looking for jobs for their people. Even though we are all Ghanaians and that we are all entitled to development in the nation. But you know that because of the nature of the politics we do in Ghana, if you have the president belonging to NDC and you have the opportunity to elect somebody to parliament, naturally you would want to elect somebody who would align with the president and his vision. And in this case, it is the NDC candidate. And therefore, my view is that the people of Akwatia will vote for somebody who will align with the sitting president.
But Alaji, when you say so, are you not twisting the arm of the people behind their backs?
No, I'm not. Making a statement doesn't amount to twisting. I am just expressing my view.
Vote for your candidate because you are in power.
We are in power. That's the truth of the matter. Unless we want to twist the truth. Yeah, the truth is that we are in power. And therefore we should, yes, it matters. It matters. We are in majority in parliament. And let me just give a simple analysis. For example, if government budgets to construct about 100 6-classroom blocks across the length and breadth of the country, and every MP goes to lobby. You know, we have about 275 MPs. And so everybody goes in there to lobby for one of the projects. Naturally, the NDC candidate or the NDC MP has an advantage over the MPP candidate. It's simple. It's simple, Chief. If we can satisfy everybody and there wouldn't be any competition, fine. Then we go normal. Yeah, but we don't have that situation.
The MPP also says that if you think there's no competition, you have enough in parliament. Why are you so interested in Akwatia?
We want to help build Akwatia. We want to bring development to Akwatia. If you talk to anybody in Akwatia, he will tell you the roads were done by NDC, water. When I was Minister for Water, Resource, Waste and Housing, I brought the water system to Akwatia. Akwatia, Akyem and Winneba, their water system was provided when NDC was in power and when I had the privilege to be Minister for Works and Housing in this country. And the MPP hasn't done anything for the people of Akwatia. So the expectation is that with NDC in power, they are going to have development. And therefore, it is better for them to have an NDC MP.
Alaji, you mentioned Winneba. The minority leader was here earlier. He says that they are mourning democracy following the removal of the Chief Justice. Is that does that mean that the government of the NDC did wrong with regards to the removal of the Chief Justice?
It is the minority leader who is a confused politician.
Oh, how Alaji?
He's confused because we went through the processes outlined in the Constitution. For the removal of the Chief Justice, the Constitution clearly defines the processes that one has to go through to get the Chief Justice removed. He should cite a breach.
They said there were 3 petitions. The committee presented the first report, and then the government took a decision, which they think that they should have waited for all the 3 petitions to be reviewed before a final decision is taken.
Chief, if you are in court and you are charged for 4 counts and you are cleared for 3 and you lose 1, and the one that you lose, you are supposed to go for a prison sentence. The court will not say that because you won the 3, the 1 you must go away. They will jail you because of the 1. It's the same thing. 3 petitions and 1 indicts you, and you want us to wait. That is the thinking of the minority leader.
For the sake of transparency, Alaji.
For the sake of what?
Transparency.
We have been transparent. We have been transparent. The report is clear that she must be removed, and she has been removed by the president in accordance with laid down processes of our Constitution.
Is anybody going next?
Look, wait, let me end up on this one. The president took an oath and said he was going to defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And that's what the Constitution says. Do you want him to throw that away? Do you expect the president to disrespect the Constitution that he swore to uphold and defend and protect? Is that the expectation of the minority leader? I'm afraid what he is saying rather might be something that all Ghanaians must mourn.
Alaji, is there any national officer going out again? Do you know of any?
National officer going? I don't expect anything.
The CJ has been removed. Any other head of any government
I
institution?
don't expect anything. But when it happens, we'll go through the lay down processes.
You're still watching Channel 1 TV. If you're listening via radio, this is City 97.3 FM. And if you're watching us on the social media, you may be watching us via Twitter, via YouTube, or via Facebook at City 97.3 FM or Channel 1 TV. You're welcome to our final special coverage of the Akwatia by-election. Very, very key, critical constituency there, seeking to elect a new member of parliament following the death of their member of parliament some months ago. Polls have officially ended. Sorting has started. Who is likely to have that seat? Welcome again. We'll be right back.
station full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umaru Sanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
The party itself has said that whenever you are in opposition, you should choose flag bearers early.
So what you are trying to tell me is that you want somebody who is going out to come and select a leader for you. So the next person will come and say, but I didn't select him.
Direct victim of attack, violent attack.
Where and when?
The first one happened in Parliament. I was pregnant.
Now, for me, it was legitimized by a radio or TV station giving her a position to work.
So for you, take issue with GH1 and what and giving her the platform.
That is where the minority is. We are on them. We've asked questions.
President Mahama will be a mean president if he prioritizes only his children and DCP. He needs to demonstrate a Ghanaian government.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel 1 TV.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensa.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensa.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
So welcome back to our special coverage of the Akwatia by-election. I am Vivian Kai Loco. Thank you for staying with us from 7 a.m. Today via the TV station and then on City 97.3 from 6 a.m. We'll continue and bring you the final till the Electoral Commission declares the winner. And of course, the winner has the victory speech. Tonight, we're finding out whether the Greens will have it, another seat in Parliament, or the Blues will have it in Parliament. And to help me do that, I have here in the studio Richard De La Sky. We'll be looking at events that have unfolded since morning until the final winner is declared for the Akwatia by-election. Mr. Richard De La Sky, welcome to our special coverage.
Thank you so much.
I see you pull the Constitution already. What are you looking for?
You know, it's my working document, so
it's always with you, isn't it?
It's always with me, so that you never know. What the exercise that's happening this very day is constitutional in character.
That's right.
So just trying to look at a few other
Has
things.
anybody gone contrary to the Constitution so far since you started monitoring in the morning?
Well, I mean, there are a number of things to really complain about.
Number of infractions?
For instance, I mean, video evidence, at least, alleging possible, buying of votes. If you look at our electoral laws, including the Constitution, which is the foundation for that which we do as a country, it would seem that if the facts are correct, then whoever would have been sponsoring or actively giving out money would have been violating the provisions of the Constitution. Again, we've seen at least one incident involving, two leading political figures almost at each other's throats because of, the ongoing elections. Again, you saw that one person shoved his hand into the face of another. Clearly, if you look at our laws, the criminal code, for instance, does not allow an assault of that kind. So you would expect that ideally the police will pick up this matter and prosecute, because no matter how provoked you believe you have been, merely because someone has said A, B, C, D, you are not entitled to violate another's personal space the way the vice chair of the NDC did. I thought that was completely unacceptable. And the guy who reached out to attempt to slap or actually slapped based on what we saw, again, you would have expected that would have been a violation of our laws, and the gentleman ought to have been arrested there and then. But again, the police were begging, the people misbehaving.
To calm down.
So it's but thus far, beyond these, you know, isolated cases that I have cited, it would seem that we've seen general order. But we have done this long enough to know that sometimes the problems really happen during the counting and of the ballot papers. So we can only hope that in the end, Ghana will win, and that the foolishness of people who believe that they can get away with anything would not thrive today.
Okay, so in your utterances, I'm capturing 4 areas that we should look at whilst we wait for the results: the vote, issue of vote buying, issue of attack/violence, security, and of course utterances by some key political figures we've listened to today. I would start with the issue of vote buying and development, because we've seen some bit of road construction. We're told it started yesterday, and then we've had politicians, both sides, denying this vote buying thing, which appears to be now accepted within the political realm, and they all find ways of defending it, to the extent that we saw some of the constituents also saying without the money or anything, they would not vote. So they were waiting at the polling station for you know, the politicians to give them the money. How do we fix all this, and what's your reaction to all this, that every by-election becomes worse? Of course, with the general elections we see as well.
Well, you see, it's unfortunate that we keep seeing these things, because as I've stated earlier, the language of our laws is clear, that if you look at the Representation of the People's Act, you cannot even buy water for someone who is taking part in the process of electing a public officer in any shape or form. When you do that, under the law, it amounts to treating. You can't even buy chichinga, chicken, or bread whatsoever. You understand? Because the law says that is wrong. Because the moment you do that, you are corrupting the process. It has become a transaction. You are giving me food, you are giving me water, so that in return, I will vote for a candidate of your choice. You understand? So the law says, don't do it. But what do we see? Political parties, for some reason, have found the need to argue that it is okay to bus people from one end.
Yeah, they say facilitation.
Is
there anything wrong with facilitation? But today, I don't have the means to take a car to get there. Well, you say that we should vote for A, B, C, D. Why don't you help me to get there? Then I vote for whoever. It doesn't mean I'll vote for your candidate.
No, so that is where the problem is. He who calls the tune, what was it? He who pays the piper calls the tune, right? Yeah. So what it means is that if you are the person facilitating the movement of Vivian Kailoko from, what do you call it?
From Tessano
to
your hometown.
In this case, at Itiwa.
Yeah.
What it means is that Vivian, in her right senses, feels that, oh, I don't think it would be fair, just and reasonable
to go and vote for a candidate opposed to Vivian when Vivian is the person who has facilitated my vote movement from La, or maybe here, Tesano, to the constituency.
Wherever, yeah.
Because there is this moral compass. The law says that no, don't do that, because it will now be a game that would be won by the person with the deepest possible pocket. So there is an express prohibition if you look at the Representation of the People's Act, which is founded on the general framework of our 1992 Constitution, because we want people to exercise their right to vote freely without any influences whatsoever from any source. So when people argue that, oh, this is for water, oh, this is just to ensure that people who are hungry get something, the law says don't do it. The challenge we have had is the failure of the police, the failure of the Electoral Commission, the failure of the special prosecutor to deal robustly with issues like this. I would want to say that, well, in the case of the OSP, they attempted, in the case of that DC nominee in the Ashanti region, to do something about it. But that prosecution failed because for some strange reason, the court took the view that it was not persuaded by the case made against the gentleman, although the evidence in court had demonstrated that this man had said the reason he was paying the people was to
ensure they vote him to
and
vote
now
for
that
him
they did not vote for him,
he wants his money back.
Exactly. And so I would expect that in order to send a firm message to the Ghanaian people and the world that we are averse to the idea of people buying votes, the OSP will appeal that decision. And perhaps when it comes down to it, at the right time, when the appellate court is properly constituted, it will do justice in this matter. Because if we don't deal robustly with this matter, what will happen is that elections in this country will be won by people with the capacity financially to facilitate the movement of people from one end of the country to the other. And people's capacity to pay for food, people's capacity to give them clothes, people's capacity to pay their, what do you call it, their marriage, what do you call it? Dowry and all of those things. So I object to...
But Sky, do you think it will be realistic? I mean, realistically, can we stop this? We hear, for example, the Ablekuma North. We heard the Greater Accra Regional Minister saying that she personally paid for people's transportation. Today, we've seen the likes of Samir Uku sharing yogurt and all sorts of things.
So in a working democracy, these two names you have given, ideally, by tomorrow morning, they should be answering questions before either the police or the special prosecutor. Because what is being alleged, if proven, would amount to a violation of our electoral laws. And where the evidence supports prosecution, there should be prosecution. And where the court is persuaded by the evidence brought in support of the prosecution, then the right consequences should flow from that. Unfortunately, when it comes to political big shots, institutions of state are somewhat, sort of slow or not even minded to even want to pursue the matter in the first place. Because, I mean, regardless of whether you're a regional minister, where you assert positively that you have done a particular act and evidence can be gathered to support the fact that you actually carried out that act, and that act amounts to a breach of the laws, the natural consequences should flow from that. Unfortunately, we have not seen action yet. The same thing goes to the member of parliament you mentioned, a good friend of mine. If the evidence supports the fact that he was engaged in treating as alleged, the expectation legitimately would be that he should face the right questions before the appropriate authorities, and let's see what happens thereafter.
Okay, I want to take you to Akwatia to bring you excerpts of some of these vote-buying videos that we recorded earlier in the day. We saw some constituents say that it's very typical. They've always fooled by money, giving of money. And then we saw some other videos also around vote buying. So if we can bring some of these videos, and then we'll take it from there.
I can assure you it's going to be peaceful, even early this yet in the morning. But I can assure you it's going to be peaceful. And the NDC is going to win massively. Everything points to a victory for ADC.
We are seeing close to 14 police at police station. Are you happy with the deployment so far?
Oh, yes. I'm very much satisfied with the deployment. I mean, this is what we agreed at the National Election Security Task Force meeting we held. I mean, so that they ward off any potential threats at the polling station. I mean, they are here to protect the EC officers as well as the voters who are coming to vote. I mean, so they are not here to intimidate anybody. You can see they are not armed. I mean, they are peace-loving people. But that doesn't mean that any troublemaker can come here and get away. There are plainclothes guys who are armed, and there are also policemen here. If you think you can come and misbehave here, you won't get away with it. The state is very much interested in these elections. We don't want our name to be in the media, both internal and external, about election violence and all that. It's unnecessary. I mean, so this should be a starting point where we will have a very peaceful process. People should come out freely, make their choice. And I know they are going to vote for NDC. So we are not perturbed. We know that we are winning this election.
I've engaged some of their constituents, and their concern is that the heavy deployment is more or less a bit of intimidation, and they may not even come out to come and vote for fear of anything happening. How do you react to this?
Well, it's our opponents who created the fear for them. It's our opponents. They are in Accra holding press conference and breathing fire, saying that they know what my friend Nanabi wrote on his time, like that the police abandoned their checkpoints and all that. It's not good for this. Meanwhile, he was somewhere and saying all manner of things. That was not the truth. He was peddling falsehoods. The same thing I hear about peddling falsehoods. These are the things we are talking of. When you come to the ground, it's not like that. They should stop it. They should allow the people to come out and vote freely. We just had intelligence yesterday, and this morning, I'm sure it won't be long. You hear the staff. They will arrest them. All of them. They will be rounded up. They are on their heels.
Which intelligence are
these? Yes, MPP. They brought some tax. We put them in some location, and national security is on their heels. I'm sure it won't be long. They will be rounded up. All of them. Nobody is going to be allowed to intimidate anybody here. Allow the voters to do their work. If you say you don't trust the police, you are bringing your own security to protect you. The state will protect you plus your people you are bringing. That's the way of protecting you.
Even before this election, one of the reasons they gave for bringing their own tax that they don't believe the police, they don't trust the police, and they don't expect the police to give them the needed protection that they will be given coming on the back of what happened in Abili Commando. So they will do their own internal arrangements even before thinking about the police. And this is something with all political parties, even including the NDC.
Well, we have never said we don't trust the police. Even in 2024, we trusted the police. We didn't deploy our own security. We trusted the police. Akumawu, we trusted the police. Asinov, we trusted the police. You see, it takes two to tango. This Blekumanov thing they are talking of. How Akumsin, what was she doing there with pepper spray? Somebody with premeditated mind coming to cause havoc at the polling station, got beaten, and yet that one.
That's the Deputy Director for IT for the NDC talking about security and other matters. We'll go to that vote buying incident and some utterances that we've seen today in a bit. But I want to take you quickly to Akwatia proper, where my colleague Charles Owusu-Kumi is on standby. We're told some of the polling stations have started getting their results. Others are still sorting, others are counting. But let's hear from Charles Owusu-Kumi. Charles, if you can hear me, welcome. Hello, Charles, can you hear me? Of course, in your shot, you can see the counting of the ballots. This is one of the polling areas in the constituency. Some half of the polls being counted. Some are still sorting it out. Some were told the results have been given. Of course, these results are provisional till the Electoral Commission certifies them. We'll be speaking to all our reporters who are dotted across the constituency, ensuring that we bring you a 360 coverage of the Akwatia by-election. We'll establish contact with Charles in a bit, but I am in the studio with Richard Della Sky. Let me try again with Charles. Charles, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Right. It's been a long day for you, hasn't it been? And which particular area are you? Yes, which particular area are you, and what's the situation?
Is counting.
Yeah.
Well, currently we're at the New Wenchi Presby JHS and Presby Church polling stations. Counting is currently ongoing for Presby Church polling station. It is also happening for the Presby JHS polling station in the same enclave. This was done because the police wanted to maximize their strength, so they put both polling stations together to do the sorting and counting. If you can hear the noise in the background, those are supporters of Asumedu celebrating following the declaration of Asumedu's results. Asumedu had 314 votes. Asumedu of the NPP, 314 votes out of the 428 votes cast at the Presby Church polling station. Currently, what you're witnessing is the counting for the NDC's candidate, Bernard Bediako. So you heard jubilations from the Asumedu side, the NPP supporters, because obviously Asumedu has won that polling station, which is the Presby Church polling station. On the other side is the counting also being done for Presby JHS. Now, Vivian, let me run by you some statistics from the 2024 general elections. For the Presby Church polling station for 2024, the NPP's candidate, which is the late Ernest Kumi, he polled 435 to the NDC's 51. So it looks like that trend has continued for this by-election. A massive win for the NPP in this very polling station, the Presby Church polling station. Now, I would also want to add that earlier, when the police set up this space for the coalition, the sorting and counting, a military vehicle, one of the four military pickups with military men in them, tried to enter the space, and there was some form of agitation from the constituents, and the police themselves did not allow the military access into the space before the sorting and counting began. The process is ongoing with expectant constituents and others who have come from all the way in Accra and other places to witness this by-election. I can see the NDC's national organizer, Joseph Yamin, together with Mustafa Gbande, Deputy General Secretary of the party. On the NPP side, I've also seen Lloyd Nikwe, who was unfortunately assaulted at the Ablekuma North by-election, Deputy organizer of the NPP. I've also seen Salah Mustafa, the NPP's national youth organizer. So counting still ongoing for Bernard Bediako of the NDC for the New Wenchi Presby Church polling station. Like I mentioned, the NPP's candidate, Solomon Asumedu, polled 314. The NDC's candidate has polled 107 out of the 428 votes cast. Rejected ballots were 7. So that is done for polling station Presby Church, the NPP's candidate, winning that polling station. We'll now move to the Presby JHS polling station, where counting is currently ongoing, and it's all jubilation here in Wenchi. For that particular polling station, the Presby JHS polling station, in the 2024 election, the NPP's candidate, the late Ernest Kumi, he polled 433 to the NDC's 59. A massive win for him in that election. We wait to see the results for this particular one, if the NPP can pull the same as they have done for the Presby Church polling station. These polling stations are in very close proximity. They are in the same neighborhood, where we're told majority of the voters here are NPP voters. Vivian.
If that's NPP stronghold, no, in terms of the outcome.
We are waiting for that of the NDC to see how everything's pan out. But afterwards, we'll do a comparative analysis.
Hello, Vivian. Yes, I was saying that from what you're saying, that is a stronghold, one of the strongholds of the NPP, and indeed the late candidate did pretty well in that on those two polling stations. You've mentioned the figures so far, and that is to be expected. But it is interesting to see that some key officials from the NDC are also there. Is there more to that? Well, it appears Charles is having a bit of a challenge to hearing us, but I'll return to the studio whilst I keep the footage on your screens where you see some jubilation from supporters of the NPP Solomon Osumedu, who's managed to win 2 polling stations which are within the NPP stronghold at that part of the Akwatia constituency. I'm in the studio with Richard Delaska, and we're looking at some key developments that have unfolded with this by-election whilst we wait for the results of who will be the winner for the Akwatia constituency. Already some results are trickling in, and one of them is from the Lorry station, Bawdua polling station, where Solomon Osumedu had 127, and Solomon is the NPP's candidate, and then Bernard Bediako had 282. That's the NDC's candidate, and then taking that slot as well. Charles, can you hear me? Welcome back.
They gave me 656.
107 and then rejected. Yes, Vivian, I can hear you, boss.
Right. I was saying that that polling station appears to be one of the strongholds of the MPP. But then from your shots and utterances, you also tell us that some of the key NDC personalities are also there monitoring that place closely. Is there more to that development?
Is there more to the presence of the NDC executives here?
Yes.
Well, yes, Vivian. I mean, they've been coming over here since morning, and that was because there were some concerns about the presence of some heavily built young men here. Gandhi calls them his boys. They had been brought in the morning, stationed on the school park over there on my right in their vehicles, to the displeasure of the constituents. But of course, there were even calls for the police to remove them from here, but they couldn't, because they had done nothing wrong. Earlier in the day, there was some form of some altercation between these people and bodyguards for the Honorable Minority Leader Alexander Apenyo Marking. because we're told that Apenyomakin's people tried to take a photograph of those men. Now, after the fact, we came here and engaged some of the people, including the Member of Parliament for Da, the Honorable, the Member of Parliament for Da, who told us that this was a ploy by the NDC to suppress voters here. But I honestly did not see anything from that. Actually, the results from this particular election does not show that there was any form of voter suppression there, because for the Presby Church polling station, out of an expected vote of 699, 428 people voted. And for a by-election, that is a good enough percentage, out of which Solomon Asumadu won the 314 and the NDC's 107. Moments ago, I saw Mustafa Gbande, the Honorable Collins Dauda, another NDC top officials engaging with the NPP's National Youth Organizer in a very friendly engagement. And so you can see there in your shots the supporters of the NPP jubilating, while Mustafa Gbande is on this side with other members of the NDC also trying to take in the results from this constituency. You'll think that this would not be really surprising to them, because historically, like I've said, Wenchi, and in particular these two polling stations have been voting blue, and once again they have voted blue. Mustafa Gbande, together with the NDC's national organizer, Joseph Yamin, was also there, and we'll go there and try and get some reactions from them following the declaration of the results for the Presby polling station. Now, I was earlier telling you about some statistics from the 2024 elections, and Vivian, this new Wenchi polling stations, the polling station for the JHS and polling station for the church, have been voting heavily blue. Mustafa, we just got the result for polling station Presby Church. Looks like the NPP's candidate has won that by a very wide margin.
Of course, if you check what we got in 2020 and what they got now, plus the voter turnout, they have lost.
How do you say that? How do you mean they have lost?
If you check the margins of 2024, the voter turnout at the time, the voter turnout today, and if you look at what the NDC got, clearly the vote here is coming down. But this is their strongest area as far as the constituency is concerned. There are times that NDC gets 0. So wait, let us check what is happening in the NDC strongholds, then you will see the gap.
So you are still confident that your candidate is...
Election, you have not seen, we have won. They are doing own goal. They are celebrating a win in their stronghold. But if you sum up the constituency, so wait, in the next 20 minutes, you will see who will be jubilating.
Are you now moving your boys out? I can see they are moving out.
No, some will be here on standby so that everybody will go.
On standby for what exactly?
They are on standby to see that everything is okay. But we are moving. We are going to the next place.
All right. Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, Mustafa Gbande. Well, he's still hopeful that the NDC will go on and win this election, despite losing these two polling stations here in Wenchi, because he believes that the NDC is also strong in other areas. And let me engage some of the jubilant supporters of the NPP.
It's this kind of deal. Where to mano?
Much lawyers.
Yeah, to mano. I tell 5 million, 8 million, maybe some 1,000. Some go to my lawyer. Me this come to Tiano. To la only miscam. Debut, say your first skin yaba. Me pause. Oku 1,000 amount. 1,000 yaba. Mr. Tell ma'am now. Me tell ma me nyanko to say I'm not going to tell her. To me come 1,000. Let me know. Buy me ya.
Yeah, from Munko Parliament. So we're in Ukraine. Or Kwakwa na hono na waka na not.
That's it. All right, so the police officers are asking us to leave the interviews for now, Vivian. If you can just pan to the other side also, you can see them over there, jubilant NPP supporters who are excited by the results of the two polling stations here at New Wenchi, polling station A, which is the Presby Church polling stations. I'll reiterate the results from there once again. Out of the registered voters of 699, 428 people did vote today. The NPP's Solomon Asumadu polled 314, and the NDC's Bernard Bediakubedu polled 107. Hello. I said, Accra. I mean, I hear you, sir. I'm sorry, sir. So, Vivian, if you can take over briefly so that I can get the results of the other polling station, and then you can come back to me, and then we'll continue with the conversation, boss.
Sure, I'll do that. So if you're watching us via TV, you're seeing some of the results trickling in on our screens. Let me say that those are provisional results. Like I said earlier, the Electoral Commission will finally announce the results, and then those are the certified results. So for now, all the results you see on our screens are provisional results. If you're not watching us via television, you can go to our social media handles as well as our website, where the results we have so far are on those sites. So I am here in the studio with Richard Delaska. I'm Vivian Kailoko. We are looking at the Akwatia by-election as we wait for the Electoral Commission to declare the winner for that constituency. Richard, it's an interesting one. Jubilation already in strongholds.
Well, if you have covered elections long enough, you know that these things normally happen.
Yeah.
But just because there is victory in a part of the constituency does not, without more, mean that in other parts of the constituency you are recording victory. You have to wait and look at the global picture. What is the total picture over the entire constituency? If it records a win for you, then you are at liberty to celebrate. But, I mean, small victories like this mean a lot to people. So they would want to celebrate that in the meantime.
That's
because a bird in hand, they say, is what.
So there was also the confirmation of the vote buying thing. But let me quickly go back to our colleague Charles Owusu-Komi. He had to take a bit of a pause to move away from the area demarcated for the exercise proper. He's gotten out of the barricade. He joins us back. And let me also say that technology is interesting. We're delayed by about some 9 seconds. So bear with us as we delay a bit in hearing our reporters on the ground. So Charles, if you can hear me, I see you're behind the barricades now. What are the constituents telling you?
Well, Vivian, they are really excited about what has happened and still in jubilant mood as the NPP's Asumadu is declared winner for the polling station, JHS, Presby JHS polling station. Well, there is some form of recount with the results of the JHS polling station. That is currently ongoing. Excuse me, sir, can I have access to the other side? Grateful. Thank you very much. All right. Well, Vivian, still jubilant NPP supporters will say that Bernard Bediako shouldn't have pulled any vote at all. I didn't think I would cast a member.
So what should you acquire? Yeah, Hano, Eduma, Yeno, and no one ban yet. Now, and this is for so moving here. And you know, baby, no, they one may be baby hour. Yajumayano Beguno, one saw one for your baby Emre. It's a, I just say about Twaba. And no one is the council room. And then your chum says, can they ever yedi? Now, I said, look at ya, a coin also of a channel. Ye charity, I don't know, you have panic to me. No more idea, I'm up in home. It's MPP there. The next 4 years away, and you dear, and this is I'm putting that near Banner.
And this is for message I know most selling the same. Mutuma and this in here, and this in a wabem. Omode in Puntunuma, Ebebaha. Now, this is Amatuama, NPP. Some Puntunuma, Emma Biomo.
Papa, honorable, I ever can say when baby coin, I'm finding a crane say, and the school. Now, when it's what you who pa my Anna or Coso, not all year. Now, you know, as me do so, some more can say. I had the Nara, Jumedia, na NS, say Obayano. Obey making sure said in now, Obaya my aim. It's here to our bar based on the NS Kumika so Bayano. Asime do so on also better to us and nothing the Twaba. And yes, sir, your party member only a ben one as I say. So far as I know, a ben with him say, Diana, and from so your birthday, you benya a home and couldn't do any good results.
Oh, no, dear. He doesn't have the resources to do the things that you need in the community, to do roads, to do all the development projects. It will come from central government. Central government, so it is not your party. And the NDC candidates made you aware, say, once you don't vote for him, I bet in Semubenya all the things that Akwatia deserves.
Sir, Wakaso Wakane, sir, Mentiasi, and the Entiasi. It's answer. On mine and in a womb. Yeah, there to benefit all of us. Yen in I one agenda. Ye what the epe and on some word your mope. So far as I nipen near bem, ye nipan, ye party any abem chese, ultimately ye be Emma, ye man temha. Ye nimse obet me and unti any answer to Abama.
Not an ammonia, it's just 2 polling stations out of 11. Out of 11, I even Wenchi her. 119 in the whole of Akwatia. Now, Moniaja Mojimoni say, Nasa Abano, ya kind in area, and I say, Mokandid and Winia.
Say, wow, Sha, yeah, course. Yeah, the attitude to baby. Now, news, no, the air banner say, I yet denara, you say, Yafa.
News now,
because Akwatia, Bawdua, you know my pay. A horse in a stronghold. See, I know my pay more, Hodia, or Nakasani Krum crown or maternity. Takras the crown or maternity. It's on one chrome commatity near him said, Yafa.
Well, Vivian, jubilating regardless of the fact that we've just received 2 results of just 2 polling stations out of the 119 here in the Akwatia constituency. Well, he says he has a mentor in other polling stations that Asumedu is also taking some votes away from Bernard Bediako in the NDC's strongholds. Mame?
Yes,
Musieno.
Yes, Yanino. Many of
Wawu. How did Equino influence you to vote against him?
Me MPP ni ntimi ankasa na eni mi musa mentoma no nti de wo mu na mato ama no no
obe ye bia no
enya me fe
obe asphalt kwan no kra nka o
nka mentoma no de meto ama na mato no no ana wawi ya tiniti kasi ya tiniti obe ye say
well, interesting scenes here in New Wenchi where supporters of the NPP are still jubilant following the counting of results for 2 polling stations, the Presby JHS polling station and the Presby Church polling station. There is some dispute over the Presby JHS polling station results, so counting was done again, and so we'll go there briefly and see what's currently ongoing. What's also significant to note is that some of the persons we've engaged have told us that they took money actually from the NDC's candidate and still went ahead to vote against him. And so the polling station for the Presby Church polling station, you can see the presiding officer, they have loaded their ballot boxes into the police vehicle for onward transfer to Akwatia for collation to be done. Let's go over to the Presby GHS polling station where they are still tabulating their figures to come to a final conclusion on who has won and who has lost. Well, the feeling is that that polling station will also be won by the NPP's Solomon Asumadu. I can't hear her. Hello?
Some interesting scenes from one of the 119 polling stations in the Akwatia constituency. My colleague Charles is on the beach there. We'll go to him. But for now, let's go to Fauzu Masawudi. He's at the Kotokoli zone electoral area. He'll tell us whether the results are in and what the mood is like. So, Fauzu, if you can hear me, what more can you tell us from that constituency? Okay, so if you're watching via TV, you're seeing some scenes from one of the areas in the constituency, and you can see that there's a bit of a scuffle over something which we're trying to zoom in to bring you details of, and a bit of altercation over there in that area. We are not sure now what exactly is causing that distress in that area, but if you're watching, you can see our drone shot of a bit of activity with drones of people in that area. But let's go to Fauzu whilst we try to bring you more on that. So, Fauzu, if you can hear me, you are at the Kotokoli zone electoral area. Bring us details on what is happening there now.
Right. Thank you very much, Vivian. The dust has finally settled in the Kotokoli Zango in the Ayawaso electoral area. Now, let me run you by quickly the results from some of the polling stations. At the Kotokoli Zango Old Lorry Station, it had two centers within that polling station. At the center one, Solomon Asumadu of the New Patriotic Party polled 90. Bernard Bediakun of the NDC polled 226. That's 226. LPG had 1, and then the center 2, the New Patriotic Party had 83. The NDC 333, LPG 1, rejected 1. And the Town Council polling station, New Patriotic Party 1193, NDC 154, LPG 1, rejected ballot 2. But the Kotokoli Zongo Old Lorry Station is not the only place that I have been. And I'll come back to really paint a picture of what the atmosphere looks like. But let me take you back to one of the places that I visited earlier to gather the result. Now, we went to the Kwame Kuma electoral area, which is also within the community. That's the Akwatia Zongo. At the Alhaji Isa Mosque, Akwatia, we had NPP 67, NDC 215, LPG 0. Then the Yoruba Mosque, the New Patriotic Party's Kwame Asumedu polled 126. The NDC's Bernard Bediako polled 312. And the LPG polled 2. Rejected ballot 0. So really, it's been a cocktail of, emotions over here for some of the new, members of the National Democratic Congress. They believe that the results that are trickling in so far point to a convincing victory for them. And so you can see them in their party paraphernalia already jubilating and what have you. And the New Patriotic Party, the supporters of the New Patriotic Party are also saying that it's early days yet. They believe that the result is yet to take shape entirely. So they are also jubilating in their own way. We would want to get closer to possibly engage some of them to gauge their mood. And so far as the outcome of this, today's exercise so far is concerned. What's your name?
Mpacho, my name is Shafika. Mpacho, ebon pa ese lawyer no mfa. Number 2, no ebon pa mano. Monso amuba no ebon pa msanya ko konfa monkodu asundwe mu.
So far results now, Bano. What do you make of it?
Oh, ebon pa ese ne be out no. Embra fine. Na lawyer no mfa maye.
But who did say? Because see, MPP for no jubilate, NDC for no so jubilate.
You know jubilating so. I be say abubo abano ne nyina ehu fine na. Nti nyina eni age. I Akwatia kurom ha.
Right. So Vivian, it's an ecstatic atmosphere here. The confusion really is that the New Patriotic Party is jubilating. That supporters of Solomon Kwame Asumedu are jubilating, and the supporters of the NDC's Bernard Bediako are also jubilating. They believe strongly that respective candidates have both won the election, and so we would wait. It's early days yet to, determine the final outcome of the result. But we will get closer to the station. That's the Kotokoli Zango Old Lorry Station to, possibly engage some more people on the outcome of the results so far. Let me get closer, if I could get some of them. Hi, can I speak to you? What's your name?
I'm Uga David.
Say again?
I'm Uga David.
Uga David, did you vote?
Yeah, I did.
You voted here?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, what do you make of the results that are trickling in so far?
Actually, I just came from home, so I don't know what's going on. I just arrived, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so you just arrived, so you really don't know
the
outcome. But what did you consider in voting? As a young person living in Akwatia?
So I'm just following the footsteps of my dad. That's why I voted.
Okay. So you are voting for the party your father supports?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. MC is one of the young voters here the Akwatia Kotokoli Zongo. He says that he voted towards his father's political inclination, and definitely that has been one of the indicators, and even a recent poll by the Global Info Analytic points to that political affiliation will indeed play a major role in today's by-election. Who supporting NDC?
Me support NDC.
Mpacho, so far results now, Abano, Ujidi say Bernard Bediako or NDC no, Obeba out victorious.
Oh, mashallah. Nyami di munti. Lawyer Beidu, Obeba. Nyaminti. Eyana ebani say na say jubilation no do so okroma baby ade na sesan your collation center no ohon so ye the pressure ko hono because we know no ma afi we on be ya ye beja de am
so muntim for pressure already no there are systems in place
there be say no ye agencies for no mo wo hono mo nti bibia ni hono mo mbeye
nti mo the eagle eye ebe sha na de nti na wo pese Bernard Bediako of NDC o win
de nti am pese o win ni say for past 8 years ni nyina Akwatia MPP for her ye nyashe nyame anim no kra ye nyashe nso nka Akwatia e stronghold of MPP but the omo ye past 8 years in nti say ya sesa ya adwen because ye to abane de ma omo bombe ma ye sika de ye gibia nkasa because envelope ba akokra be ba na jokra na ebetumi asolve
na say NDC ye wie bibia na say NDC enwi na woro be wo
me woro be wo papa me woro ho nso so me woro be wo say abano emu na asesa but entisa not to say honum collation center honum no man kan de ni
oh there be na say nkrofo wo ha mo man ya face won tene de untimi conclude. All right, Medase. Thank you very much. So she is a supporter of the National Democratic Congress, and she said she she's hoping that the party's parliamentary candidate, that's Bernard Bediakon, a legal practitioner, emerges victorious at the end of the day. So it's still an active atmosphere here at the Akwatia Kotokoli Zango. The area is predominantly a Zongo community. There are fireworks ongoing, the police vehicles honking, people adorned in their various party paraphernalia, exhibiting or displaying their merchandise, and it all points to expressing that love and affection they have for their various political parties. I want to engage some more people, some more residents of Akwatia. Pacho, saying. Pacho say otu abawa ha.
Pacho debi.
One two abawa say. Bawa Akwatia ya.
Pacho debi me free voter region.
Free voter region e buy. Then I do buy Akwatia.
NDC na di me ba because of the work where John Mama they do. The work where John Mama they do. Plus, you see, the way these votes come, I'm sure say the NDC will carry the votes. Because of if you see our voter region votes, John Peter Mewu in town. If you saw Amewu plus Walanyo Chekpo, if you saw where he come, but Walanyo will win that case. So inshallah we will win. NDC win already.
So you come from voter region to support
NDC's
Bernard Bediakon. If he doesn't come out victorious at the end of the day.
My party will take it. So that one there.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All the way from the voter region to.
So sounds from the Vuvuzelas and some constituents celebrating following the win for their candidate, preferred candidate for that particular polling station, which is the Kotokoli Zango electoral area in the Akwatia constituency. This is our special coverage of the Akwatia by-election. In the studio, I have Richard Delasky. I am Vivian Kailoko, and we've been joined by another one of our colleagues as well. Francisca Kakra-Forson has joined us. Am I allowed to use your term, Leonard? If I'm not a lawyer. Hi, Richard. I'm talking to you. Can we borrow it?
Well, I mean,
because
by
now
association,
we all say honorables to the honorables, even though we are not in the chamber.
By association, although I don't really go with the so-called Leonard business.
We will like it.
I know it's fashionable.
No, it's nice. And then you guys are in your black.
Yes. I'm mourning the decapitation of the Chief Justice of the Republic. But she has
and I'm
some
personally
other reason.
bereaved.
She's personally
Apologies. So sorry about your bereavement, and then we'll talk about yours later.
Okay.
But Francisca, welcome.
Thank you, Vivian.
Welcome. So
and my deepest condolences.
Thank you.
Yes, to that. We'll be there to support you through it. I'll reach out anytime.
Thank you.
Right. So welcome again. And so we have in the studio now Francisca as well as Richard. We're looking at the issues around the Akwatia elections. Let me say that provisional results have started trickling in already. We've seen some strongholds of both parties where their candidates have won either side of those areas. Earlier, we were talking about vote buying, issues of vote buying. We just saw some videos as well from both sides talking about vote buying as well. I promised to bring you an earlier video of some incidents of vote buying allegations. So let me quickly go to that, and then I'll pick the thoughts of Francisca as well as Richard over those incidents.
Sika baye. After the red police for the soldiers for the grab place. Sika no kwa chukwenchi. Oh, aye ya pa.
Ya bibia so ye piska. It's last year Moody Blowman cars and killers cars.
No put by election. By election. And I'm saying this cannot saying ya bibia mu ye piska. It's remember ya kwatu asika sam ne mad ye no tin ye bra.
I no pay any day. You are too about. Then there be answer.
That we don't want any misunderstanding. That's all I can say.
Okay, what exactly do you do here in Bawdua?
I'm a miner. I involve myself in Galamsey, but my own is not any big type of mining. I am under small scale mining.
Have you already gone through the process, the voting process?
Oh, I have never cast my vote yet, but I will vote.
What are you waiting for?
Oh, I am waiting for some 1 or 2 things before.
Can you share the 1 or 2 things with us?
As you can see, what have happened today, we don't know ahead of us, but it's not something I cannot predict that maybe it will happen again. So far as that thing have happened today, if the person that we want, if you vote for him to come into power, there is nothing much that he will do for us. So we have to collect money so that we will vote for the person. So we are waiting for the money before we will vote.
Why, have you heard anywhere that people are sharing money?
Oh, I haven't received any amount of money yet, but I'm waiting for money so that I can vote.
Are you confident you are going to get money from any of the candidates before you go ahead to vote?
As you can see, you say you can't go to the strong man's house and beat him just like that unless you tie him or her. So if you want to win the election, you have to open your hands so that we the people, we will also vote for you.
So you believe that a number of people are going around sharing money. Is that exactly what you want to say?
Oh, they are not going around, but they say, as for what I have heard, is that they will call you for you to bring your ID card so that they will find some amount of money for you.
Okay. Which people are doing the calling?
As for now, I can't tell you the people who are doing it, but you have been here for a long period of time. You yourself, you can experience something here, so you can see it by yourself.
So very interesting statements from the residents of Akwatia. It's funny, but it's serious, isn't it, Kakra?
It's very disappointing because you would expect that prior to this by-election, the Electoral Commission as well as the National Civic Commission for Education, NCCE, would undertake some kind of education, voter education, in line with the relevant laws, the Constitution, as well as the representation of the people's law. Some of these things are in clear violation of the law. And so to see citizens boldly talking about taking money or waiting to receive some money from the political class before they cast their votes is disappointing. It amounts to a sad aberration of what we call democracy. I've always believed that the kind of democracy we practice in this country is merely nomenclature and quite cosmetic. I think that and my assumption is that some education should have been done. We shouldn't be seeing this. In as much as it is humorous, it's also an indictment on our political class, that the gentleman we just watched makes a case about, in as much as what he said is wrong, makes a case that when they come in and do their campaign and we vote for them and they come into power, we do not see them anymore. They do nothing. And so the logic for him is that let's take what we can, which probably won't amount to much, but because we will not see them again. So let's take what we can.
Actually, one of the women said the amount of money they give could solve a problem.
Well, I mean,
so
certainly.
some really, really cash in.
Certainly, but the resources, for me, it's the imbalance with the resources that will be given to a supporter, an electorate, as against the resources that will be available to the political class. There's clearly that imbalance, and that imbalance favors the political class, and it does not favor the electorate. And so it's disappointing that even if they are not so sophisticated, they are pushed to their backs are against the wall. They are pushed to the point where they believe that let's collect what we can during the campaign period, because we're not going to see them once, you know, they've been voted into power. I expect the Electoral Commission to do more than managing elections or managing people going out to vote. As the regulator of elections in this country, it shouldn't start and end with announcing the elections, conducting the elections, tallying and declaring the results. They have a responsibility to regulate the electoral space.
But
and
can
political
they,
parties.
especially where you have the key stakeholders wanting this money and wanting to give for gain, the politicians know that if they give them money, they may get their way in terms of how the results will go. The electorate also feel that this is a cocoa season that I can make, you know, some good money from. So the main contenders want this thing to continue. And where we have institutions struggling to enforce the laws because of one reason or the other, realistically, can we change anything? Or perhaps it is time to amend what we have in our laws. Some of these nuances which have come to stay.
Which is...
because like you people say, democracy and laws and all that, they have to change and be amended with time. This is a reality.
You see, Vivian, as I was saying much earlier, the reason why these laws operate is to give our democracy a certain sense of purity.
Yes.
Which is to say that people should be able to go to the polling station deciding that, look, I am out there to vote for Kakra, I'm out there to vote for Vivian. And my reasons are because I believe that out of the lot, maybe you or Kakra, you happen to be the very best option on the ballot paper. And that you best represent my interests in Parliament. If we hold up your submission, what you're saying in effect is that, oh, that because people are accepting the money anyway, or we are demanding that that is what should happen, then let's now allow it so that our elections now go to the highest bidder. You understand? So it will now be a question of whether you have deep pockets enough to support, you know, the demands of the people, i.e. paying for their transportation, giving them Fanta, Coca-Cola, all the things that the big envelopes they were talking about. It will no longer be an election based on what the issues are.
But is it always the highest bidder who wins? We've seen elections where people have overspent and they've lost. And if you watch and listen to what some of them said, they've taken money, but they did otherwise.
Yeah, but you see, that is also there. But that doesn't mean that we should normalize it or even give it a force of legislation. The point is that, you see, institutions of state, as you said, are failing.
Yeah.
I don't know enough to say whether the EC or the NCC have done some work in the space. You would suspect that ideally they do that. But if you hear people say that publicly, it will tell you that there is a certain misunderstanding of what elections really are supposed to do for you. If a politician comes to give you an envelope containing 10,000 Ghana cedis or 1,000 Ghana cedis, as the case may be, and expects that you vote for him, multiply that by the number of people who have received that envelope.
Amount of money,
Now ask yourself, is a politician a Father Christmas? So that if he goes into office tomorrow, can you seriously have a legitimate expectation that he will run, you know, parliamentary duties to the glory of God, to your interest in the constituency? No. He would have to, first of all, recoup the investment that he's made, because he's not Father Christmas. You understand? And that is where the corruption, you know, festers. Because he's come to corrupt you. For all you know, he went for a loan to actually prosecute that agenda, or he sold his property. Now, he has to get the property back. The way he does that is either to raise, you know, the cost of the school, project that he has to do in your constituency, or the road construction project, so that he will be able to get that back. And then you have shoddy works being done, school projects that collapse when, you know, a few, you know, rains drop here and there, and the roads are in terrible conditions after a few rain showers. So it is important that we see institutions like enforcing the law robustly. seeing the OSP enforcing the law robustly, the police administration enforcing the laws robustly. And when they go before the courts, the Representation of the People's Act has in the the law specific provisions that empower the courts to invalidate election results on the basis of things like the one we're talking about. But have we seen that in the recent past? I'm yet to see that. So it is not a trivial matter, and I don't believe that there is any room whatsoever for our democracy to allow these things, because the moment you allow it, people become beholding, and already it is allowed by reason of our acceptance generally of it as people who go to the polls to vote, from what they are saying.
It's become part of the
Imagine where we say that the floodgates are open. The law says don't do it, but we are allowing it.
Hasn't it opened already?
Well, we still have the law saying
already.
don't do it,
And we're yet to see anybody punished for vote buying, whether it's a politician or it's an electorate, or, you know, we are yet to see. And if you look at what is going on, it doesn't look like we see anybody punished anytime soon. So the gates are already opened. We have cases where members of parliament have gone out of their way to do good development, and they were voted out because of party. They are stingy, or people, like you heard one of the gentlemen, he said he voted because his father is aligned to a particular political party. So, I mean, in as much as this is a nuance, there's a lot of dynamics around it, that it's a difficult one to crack, if you ask me.
Certainly, Vivian, it goes to the psyche of young Ghanaians or young voters. When I was watching that, what came to mind really was the kind of socialization that we have. Young people are not given as much room to make their own decisions. Typically in Ghana, a young person, a young man or a young woman is going to stay with their parents until they are in their mid-20s,
some even early 30s.
Exactly. And so, first of all, you're not making any decisions about your life. Secondly, the landlord, the person in whose house you live, calls the shots. They are going to influence whatever decision, including where you place your thumb. In as much as it's unfortunate, all of these things draw to the need for proper public education about elections, about civic rights and responsibilities.
And Vivian, for purposes of our own education, if you look at Section 33 of the Representation of the People's Act, subsection 1 says a person commits the offense of bribery, A, if that person directly or acting through another person, I, gives money or obtains an office for a vote in order to induce the voter to vote or refrain from voting. So there are two aspects to it, where you are encouraging the person through the giving of money to go out there and vote for you, or you are seeking to persuade the person through the use of money to refrain from voting. 2 says, corruptly does an act on account of a voter having voted or refrained from voting. So you have done something. So then, you know, you first of all to promise the person that, oh, you go and do this. When you come, I'll give you something. So you come back and you know, corruptly doing that act in keeping with my earlier promise to you. Then 3 says, makes a gift or provides something of value to a voter to induce the voter to vote in a certain way or obtain the election of a candidate. Or if that person advances or pays money or causes money to be paid to or for the use of a person with the intent that the money or part of it shall be expended in bribery at an election, or knowingly pays money or causes money to be paid to a person in discharge or repayment of money wholly or in part expended in bribery at an election. Or C, if before or during an election, that person directly or indirectly or through another person acting on that person's behalf receives, agrees or contracts for money, gift, a loan or valuable consideration or an office, place or employment for that person or for another person for voting or agreeing to vote, or for refraining or agreeing to refrain from voting. Or D, if after an election that person directly or through another person receives money or valuable consideration on account of a person having voted or refrained from voting, or having induced another person to vote or to refrain from voting. And if you go to subsection 2, it says for the purpose of subsection 1, A, references to giving money include giving, lending, agreeing to give or lend, offering, promising, and promising to procure or to endeavor to procure money or valuable consideration. And finally, B, references to procuring office include giving, procuring, agreeing to give or procure, offering promises, and promising to procure or to endeavor to procure an office, place, or an employment. And quickly, if you go to section 34, there's a provision there on treating. It says a person commits the offense of treating if that person A, corruptly or through another person before, during, or after an election, gives or provides or pays wholly or in part the expenses of giving or providing meat, drink, entertainment, or provision to or for any person, I, for the purpose of corruptly influencing that person or another person to vote or refraining from voting, or 2, on account of that other person or another person having voted or refrained from voting, or being about to vote or refrain from voting, or corruptly accepts, so where you accept it, or takes meat, drink, entertainment, or provision offered in the circumstances and for the purposes mentioned in paragraph A.
Right.
Now, all of these will tell you that everything we heard this evening from the constituency, we are expecting money. We are waiting for the money to come. We have collected the money, but we voted against the person. We have collected the money. We voted for the person. We are expecting this and that and that. All of these come within the ambit of the provisions I read to you. And the dutiful institution of state, hearing these things, should be out there working, arresting people who have got to be arrested and putting them before the law courts, arresting people who actively took part in the sharing of these things, so that we can put them before courts. And we expect that the reasonably competent judge sitting and hearing all the surrounding facts will come to a conclusion that defends our democracy. Unfortunately, we are not seeing much.
Well, maybe from tomorrow people will be picked up.
I think tomorrow is even tomorrow is
because today they are jubilating, so we have to allow them to enjoy.
But Vivian, you see, the Electoral Commission is in charge of all this. The law is clear.
Yeah,
whoever is given, whoever is receiving cash or valuable consideration. So, and you have the evidence clearly on tape. The expectation for me is that the Electoral Commission is going to come out today, not tomorrow, to take cognizance of what has been said. The clear violations of the people's representation of the people's law, as well as the Constitution. Because the Electoral Commission itself is a constitutional body. I'm expecting that responsibility. Tell us that you've heard some of these things. If there's the need be and you can name and shame, do that. And then refer the allegations or the alleged persons involved to the police. Because in your mandate, you work with the police administration as well. And that's the expectation. That's the reasonable expectation.
Okay, we'll see what comes out of this.
There's this comment that is coming in from someone who works closely with the Electoral Commission. Says, hi Richard and colleagues. The NCC educates, and after the education, the civic and after the education and civic awareness, other institutions like you mentioned, OSP and etc., must enforce the law. Changing the mindset of an individual is not easy, and it takes time, a long-term impact and work for that matter. What we need as a country is sustained public education. So the NCC's viewpoint is that, well, they are doing their bit. The question is whether they are doing enough or whether people are actually buying what they are selling, that this is the proper way of enforcing, democracy or ensuring that people do the right things. Or, people are simply not, like they don't simply care about whether you come and educate them or not. It's a big problem. It's a big problem.
Right. Can a citizen who has seen some of these scenes, say watching TV, seeing these allegations of vote buying, whatever, take action, in one way or the other? Because I honestly don't see the authorities acting. So we need to trigger something if we really want to, to change. Can we or somebody do something to force the authorities to work? My learned friend.
I mean, it's a fair question, and you are not bad as a citizen from taking up that responsibility. Citizens under the Criminal Offences Procedure Code have arrest powers as a citizen. You can't even enforce arrest of a person who is in violation of the law. But you see, when that's a good question. Yeah. The difficulty for me is that citizens, or some citizens, are duly paying their taxes, and they expect that the managers of these taxes, of these funds, will get the work done. That is why we have institutions in place. That is why the Finance Ministry will expend resources on these institutions. So if there are challenges, they need to come out.
Okay, can we take action against the institutions who are not doing the work?
Well, I mean, so there's something known as compelling orders that you can make applications for to force institutions of state to act in a particular way. But when it comes to matters of prosecution, you can't, strictly speaking, force an institution of state to prosecute. So, for instance, the power to prosecute under Article 88 of the Constitution is a matter of discretion that is exercised by the Attorney General. Now, if for public interest reasons he decides not to prosecute a particular person, you can't go to court and say you want the court to you issue a compelling order to get the Attorney General to prosecute a particular person, because at the end of the day it comes down to whether he believes that on the facts we do have enough body of evidence to be able to even successfully persuade a court to convict. So when matters of professional judgment and discretion like that are in play, you can't go into those spaces. But there are limited circumstances under which, for instance, if you take the view that maybe the NCCE or the Electoral Commission is not enforcing a particular provision of the law. So, for instance, if the law expressly says that, say, a political party should not have its license renewed when it engages in a matter like this, that's not to say that that's what the law says. And the EC, despite the evidence prevailing that, the political parties are doing A, B, C, D, it's not doing it, you then can go to court and say that, look, it would seem that the EC is not living by its obligations under the law and that the court should give directives to that effect. That can happen. But when it comes to prosecution, in my respectful view, you cannot, force an institution of state to do that.
I want to draw your attention to something interesting from the clips that we've just seen, without condoning the offenses and the violations that we've seen. I found it interesting for some of the electorates in Akwatia to make the case that we will take your money, but we probably won't vote for you. I think that gives, just a glimmer of hope, of a certain sophistication of the voter. I will recall in the 2024 elections in Adenta, in the Adenta constituency, the candidate for the NPP had begun road construction, even though she was not the sitting MP. And interestingly, the people didn't vote for her. They maintained the NDC candidate, Alhaji Ramadan. For me, that is a bold statement that citizens make. That, for me, signals a certain consciousness and a certain responsibility. But that notwithstanding, it is wrong and it is unlawful for you to take the monies. But increasingly, it will do us a lot of good if citizens reflect on elections and not pay attention to the emotive appeal, the music, the money, etc. But to think long-term, what the politicians, what the MPs, etc., what they are supposed to do, the policy and the decisions that they are supposed to take, that will affect generations after you, rather than the immediate cash that they're going to throw at you, which is unlawful.
So it's a very, you asked a question. I want to get back to that question. So we have a double-edged sword here. Whose responsibility it is to act? Is it to act if the institutions of state that are supposed to be acting are not acting? So the police, for instance, decided to turn a blind eye to someone obviously corrupting the process. You, the journalist, went in there to interview the person. Do you have an obligation imposed positively by law to go and report to the police? Some may argue, yes, there's that obligation. Others would dispute that. You know, if you report going forward, can you, a media house, have anybody to talk to you about things like this? Knowing that, okay, Vivian Kailoko, your television station, if we talk to you openly and honestly about what we have done, you would take the tape and send it to the OSP for prosecution, for us to be found and prosecuted. Next time around, if you go to the by-election in Tamale Central and something is happening, would people come forward willingly to speak to you? I don't think people would do that. So there's a good friend of mine who is also a lawyer, Ekoba Jesse. I've just seen his message saying that, yes, I mean, the station should be able to make that complaint. Yes, if you look at the responsibilities of a citizen under Article 41, is it 41 of the Constitution, you know, we are supposed to help in ensuring that there's law and order and all of these things. But the reverse, or the impact it has on our business, is that people will no longer trust us. And I don't think that, you know, people want to encourage that kind of thing. Of course, if you're a citizen watching us, you can take what we have put out there as evidence and go to the, what do you call it, the OSP and say, hey, this is what happened and this is the evidence, investigate. And I believe that if the time comes and we are called on to provide our own assistance in a meaningful way, I believe that can be done. But the truth is that it is a very difficult one.
Sky, I agree with you, Franska, but my little disagreement is that there's the expectation of anonymity. Okay, if you're going to make a report to the OSP about alleged corruption, I don't think that the OSP, per its mandate, will put your name out there. The expectation is that, well, it's an expectation, as you hope that your name will not be put out there.
Well, a complainant is, what do you call it, an accused person is entitled to face his accuser, isn't it? So the person who has come to lodge a complaint legally want to put you in the stand there, on the stand and ask you questions. Did you see it? Were you there? Who took the video? You know, what I took was not this, it was something else. I mean, when a proper defense attorney is in his elements, he will probably shred the whole thing into pieces. So that is why normally the expectation is that people who have first-hand knowledge of what's in play would sometimes lead the charge. But in our business, it becomes a bit difficult. So, for instance, the Chief Justice who was, you know, just removed from office, the person who accused her was sitting there and was being cross-examined in some cases. So it's a serious matter, and Vivian, I insist that something has got to be done about it, because it is not making our democracy pretty. It is so bad that we've heard and read reports that suggest or claim to the effect that even at the level of our parliament, you know, in some cases, institutions are being persuaded to show some love before certain transactions are done on the floor of the House. And it's basically a part of the things that we are doing in our constituencies, hoping that we'll get someone elected, if those claims are valid.
Wow. So that's interesting one. So we'll see what comes out of it today or tomorrow in terms of who will take action, if there will be any form of action.
But why is it that the political party themselves are not interested in this?
Because they gain.
No, but
in fact, they are the ones fueling this. They are the big winners for this.
Can you imagine the NDC NPP taking a firm stance and saying, no way, let this matter be determined by the people on the merits of the candidates involved, as opposed to how much money we can throw at the people. And then insisting that if you do it, we are ready as a party to pull the rug from under you. what will happen? We will go and report to the Electoral Commission. We will go to the OSP. We will go to the police. We will go to court and say that, look, although we were elected, we are applying to the court to invalidate the outcome of the elections on the strength of the provisions of the law. Imagine what that would mean. But,
or better still,
but
don't
the
give
level
us the
of
money at all.
dishonesty and corruption we have within the political parties will not allow such a thing to happen. Because if you look at the provisions of our constitution, they themselves, and of course the Representation of the People's Act, they have specific responsibilities that make it clear that they are supposed to run their parties in a way that aligns with democratic credentials and principles. But they won't do it.
It
comes back to the Electoral Commission being the regulator of the political space.
Yeah, right. Let's go to the issue of security, and we will pick some few videos over a bit of the altercation we saw earlier in the day between the National Vice Chairman of the NDC, Chief Sofo Azoka, as well as the third Vice Chairman of the MPP, Alhaji Osman Masawudu, and then we'll pick the thoughts of Francesca and Sky.
Smoothly, as planned. Okay. And then that is what we expect to do, you know, to make sure that at the end of the day, we have a very smooth and peaceful elections. Okay. So I'm very satisfied with the performance of my men on the ground. This election is said that we have all regional commanders, all POMA members taking part on the ground. Yes, they are all on the field and working with the personnel, so everything is going on very well, as we have planned. So I assure you that we will do so to the end. It will end peacefully.
We are hoping that we won't see a repeat of Ablekuma North.
No, Ablekuma is a thing of the past. It's a thing of the past. We are moving forward. And then, as I assure you, this one will be an election that will set a stone for future elections. Many other elections ended with some skirmishes, but I assure you that because nobody can attack you, okay?
Usually
Thank
the
you.
Counting and the collation
where
issues begin.
And it will be well.
Okay.
It will be well.
There are enough measures there to...
enough measures. You have seen it already. Okay. No, it's not hearsay, but you yourself, you are seeing. And that is how it will be. And when it's get to counting, you see that more reinforcement will come in, okay?
So, gentlemen, that's the IGP. I'll go to that altercation, but interesting statement from him. He's saying that this will be the benchmark for future elections in terms of security. They will ensure that everything goes smoothly. We've seen thousands of his officers on ground, and so far, if you look at the general, you know, outcome, of course, we know the counting comes with its own security challenges. It appears they've done a good job, no? From the morning when polls opened, actually from about a week ago, all the way till, what's the time now? 6:51. So far, so good. Sky, this smile, I don't like it. It's like you're saying that, oh, they've done that. I mean, 10 over 10, how much are you giving them?
I think to be fair, thus far, I think it's been orderly. Yeah. I spoke about isolated, you know, trouble points here and there, but if you look at it on the whole, I think that the police have been able to, you know, suppress any problems that attempted to come up. But the fact is, it's not sustainable.
Why?
You can't send 5,000 people to a small constituency of about 50,000 or so people voting to police the process. Now, imagine that you are dealing with 200 and what? How many constituencies do we have? 276 constituencies. Do we have enough policemen to be able to use 5,000 of them in each?
Well, some will not be problematic like others. Some you can not necessarily send as much.
No, what I'm saying is that, yes, the police are doing their part, and they've been able to show that if you saturate a constituency with enough numbers and you force your will, people generally will behave.
But we saw in Ablekuma North where the constituency was black. And what did we see? Even the time of the attacks, the blacks were there, outnumbered the greens and the blues. But The people were beaten.
But we saw a similar thing today,
Yeah.
except that it did not escalate beyond the fact that someone sort of slapped the vice chair of the NPP.
Yeah.
Chief Sofo Azoka was there shoving his hand into the mouth or the
of Masaudu.
Exactly. The police were there. Of course, the police officer.
This time they intervened.
Yes, intervened, and somebody shoved him aside and all of that. The point I'm making is that it would also mean, or it could also mean, that the dynamics sort of are entirely different. Maybe the police, as like I said, they have done their part. They were able to saturate the constituency with so much, police presence that, it sends a certain signal. Great, but I'm saying that is not sustainable. On a large scale, if we're dealing with big elections, how many police officers do we have in the country? I think that we should move to a stage where it is possible to run elections in this country without so many police officers or military officers moving around. People will go peacefully to the polls, they will make their decisions freely, get back to their homes, go back if they have to go and monitor the counting of the ballot. When their candidate wins, they jubilate, they respect other people's rights and views and go back home peacefully. But where there are always fights, especially when people from other constituencies come in and create a problem, Azoka, yes, he may be a vice chair of the NDC and the other gentleman involved, Masaudu, the vice chair of the MPP. But strictly speaking, should they have been there?
Oh, they say it's a high-stakes, election. But before I let Francisca speak, let me bring you that clip that Richard is talking about, the altercation between Azoka and Masaudu.
Your mother. I said your mother. I said your mother.